That's what's going to give me a Willie Adames home run, Spadoni. How about a Willie Adames home run? Do we even have sound of Willie Adames yet? We should. Possibly, maybe not, maybe. The newest Giant who signed his deal became official yesterday. 7 years, $182 million. Big one's the largest contract in San Francisco Giants history. And that's a good deal. It's a good deal. The Buster Posey effect taking place right away. And the winter meetings are in full swing. We got Warriors and Rockets a little later today. Emirates NBA Cup quarterfinal. The winner will take on the Oklahoma City Thunder in Las Vegas on Saturday. The loser will play the Dallas Mavericks Sunday. And if the Warriors lose tonight against Houston, which will snap their 15-game winning streak against the Rockets, they'll play Sunday against Klay Thompson and Dallas Mavericks at Chase Center. So winter meetings in full swing in Dallas, Texas when it comes to baseball. You got the Niners getting ready for the L.A. Rams. You got Max Fried signing an 8-year, $218 million deal with the New York Yankees. And I've got issues with him because he just can't stay healthy. He's 30 years old. But he is a great pitcher. He is one of the best pitchers in baseball. But my problem is he just can't stay healthy. 218 big ones for Max Fried. It's wearing pinstripes, Shasky.
It sure feels like, remember when the Giants missed out on Greinke and then they went out and got Cueto and Samardzija?
Yeah.
They used the money that they were going to allocate toward one guy and kind of spread it across the second-tier free agents. Boy, it sure feels like Cashman said, we're not going to spend like drunken sailors, and they immediately pivoted to Fried and spent on him. But look, they need pitching, so this doesn't surprise me.
It's a great rotation.
On paper, absolutely. I like it a lot for them, but I just feel like the baseball's on fire right now with all the moves, and there's so many things going on across the league. You've got obviously the top dogs spending like crazy, and then you have teams like the Houston Astros, and you and I have discussed this regional sports network collapse affecting the business of sports. The Houston Astros are tapering down their payroll, and they've been very vocal about it, saying that, hey, we can't afford a Bregman, for example. We don't know what we're going to do with Framber Valdez. We don't know what we're going to do with Kyle Tucker because we can't afford those guys, and they're coming up for free agency. And because we don't have the revenue from our local television contract, we're probably going to have to move these guys. And I'm sure another part of that, which they don't say out loud, is we also recognize we're probably out of our championship window.
That's what I look. That's the big thing for me is the championship window has closed for the Houston Astros. That's, the regional net, we make great salient points, and that definitely is a factor. But I think if they knew that they had a championship window, they would bite the bullet. They just had a decade-long run.
Oh,
I mean, starting in 2015 when they lost to the Royals, and they were up in that Royals series. Remember they up 6-0 in that game before the Royals come all the way back. They had a decade-long run. It's one of the great runs, and I know it's going to be, people are going to put an asterisk next to it because of the baggy trash cans. Like they're the only team cheating in baseball when all these teams cheated before. But anyway, they won 2 games at Dodger Stadium, so I don't know where the trash cans were a factor there. But they won 2 World Series. They were in multiple ALCSs over and over and over again. And so I think more so the top of the line, they're looking at it saying, do we have a realistic shot at winning another World Series? When we look around the league and we see the Baltimore Orioles ascending in the AL East, and then the Yankees are the Yankees again. And, Tampa Bay's a sneaky team, but you got the Cleveland Guardians who are getting their stuff together. The Kansas City Royals were really good last year. They have a lot of young, upcoming talent. The Tigers, how about the Tigers who just signed our boy Alex Cobb to a $15 million deal for one season?
Alex Cobb.
Yeah, Alex Cobb, baby. Alex Cobb.
I think there's a lot of movement, though. Baseball's on fire right now.
So I think to the point about the Houston Astros, I think they know their window's probably closed, especially when you look at Texas within that division. The Mariners are trying to figure their stuff out, although I don't know what the hell they're doing. Kind of just sitting on their heads right now. So it's a lot of money getting spent to baseball right now. A lot of money.
Well, so I'm looking at it from a Giants perspective. You referenced the shortstop they brought in, and Posey talked for a while yesterday at the meetings, and I was reading the Andrew Baggerly article in The Athletic, and he was saying, hey, look, this team needs like some edge. And I agree with him on that.
Wow. Go figure.
Well, and so he brought in a shortstop who is a grinder, but he plays with an edge. And I think he keeps a lot of his teammates on edge as well. And that's kind of one of the things I was kind of shocked to hear Posey be so direct about it. And I think that's a big change in just how the team is talked about from like the top down. Whenever did you hear Farhan ever discuss like the personality of a player dictating what a team needs in the clubhouse.
I don't even want to talk about Farhan.
I know, but I love
because
this.
The missing element the last few years, swagger,
a soul,
edge, toughness, and an identity.
Yes.
I mean, it was so obvious 3 years in. I mean, so I don't even want to look backwards.
I'm looking forwards. This guy.
I'm looking ahead here with Buster Posey. Here are the stands. You need some toughness.
Yes.
You need some grit. Think about the championship teams the Giants had and all the characters they had. They had some swagger.
Yeah.
Angel Pagan had swag. You know, Freddie Sanchez had some sneaky swag. Marco Scudero, Juan Uribe. You think about Travis Ishikawa, a grinder, gritty, coming over, a career minor leaguer. Ryan Vogelsong, a career minor leaguer. Madison Bumgarner, whether you loved him or hated him, he had an edge to him on that mound. Lincecum was the freak. Yeah, Wilson in the back end there. Javi Lopez to get you out. Every outfield was a character. Posey knew on those championship teams, you had a little bit of everything.
Yep.
You had some swagger, you had some toughness, you had some grittiness, and you had some just characters. That's what makes good baseball teams. And so, right now with Willie Adames, who's going to bring an edge and some swagger, this is the start of something. This is a start. Now, I don't know where the Giants are going to be at when it comes to spring training and who they're going to have here, but obviously the point has been made by Buster Posey. We want swagger. We want edge. Yeah. We want an identity.
Well, and I think that they've improved their everyday lineup just by putting a shortstop who is elite. Now, I don't know if you saw it. The Baggerly article said exactly what I was, I did a deep dive. The guy made all of his errors in a short period of time. I didn't know this. They changed the turf that he played on for however many years at Milwaukee. And he said, hey, some of the spins off this hybrid turf, really got me. And I made 6 errors in like a 3-week span in August and then in late July. And it affected my overall defensive metric numbers. But I think I can be back to where I'm at. Now, he's going to get announced tomorrow, I believe.
Tomorrow, 11:30. We'll carry it live on 95.7 awesome. The game at 11:30. Willie Adames will meet the media. Meet the media at 11:30 tomorrow.
I think right now, they've already upgraded their everyday roster. I don't think they're done. They're far from done. But I think
they can't. They bet not be far from done.
I agree with you. But I do think that they've improved their everyday roster. Left side of the infield is going to be one of the best left sides of the infield in baseball. Defense does matter. It does, especially in our ballpark. And then pitching, because you referenced all the things that the championship teams that Posey had. Pitching was the thing they hung their hat on. Obviously, timely hitting, defense, and the clutch factor, and the grinded out at bats are all part of it. But you got to have pitching. And right now, there's a lot of pitching available. And I look at what the Giants are going after right now. Corbin Burns is still out there. He's a righty, absolute hog. He's a little older. Framber Valdez, who I referenced from the Houston Astros, could be had in a trade. I don't know if I necessarily go that route.
Let me ask you this, though. Are you thinking about trading Harrison? Are you thinking about trading Birdsong? Are you thinking about trading Mason Black? Are you thinking about trading Wisenhunt, who I've heard about for 3 years? I don't even know who he is, but I've heard about him for so long. Would you be willing to part with one of these young pitchers to get a Framber Valdez from the Houston Astros?
I think this goes back to asset allocation. Roki Sasaki, the Giants believe that they kind of are in on him. Not that they're going to be the favorite, but they think they're in on him. A 23-year-old from Japan. He's a phenom. Now, this goes back to the Blake Snell signing. They have the least amount of money because of the Blake Snell signing in international free agency to spend on someone who's under 25 like this, who posts himself to be had in the big. So, again, this is the downfalls of not retaining Blake Snell. Not only do you lose him, not only did you lose a draft pick, you also lose less free agent money for these international free agents. But Roki's saying that the Giants are in. Now, I don't know. Are they top 5, top 6?
I say no to that. I'll push back on that and just say I don't want Rory Sasaki.
A 23-year-old phenom?
I mean, Yamamoto was okay last year.
But you
had
don't have
a great
to give
World Series game, but Yamamoto was hurt for most of the season. I get a little weary with these Japanese.
No, I do too. But Bonte, the over 25 guys, you have to give big money to. The under 25 guys get minor league deals. So it's already locked in how much that guy's going to make. So this, unlike the Yamamoto deal, isn't going to cost you $300 million.
I see this. I'm reading it right now.
Yeah, so it's just kind of a different setup.
I heard the Dodgers were the favorite.
And they might be. I mean, the Dodgers are in on everyone, Bonte.
Yeah, I heard they were the favorite to kind of add him into the rotation. I don't know. I haven't seen him pitch. I have a problem with, guys coming over from Japan and pitching. And look, you've had some success. You have some good success stories. You have still had a lot of bust here. I still want to know what Jung Hoo Lee is from the KBO. You know what I mean? So I would rather go at the Corbin Birds. I like the Framber Valdez angle with the Houston Astros and see what they could do because I'm not sure about Kyle Harrison. Right now, I got Logan Webb. I've got Robbie Ray, who's on the books for $25 million for the next 2 years. I'm okay with Robbie Ray at 33 years old. I think he could be your third or fourth starter,
fine.
and I think he'll be fine as a lefty.
I agree with that.
Can I get Corbin Burns? Can I get Valdez? And can I get one of these young pitchers to pop in? Hayden Burns? Pick one. Posey may have to pick one. It may be Kyle Harrison, it may be Birdsong, it may be Winston Hunt, maybe Mason Black. But you're going to have to pick one here moving forward. And there's a lot on the table here. There's still some more hitting out there. There's still a lot of pitch. I think there's going to be something happening today as well down there in Dallas, Texas.
So we won't find out about Roki Sasaki until January 15th. That's like the posting date. And I don't know. We'll see. That's a wait and see. My point that I'm going at is Burns is out there. Valdez could be had via a trade. There are still other starters available. And then the question is, to your point, you've got pieces. I think you could swing a big deal here. I really do. I think that they're in a position of some strength here. They have a lot of minor league players that I don't know where they fit in. Like Casey Schmidt. If they lose Bregman, is there a combination of Casey Schmidt, Grant McCrary, Wisenhunt, Doval? Would Houston entertain that for the lefty or for Kyle Tucker? Would they entertain something like that? Are they looking for a center field replacement? Do they want a Jung-Hoo Lee? I think the Giants do have some pieces. I don't know
the Giants would trade Jung-Hoo Lee a year after signing him?
Is that a buster guy? I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. I you guys tell me.
I think it's still wait and see, don't you?
You know how I feel about Jung-Hoo Lee?
I think you're skeptical.
I'm very, very skeptical.
And I think that's the right point of view.
Because I didn't see a lot of speed. I saw 2 stolen bases, and I saw him get caught stealing twice. I saw him running to 7 walls. I saw him have a low OPS.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's a great story, and he became a fan favorite because we had nothing out here. But I don't know. Is he a buster guy? Are the Giants in on him? Would they try to flip him? Because that contract, there's a lot of escalators here. It bumps up big time here.
Yeah.
That money kicks in this year. So I don't know. I don't know what Jung-Hoo Lee is.
Well, I just think that they have guys. Like I look at the Luciano, Luis Matos, even Wisenhunt to a degree. They're kind of stymied right now, and they don't really have a spot on the big league team, and they're kind of just waffling in what I would call, I don't know, 4A ball. Like they're not AAA players, but they're certainly not major leaguers either. Do they have any value? And if you don't have a spot for them, I think now is the offseason to flip those guys. So if you don't land a Corbin Burns, do you swing a deal? Are you more inclined to swing a deal for a pitcher?
Probably. Corbin Burns, 30 years old. He's out there. I'm surprised Baltimore's not in on him. You got Jake Flaherty, Kyle Gibson, Justin Verlander at 42 years old. He's probably going to sign a cheap deal with somebody.
He's still intriguing to me. I know. I can't give him up.
He can still deal.
That's what I'm saying.
He can still give you 5 innings. He's going to deal with some injuries here and there, but what's going to happen with him? What's going to happen with Clayton Kershaw, who's 37 years old? Is he still pitching?
The Giants going after Kershaw?
Max Scherzer, 40 years old.
See, I still think Scherzer's got a little something.
Patrick Corbin, you want to bring him back to the NL West?
The worst.
No, I know. He's
one of the worst contracts in the history of baseball.
Well, we had, there's a thing 3 years ago, and it basically, it lingered. Patrick Corbin Day for gamblers. Whenever Patrick Corbin pitched, it was like, oh, yes, it's Patrick Corbin Day. Make sure you put the Nationals or the other team's team run line, or you bet against Patrick Corbin every single game, put him in a parlay, whatever you want to do there. Your boy Ross Stripling's available here. But, I want to go back to something here with the homegrown talent, because that's what made the Giants World Series champions.
Absolutely.
Developing homegrown talent. I see a lot of things about first base, whether it's Pete Alonso or Christian Walker, and you can steal Christian Walker from Arizona. But how ready is Bryce Eldridge? Because one of the things that I think the Niners really whiffed on with Trey Lance is I would have started him from day one to see what he had. You didn't. He didn't play. The rest is history. I want Bryce Eldridge to play from day one. I want him to play from day one. Opening day, you want to get Giants fans fired up. All right, you signed Willie Adames. You got Matt Chapman. You have Elliot Ramos. I want Bryce Eldridge up on opening day. They whipped on Casey Smith like this. He was the best player in spring training. You go to Yankee Stadium, you tell Casey Smith, yeah, you're going to start off in AAA. Now, he may not even be good. He may not ever be good, and he hasn't had good at-bats. Once he got off to the hot start, he faded hard. It felt like he faded right after George Contos joined us and told us about his swing rate. It was like, wait, what? And then he faded off. We never heard from him again. But Bryce Eldridge, if he's the real deal, And everybody's gung-ho about him. You are, Will Clark. Everybody's gung-ho about him. Now I'm getting excited about him. 6'7", got power. Why not? Can we start it from day one? Give him first base from day one. This is your spot.
I would love that. But I would also say to you that I still think you could bring in a right-hander, and this is why I think Goldschmidt's such a great fit. Don't you want a guy like Paul Goldschmidt giving the tutelage on a daily basis of how to be a big leaguer to a guy like Eldridge? And
that's what I got Chapman for.
No, but because
that's what I got. That's what I have.
You can have some combination of Goldschmidt and Eldridge at first every day, and the other guys DHing. It's a long season. There's a lot of ups and downs.
I hear that.
I that's what I would do, because I still think that a 1-year deal for Paul Goldschmidt as he kind of like passes the baton to a young man like him. I understand your point. When I look at the Padres, I can't unsee Fernando Tatis Jr. at 19 years old starting at shortstop every single day.
And Jackson Merrill.
I was just going to get to that. Jackson Merrill this last year, to me, was the rookie of the year. Like, I think he was. When you play every single day, I know what the pitcher in Pittsburgh did was outstanding, Paul Skeens. But Jackson Merrill starting every single day, you empower a young player, and you say, this is your position. Go. Let's go. And both those guys at 19, 20 years old, I'm talking about Tatis and Jackson Merrill, they're better for it years later. Jackson Merrill, 21 years old right now.
They started from day one.
Had a monster season.
Day one. Paul Goldschmidt, 37 years old.
I know
Depends
it's not
on the
the sexiest
Depends
move.
on him. No, he's a great move 5 years ago. Last year, his last 2 years, his numbers just dipped dramatically. Can he have another season, a lightning in a bottle type season coming back to the NOS? Maybe. Depends on the money. I'm not as opposed to it as I was, say, 2 months ago. But if we're going to go for a right-handed bat and get a guy here, why not try to go for the polar bear?
Well, it just feels like he's going to make a tremendous amount of money. And let's just say hypothetically in this scenario, if you're spending $250 on Corbin Burns, you probably don't have $250 to spend on Pete Alonso. You do have to be fiscally responsible.
Yeah, no doubt. But Peter, I'll warm up the Goldschmidt in the part-time role. 22 home runs last season, 65 RBIs, 25 the year before, 80 RBIs, batted .268 2 years ago, batted .245 last year. The OPS sunk to .716. Maybe it's just an outlier. Maybe he needs to get out of St. Louis. Maybe he needs a change of scenery. We'll see about that. So, by the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances, in-live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands at Lathrop. Anthony Slater will join us at 8:30. I believe he was in OKC last night as they beat up on the Dallas Mavericks. That is a really, really good basketball team. Ryan Hollins, color analyst for the Houston Rockets. They've lost 15 straight to the Golden State Warriors. 15 straight. Well, that streak snapped today for the Warriors. Do you even want, do you want another Clay game on Sunday? Or do you want to go to Vegas and play OKC? You want another Clay game? Or do you want to go to Vegas, Shasky?
I want to win a cup.
You want to win a cup?
Yeah, like the old Camp Crusader days when they used to give out gold cups.
You want to hit the slot machines in Vegas?
Why
All right,
not?
Let's do it. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by the California Lottery? More sports. We're going to talk sports for 4 hours.
If you're looking for Home run from Willie Adames. A 3-2 pitch. You could tell that Logan Webb was getting towards the end of his rope, getting tired. Left one hanging over the middle, and Willie Adames punishes it and gives the Brewers a 4-3 lead.
Hey, yo, it's Zucci, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
All right, Zucci, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Obviously, the Comcast Business Text Line brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Shout out to everybody on the Comcast Business Text Line, including Zucci, Maine. That was Willie Adames, one of his big home runs. He had 13 three-run home runs last year. And as Doug Russell told us yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game, he's a host out there in 97.3 in Milwaukee. And he texts me, super good dude, glue of the Brewers clubhouse, awesome teammate. The Giants got a good one. Good player, but his baseball IQ and intangibles are off the charts. So it's a good player. This is Buster Posey all over. When you think of Buster Posey, good IQ, hard-nosed player, glue at the clubhouse. 7 years, $182 million. I don't think Giants fans care about the money. I just think Giants fans are happy they finally landed a free agent. Wow. Finally, and no options either. We're not talking Mitch Henniger, player options. We're not talking Robbie Ray, Carlos Rodon. Got Mitch Henniger, though. Got Mitch Henniger.
I'm very excited for this. I'm really excited for this player. Defense wins. I don't care what level it is in baseball. You got to have defense. But in particular, if you're going to play at AT&T Park, your shortstop can't be booting the ball. And I thought that Tyler Fitzgerald, about halfway through the season when they put him at shortstop, he did an admirable job trying to play the position, but he's just not. I didn't think he was a natural short, which is fine. But it cost him a lot. I mean, think of how many games that they blew in the 7th inning or later just because they couldn't. Instead of getting 2 outs, they only got 1. Instead of getting an out at first or getting the force up the middle or whatever, the inning gets extended, and then somebody else comes through and drives in a run. And those are backbreaking. And I just think that having the defense short up the middle, there's a premium of that. And then having a leadership quality added to that, which we know Matt Chapman is not going to be a guy that's going to like rah-rah the troops. He kind of is lead by example guy.
He's fiery, though.
No, he is.
One thing we didn't discuss with Chapman, the Instagram photo where he had the caption "Snake" when Blake Snell signed his deal with the Dodgers. You don't remember that? You didn't see that?
I must have missed it. I don't follow him.
No, you love it. You didn't see that?
I don't follow him on Instagram.
Okay, yeah, no, it was posted all over Twitter. Right?
Interesting. Okay, no, I missed that.
But that tells me right there, Chapman wants to smoke. Chapman's a giant. Chapman's trying to reignite this rivalry, saying, hey, we're going to be around. And maybe Chapman wasn't lying when he signed his extension. Remember what he said? I got players texting me right now. They want in on this. Because probably Chapman sent the text saying, you don't have to worry about Farhan Zaidi. He not going to be here.
By the way, that was a fake Matt Chapman account.
Oh, that was a fake Chapman account? Oh, man, I got duped. I didn't retweet it.
I wanted that to be true.
I didn't retweet it. But people, The internet is good. How do they do that?
Yeah, you hate when you get ball sacked like that.
Yeah, how do they do that, though? On Instagram. There's some talented folks out there, man.
I have it on, look, I'm not pretending to be some, like, newsbreaker. I'm not. I've heard through the grapevine, okay, this is reckless speculation, all right? We almost need, like, a sounder for this reckless speculation. Yeah, exactly.
A butcher's tale?
What is it?
A butcher's tale?
I like that. That they didn't even offer Blake Snell anything, and Blake Snell was like miffed by it and like shocked. It's like, Blake, we know you didn't really enjoy your time here. You were like beefing with the training staff, and I don't know, like Blake Snell is an odd guy. He's a great pitcher when he's on. He's awesome. They're just very odd. There clearly wasn't a fit on both ends, and he's like miffed that the Giants didn't offer him. It's like, dude, you're a mercenary. We get it. You were going to the highest bidder, and good luck in L.A.
Thanks for the time.
Yeah, like I don't really have any negative feelings, but I think he does. I really do. I think Blake's a little ticked.
Yeah, well, you know what? We'll worry about Blake in that Dodgers rotation.
No, they're going to be amazing.
Those numbers, when he was on, I mean, he threw that no-hitter, and he had a stretch that the Giants were like, damn.
But you know what my strategy would be against him?
Just take pitches.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And just get that pitch count up.
Take pitches. Over and over and over. Over and over and over again.
But, you know, the more and more I'm thinking about this, Bonte, when it comes to the Giants, I think they're in a really good position right now. Now, you got to actually do stuff, right? You have to actually swing deals. You can't just sit here and hold all your chips. That's what they did for 6 years. They just kept sitting here and sitting here, and they never made a deal.
Well,
so I'm talking about a trade.
It couldn't close.
No, that too. But I'm looking at, they actually have an opportunity. Now, the reason why I think the Astros are the team that I'd be trying to poach is they clearly want controllable assets who are young, and they want a lot of them. And they know that not all of them are going to hit. The Astros are a very smart organization.
They want to reset everything.
Kyle Tucker is in the final year before he hits free agency. He's 27 right now. He'll be 28 in the next couple of months. And then Framber Valdez is 31, and he's going to be a free agent after next year. These are two guys. I would try to get both of them. And then just with Framber, like, I don't know if you sign him right away to some sort of a deal. Maybe you just let him play it out.
Write it out.
But Kyle Tucker's a guy I would extend. Left-handed, power back, can play the corner outfield spots.
You got to do that right away.
And on a team that right now has two righties locked up with another righty in Elliot Ramos, I think you need another left-handed power outfield bat. Kyle Tucker, to me, is the ultimate, let's bring him in, let's extend him. I would surrender Luciano. I would surrender Matos. If they want Camilo Duvall, I'd certainly probably add that to sweeten the pot if I had to. I'm sure they're going to want a pitcher. Maybe it's Mason Black, who you referenced earlier, or Carson Wisenhunt. This is the kind of deal, to me, you swing the deal for the guy, you have the checkbook ready for him. That's the kind of outfielder I would love to add. If you told me that they come out of this offseason with some combination of their shortstop for the next 6 years, your third baseman for the next 6 years, and a corner outfielder for the next 6 years, what an incredible offseason.
Kyle Tucker's an amazing player. An amazing, amazing player. That would be a haul. That would be, you get Kyle Tucker in this outfield. Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. That is a blockbuster move. And you may be able to get another asset alongside Kyle Tucker.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that? If the Astros are going to go all in on a fire sale, they're going to go all in. Call me crazy. But it doesn't hurt to ask, right?
Oh,
it doesn't hurt to ask.
Closed mouths don't get fed in the Shasky household, so you better talk up.
Well, that's just in life, right? Jose Altuve is 35 years old. You need a second baseman. He's 35 years old. I know he's got some baggage with the whole Houston Astros treaty thing or whatnot, and he signed. He signed through the next 4 years, $32.5 billion, $32.5 billion, $12.5 billion. The Astros may be looking to say, we want to get off of Altuve. You go in on Kyle Tucker, they may say, hey, we got to give Altuve. We're blowing it all up.
To staple it with the money. I've told you, the regional sports networks, they're tapering their spending.
Now I got second base clear.
I'd be open to that. Now
I got Kyle Tucker. So there are avenues here, but the fact is that the Giants are very, very active this offseason. So I don't know what they're going to do. They're taking the first step. And I'm interested in that presser tomorrow with Buster Posey. How active are they going to continue to be? What are they looking for? Are they still looking for pitching? Are they looking to deal Duvall? Where's Luciano at? Where's the farm system at? Does Buster Posey believe in a farm system that Farhan helped build? Because I don't even know where the rankings are at when it comes to the Giants. So I don't hear anybody bragging about the Giants farm system no more.
Well, it feels like some of the guys that were highly touted, Luis Matos, Luciano's, they've kind of fallen out of favor, specifically with the Giants. I do know this. You're talking about second base, and I just want to look, this is going to sound absurd, and you'll laugh at me. Altuve is a Hall of Famer. He's one of the great second basemen of all time. Forget the last 40 years, like of all time. They do really like Tyler Fitzgerald. I know that. I know that they really like him. And that sounds ridiculous, and I get where you're coming. But they really like his tools. They like his upside. They really like him. But in a deal like that, how can you turn down the excellence of someone like Altuve? The guy is a winner.
I don't know. It feels like Buster Posey wants to compete right away. Right away. But maybe the Astros do sit tight. We'll see about them. They did win the division. They had a slew of injuries. And they won the AL West again. So I don't know what Jim Crane, the owner of the Astros, are going to do. I don't know what they're going to do down there when it comes to Kyle Tucker. They are a team to watch, no doubt about it. No doubt they're a team to watch. But I don't know what they're going to do. Will they really trade? Kyle Tucker's a hell of a player.
Shocking, isn't it?
He's a hell of a player.
Their theory is like, hey, we want to keep Yordan Alvarez, and they've allowed players to leave before. Their center fielder left. Springer, and then Correa left.
It was a smart deal.
Yeah, like they're a very well-run organization.
Yordan Alvarez is a baller.
I love him.
Doobie Awards coming December 20th. So take the day off now. Again, take the day off. Friday, December 20th. It's going to be a lot of fun. All the roasters are invited. We're going to have a lot of fun giving out some awards, drink, food. I got told what the menu was. You know what? If you haven't taken a day off yet, I know how I can entice people to come.
Give me the meat.
Food brings everybody. I'll give you the meat.
Whoa.
Stuffed chicken breast.
What?
Lobster linguine.
Lobster?
Omelets. Biscuits. Chicken.
Holy cannoli.
You name it.
It's crazy.
The menu is insane. I got told what the menu was yesterday. 5-star meals. 5-star meals.
Give me the meat.
Come out and party with us. Let's go. I put a video out on the internet this morning just to get everyone fired up. I might do the Gilly and just do that every day. Just put out a video every day leading up to it.
Wally and Gilly?
Yeah.
You're made for that.
What?
You're made for that.
What, videos?
Yeah.
Yeah, you wait till the one I put out later on this afternoon.
Oh, what's that?
I don't know. I might just have the Maverick doors wide open and just blasting some music, dancing.
You do that.
The boy doesn't know the zone as well as you
coming
do,
right out of 88th Street, what is it, the touchless car wash?
I don't even know what he's talking about, man.
Little Broadmoor action.
Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity.
He ruined your zone.
From the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Tony Stockdown, man. She may have blown the Heisman or the Roaster of the Year award. What's coming on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We will get the Warriors, I promise. We'll get to the Niners as well. McVay, Shanahan, does that do anything for anybody? We'll get to that coming up here on the Roast.
Boxer and Gerson.
All right, Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
Just watching a great bit from Jim Gaffigan during the break about parenting and how, we think it's hard early on. Oh, man, we're burping the baby. We're not getting sleep. They're throwing up all over us. You're cleaning them up. They get sick. You clean them up, and then they become toddlers. And Shasta, you haven't got there yet, but then you get the toddlers. And you never know when a tantrum's going to happen. You never know when they're just going to act a fool in the grocery store. So Jim Gaffigan said, and he's so right about that. The toddler stage is just like, oh, my gosh, what's in store now? And then he says, God's watching from up above. And he says, cue the hormones. And you're thinking, this is a big mistake.
I've been coaching the 11, 12, 13, 14-year-old bracket for quite some time. Oh, my God. With the cell phones and the social media and the delusion and the video games, the TikTok and all, it's that age. Oh my God.
Well, we both have daughters, Joe Spadoni, and I think about the teenage years quite often.
Brother, I'm just trying to avoid an argument because she said she wants pancakes at 8 o'clock at night. I was like, no, we're not doing that. And then she just has a meltdown.
Yeah,
what am I supposed to do there? I'm not giving her pancakes.
Does he cross the arms? Does he cross the arms?
She starts taking off her clothes and screams. So there you go.
Yeah, it becomes it's an adventure. It's an adventure. She'll ask me over. I mean, baby Chaz is not a baby no more. That's for
She'll always be the baby.
She'll always be the baby. She's not a baby no more, man. She is.
My mom says that about my brother to this day. I'm like, he's freaking 40.
Well, she calls him a baby?
Come on.
That's her baby?
He'll always be my baby. That's the ugliest baby I've ever seen.
Yeah, you leave Deli Boy alone, man.
Facts,
Deli Boy got 3 of them. 3 of them things. 3 of them babies. I don't know how he does it. 3 babies.
He doesn't know how he does it.
Oh, man. Poor guy. This segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Shasky and Lubman are feeling frisky because we got a Pandora's box today. Got a Pandora's box, so go ahead and hit it, fellas. Hit me with the Pandora's box. Oh, we don't even have it ready.
All right, Bonte, are you ready to have a little fun?
I'm having fun already. We're talking baseball.
The theme of today's show is free agency, trades, acquisitions, money, baseball winter meetings. Hit me with the first one, Spadoni.
This sounds like a track from an 80s movie.
Oh, well, maybe you're in the right decade.
All
now,
right.
This person was married to Sean Penn, Guy Ritchie.
Yeah, she got around the block, huh? Not quite J-Lo, but...
Pre-J-Lo.
Pre-J-Lo.
From Michigan. Many different versions of this particular individual artist.
Is this Madonna?
Ding, ding, ding. Is Buster Posey a material girl? Is he looking for a material girl out there as he's shopping? Good job.
Yeah,
do you know
Madonna.
that song? That's like MTV, like 80s.
That's one of her favorites. She was out here. Madonna did back-to-back shows out here chasing her. Was that earlier this year? I think it was earlier this year. It could have been late last year.
It was over the summer, I believe.
Over,
yeah.
So, yeah.
She played a bunch of Madonna songs that day.
No, it was during basketball season because I remember they were all out there. No, was it? Because we did a show out there during basketball season. It was a Madonna show, and they had all the costumes on or whatnot. Yeah, Madonna got around the block. You want to talk about, boy, J-Lo's got nothing on her. Dennis Rodman, Haitian Jack. Madonna.
Knock the hustle. Good for her.
Hey, I'm not mad at her. Get it how you live.
Just a material girl.
If you say so.
Back when MTV showed music videos.
Yeah, they don't do that no more.
Our next group. Let's do this.
MTV, wait, hold on, real quick, before we, what happened to MTV? I've not, I've
Reality.
clicked on MTV.
Reality happened.
The Real World.
Yeah, The Real World. But like,
No, like literally, that was the show that happened to it, The Real World.
Yeah, no, I know, but I understand that. The
Now
Real
it's
World.
all about the
I watch
Real
The Real
World
World. But like,
Road
what do they
challenges.
air on their program? Like,
Challenges.
what is their programming? Is this all challenges now?
challenges.
It's all dating shows.
Yeah.
It's
My
Jersey
wife loves
Shore
the challenges.
reunion.
Yeah.
It's all
Rob
reality.
still Robin Big? They were on MTV,
Well,
right?
R.I.P. Big, but
They
I
still
think
R.I.P.
show.
Big.
What's the rerun show? that
What's
they
the
do?
rerun show? They have-
Ridiculousness.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's
there you go.
always
They
on.
got
Which
the,
is
they
just
got
a
the
Tosh
lady and the
Point
black
knockoff.
dude on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't tuned into MTV and damn, it's been years. I used to love that channel. All right, anyway.
We all did.
I didn't know what they aired.
And then it kind of turned into VH1, which turned into reality television, basically. All right, next group, Pandora's Box. Now, this group's from San Francisco, Bonte.
Are they?
Yep. Barry Goldberg's one of the keyboard people. Roy Ruby.
Huey and the Blowfish.
Huey and the Blowfish.
Is that a
you
band?
combined two different groups.
All right.
Please save that for all. That is all
Huey and the
time.
Blowfish.
Who?
Who's Huey and the Blowfish?
Well, it's
That's
Huey
Darius
Lewis.
Rucker is the lead singer there, and I believe
And
he's from.
and that's Hootie and the
Yeah,
Blowfish.
Oh, Hootie and the Blowfish. Yeah, that's right. Hootie. They were popular like in the early 90s, right?
Oh, they were very popular. He has reemerged as a country singer.
Oh, has he?
Oh, yeah, he's awesome,
So is that
actually.
the thing now?
Yeah.
When in doubt, go country?
But he was kind of Florida country already.
Yeah, apparently they. I'm just getting on this because
The
I heard the
Wagon Wheel,
song.
he redid it.
Yeah, did you guys hear that they redid Jaquan's "Everybody in the Club Getting Tipsy"?
No.
They did a country version of it.
No.
Yeah.
Now I need to hear that.
And it's like nominated for a Grammy. We'll get to it.
Well, I got to get to that.
Yeah, it's
So what's
I'm
this
very
phenomenon with? So Beyonce came out with the country album. Everybody's coming out with country. Black folks are. I mean, I know black because I've been to a country concert, and let me tell you, as a single guy going to a country concert, you could do a lot worse. For
Bonte,
yourself.
my God.
Rap and pop country are very similar.
Yeah, they've intertwined. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But it just seems like lately, when in doubt, let's make a country album.
Yeah.
Like country's never been more popular. It's like
Luke
having
Combs,
a renaissance
baby.
right now.
Yeah, Zach
like,
Bryan.
Garth Brooks went around for a while, had to all.
Oh, that's way old.
That's way old. But
Yeah.
then, dude, this country
Taylor
concert.
Swift was a country singer.
The country concerts. Country, oh my gosh.
Bonte's going country.
Hey, Nelly and Tim McGraw. Come on.
We need the Bonte album of him going country. That's what we need. Bonte sings the hits.
For all the single guys or the single gals.
The acoustics album.
The Country Road with the King.
I
Country
like
Road.
that a lot.
Hey, listen. The women and
Okay, do you know what this is? Take the Money and Run. Do you
yeah, I
know
don't
the
know.
band?
I have no idea.
The Steve Miller Band. Have you ever heard of them?
Steve Miller Band. Have I heard of the Steve
Fly
Miller
Like an
Band?
Eagle.
Oh, that's their song?
They've got a lot
I've
of
heard
songs.
Fly Like an Eagle.
They've
Okay,
got
yeah.
hits.
All right, perfect.
The Joker.
Yeah. No, Fly Like an Eagle.
No,
Fly Like an Eagle.
Oh my
That's
God.
Steve Miller Band?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Good deal.
They
I
got
that one
so
wrong.
many hits. Steve
that
Miller
one
Band,
wrong.
amazing. Saw them at the Fillmore way back in the day. Classic group. Highly recommend them. So you didn't get that one. Here's another one. Now, this is going MTV for you, Bonte, because I know you brought up MTV and I think you're excited about them. Play this one for me, Spadoni. Next one. You're 1 for 1. So, I want my MTV.
It sounds like depression music, man.
No, dog, this one hits, bro. You
Sounds
want to talk
like-
about 80s?
So it sounds like I'm in a dark room, like holding myself, like, oh my
Like
gosh.
Jamiroquai?
My life is crashing down. Oh my gosh, what
Let
am I
it
gonna
hit.
do?
Do you have any guesses?
No, this song? I've never heard this in my life. All right, I need to hit it. Dude, this sounds like I'm on psychedelics.
I can't believe you don't know this song.
It feels like you need to be on psychedelics to
This is
listen
like
to
a
this.
top 20 classic best videos of all time in the history of MTV.
Music video?
Well, the music video, because it kind of pioneered music videos. This, Thriller.
What the hell is this?
There's a handful
What
of
the
them.
hell is this?
Oh my God, the song's 8 minutes long. I just saw that.
Yeah, you were supposed
who
to
is
speed it up
this?
to the part where
Yeah, well, I didn't know. I don't think I've
I
heard
know
this
you're
song
playing
before.
this.
Why
I
are you
have no-
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm lost on this one.
Are you kidding
Look
me?
at them yo-yos. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. I'm from
That's-
Filmo, man. You think this was bumping in Filmo, man?
Money for nothing and your chicks for free? This has got Bonte written all over it.
Wait, say that line
He's a
again?
family man.
Turn it up.
Yeah, no, don't play me like that. Yeah, I've never heard this before. Who is this? You heard this before, Spadoni?
Are you kidding me? You guys have never heard this?
Spadoni never heard
I've
it.
never
You
heard
heard
the
it London
song.
before?
If I have,
I've heard this
Money for
song.
Nothing? Dire Straits?
Who is it?
Dire Straits.
Dire Straits?
You've never heard this song?
No, I never heard it.
Am I the one who's wrong here? Sam, have you heard this song?
No, I've heard this song. I'm familiar with Dire Straits. They got the Walk of Life, too. You know, they got some good ones.
They do have
Mark Knopfler, man. He's pretty good.
Money for Nothing and Your Chicks for Free. Bonte, I thought you'd be all over that.
Well, Jay-Z had the girls, but, we can't really talk about Jay-Z during these days. We'll see. It's an accusation.
I'm not shocked that Bonte isn't a Dire Straits guy.
Yeah, are you really shocked?
I'm not that blown away by it.
All right, let's go to the last one.
Are you shocked, really? Technical difficulties.
We're having some technical.
No, well, because I went to go get the song that I just referenced, so
Yeah,
that's the one I thought we were going to go to here. But we can go to this one anyways because you guys are all familiar with Jaquan's, of
course,
Everybody. It's not everybody. It's Everybody in the club getting tipsy, right, Bonte? And as you know, teen drinking is very bad. But Jaquan had a fake
I never
ID.
did that.
So there you go. Never, ever.
Yeah, I didn't drink until I was 21.
There you go. Because you guys are good people, right? The king hath decreed. All right, you got to be 21 or older.
Lead by example.
There you go.
Lead by example.
But
you're a Chapman kind of a guy.
Shabuzi, I guess. Like, is this his only hit?
Shabuzi. Yeah, this guy. What did he?
Who is this?
Was he at Thanksgiving?
He did he did halftime at the Lions game.
Yeah, Lions game. Yeah, Shabuzi.
I had no idea
the
who
brother.
he was.
I was like, damn, another brother's doing country.
So, this is it.
I already like it.
Of course you do.
Red Dead Redemption. I feel like I'm like coming in on my horse. So he auto-tuned it. Hey, this hits, though. I'm not going to lie. This hits.
This was like the hot song of the summer.
Was it? I guess I missed it. Hey, this
Bonte's nodding along. I think he likes it.
Thanksgiving, I was like, wow. I was blown away. I actually watched the halftime show. Usually halftime, I do whatever I got to do, and I get away from the game.
Well, Jack Harlow easily had the worst halftime performance of all time last year.
Big Sean was online too, but he did it a couple years before that. But
hey, that song hits.
I watched it. I was like, damn.
A bar song by Shabuzi.
Yeah, no, it's a banger.
Well, I'm going to put it on my playlist right now.
It's a banger.
I guess, I don't know if you saw, he tweeted out after the show, like, I was singing this song in front of 250 people last year. Now I'm singing it on Thanksgiving in the NFL a year later.
That's pretty cool.
He's had a pretty fast rise. I don't know a whole lot about him, but it's the bit I do know is
pretty cool.
What happened to the other brother who was doing country? He did country 3 years ago.
Lil Nas X?
Yeah, Lil Nas X.
He had the one song, and then he got pretty poppy after that.
Was good.
It was very good. It was Old Town Road.
Old Town Road.
Yeah.
With Billy Ray Cyrus,
he's
right?
not country anymore?
He did that first hit, and I think he's more mainstream pop now. Yeah.
Crossed over, dude.
Crossed over. Listen to 95.7 Game, KGMZ, FM and HU1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always
This
live
one
on
was
the
such
free
a
Odyssey.
hitter. This is that St. Louis era.
The country song's actually better than the original.
It might be.
The video was very interesting.
I just don't think a lot of people, kids listening to this, don't realize that's not ripping it off, but that's the original song.
I'm with, we're up the Russian River, and I'm playing the Luke Combs Fast Car song, and Emma, Jim's daughter's like, wait a minute, this was a song by someone else? I go, yes, by Tracy Chapman, a woman. What? I go, yeah. She had no idea.
Tracy Chapman version, better still to me. Yeah.
Actually, the duet is incredible between them. I think it was at the Grammys. Absolutely incredible. Not bad, Bonte.
408 says, Comcast Business Text Line, good morning, y'all. I've had the Sam Miller Band Greatest Hits CD in the car since 2017. So he's still listening to CDs. CDs he's still listening to. Buddy for Nothing, best lead-in for a rock song ever. That is Uncle Gene, the reigning roaster of the year.
I love you, Uncle Gene. I don't love that you and I are on the same page when it comes to our musical taste. Maybe I'm getting up there. Maybe I'll be Uncle Joe.
Hey, everybody has good taste, man. Everybody has the same taste. It's all good. Don't be bother Uncle G. Uncle G is got rhythm, man. He almost won Freestyle of the Year. I mean, they improv the song with pots and pans. Him and Auntie Jan. I mean, come on. That was impressive stuff. That was very impressive.
I'm a little. I was a little in shock.
Now, if someone wants to turn "Hit 'Em Up" by Tupac into a country song, that would impress me.
That would be impressive. GP2 joined Willard and Dips yesterday. Wow.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Anyway,
My fault.
This is Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We'll get to the Warriors in a little bit, but Deebo Samuel made the rounds this week, and, you know, he had to tweet saying, "I'm not cooked. I'm basically not getting the ball." I'm paraphrasing.
I'm not cooked.
Deebo sat there.
I should put that tweet out too. I'm not cooked. I'm just working on my takes.
Yeah.
I'm not getting my mic touches.
Hopefully you don't get the community notes on that one.
Oh, man. I remember.
Well, I might be cooked when I put a video out with no audio.
Nah, that's fine. It made the video better. God, Lord knows we didn't need you screaming on a Saturday with your mom in the background.
I wasn't even screaming.
Even your mom, Noreen looked like, dude, what is going on with you?
She peeps behind his shoulder.
Right.
That was great.
Behind his shoulder, and I just see Shasky's jaws moving so intense. I was like, I don't need that on a Saturday.
I thought she was going to add her own take about Adamas.
No, I think she was just looking at Joe like, dude, are you insane? Drive the damn car. You're doing a video about Willie Adamas. We're on the way to a funeral, damn it. And he's yelling, I didn't need the sound. That's how like, I felt like you were talking. I was like, all right, I'm going to put the video down because he's yelling at me.
I was excited, and I wasn't even yelling. I was just talking.
And then Charles said, well, you don't understand. When you're talking and you're looking, you have this look where it's like, man, that guy's like, so after the Denver Nuggets game, you posted a video, and I say, hey, Bully, come here. Check this out. This is what I deal with in the mornings. Right?
I was calm in that video.
Oh.
I was calm.
No, Bully's looking at me like this.
Energy, man.
Tell him get some sleep, dude.
No, that's how we operate.
Without sleep.
To each their own.
Without sleep. Yeah, trust me. I'm looking at my sleep numbers, man. Oh, my God. They're atrocious. Deebo Samuel was asked about his tweets yesterday, and he held court for about 4 minutes. A lot of short answers, including this one.
Care to expand on your feelings or what you wanted to convey with that?
I mean, you read what you read. A little frustrated for sure.
You read what you read. A little frustrated for sure while chewing gum. And it was just
He's had a rough year.
He's had a rough year, man.
It's just there's the bigger picture to me is that, man, is this how he's going to go out as a Niner? Like, wow, man, that just sucks because he brought a lot of great memories. I mean, we've come a long way with Deebo. We were chanting Deebo. Whoa. I mean, the whole stadium knew he was getting the ball in Green Bay, and half his arm is hanging off of his forearm because he's just gashed it from the week prior and dragging this team across the finish line, and we're ready to just clip this guy and send him out. It's just, I don't know, man. I know sports can be cruel, and I know we do this to some of our legends at times, but it's, oh, man, it sucked to watch. And look, he's not an empathetic figure because he's said and done and performed a way that I think has turned a lot of people off for a variety of reasons. But, boy, this doesn't sit well with me. This whole season for him.
I mean, some people can handle losing, some can't. You had the young man from Michigan, Mr. Mullins, who said, some people know how to accept losing, some people don't. Now, I'm probably more personally in the more Deebo Samuel camp. I don't like losing. I'm a sore-ass loser. I'll admit it on the front end. I'm a sore loser. I don't like losing. I hate it. Connect Four, Monopoly, I don't like losing. College football, NCAA football on my sticks, I cannot. I give up a long touch. I'm like, damn it, what the hell happened? I'm watching replays, trying to rectify it. I'm a sicko like that. Deebo Samuel, obviously, losing hurts. And when you feel like you're not contributing in these losses, or if you think you're not getting the opportunity to contribute, which, I will push back on because I feel like they're looking for him, but Shanahan loves him. He wants the ball. And I'm glad that he wants the ball. It just stinks. It kind of is a microcosm of what's gone on this season. So is he going to get clipped? Is he going to, be on the 49ers next season? I'm hearing mixed reports that he may be back. Who knows? Maybe he restructures. I have no idea what's going to happen in the offseason. But it's been a disappointing year for everybody, including Deebo Samuel. So, He wasn't in the mood to talk. I'm glad he did talk. I didn't like the optics of him talking, chewing the gum, just kind of giving short answers and kind of just, it was just weird. It was strange.
But like going back to August, remember he came into camp in the best shape of his life. Like, I don't get it. And here's the other thing. Like, the guy did have a serious medical condition where he
had the pneumonia.
He was hospitalized, and that is legit. Like, that is absolutely legit. And it just feels like the tolerance level from a lot of the fans is zero.
Are we surprised about the fans?
No.
Because I do want to know one day how people fan, and I'm not enjoying how this generation is fanning. Like, it's really sickening to see to hear just some of the things people talk about our legends. Like, I look at Klay Thompson, the way people talked about him, the way people talk about Debo, even Jimmy. Jimmy was a good Niner. Whether we love it, whether we love this play, we weren't relevant until Jimmy arrived from New England. And he helped make this franchise relevant.
Jimmy just makes me smile. I like to laugh about all the Jimmy moments.
Right, yeah, but we like to laugh, but he was a good Niner. Yes. Some of our best moments in the last 5 years, Jimmy had a hand in it. So, I don't know. Here's George Kittle real quick on Debo's tweets.
Debo's one of our best playmakers, and while he might not have all the stats to show for it this year, touchdowns, stuff like that, he's had a couple ones called back. He's been fantastic for us on kickoff return. And, I thought Debo actually, against the Bears, the opportunities that he had, like, he was trying to make the most of them. And unfortunately, for a couple of those, they had better calls into the plays that we called. And whether it was some type of pressure, some type of how they switched their defense up, or, we didn't execute those blocks for him in the ways that we should have. But, to me, Debo's very close to just breaking it wide open. So I'm very excited for him this Thursday because I think he's going to have one of those amazing Debo Thursday night games, especially against the Rams. That's what I see. Guys want to voice their opinions on social media. It is what it is. I don't really care. It doesn't make anybody in this locker room think any differently about him. Debo thinks highly of himself, as we all think very highly of Debo because he's a hell of a football player. So he just wants to, be out there and contribute to the team, and I think he's going to have an opportunity to do that this weekend.
All right, that's George Kittle having his teammates back. By the way, Windhorse on the other side is talking about the Golden State Warriors, and so we can get into the Warriors wish list. Andrew Wiggins is good to go for today against Houston. Emirates NBA Cup. Let's get into the Dubs. That's Debo. That's Kittle. Niners, Rams tomorrow. I do want to get in Shanahan McVay at some point, but we'll do all that coming up. Brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of
You better hit those brakes, Bonte.
I'm trying, Pods. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Can't wait to see Pods tonight in H-Town for the Emirates NBA Cup quarterfinal. Winner takes on the Oklahoma City Thunder Saturday in Las Vegas.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Yeah, I've been waiting on that one. One more time. Hit me.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Yes, sir. They've lost 15 straight against the Warriors. Feels like they're due. Ime Udoka, Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet. And OKC, they don't give a damn. They've been cursing out referees. They've been flipping them off. They've been ripping them after the game, during the game. That's a fiery team. And they're playing some good basketball here. They're playing some good ball. There's no doubt about that. We're going to talk to Ryan Hollins at 9:20. Rockets are 16-8 on the season, 9-3 at home, Shasky, 9-3. One of those L's at home came at the hands of the Golden State Warriors when they nearly blew a 31-point lead on the Saturday afternoon. But you played the Brendan Pajitsky rejoiner. He was huge in the fourth quarter, Warrior fans. Six big points down the stretch, including the fadeaway over Jabari Smith Jr. You get the overtime. Jonathan Kuminga takes over, and you get a big win. So the Rockets are 16-8. The Warriors are 14-9, both in the top 5 in the Western Conference. And Andrew Wiggins is ready to go. But Shasky, Brian Windhorst is talking again. Remember about 3 weeks ago, he said the Warriors had an itchy trigger finger. Joe Lacob covered. They got an itchy trigger finger. They're dying to make a move. They're sitting there in front of the laptop. They got their cell phones. They're dialing it. Calling Houston. They're calling OKC. Who are they calling? They're calling everybody, right? Well, I want to know from the Warrior fans, 888-957-9570, if there's one position or area of need that you would want. What's your wish list? Do you want a big? Do you want a 3-and-D guy? Do you want a playmaker, ball handler, point guard? What do you want here? Well, Brian Windhorst on Get Up, Shaskin, I want you to reply to this. The Warriors are intrigued with a couple names.
When the Heat made it clear they were not going to extend his contract, we were probably headed for an ending of the ways between the Heat and Jimmy Butler. I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet, but I think teams are starting to kick the tires there and look and see what it might take. And the Warriors are one of them. The Warriors have been really active in trying to look for a star player. They kicked the tires on a couple other stars over the summer. And if Jimmy Butler is available and the Warriors feel like they need to upgrade, that could be. But who else is on their list, Roz? That's LeBron James. And I know that this is one of the most fascinating opportunities in the league. It's a delicious scenario to think about. The Warriors have dreamed of pairing LeBron with Steph Curry and Draymond Green since last year. They've made an inquiry, and it got shut down last February. That was before LeBron played with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and won the gold medal over the summer. So they will definitely monitor the situation, and I don't think they do anything without knowing this door is locked. But I would just say with LeBron, it's up to him. He has a no-trade clause, and he has given no indication he wants the Lakers to do anything but upgrade the roster they've got, not that he wants to go anywhere.
Your thoughts?
On which part? The Warrior angle or the LeBron
Warrior
angle?
Forget LeBron, because I know how you feel about LeBron.
Well, no, I'm out on LeBron.
Oh, you're out?
Yeah. I swung back the other way.
All right.
Yeah.
Check back in tomorrow, though.
Presented with new information and knowing that I have to take on Bronny and given the current situation.
You were willing to take on Bronny in the summer.
One point, and now I realized, well, if he's not going to be able... Like, Bronny doesn't even want to... And I don't want to get too far off tangent here, but Bronny doesn't even want to take a first-class flight. That's why he's not playing in the G League. It's freaking ridiculous, quite frankly.
Is that true?
That's the
I didn't
rumor.
know. I didn't even look into that because I checked out a Bronny news.
Okay. Here's where
does he
stand
really
on-
not want to fly commercial?
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Bronny's
where
like me. I don't want to fly commercial either.
Jimmy Butler's not good enough to win a championship. Jimmy Butler and everyone, they dragged a bunch of random guys to the finals. Yeah, in the East. I think the West, the roadmap is much more difficult to get to a championship. And so what it would cost you to move the financial pieces to be able to acquire Jimmy Butler doesn't make you good enough to win a championship. I'm sorry. No, I'm not doing it. And he's too old. Like, there's a variety of reasons why I'm saying no. Why is Pat Riley out on Jimmy Butler? Why does Jimmy Butler not get along with anyone? How many more years does he have? Does he want an extension? I'm not giving him big money. Like, no. And the more and more I think about this, like the more and more I've come to the realization, I just don't think there's a magical trade out there for the Golden State Warriors to just poof, we're back in the finals. You know what I like? I've just come to this. I want to see it out with Kuminga. I just want to see it. I want to see where it goes. I'm emotionally invested into Kuminga. Had they made the trade 2 years ago where I wasn't as emotionally invested into Kuminga, all right, even during the summer at times I wanted to move on. No, you know what? Now I'm like, you know what? No. I'm done moving off the youngsters. We've held them this long. There's really not a magical trade out there. You're not going to win a championship no matter what. I'm not just burning it to the ground to get Steph his 5th because I'm a Warrior fan. Look, I want Steph to have his 5th, but I'm a Warrior fan to my core. And so this thing about Steph's got to get 5. No, I want the Warriors to just be fun and relevant and get as deep as they possibly can. And I don't think Jimmy Butler accomplishes those things.
27 games until the trade deadline. 27 games until the NBA trade deadline. So how does the next 27 look for the Golden State Warriors at 14-9? We talked about the schedule in December. Gets a little easier in January, but you got some games against Boston. You got some games against Minnesota and Sacramento and Memphis and Cleveland. Philadelphia, who's trying to get their act together. So 27 games until the trade deadline appears. So if you're asking me if I need one thing, I need a playmaker, right? Now, Jimmy Butler is a playmaker. He can make plays for others. But to all the things you cited, one, I always look at why does an executive not want this player? Why is this player available on the table? Now, you could have a Houston Astros situation to where you just want to reset your books and you want to start from scratch and rebuild. You want to blow it up. But Miami is when I always talk about the Super Bowl division, Miami's always in their process, and their thought process is we want to compete for championships. So why would they want to move off of Jimmy Butler? Well, we heard Pat Riley at the end of the season last year saying, we got Jimmy Butler talk about the New York Knicks. Dude, we're not playing the Knicks. We're out of the playoffs. How about you just shut up? Straight up. Pat Riley, but he's the Godfather. Love Pat Riley. Remember that? I loved it. Spinelli, pull it up. It was amazing. So you would have to extend Jimmy Butler because he would want a new deal. Now, how does it look in this offense? With Steve Kerr-Tinker's offense, can Jimmy Butler play to read and react? I think he can. He could defend, but what is it going to take to get a Jimmy Butler? I'm not willing to trade Wiggins and Kuminga. Hell no. I'd rather have Kuminga and Wiggins than Jimmy Butler. I know some people are probably driving in the road, spitting out their coffee saying, what, Bonte? I don't necessarily think they need a superstar either. I know they're star hunting, but I don't think they need one. If you made a subtle move, the more and more I think about it, D'Anthony Melton's contract. All right, obviously there's a hole there, Shasky. Go get Dennis Schroeder for Brooklyn right now. He's a playmaking guard who could help out Podziemski. Here's Pat Riley. Here's what Pat Riley said after the season out of Jimmy Butler. Check this out, Warrior fans.
For him to say that, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut in your criticism of those teams.
And so that's where Pat Riley's at. And if Pat Riley's giving up on you, the Godfather, and then I think about this. If you pair Kuminga down in Miami with Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero, I'm not saying they're finals contenders. I'm not saying they're gonna just wreck the East, but damn, Kuminga in that system next to Bam Adebayo, that's scary. You don't think Eric Spoelstra and company could get the best out of Jonathan Kuminga? So let's be careful here on going for Jimmy Butler. I would love to hear from Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. Do you want Jimmy Butler? Is that the guy to go get? Is that the guy who's going to fix all the problems? Or is it LeBron James? Are you back on that train?
When I look at any deal in my life, right, whether it's a personal or professional deal for my team or for my family, I'm a big believer in the rule of 3. As in, if there are more than 3 red flags, I'm out.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Red flag number 1. You've alienated Pat Riley? Okay. Red flag number 2. Look at your age. Red flag number 3. The guy has been hurt with the knee multiple times the last couple of years. Red flag number 4. He's been an attitude problem everywhere he's gone. And when I mean attitude, I mean him and teammates don't get along.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
That's the last thing the Warriors need. Number 5, he wants a new contract. Okay? And then number 6, the cost to deal for him is too prohibitive. It limits what I have now. I'm not giving up Wiggins and Kuminga and picks for 35-year-old Jimmy Butler. There isn't 3 red flags. Bonte, there are 6 There are 6 red flags in this deal.
I don't want the guy. I never wanted Jimmy.
Desperate teams are going to make desperate deals. Right. If I'm the Rockets, I'm in a different situation than the Warriors are at. I might consider it. I heard that.
No, hell no. If I'm the Rockets, I say hell no. Well, you see all the young talent they have? They'd be fools to break this apart. They're off to a great start. Ime Udoka has them defending their asses off. I do not do anything if I'm the Rockets.
I'm just saying, like, they're in a different spot than the Warriors, and
right.
Maybe
I hear that.
I consider. If I'm Dallas, maybe I consider. Because there were rumors that Dallas would flip Klay Thompson in some sort of a deal like this. Like, maybe they do it. For my Warriors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different red flags. I'm out
already
on it.
Flipping Klay Thompson out of Dallas? That's impressive.
What's that?
You're already flipping Klay out of Dallas?
No, that's actually, I saw that in 2 different reports.
What report?
Various reports said that in any deal that because they're linked to Jimmy Butler. He's a Houston guy, he's a Texas, and and Dallas would want in on him, and in kind of the deal for Jimmy Butler that they would package a combination of Klay Thompson and other assets.
Can you imagine that? Kyrie, Luka, and Jimmy Butler all need the ball in their hands.
Oh, you and I agree. I'm just telling you because I read a bunch of different.
I don't think Dallas.
Articles.
I think there's a lot of speculation.
There's a bunch right now, not just for Jimmy Butler, but if the Mavericks could land a guy like Paul George potentially too from the Sixers. Now he's back on the table.
They're in on. I'm telling you, Dallas is in.
Would the Warriors be back in on Paul George? Well, but no. They were in on him in the summer.
They were.
And I don't think the cost is going to be as much. And the Clippers said no because they're in the West and they're competing with the Warriors. Sixers don't care.
No, that's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily true.
What part is not necessarily
true?
The
Clippers were willing to deal Paul George
to a team in the West.
They, from what I hear, they were willing to deal Paul George, and they didn't care whether it was the Warriors, the Sixers. They didn't care. They were willing.
So what happened?
What happened? Deal didn't come through. The deal didn't happen. Is what happened. The deal didn't happen.
I love the vagueness of that answer.
No, I'm telling. Just trust me on this one.
You don't want to
trust me on this one. Just the Clippers were willing to deal Paul George, and they were like, you know what? You could just walk. We don't think that highly of you. You could just walk, right? So that's what it was. There were some pieces out there. There were some things. Anyway.
On the surface, Paul George and Jimmy Butler in particular. Jimmy Butler is way better right now than Jonathan Kuminga. But it's not a Kuminga for Jimmy Butler deal. It's a Kuminga, probably Wiggins, probably more picks for Jimmy Butler. And then Jimmy Butler's going to get here and, does he fit? Does he want a contract extension? Now I'm doing the Steiny. But you get where I'm going with this.
You love doing the Steiny. That's your idol. I'm kidding. Laugh a little bit.
I respect my elders.
925 Dublin Bars, Comcast Business X. She loves watching playoff Jimmy, but doesn't want him.
You're more like me than you think.
Doesn't want him on the Warriors. Now, Lauri Markkanen, somebody's asking, is Lauri on the table? No, Lauri can't be traded until after the season because he signed his deal after that deadline. So 6 months after you sign a deal, you can be traded. That 6-month expiration date is after the NBA trade deadline. So Lauri wouldn't be back on the table until the offseason. The moves I would like to make. If
so
there's
this
a move
is your
to
wish
make,
list.
This is my wish list.
Get the Christmas music going for his wish list.
Wish list. My wish list.
Bonte Hill, the king of all Bay Area sports media.
I'm really not.
The king of Warrior Land.
That's,
has a wish list.
The king clause.
When you guys do this, you don't understand how much you're disrespecting Tom Tolbert, Greg Papa, Gary Ratnich, rest in peace, Ralph Barbieri. You're disrespecting a lot of guys out there who's done it a lot longer for me. So you guys keep doing this. It's not me. It's them. My wish list. Dennis Schroeder. DeAnthony Melton has a $12.5 million contract. He's out for the season. That is an attractive contract for teams that love expiring contracts.
So you're just waltzing down the Macy's aisle.
And I see Dennis Schroeder.
And you see Dennis Schroeder. Is it on sale?
It might be. It might be.
What would it cost you
for Dennis Schroeder? Well, our boy Randy, KCBS, our boy Randy. He has a sibling in the Brooklyn Nets front office.
Okay. So
I shouldn't probably say that, but
keep expanding.
Yeah, I'm just saying, hey, talk to your bro.
I think he tweeted it, so you're okay.
Yeah, he tweeted it. Yeah, his brother. And he's trying to work on him. It may not cost much for Dennis Schroeder, who's up for a contract after the season. DeAnthony Melton's contract and a pick, second-round pick maybe, for Dennis Schroeder. And now you got a playmaking guard either off the bench or next to Stephen Curry, who's an agitator defensively, who can get to the cup.
Okay.
Dennis Schroeder, I love it, because I don't think the Warriors necessarily need a star.
Okay.
I think you could get some ancillary pieces here and compete for this damn thing in the Western Conference.
So do you go to Macy's for a Dennis Schroeder, or is he more of like a Ross selection.
J.C. Penney.
Yeah,
No,
he's
well,
not. Because I don't think, like, when I think Jimmy Butler, I think of Bloomingdale's, right? It's going to cost you a lot, right?
Well, it might be Louis Vuitton with you.
Okay. So you know shopping better than I do.
Did a Schroeder, unfortunately I do, did a Schroeder, that's why my bank account is depressed right now. Did a Schroeder, he thinks he's Gucci and Louis Vuitton. Remember, he said no to the LA Lakers.
He thinks he's Gucci.
He did.
He fumbled the bag big time.
Fumbled the bag. Now he's still making $18 million this year, so he's still got a bag.
So is he on the? So he's on the discount rack. Okay. Who else?
But he may be on the discount rack at Macy's, a blowout sale. Clearance. Right. Come down.
Yeah,
come
I'm
on.
down with that. So in this analogy, who else would Bonte Hill have on his Christmas wish list for the Warriors? I love the music, by the way. I just feel cheery.
Yeah, I do feel cheery.
Tis the season, guys. Come on.
God, just so good. I mean, the guy who came up with this idea is just a genius.
Who's you?
Just playing a little Christmas music underneath the bed.
Yes, you came up with the wish list.
Yeah, you came up with
the first time in radio history.
Not my text messages from last night in the show thread. That wasn't me. That was Shasky.
Well, some ideas I make better.
Look, I tell Shasky all the time,
I can't even believe you said that.
My guy's been at Kaiser every single week recently because he's patting himself on the back so damn hard with that right hand. It's not even funny.
You're at Kaiser for the little guy.
Got to a stretch lab for that, actually.
Yeah, you should go to Stretch Lab and get that. Hell, you need to work on that. We'll get to Manny on Dumbarton Bridge in just a second here. My other wish
give it to
for
me.
the Warriors.
Yeah.
Maybe you get a big. And you get a big who could either stretch the floor and hit a three, or you get a rim protecting big who could be cheap. So I look at Robert Williams in Portland, and now obviously the big question mark with him is health. Can he stay healthy? Where's his legs at? Where's his knee at? Where's his ankles at? He had a concussion, so he was out, but in the games that he's played, he's been very productive. 17 minutes a game, about 10 and 7. He's a rim protector. We saw him in the NBA Finals. You may be able to get him for just a pick or two.
So right now, what you're willing to put on layaway, what you're willing to put up, right, for some of these purchases is what? You're going to give up the Melton contract.
Yep.
Okay.
And some
you're
picks.
willing to sacrifice certain draft picks moving forward. We don't have to get too detailed on it. Are there any other players that you'd be willing to surrender? Is a Moses Moody on the table?
Yeah, I'm going to keep on. I don't think you have to give these guys up. I really don't.
TJD?
I don't think you have to give them up. I don't.
Really?
Robert Williams has only played in 7 games.
What about Vucevic?
Well, you may have to give up something for him. He's a hell of a player. He fits. I mean, he's a hell of a player. He could score the ball too, man. He's lethal from the 3-point line. 7 games for Robert Williams.
Only 7.
Only 7, which is 1 more than he played last season.
So we're trending up.
We're trending up. 10 points, 6 rebounds, 2 block shots a game. Wow. He made his free throws in those 7 games too. 92% for the free throw line.
So if you do these deals, to go with our Christmas wish list analogy, you're basically getting on bending knee and you're proposing to Kuminga at the end of this season, right?
Not yet. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You don't have to do that. Well, I'm sick, but with these moves right here, Dennis Schroeder and Robert Williams, without giving up any players, and I think you need to do the deals now, like in the next 2 weeks. You need to get ahead of this before everybody in the league. I think you got to deal early before the league catches on, and you make a move right now, right now.
You don't want to go shopping on the day before Christmas.
No, because everybody's out there. It's packed.
It's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare.
Parking
it's the worst. So you do these deals now. You have 27 games until the trade deadline. If you get these deals done within the next 7 games, all of a sudden you got 20 games.
That's a good point.
20 games to see what Dennis Schroeder and Robert Williams can do. And then you can get to, okay, maybe we trade player X for this or trade player Y for this. But I think you do some nice little subtle moves early, and you don't need to start because I want to keep these young assets. Right now, Moody has a very, very team-friendly contract. Pods is on the rookie deal. Kuminga's obviously going to be a restricted free agent. That's going to cost you big money, but you know what? He may be worth it. I think we were talking in the offseason, $30 million. In a couple of years, that could be a bargain for Jonathan Kuminga. It could be.
He's got to play well.
He's got to play well. He's had a hell of a week. He's trending up.
I mean, I look at the 3 guys that got contracts at around the same time: Maxey, Jordan Poole, and Tyler Hero. And Maxey at times has lived up to the contract and then some. Jordan Poole's been up and down. Tyler Hero down, then up, then down, then back up again. He's having a monster year this year. But so I get your point about could be a bargain down the line. Some of these things just aren't linear. They're up and down like the stock market.
They are. What's your wish list?
Well, the more and more I think about it, I don't want to I don't want to tap out my entire credit card on a Jimmy Butler. I don't think it's worth it. Like, it's the mink coat that you're only going to wear one time. That's really not practical for the other, 364 days out of the year. I want to be able to get a gift that's thoughtful, that can help you out, that you can use on a day-to-day basis. And so to your point, I want to go with more of a backup point guard. I think they need one desperately.
And you can start Schroeder.
But I'd be willing to surrender a Moses Moody because I don't think he really fits into what they're doing right now. And he feels like the odd man out. Well, and I feel like I need to do right by him and go send him off to a place where he can thrive.
Well, I want to see Moses Moody when he does come back. Monty and I were talking about this on Warriors Now, which streams on the NBC Sports Bay Area app. I want to see Moses Moody get a start or two. Now, he's going to be out tonight with the knee injury, and who knows when he's going to come back. But they went to Lindy Waters, they went to Pods. We saw Buddy Hield at GP2 the other day. I would have liked to see Moses Moody get a crack at it just to see what he could do next to Steph at the 2. Just let me get a little taste. Let me get a little tease.
I don't know. I've come to the conclusion it's been 4 years, and it's been the coach is just, I don't know. He's made his decision, and he's made his mind up, it feels like.
Maybe.
The other thing that I keep coming back to is, I love a good, what I call a Patagonia, just a thicker jacket, a little puffier jacket that I can wear in a variety of elements, because you know how San Francisco is. And so
I went North Face. I'm a North Face guy.
This is going to be controversial. I want Jordan Poole back. I want him back bad.
You want him back?
I want him back bad. And I want to like apologize, send him the Christmas card, just make up. I want to make up.
Do you know what he's going to say back? It's the old signing drop. Apology not accepted is what Jordan Poole's going to say back. He's done here, man.
I'm shooting.
I mean, is Draymond leaving? That's the only other thing.
Draymond's changed.
Yeah, but not for Jordan Poole.
I mean, what are we doing here, man?
I mean, I hate to go Hawaiian here, guys, but you got to bring up the punch.
Come on. Draymond's kind of like Cousin Eddie, where he's redeemable at the end. Not like in Christmas Vacation. I know he ruined Christmas completely, but can he salvage it by kidnapping the boss at the end of the movie? And I'm going Christmas Vacation.
I like your Kyle Tucker play better than this one. I like your Kyle Tucker
all the good stuff. So I was trying to throw something else.
I don't steal all the good stuff. This is my stuff. I don't steal anything. You know what I say, Shasky and Spinelli and Lovin? I'm too arrogant in the sports world to steal anything because I think my stuff don't stink, even though I have a bunch of bad takes out there. But I would rather have bad takes by doing my own research than being a student on a group test. Oh yeah, let me just put my name on there. No, I don't rock.
I think I've come to the conclusion that these big, giant trades, like whenever I see these commercials where someone buys a car for Christmas, hey, hun, I locked you into a 10-year deal on a car, $50,000. It's like, that is not a Christmas gift. I'm the one paying that. Whenever you see those car commercials, and they're like, I got you a car. It's like, who's paying for that?
So you're officially out on LeBron?
I don't want LeBron.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm
sure
good
if
off
that deal is possible.
Right now, I'm off that.
Yeah, you sure?
But if Steph wants it, I would reconsider. I mean, what would they would be the retirement tour. I mean, they really would.
That's what I was trying to tell you in the summertime.
It would be Aerosmith at the end,
where was this 3 months ago?
Well, 3 months ago was different. That was before I started seeing depreciation from a 40-year-old LeBron.
You didn't see it last season?
They were better without him on before the other day.
Last season? Spinelli, man, help my guy out.
They were the two best players in the Olympics.
Man.
They were. That says more about, I think, the competition in the Olympics. We were all gassing it up.
3 weeks.
I'm just picturing Steph and LeBron attempting to play defense late in the game.
He wants another pool party. He wants another pool party. Let me tell you,
the reality.
There's too much chlorine in that water.
If I'm going to go down on a take, might as well ride and die with the king of the NBA and LeBron James. Like, riding or dying on Casey Schmidt hasn't worked out well for me.
Hot take.
Oh, man.
I'd rather have Dalton connect.
Well, yeah, but they're not giving him up.
I'd kind of rather have Dalton connect, too. I'd rather have, drum it up, please,
Anthony Davis.
Yeah. That's the guy to always get for the LA Lakers. Can I get Anthony Davis?
Speaking of the Heat, Jaime Jaquez is available.
Well, here's another name. And this
could have drafted him.
This is one of those, this is like a nice bracelet for your wife, right? A really nice bracelet. I don't know, whatever she likes, pearls, diamonds, little gold, little sterling silver. I don't know.
She likes it all.
I want Trey Murphy III. If he can be had from New Orleans, I want him. Yeah. And I would overpay in terms of draft picks because whatever draft pick you're going to get, I doubt you'd be able to find a guy who's as good, as quick as Trey Murphy will be for you.
Trey Murphy, last game out against San Antonio on a loss, 25 points, 5 of 5 for the free throw line. He was 4-10 from 3, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. I don't think New Orleans is giving him up. They just got DeJounte Murray back, but who knows? Let's go to Manny on a Dumbarton Bridge. He's been waiting for a while.
What's on your wish list, Manny?
Manny, you there? Oh, Manny. Going once, going twice.
That Dumbarton Bridge will get you.
It will.
It will
salt.
get you.
It's the salt smell.
So you want a pool party again, huh?
Why not? Warrior fans are fooling themselves if they wouldn't take Jordan Poole back in a heartbeat.
Come on. Let's get goofy. 888-957-9570. You guys want Jordan Poole back, Warrior fans?
I would take him back. He's exactly what the doctor ordered. Another shooter who can create off the dribble? Hell yeah.
Would you rather get Jordan Poole or Dennis Schroeder on the cheap?
Ooh.
I think I might rather have Schroeder.
Yeah, better.
But the problem is Schroeder does think he's a one.
Well, no, but he makes I've seen him make winning plays in the playoffs too, and he's defensively he's much a pest.
He agitates you on defense, man. He's a good player. He's a good player. That 5-0, well played. Imagine King James and King Ponte. No, let's not imagine that at all. That ship has sailed.
Kings Club.
The time to play. The time to go get LeBron James was back in 2014.
A peace treaty? A peace treaty negotiated amongst kings and kingdoms?
Let's go to Lucas and Gilroy. He has a wish list.
Lucas.
It's not Lucas Alexander, is it?
Well,
no, it's Lucas from Gilroy. My last name's Alessi. But I want LeBron, man. I want the retirement part. I want to see Steph, and I want to see LeBron go out, get the 5th ring. Let's go. Let's chase it.
So you want LeBron James?
I want LeBron. Let's go. I think it would be a nice pairing. I think the retirement party would be good.
There it is. He wants a retirement party. Manny on a Dumbarton Bridge. What's your wish list? You want LeBron too?
Not even close. Shasky, I wanted to add to your list on why we should not bring Jimmy here.
Give it to me.
Number 7, his haircut alone would not want me to see him in a Warriors outfit ever. Now, moving forward, what I was saying earlier was hopefully this doesn't mess up my roaster of the year contention, but this is a personal topic for me because when KD got to the Bay, it was hard for me to embrace him. It really was. I used to joke around and say he was a splash cousin. Imagine if Jimmy or LeBron came here. I wouldn't look at them as splash brothers or splash cousins. I would look at them as a splash stepfather because you know how much love stepfathers sometimes do not get. If the Warriors were really going to invest in that, I was okay with Buddy Hield and Melton coming here. But you know what? If Warrior administration, if you were going to look for a name, if you were going to spend that much money, hey guys, think back when you were in high school, your very first girlfriend. If you could, and I'm not, putting you guys on the spot, if you could go back to the very first girl that you ever fell in love with, would you even explore the possibility? So you know what? Let's put together a nice little package for Dallas and bring back number 11 to the Bay. Let's show him some love and respect that we didn't when we showed him the door.
Manny, I'm sorry, you cut off a little bit. You cut off a little bit after the high school thing. What did you say, Manny? After the high school stuff, meeting the first love in high school.
You know what? If you wanted to make it right, if you wanted to bring a name back to the Bay, hey, there's a guy that is in Dallas. Not the Dallas that we're thinking about, that if we put a nice together little package,
Klay
can we have him come back? Huh?
Klay?
Would I want Klay back? I would give up some players and some money for Klay to come back. I know the ship has sailed, but
ship has sailed. And
Klay was the captain of that ship.
Ship has sailed.
Because 11 is Kyrie in Dallas and 31 is Klay. I was a little confused.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
You bring up Jordan Poole, the Raider debater from Oakland. Give us a call because I want to hear.
What's he saying?
He's the biggest Jordan Poole fan.
We could use
him. He's the biggest Harrison Barnes fan too. Jordan Poole back with the Warriors will unlock Andrew Wiggins.
Can I push back on something?
What?
There was a point in time where, similar to like what Manny was getting at, I was one of the people like, do whatever it takes, exhaust all energy, all resources to get Steph his 5th. But if I were to poll, I think it's actually a false equivalence, because if I were to poll Warrior fans, how many of them are ranking any of the Kevin Durant titles above the first or the last?
Nobody. they ranked the first and the last higher than the Kevin Durant titles.
So, and I'm not trying to say
which is cold because 2017 was one of the greatest NBA teams of all time. All time. Wow.
No, we agree. We agree.
Yeah, I know that.
Wouldn't you agree the average fan?
Yeah, they don't like the Kevin Durant years.
It almost, not that it's inauthentic, it doesn't hit the same way. And so, like, yeah, of course a title's a title and you want to get a championship and all that, but there is something about Warrior fans and the Bay Area sports fans, they do kind of want a championship on their own terms. And that sounds absurd.
Yeah, it's every market probably, though, right?
No, the Yankees want to buy anything they can.
Yeah, I hear you. They just want championships.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem. We care too much about how we win the championships. Just when it did, like 2017, let me tell you, when they won that at Oracle Arena, I didn't get out that place till like 2 in the morning. It was an absolute party. Yeah. Party. Cigars, smoke, David West cursing everywhere, Kevin Durant struggling to pop champagne, Bob was lit, Steph was lit. I mean, high fives going around, Livingston over there just shaking his head in the corner like, man, this might be the greatest team in NBA history. Like, 2017, I think it was the first title on home soil. Now, the A's beat the Giants at Candlestick Park, which is across the bay, wasn't their home field, and the Niners won at Stafford Stadium, which technically wasn't home soil, even though I give the Niners a home Super Bowl win because it was in Palo Alto. That was the first home soil championship in the Bay Area since the 70s when the Oakland A's did it. It was like that 2017 championship was amazing. Kevin Durant. How about Kevin Durant when he got out the car with the Bill Russell Finals MVP award, hoisted it up in the air, and fans going crazy at Oracle? We cheapen it because of the way it ends with Kevin Durant.
No doubt.
That championship was.
But like, okay, but using this analogy that I'm going on, if I hollowed the team out at the deadline, and the only player standing that's on the team currently is Steph Curry, just in this hypothetical. And they got a bunch of new players. Just pick any 12 guys you want, and they put them around Steph, and they go on to win the championship. You're fooling yourself if you think that that's going to hit the same for Warrior fans. Yeah. There's, like, very little attachment. Like, part of what makes a championship run special is the attachment to certain players and their stories and their saga and the ups and downs. I'm not saying that you can't make deadline deals. That's not what I'm saying. But, like, I see this rhetoric. Trade everything but keep Steph. But Warrior fans, you told me that other championships with just 1 or 2 extra new parts didn't hit the same. Like, there's a disconnect. Yeah. So I'm calling BS on some of that.
Well, you know what's funny is...
You get what I'm saying?
No, I understand exactly what you're saying. And I could tell you this, LeBron James fans, because there's a LeBron James stands that go everywhere he goes. And I was one of those stands at one point. I go where LeBron goes, right? He went down to Miami. I was reading the Heat Index every single night on ESPN.com. Remember that?
I do.
You was reading it too, huh?
We all
it was amazing.
When he had the Phantom of the Opera mask. I mean, come on, who wasn't rooting for that?
Dude, Heat basketball was sick. I mean, it was unbelievable. When he went to Oracle and hit the game, went over Iggy and did the whole little celebration thing, the crowd went crazy. I was cutting that game for R.C. Davis, by the way. Anyway, LeBron James fans don't want him on the Golden State Warriors. They're conflicted. They don't want to play with Steph. So, wish list, Warrior fans.
Here's the thing about
888-957-9570 is the number. What is your wish list for the Golden State Warriors?
And here's the big thing on the whole Jimmy Butler, LeBron, like any of these aging superstars. You missed your window. Warriors, the window to make that deal was last deadline when you had the Chris Paul expiring contract and you had the Klay Thompson expiring contract. Last year was the year. I'm not surrendering Andrew Wiggins. You need Andrew Wiggins in any scenario of whoever it is that you want to trade for. Don't you need Wiggins as a two-way player alongside whoever you're pairing Steph with?
I'm glad
so why would I surrender Andrew Wiggins when I desperately need him? So, again, the window to trade to make this move was literally last deadline when you had 2 expiring contracts that could be stapled to whatever plethora of picks and young players when they had value. It's not now. Wiggins' value currently at $25 million.
I'm glad you're saying that because Andrew Wiggins has shut a lot of people up this season.
He shut me up.
He shut a lot of people up this season because he's playing some excellent basketball. He'll be back on the floor hopefully tonight. This guy's playing his ass off, Andrew Wiggins, on both ends of the floor. He feels empowered. He's giving you 17. What was the prediction, 17, 18? Well, he's giving you that every single night in just 28 minutes. 42% for the three-point line, 46% from the floor. But Brian Windhorst, get up before we get to the injury report. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, does this intrigue you? Jimmy Butler? LeBron James, are you intrigued?
When the Heat made it clear they were not going to extend his contract, we were probably headed for an ending of the ways between the Heat and Jimmy Butler. I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet, but I think teams are starting to kick the tires there and look and see what it might take. And the Warriors are one of them. The Warriors have been really active in trying to look for a star player. They kicked the tires on a couple other stars over the summer. And if Jimmy Butler is available and the Warriors feel like they need to upgrade, that could be. But who else is on their list, Roz? That's LeBron James. And I know that this is one of the most fascinating opportunities in the league. It's a delicious scenario to think about. The Warriors have dreamed of pairing LeBron with Steph Curry and Draymond Green since last year. They've made an inquiry, and it got shut down last February. That was before LeBron played with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and won the gold medal over the summer. So they will definitely monitor the situation, and I don't think they do anything without knowing this door is locked. But I would just say with LeBron, it's up to him. He has a no-trade clause, and he has given no indication he wants the Lakers to do anything but upgrade the roster they've got, not that he wants to go anywhere.
Wow.
Go ahead.
The more I hear that Wendy cut, he has gotten so much better on television. Yeah. Locked doors, deliciousness.
Wendy's been great for a decade on TV. Oh, he gets it.
No, he's getting better and better.
He's a star.
But like the LeBron James thing, the window was last year. That was the window to do it.
Thank God they didn't do it.
Last year. What do you mean, thank God?
Thank God they didn't do it. Oh, my gosh. You would have got... Like with the way Wiggins is playing, Kuminga
for nothing.
Yeah, but you do that. But you reset your books, which in essence,
I hear you.
Your finances are in order, and you have the assets to make moves in the future. But you're in a great position right now if you're to go to State Warriors.
I know, but any deal you swing for a guy on a max deal is going to include Draymond or Andrew Wiggins. It has to make it financially work.
Yeah, no, but you don't have to do that.
That's why, to me,
but you don't have to get a max player.
The window was last year when you had expiring deals.
Yeah, but you don't need that. You don't need that. I'm glad they didn't do the deal. I don't even think the Warriors get to a championship with LeBron last year with the way he was playing towards the tail end of the season. I'm good. I'm good right now with what we have. So there's some interesting thoughts on the Comcast Business Text line. 888-957-9570 is the number. You heard that cut. Warrior fans, you ain't on Jimmy Butler? You ain't on LeBron James? I want Dennis Schroeder, and I don't think it's going to cost much to get Dennis Schroeder. It's not going to cost you an Andrew Wiggins to go get Dennis Schroeder on the expiry deal. You can get him for picks, I believe. Who do you want, Warrior fans? What's your wish list as they get ready for the Houston Rockets tonight down in Houston, Texas? Speaking of which, the injury report.
Ow!
Stay ready. Moses Moody will not be ready to go tonight against Houston. He's out for tonight's contest as he deals with patellar tendonitis in his knee. He sustained the injury during the Warriors' win over over the Rockets on Wednesday. He actually left the T-Wolves game after the first quarter Friday night due to the knee injury. He left, and Wiggins left later on in the third quarter. But there is good news for Andrew Wiggins. As I speak of him, he missed the T-Wolves game. Moody came back for the T-Wolves game and exited very, very early. So he's not going to go. But Andrew Wiggins looks like he's going to go. We're going to talk to Anthony Slater at 8:30 about it. He had right ankle impingement, but Steve Kerr, again, expects Wiggs to be ready to roll against the high-flying Houston Rockets, an athletic young team that's looking to go to Las Vegas. Who wants to go to Vegas for the Emirates Cup? 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, what's your wish list? Is it Lonzo Ball that I see on the Comcast Business Text line? Is it Kyle Kuzma? Is it Jimmy Butler? Is it LeBron James? Warrior fans, there's a lot of action in the NBA. There's going to be some movement here. Going to be some traction. What is Uncle Joe, Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy? What are they going to do here? 27 games until the deadline. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone call, Warrior fans. Line up. I see you, Josh, on 580. He's got a name in mind. 888-957-9570 is the number. More coming up on the roast.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A lot cooking here on the Warriors Wednesday. That's right. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Trust me, it's a great store. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Hopefully no traffic today. Had a casualty yesterday on 101 North. I found out early in the morning. So condolences to that family who lost a loved one there. But anyway, we're talking some Warriors basketball. They got the Rockets later on today. Anthony Slater is going to join us on the River Islands guest line at 8:30. Ryan Hollins, color commentator for the Houston Rockets, will join us at 9:20 to talk about the Houston Rockets, who are 16-8. They're 9-3 at home. We're going to see that bright red court today as the winner of today's game will advance to the semifinals in Las Vegas against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now, we just played a cut from Brian Windhorst in case you're just getting in your car, or tuning in on the Odyssey app, or you're watching this on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Brian Windhorst, get up on the Warriors being intrigued with Jimmy Butler and LeBron James.
When the Heat made it clear they were not going to extend his contract, we were probably headed for an ending of the ways between the Heat and Jimmy Butler. I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet, but I think teams are starting to kick the tires there and look and see what it might take. And the Warriors are one of them. The Warriors have been really active in trying to look for a star player. They kicked the tires on a couple other stars over the summer. And if Jimmy Butler is available and the Warriors feel like they need to upgrade, that could be. But who else is on their list, Roz? That's LeBron James. And I know that this is one of the most fascinating opportunities in the league. It's a delicious scenario to think about. The Warriors have dreamed of pairing LeBron with Steph Curry and Draymond Green since last year. They've made an inquiry, and it got shut down last February. That was before LeBron played with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and won the gold medal over the summer. So they will definitely monitor the situation, and I don't think they do anything without knowing this door is locked. But I would just say with LeBron, it's up to him. He has a no-trade clause, and he has given no indication he wants the Lakers to do anything but upgrade the roster they've got, not that he wants to go anywhere.
You know, I'm a sucker for the jingles in the background music. I'm a sucker for those, like TNT inside the NBA. They be showing the stats, and they be having this video. I was like, damn, that thing hits.
You know, ESPN has their own band that does their own music so that they don't get copyrighted.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty good. That's a great beat.
It's very interesting.
Great beat. I wonder who TNT uses, because they be having some knockers, too. They be showing the stats, and they'll show, like, Steph, 5 to 7 from the three-point line. The kid, he's talking, and you hear the beat. I'm like, ooh.
So I'm discussing this with Steiny at the break, and I'm walking in and out, and Steiny's like, Windhorst. You know how Steiny does it. Something juicy. And I'm telling him, any trade that would involve, let's just say, for example, just Wiggins. Forget Kuminga. We'll get to that in a second.
Don't trade Wiggins. I know you're not going there, but I'm going to just put it on record right now. I, Bonte Hill, do not want to trade Andrew Wiggins or Jonathan Kuminga. I think you keep those guys.
But in the NBA, for those that don't know, you have to match salaries.
No doubt.
And so because of the way the salaries are spread out, any deal for a big-time player who's very good is going to include either Draymond or Andrew Wiggins. And I think where it gets very difficult is that I cannot see many scenarios where you're trading Andrew Wiggins and you're a better overall team, because he is the best perimeter defender currently on the team. He's also the second best scorer on the team currently. So unless you are fulfilling both of those in a trade back, I can't even entertain it.
Jimmy Butler's making $48.7 million this season. He has a player option for $52 million. Andrew Wiggins is making 25.
Yeah, so you're not only giving up Andrew Wiggins, you're stapling a bunch of other things.
Yes.
So
for Jimmy Butler.
I'm so out on it.
I'm not gutting the roster for Jimmy Butler, personally. And I don't think Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are either.
For 35-year-old, malcontent, contract-needing.
They're not doing that.
Jimmy Butler.
I doubt they're going to do that.
With more miles on him than a 75 Pinto.
Yeah, and then if you want to get to LeBron James, who is always stirring the pot, we know what's going on, and I told you about this guy. Guess what he's making? $48.7 million.
Thank you for telling me about LeBron.
So LeBron James making a lot of money, all right? So $48 million. So you're going to have to gut the roster. Now, this is the type of stuff. We're going to get to Johnson 580 because he has a name that we've kind of mentioned here, And that may be more doable. But 5-1, no, I'll throw this one at you. And I wouldn't do it, but it's intriguing. This guy wants to trade Andrew Wiggins at GP2 for Kelly Olynyk, Bruce Brown, and you still have DeAnthony Melton to ship elsewhere. Intriguing, but I'd rather keep Wiggins and GP2 on this roster. Vibes. I mean, GP2, did you see the way he defended at the end of the game the other day? There's a need for him.
Bruce Brown? That's a downgrade.
Wiggins is so much better than both those
That's
players.
what I'm saying. He's the best player in that deal. No.
Imagine saying that 4 months ago.
but again, this
4 months changed. Something's changed.
Thank you. It's like a stock market. Things are up and down. At the end of last year, Kuminga's
you said stock market? Stock market? Up and down?
Yeah.
Stock up, stock down.
Yeah.
I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins. Oh, you're buying it too.
Yeah, but then you don't get mad at me when my opinions change based off
I don't get mad at you.
So my point being is like,
well, I mean, it's not much saying you're better than Bruce Brown and Kelly.
Yeah. No,
Kuminga's
Bruce Brown's an
value
NBA
is
champion.
Kuminga's value fluctuates.
Bruce Brown's an NBA champion. He was very important. Denver misses him.
He's good, yes.
Denver misses him. He's a very good player.
Solid.
But he's not better than Wiggins. And I look at like Kuminga, his value fluctuates. And depending on the landing destination, if their finances are tied up, well, then that limits how much they want him because you have to do something with him financially at the end of this year if you are trading for Kuminga. Plus, just seeing how well he's playing the last couple of weeks, he's got a slight uptick. Not that it's dramatically, more desirable because he played well for 3 games, but things are cyclical. They're up and they're down a little. And based on where you're at in your career and where you're at in the season, 6 months ago, Andrew Wiggins' stock was down. Today, the stock is significantly higher.
Stock up, stock down. Let's go to Josh on 580. What's happening, Josh?
What up, fellas? Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Yeah, man. Good morning. So I think you guys kind of are walking me right into the point and the name that I want to bring up because you can't give away Wiggins or Kuminga, right? Giving away any of them for anybody besides Giannis is going to be a downgrade because they're not elite wings, but they're top quality wings, right? I'll say top 20. So you're not going to get another top 20 player. 1 second, bud. I got my son in the back. But,
what's up, son? What's his name?
Where's your son?
He's 4.
What's his name?
Kingston.
What's up, Kingston? Oh, that's a great name.
Reminds me of me in the car with my dad calling into sports radio. I love it.
He said, what's up? He said, what's up?
What's up, Kingston? What's up?
I love it.
What's up? But right? So, you can't get rid of either of them. You need elite wings to compete in the NBA, and those are 2 really good quality wings. So I think, and I talked to Willard and Dibbs yesterday about this, and they talked about, the Warriors, they're ball handlers. I'm like, they really don't need that. Pods can handle the ball. He might not be able to score, but he's not going to turn it over. He can make good plays. What they need is another guy who can give them 20 points consistently, and they needed somebody that's on a cheaper contract on a bad team that wants to kind of reset. So the name that immediately looks at that my mind while I look at the standing is the Chicago Bulls. A lot of talk about Zach LaVine, a lot of talk about Vucevic, and I think Vucevic would be a great fit for the Warriors, man. He's on like a $20 million deal. You can get him without having to get rid of Wiggins or Kuminga. You can give him a couple picks. He's under contract for next year. He's producing this year, having a really good season. He can shoot it. He can rebound. You can kind of fade TJD out the lineup a little bit, kind of get Draymond to stop playing the 5.
Let me take it a step further. I would try to staple in Ayu Dosunmu. That's what I try to get.
Dosunmu.
Yeah. I know I mispronounced it. It's fine. Just mark the tape now.
That would be a cherry on top. I would let go of Pod for that. I would let go of GP2 for that. That'd be definitely a big upgrade. I think that's the type of move they have to look for because
I love that.
Another role player, any of the role players, we have good role players. Any of the role players are just role players. We need somebody that's a borderline star-level player, right? So when the Nuggets got Aaron Gordon, when the Warriors got Iggy, that's the kind of level move that makes you a championship team. When you get that borderline all-star and you put him in that right fit in the right spot, right? Kind of what we did with Wiggins just a few years ago. Vucevic is the guy, I think, when I just look at all the names, that's the target for me.
What about Kobe White?
I just feel like they like him.
Kobe White, I take him too. I mean, the Bulls the Bulls are right for the picking. Just like the fantasy team that the record is 1-4 early in the season, they have a bunch of good players, but they can't win. But they got to make a move, so you offer them some BS for 2 of their better players, and you're going to make the deal because they got to make a move because they know they're in trouble.
I think he's on the
that's where the Bulls are at right now, right?
Kobe White is 24 years old. He's making $12 million this season. He's making 12.8 next season. This is one of the biggest bargains in the NBA.
It really is.
Kobe White. It's ridiculous. And so Vucevic is nice. I'm not mad at that. He's making $20 million. You have to staple a couple things to go get him. D'Anthony Melton's contract, and then maybe it's a Moses Moody. And I don't want to do that to Moses Moody. I'm not trying to trade him. Mom's a good friend of the program.
I know, but we're talking hypotheticals.
No, I know. I understand it. You got to make money match. So he may be the odd man out with this team-friendly deal. And maybe he wants out because he's not getting the consistent minutes. Who the hell knows? I don't know how Moses Moody is thinking.
Kobe I like as well.
See, here's Ayo Dosunmu. I like him. But you already have a GP2.
No, I know.
Right?
But maybe GP2 is a salary that you have to flip in a deal like this. I don't know.
I think that GP2, that this organization loves him. He fits with this organization. He could play next to Steph.
This guy's longer.
He is longer, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. He is longer. GP2 is a nice fit. It'd be interesting, man. But Kobe White's only making $12 million? Damn.
I'm with them on. I think this is the team to go try to poach.
Well, I think it's the Bulls or the Nets.
The Nets is another one, yeah.
The Brooklyn, and that's where I go to Dennis Schroeder, who's an unrestricted free agent after the season. So I don't think it's going to cost as much to go get him. He's making $13 million. So as Josh on 580 mentioned that they don't need a ball handler, I do think they need another ball handler, another playmaker, because if Pods is struggling, then Steve Kerr's not going to go to him consistently. And you got Slow-Mo running the ball, but he's not playing consistent minutes. And Draymond Green, and you don't want Steph with all the usage. Dennis Schroeder's a guy who could get this team into a set and play the point guard position very well and defend on the other end. But I think we're all in the same boat. We all want kind of the same thing. A ball handler, a playmaker, a guy who could shoot it and score. Yes. And all these guys that we brought to the table can do that here. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland. Leroy, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's a pleasure to be here with you on this hump day. And, hey, you know I'm a big Warriors fan. And, the thing about the Warriors and the big man, they need a big man. They need a big man. They need a wing. They need a guard. Well, I think we can find someone who can do both. I think we can find someone who's a big man but can score, who's fundamentally sound, who's going to set screens. And I like this kid out of Toronto, the Toronto Raptors, and Jakob Poeltl, right? 7 feet, 7'1". I saw him hit 35 against Boston one day. I mean, this guy is just solid all the way around. And I just think the Warriors, it would be a great addition to the Warriors to get some size, but more importantly, fundamentally sound. He can pass, he can set screens, and he does all the other things the Warriors, need to get Curry open, set screens. I think that's what we're missing. Like, you had guys like Bogut and guys like that, Maurice Spates. And they were great screen setters, right?
Yep.
They were great rebounders, right? And so to get that, along with, hey, this guy can score, he's smart, and he's 7'1", hey, I say take a look at him. He's on the cheap, too. Take a look at the numbers.
Yeah.
So I'd say go for that guy.
Well, right now he's making $19.5 million. He's making $19.5 next year, and then he's got a player option for $19.5. So kind of like in that same ballpark with Vucevic, where he's making $20 million a year. A different player. He's a double-double guy, rugged dude. Set a lot of screens. Played with DeLon Wright at Utah, University of Utah. So Poeltl been watching him for a while. He's a name that's been floated with Warrior fans for the last couple of years here. A lot of people wanted to trade Wiseman for him. At the time, I wasn't on board because I thought Wiseman could work here, but I was wrong on that. It's okay. Poeltl's not bad. It's not a bad name.
Forgot about James Wiseman.
Yeah, poor guy. Tore his Achilles.
Ah, jeez.
Playing well for Indiana, too. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Antonio, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Yeah, I want Nikola Vucevic, man, 20 points a game, 58% from the field. He can score from all levels of the court. He can open it up so much for Steph. Imagine, Kuminga's playing with a stretch five like that, all the room he'll have. And then I want them to also try to get Cam Johnson, man. Try to get both of them, man. We got the pieces. We got the draft picks. Let's do it. If we get them two, we championship city, 5th title in the Curry era. I'm ready to do that.
Let me ask you this, Antonio. Antonio, real quick. I got to ask you, because you're locked in. You are locked in. Who's the untouchables on the Golden State Warriors?
Steph and Dre right now, and Kuminga to an extent, unless you say Giannis Antetokounmpo, but I know it's not going to happen because they've been winning lately. But, I give Kuminga like half a point as far as, being like an untouchable.
What about Andrew Wiggins?
man, it's like, what Andrew Wiggins are we going to get, man? You know, but I understand, like, he has so much skill set. If he could play like the number 2 option he did in 2022, then, yeah, he's untouchable, to be honest with you, man, because he can do great things on both ends of the court. I remember him, you know, locking up Luka Doncic, locking up Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, or at least making it real tough on him in them series. So I like Wiggins, too, but he got to bring it every game.
All right. That's Antonio in Oakland. Cam Johnson making $23.6 million, $21 million next year, and then $23 after. He's already 28 years old. I'm kind of surprised by that, man. Time flies. Cam Johnson could be had. He spoke about it. He said, look, the business side of basketball, I get it. I want to stay here in Brooklyn, but I get the business side of it. That'd be a hell of a haul for Cam Johnson.
Who are the untouchables? Elliot Ness, Jim Malone, Al Capone. Did you ever see that movie, 1987? Classic. Kevin Costner, Sean Connery.
Pretty good.
Andy Garcia.
Pretty good.
Robert De Niro.
De Niro. Yes, I know.
The biggest name of them all.
De Niro. Such a great movie. The outfits are incredible.
Damn,
the Untouchables.
Cam Johnson giving you 19 a game, shooting 43% from the three-point line and 49% from the floor.
Cam Thomas not in the cards anymore?
I don't think I think they like him, but I don't know about the fit with the Warriors because he's a ball-dominant
player.
Little
ISO heavy?
Yeah, he's ISO heavy. He's never met a shot he didn't like. Never met a shot he didn't like.
Well, he fits right in with Buddy.
Buddy knows his role. Cam thinks he's, Steph. He wants to bet. He's got 50-point games. Now, 510 saying this, Kuminga the package for Bam Adebayo, probably not going to happen. Probably not going to happen.
He's not giving up Bam. And Bam's very comparable.
Sports fans, so why you get mad? Sports fans, we always do this stuff, man. You can't get mad at him.
It's Jimmy the guy that they're trading, not Bam. Though they are frustrated with Bam not shooting.
They're always frustrated.
Pat Riley's nothing you can do about it.
Maybe Pat Riley should lessen the load and trading cap. They had D. Wright tells the stories. He goes, Pat, dude, is just, first of all, Pat Riley doesn't allow you to talk to the other team before the games.
I like
He's like,
that.
I don't even care.
Yeah, I like that.
He doesn't even care. Carmelo told the story. I don't know if you saw this. He had Dwayne Wade on his podcast. Carmelo has a podcast, believe it or not.
Let me guess. Is he drinking red wine while the podcast
he
is
does.
going on?
He does drink some red wine.
Uh-huh.
And who's the guy from it's Thesis and Merrill? I think Merrill's on there.
Is this a player podcast where we relive old stories from our playing days?
It's pretty cool.
And talk to other players who had old stories.
It's actually pretty cool.
Days.
I actually like it.
No, I know, but you can see where they're all kind of similar.
Yeah. So it's called 7 p.m. in Brooklyn with Carmelo Anthony. It's Carmelo Anthony in a rotating all-star cast of the Kid Mero, Rudy Gay, Monica McNutt, and a bunch of other people.
Yeah, no, he's got. So they had Dwayne Wade on. Dwayne Wade, Bello was like, man, when I came in with Denver, we're in Miami. I was like, yo, D Wade, what up, man? And I was like, he wouldn't even look at him. And D Wade and Pat Riley's just watching. And D Wade's like, dude, I couldn't do it, man. Pat Riley didn't allow us to talk to the other team before the game.
I love
None
that.
of that. I do love that.
I miss
man.
those days.
Old school. Let's go to the lines, man.
I miss those days.
Let's go. We got a couple calls here before we get to Anthony Slater at 8:30. Anthony Slater, 8:30. He's live in Houston to get ready for this game today. We'll ask him about some of the stuff.
The only time that I would say that rule shouldn't apply is when you want to disarm someone who's completely insane by giving them a hug before the game starts to kind of like throw them off.
Yeah.
That's the only time. Yeah. And I've done that in youth sports time and time again. When I know there's somebody excellent on the other side, throw them off a little by dapping them up and getting them out of their zone.
Let's go to Jacob Castro Valley. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, good morning, guys. Y'all are having a good conversation about trades. If these teams are willing to give up their stars, that means they're going to want youth in return. I mean, that's how it is. You're giving up your stars, you want youth to build up your roster. So our young dudes cannot be untouchable. It's going to have to be a Kuminga, a Pods, a TJD, or a Moody or a combination to go get these stars. And
do you want a star though, Jacob? Do you want a star? Because I don't want a star. I want Dennis Schroeder. I want an under the radar player like the Dallas Mavericks did last year. And I don't want stars. I don't think you need to get stars either. But do you want a star?
It depends on the star. If it's stars are ball dominant, which means you're taking away touches from other players. That means Andrew Wiggins ain't going to have the ball as much, which means his usage goes down. That means it's Steph and that star. Everyone else is just pass to them, and it depends on the star. A Giannis clogs up the lanes, which means Kuminga isn't going to work. A LeBron he's a turnover machine. He hogs the ball. That means Wiggins is not going to work. So I kind of agree with you. Little pieces to build up the roster around what we have would be better. But again, no matter, if it's a fringe all-star or an all-star himself, you're going to have to give up youth. So I've kind of gotten the sense that they, before Kuminga's big game, there was an announcement saying they were looking for a star. So I kind of feel like these big games we're seeing, they're showcasing Kuminga because they may want a star wing. And we're going to have to give up Kuminga. We don't want to give up Wiggins. Wiggins, he got championship blood. He works well with Dre. He works well with Steph. It's going to have to be Kuminga. If you want a guard to go alongside Steph to handle the ball a little more, which I could see, then, you're probably going to have to give up a Pods and a Moody. But the Warriors also lack some consistent size. Slow-mo's nice, but he ain't getting you double-doubles. Looney's nice, but he can't shoot. So I honestly agree with the Vucevic, but you're going to have to give up a TJD. You're going to have to, maybe give up a Looney. And we don't really want to give up Looney, but, you got to pay to play.
Yeah, no doubt.
Can we come to some sort of a ruling on how to pronounce his name so that we I don't know how to pronounce. Is it Vucevic? Vucevic?
Yeah. Vucevic.
Yeah, Vucevic.
Vucevic. Okay.
Yeah, Vucevic.
Okay. Nikola
Vucevic. Trust me.
That's why I'm asking. I don't want to.
When I do the starting lineups,
I'm not trying to ruin their names. I want to be respectful.
On television, Daryl from the Warriors does a great job sending me all the stats and the intel, and the media guys from the other teams. They have all the pronunciation guides, and I'm just like, all right, cool, great, Vucevic. And then you hear Fitz, Vucevic, and Fitz is always nailing them.
One of the hardest ones for me was Zarko Chabarkova.
Donsumu
or Nikolai Shidavili.
That's a good one. Obi Melifonwu.
Yeah.
Well.
Obi Melifonwu was such a good
we got
one.
that one. Yeah, that was
There
good.
are some difficult ones, and I just want to make
high hopes for Obi Melifonwu.
Shasky can be difficult for people, so I want to make sure that I'm, being fair here.
Yeah, my
I don't want to ruin their heritage or their name.
My mother-in-law, Alona Shashki.
I got no problem with that.
She's got the Russian.
That's kind of how Buddy Hield says in his rejoin with Joe Shasky.
Yeah.
I like how Buddy Hield says.
Well, we believe that when we came over to Ellis Island, it was Warshawski, and they chopped it off, and they turned it into just Shasky.
Would you like Warshawski?
It's kind of badass.
Yeah, isn't it?
Kind of
pretty cool. It is pretty cool.
Joe the Warshawski.
Technically, my grandfather's dad didn't have a middle name, okay? And so he was Joe Shasky, so I should be the fourth, but I'm the third.
Would you have rather been the fourth?
I mean, sure.
Number 4.
Exactly.
Let's go to Samita in Los Gatos. Samita, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Happy hump day. Just wanted to weigh in on this Jimmy Butler thing. I don't know who are these fans or analysts talking about Jimmy Butler being a good fit for the Warriors. I mean, we just got rid of Clay with his attitude issue. I don't know why. Jimmy Butler is great, but he's great when he wants to be great. There are a lot of times when you watch him, and if he's not in the mood or the game doesn't, for whatever reason, a lot of times where you don't see a lot of effort from Jimmy Butler at times, and that could be a function of age, attitude, I don't know, but I don't think we need another guy like that on the team at all. It's just not, I don't think it's good for the Warriors locker room. I think if we've learned anything in the last couple of years is that, the vibe in the locker room matters.
Yep.
So I don't think Jimmy Butler's a good fit at all.
Yep. Hey, Samita, I'll see you at the Doobies. I better see you at the Doobies. You're in Los Gatos. You're right around the corner from Sunnyvale. Speaking of Jimmy Butler, real quick, a quick King's Tale. You don't need the jingle, but a quick King's Tale. When he was with the Minnesota Timberwolves, he was talking to Sam Amick from The Athletic about wines. And I jumped in. I was like, oh, man, Napa Valley's right up the road, man. He goes, yeah, I don't really like Cali wine. I'll never forget Jimmy. Now, he may have aged. This was about 7 to 8 years ago. I mean, 6 to 7 years ago. But I remember this was one of those, when I used to be in a visiting locker room all the time, getting all the sound and stuff. I was like, you don't like Cali wine? It's like, yeah, I don't know what it is, man, but I don't like Cali wine.
That's like an extremely hot take, actually.
But and you could quote
I guess he likes that Bammer.
But he may have aged. He may have grown. Like may have
Can
changed.
you taste the difference in where it's been regionally grown? Like,
I have no
people's
idea.
palates are that refined; they know where it's been grown.
I must be a sommelier.
I think with the wine. Oh yeah, this is real earthy and
earthy,
fruity, and I have no idea. I'd be chugging wine, dog. I don't be doing, man.
With your chalice,
dude. It's just silly. All right, pinkies up though. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track. Anthony Slater at 8:30. Anthony Slater on 95.7 The Game and Odyssey Insider on the Warriors.
many architects and builders who team up with Golden State Window and Door Design are familiar with their list of vendors.
to the Morning Roast with Bonte and the Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man, what a show. What a show. It's flying by on a hump day. We got Warriors and Rockets, Niners and Rams tomorrow. You going to game tomorrow night?
Can't.
Why not? Oh, little guys.
Yeah, it's just too much going on. He's now his pink eye.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I got to go to Kaiser right after this and go pick up some stuff. And,
there you go.
And I also have a dentist appointment. My Dr. Baker, got to go see him, and it's been.
You always have a lot of things going on.
I'm going to get some work done. It's been a minute, and my original dentist retired. He's right down the street. I highly recommend him. Dr. Barry and Dr. Baker, two great doctors, dentists. They're great. My coverage, my health benefits, and everything are covered underneath it. So they're doing great work for me. Trying to fix up my mouth.
Shouting out True Dentist, I have to shout out my dentist. We met him at the Super Bowl. The Sotos.
Oh.
Robert Soto and his lovely wife. They own two dentistries.
Are they related to Juan? Have they cashed in on the 800?
No, they haven't. They haven't, unfortunately. But they own one right down the street, right here by Union Square. Cool. They have another one on Clement, and I want to say they're going to kill me for this. Either Clement and 5th or Clement and it's Clement and 7th Avenue.
Multi-unit dentist. Wow.
Yeah, dude, they're doing well for themselves. All right, we get 2 calls in just a second, but we got to get it to our main man, Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater joins us on the River Islands guest line, all guests on 95. 7 a game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And Anthony Slater, of course, our Odyssey Insider, the TK show. What do you guys call that podcast again? I forgot, man. You got so many podcasts going on right now, Anthony.
Plus minus?
Yeah,
there you go.
Plus minus.
Warriors plus minus. I'm not part of the TK show, I got to admit.
Yeah, no, not anymore. Warriors plus minus with Tim Kawakabe. You were in Oklahoma City last night, correct?
I'm in Oklahoma City right now. I'm in the Oklahoma City airport taking a flight to Houston in about 30 minutes or so.
How long is that flight?
Like 90 minutes, maybe a little bit less.
Oh,
the easiest direct. Not too many directs. Not too many directs in the NBA out of Oklahoma City, but this is one of them.
Wow, that's pretty impressive right there. OKC would have an impressive win yesterday over Dallas, so they'll await the winner of tonight's game between the Golden State Warriors and the Houston Rockets. Look at the OKC and Dallas and what you saw from them, because the Warriors may have to play Dallas on Sunday. We'll see about tonight. But Andrew Wiggins, let's start off with the injury report before we get to all the trade rumors and how the Warriors are playing and what's going on with JK and the lineup and whatnot. Andrew Wiggins, is he good to go today?
I mean, it's not official. I feel like every game now with Andrew Wiggins is like going to warm up pregame. As long as he gets through that, he's fine, right? So he'll probably be questionable up till about 60 minutes to tip. But sounds like trending towards yes. But he's clearly dealing with, all 3 of their, best players and veterans are dealing with some type of nagging injury right now. And Wiggins is like a painful little like inside of his ankle. They're calling it an impingement, which I read is like it's more of a common football injury, actually.
Really? Yeah. So it's not a sprain; it's an impingement. So it's just like pinching his ankle and just bothering him or something.
Yeah, I mean, people could go Google WebMD it if they're truly very interested in. But I just think it's kind of like just like pain, like bone on bone type stuff on like the inside of the ankle.
Exactly. That's something my former co-host would do.
Oh yeah,
the voice of the Niners.
The injury hour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I used to listen. What about Steph's knees? What's up with him?
I mean, tendonitis. He's going to play. But, they're going to monitor him back-to-backs. I would expect him, most of this season probably to rest one side of back-to-backs. They haven't officially said that, but they've rested him, preemptively on the front side of the last back-to-back. So it just kind of is what it is, right? We talked about it last week, but he's 36 heading towards 37, and, his knees ache sometimes.
Well, I was watching in the game Sunday night. I don't want to make it like the end-all, be-all, but I thought it was a seminal moment. Late in the game, Dre and Steph kind of like deferred to Jonathan Kuminga on a possession, and he tried to cook Rudy Gobert. He ended up slipping and falling, but you could see both of them kind of point him like, no, you take it. And I thought it was a subtle thing. I don't want to make it like it's the end of the world, but I thought it was kind of like a slight metaphor of like they're starting to seed some of this, not all of it. It's still always going to revolve around those two, but a small portion. They were like empowering Jonathan Kuminga. I thought it was a little moment there. Did you see what I saw?
Kuminga was also pretty adamant post game that he got pushed on that play, and I thought the floor might have been wet. He went skidding across the floor. I know the exact play you're talking about. Yes, I would say, and even more than the seminal moment of that possession, maybe is Draymond Green 2 nights earlier basically announcing to the world that it's time to find out about Jonathan Kuminga and he should start ahead of him, basically. This is like information season right now for the Warriors on Jonathan Kuminga, and not just for the Warriors. It's for Kuminga to find out who he is in the league. The Warriors need to find out. The league needs to find out. He has a contract situation coming up. The trade market's going to develop. And, you might even argue I think most people would argue they've waited too long to find out more about Jonathan Kuminga. But I think Steph Curry and Draymond Green want to know for, several reasons. Can he be, all the way up to the playoff level, like the type of number 2 scorer that they're going to need to compete in the first round, second round, third round? Or, is it wiser for him to maybe go explore that elsewhere? And could he potentially be a trade piece at the deadline? I think we are going to find out more over the next couple months, partly because they finally, let off the brake pedal a little bit, and they're going to allow us to all find out more about it.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Anthony Slater here on the River Islands guest line. 27 games until the trade deadline here. So hypothetically, we're hearing Jimmy Butler. We're hearing LeBron again. Let's just start with Jimmy Butler, because Shaska and I are in agreement. I don't think it's a fit here. Maybe you do. Maybe you see an avenue here, because I think it's going to cost, because you have to match the salaries. Jimmy's making $48 million this season with the Miami Heat. What do you think when you hear that stuff, or you read that stuff, Anthony, about Jimmy Butler wanting, hey, Dallas, Houston, and the Warriors? I'd be interested in that. Should the Warriors be interested in Jimmy Butler?
I mean, I think it's worth the conversation, because what Jimmy Butler can and has been in the playoffs, right? It's you can trust, if healthy, he's going to bring it in the playoffs. And if the Warriors are at a desperate point, in this like late stages of the Steph Curry era, it's a curious thought to at least bounce around, right? The idea of Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry in a playoff series should scare an opponent. Now, you mentioned the financial aspects of all this. I mean, there's a reason Jimmy Butler and the Heat are kind of in a little standoff right now, right? Heat don't really seem to want to extend him. He seems to want to be extended. That seems to be why a breakup might be coming. So if he arrives, he'd arrive hand out, right? He has a $50 million player option for next season that he's signaling he wants to decline because he wants to sign bigger, longer-term money. And that's scary at this stage of his career. And beyond all that, I mean, you mentioned it, just because of what the money is and the situation the Warriors are in, it would definitely cost at least Andrew Wiggins, plus, the Heat are probably going to want a Kuminga, Pajemski. They were very interested in Pajemski, prior to the draft, almost drafted him. Melton's contract is probably the easiest thing to part with, but that's still a useful tool that you could maybe use elsewhere. But to me, the biggest thing is if you're trading for a Jimmy Butler, you would want an Andrew Wiggins to be part of this like win now urgent situation, but you'd have to trade him just because of the salary situation. So I probably tend to agree with you guys that it's not a fit, but it's at least an interesting idea.
Yeah, this isn't a question, Bonte. This is me giving a 6-point quick bulletin. I have 6 red flags on this. If Pat Riley's getting rid of you, red flag number 1. His age, red flag number 2. Health, red flag number 3. Attitude, doesn't get along with anyone, red flag 4. Contract, 5. And the cost to deal him is 6. Here's the real question. Wasn't the window to trade for one of these guys?
You get to take it into question.
You like that? Wasn't the window to trade like last year at the deadline when you had expiring contracts with Chris Paul and Klay Thompson? Like, it's not now, because to Bonte's point, whatever deal you're doing, you're surrendering one of the assets in Andrew Wiggins, who you need.
Yes, it was either at last year's deadline, like you said, when you had Klay Thompson's expiring, you had Chris Paul, or before Chris, they explored the idea of trading that Chris Paul $30 million, cuttable contract. But Zach LaVine probably would have been the prize in that situation. We don't need to get into his contract, but it's pretty steep too. That's why I would probably guess that they're going to go a little bit more smaller game hunting. But they are at a situation that they can't turn their nose down at any situation. They have to internally discuss the idea of any potential, big time player coming available, because there is despite all your red flags, and I'd say I'd probably agree with 5 of them, attitude I'd actually tick as a green flag, because I think he is the type of attitude that wins in the playoffs. But I think there's a world where theoretically you got Jimmy Butler, he's healthy, and suddenly it's May and he looks awesome again, because he's done it about 6 times in his career. So it's at least worth talking about. But yeah, I mean, it is a lot harder for them now than it was last year. And they declined to trade for a big contract. This is part of the plan that they made.
Anthony, as we're talking to Anthony Slater here on the River Islands Guest Line, does everything for The Athletic. Hell of a writer for The Athletic, Warriors Insider for them, as well as for 95.7 The Game, and, of course, the Plus Minus podcast here at the Odyssey Network. Dennis Schroeder is a name we've been kicking around here, who's got an expiring contract. And the DeAnthony Melton contract, where he's getting just over $12 million, it feels like that's a fit. Internally, from what you gather from the Golden State Warriors, do you think they're interested in a player like Dennis Schroeder?
Yeah, because I think he's definitely a name to watch because he is a playmaker where they can run a little bit of pick and roll. They can score in the second unit. Could play next to Steph and score a little bit because he also guards on the other end. He's one of the more I guess pesky Steph defenders in the league actually. And I think people don't realize like Dennis Schroeder is a positive defender. On the perimeter. Again, he can't guard your bigger wings, but he can help on that end. And you mentioned it, $13 million expiring deal. It's a small price. Right? You don't have to upend your roster rotation, your draft pick cupboard, like what would it even cost for Schroeder? At most, like a protected first, maybe just a second, depending on what else, Brooklyn would theoretically be offered. The money's a little bit tricky because you're right. Melton at 12.8 matches, Schroeder at 13, but the Warriors are like bumping right up against the first apron. So it's possible they might have to throw a very small, like minimum deal in it, but again, whatever. Guy Santos is a minimum deal. Name your player. So that's a much, much easier deal to get done. And I don't know how y'all feel, but I do think Schroeder would really help.
I love the fit. I mean, coming in from when Brooklyn came in and hit the 23s and he started dominating. And you've covered the Warriors, Shasky. You've been watching forever. Whether Schroeder's in OKC, Atlanta, the Lakers, he always annoys Stephen Curry. He's a pest. He's an agitator. And so that's a move. Once the Brooklyn has to say, wait a minute, he's a free agent? Maybe that's a guy you could go get without giving up a lot. So I think the fit is perfect. That's the name I'm kind of locked in on here, Shask. I know you got a couple other names as well, but I will ask about the small ball lineup. GP2, Buddy Hield, Draymond, JK. You mentioned JK. Maybe it's a showcase for him. It's definitely an important time for him. How long do you think Steve Kerr goes with the small ball 5 lineup to start games after Friday night where Draymond's talking about coming off the bench, Steph is talking about coming, and then he starts on Sunday. So how long are they going to go with this lineup here as they've started 13 different starting lineups this season?
I don't think he starts it tonight. It might depend on if Sengun is starting or not. But if Wiggins is back tonight, I assume he probably goes back to Looney at the 5, Draymond off the bench with Wiggins, maybe Pajemski and Steph. I think there was a domino effect the other night with no Wiggins, where suddenly you had to start Gary Payton because you needed somebody to guard Anthony Edwards. And then once you start Payton, you need an extra, shooter out there. So they want Buddy Hield, bump Pajemski out. Without Pajemski, you need an extra ball handler. So it's Draymond. There's such a that's kind of the story of this season, but every single Warriors rotation player beyond Steph basically is like limited in one way and great in another way. And like, it feels like this strange puzzle that Steve Kerr's always, having to rearrange. But to answer your question, they're not committed to starting Draymond at center. In fact, they don't want to, right? I mean, they're trying to limit the physical burden on him. So against a guy like Sengun tonight, if Wiggins is there, I wouldn't be surprised if Looney's actually starting.
The correlation to Buddy Hield hitting buckets and the Warriors winning is not just a coincidence to me or random. Like, there's something to this. How do they get this guy playing consistently as well as he has when he's been on? They've been winning. Like, it's very simple. When he is under 10 points, they don't win at all. How do they maintain the excellent shooting?
I mean, they got to play him more, essentially. I mean, a lot of these games recently, because he hit a slump, they stopped playing him. But I don't know, when he isn't hot, it's kind of hard to keep him out there because there's a lot better defensive options. And again, like his special skill set is shooting. It's a little bit like Clay, but when Clay was off the last several years, he goes from like major positive if he's scorching hot to negative if he's not. So, I don't know. I mean, the other thing is like his Buddy Hield, like he's a known commodity what he is in the league. Like the conversation you're having about him, I'm sure Sixers radio hosts were having last year, and radio hosts in Indianapolis were, and I'm sure your guys up in Sacramento for years and years and years were talking about this. But, he is a streaky shooter who can win you games for stretches of weeks, as he did to start the season, because he can shoot 50% from three on a high volume, but he can also go cold. And if he goes cold, a lot of times coaches look on the bench and try to find somebody else.
His splits are crazy. It's just sad. I can't believe it. 14 wins. He averages 18, as you said, Anthony, 47.5% three.
Anthony,
in the losses, 8.5 points per game, 33% from three. He is that guy there. But by the way, speaking of streak shooters, what did you think of Clay yesterday with Dallas? Where's the takeaway there in the OKC Dallas game?
Yeah, I mean, Clay shot it pretty well. Like, OKC was, really doubling Luka, bothering him. Luka went 5 of 15. Looked bad. I mean, my major takeaway is the Thunder's defense is insane. They are averaging 12 steals a game right now, which is like nobody in like the league in the last like 20 something years has averaged like even 10. They're turning teams over 19.7 times. That hasn't been done in like 28 years, I think. I mean, their defensive disruption is like on another level right now. And, Clay, but part of that was they were leaving Clay open, so he hit some jumpers last night. It looked fine. But also, did you see who he was trying to guard down the stretch of that game?
Isaiah Joe, SGA. It was a problem.
Well, there was times he was getting isolated on Shea, and like it wasn't even crunch time because the Thunder was up enough, but it was like they were putting him away, and it was like this is Dallas's problem, right? Kyrie's on the court, Luke is on the court, Clay's having to get a major defensive assignment here. That's probably what might be the fatal flaw of Dallas.
Dude, did you watch that game last night, Shasky? I mean,
of course I did.
The defense by Caruso and Lou Dort, it's just hellacious defenders, man.
I told you think I'm not making this up. Like everyone is speculating in Dallas that like Clay is the guy they're going to staple and move on out of town, and it's just wild.
You hear that too, Anthony? About Clay?
I hear people say they don't believe that Dallas would do that to Clay. They wouldn't lure him there in such a way that they did, an NBA legend, and then immediately turn their back on him. So I would really not expect that to happen. But, it's a ruthless business. I've been surprised before.
So after we win tonight against the Rockets, and I mean me and Bonte, because we're both part of the team, and then we take on OKC on Saturday and win the cup. Like, you don't have the guts to ask Steve Kerr, like, where the parade's going to be and where we're going to put the banner up, right?
Well, what would you guys think if they actually did do some type of banner? Because, right, the Lakers did it last year. They almost tried to hide it, but they did it.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
I joke with Mully. It was like, hey, they're going to hang that banner right next to your number 17. And he goes, no, they need to hang that banner next to the Canadian flag.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
No, seriously.
Be mad at that.
Look, you say we. Now, the Warriors lose. I wouldn't mind having Saturday off. And then they play Dallas on Sunday at Chase Center. It keeps Anthony Slater out of Las Vegas. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at the streak getting snapped tonight in Houston.
Oh, well, I mean, like, for rest, they had to pack for an 11-day trip when they went to Houston, because theoretically, if they win through here to the Cup Finals, they got to go Houston straight to Vegas straight to Memphis, Minnesota. But like you said, they lose the night they're home. Tomorrow they get like 3 days off, probably 2 good practices in. They get a worse Mavericks team than the Thunder team they'd play in Vegas, and they don't have to play that extra game that doesn't actually even matter to the regular season, the final. So there's definitely an argument, considering age, that losing tonight might be suggestible, whatever you want to say. But like they're not going to actually want to do that.
Spoken like a married man. Suggestible. I want the cup.
Shasky wants the cup.
He's
going to buy the hats. He's going to buy the T-shirts.
I want the confetti.
He wants the hats and everything.
Is he going to Vegas? Y'all going live from Vegas?
No.
I'm
getting my Christmas tree, and we might go see Santa if he's up to it.
Shasky's a 3 Christmas tree guy. He gets
how
many Christmas trees?
No.
How many Christmas trees do you get in the household, Anthony?
We got a little small one, but the baby's going to be 2.5 next Christmas, so we'll probably have to start going a little bit bigger.
Yeah, we got the little fake Christmas tree. We haven't gone bigger yet. So
hey, you know what else is in Vegas next week? So the Cup Finals Tuesday night, Monday Night Football, Falcons Raiders. Y'all don't want to come and do a little doubleheader?
You go see Kirk Cousins, the future quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, no. I'm gonna let y'all smooth into your next segment.
I'm kidding, Anthony. I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. Go catch that flight. Should be fun. Hey, man, Ime Udoka's boys are playing well. It's a good team, Houston.
Yeah, and they're gonna want it. That's, to me, the difference that we were just talking about. Like, do the Warriors even want this game? Well, the Rockets are going to hard. And Tari Easton's back. He didn't play in that home game. I think that really matters tonight. I think they're going to go smaller more often, maybe less Sengun, and really try to, run the Warriors off the floor.
That's what they did to flip the game when the Warriors nearly blew that 31-point lead. Sengun and Fred VanVleet got played off the floor.
The Rockets coming out to play.
They're going to come out, and they're going to probably curse out some referees on the way as well. So, anyway, Slater, go catch that flight, man. Always fun talking to you, brother.
All right, fellas.
Anthony Slater, Warriors Insider for the Athletic Plus Minus podcast right here on the Odyssey Network. It was a fun conversation.
So, okay, you bring it up, and now I felt inclined to search on my phone. Over the weekend, you brought up the 3 Christmas trees.
Oh,
okay?
why did you got to do? Well,
first off, it was 2. I had one upstairs and one downstairs. Okay? It was one upstairs and one downstairs. And we're not going to do 2 this year. We're going to do 1. It's just too much. There's too much chaos. I don't even know. But I'm watching TV. And this is on the 3rd, December 3rd. And I took a screenshot of the television to prove it. In Germany, the world record of Christmas trees in a home. Bonte, do you want to take a guess of what the world record is?
Well, I'll guess, and then I'll just mention that if it's more than 2, this person needs to go seek help.
Oh, it was a number that I didn't even think was possible.
How many Christmas trees in the house?
605. I'm going to show you if you don't believe me.
Are you serious?
So this is a mansion?
It's in Germany. So
it's got to be like a 15-bedroom mansion or something, right?
605 Christmas trees.
All right, so that's a fire hazard. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. That person needs to seek somebody in Germany. Call the German cops. Call the German cops.
You're snitching.
No, yeah, we are snitching on this. You're going to burn down Berlin. What the hell is he doing? Now, that bothers me. That's a sickness right there. That's a sickness. It's Sam Lubman. He's having a nice little conversation with Anthony Slater. This guy this guy is unbelievable producing.
I love how
unbelievable.
Like, it's just there's a lot going on.
Dude, 605. That's a fire hazard. That is. Like, is it not, Spadoni?
Well, it depends. Dude. I mean, did they just chop them down? Are they, that's why we don't get it in the beginning of, right after Thanksgiving, because we'll dry it out in our house, and I got the dogs and everything.
The standards might be different in Germany. I don't know what their fire standards are over there.
605.
Is it Berlin? Is this on the outskirts? Is it Black Forest? I don't know.
I need to know more. This is why our producer needs to come in and produce.
You brought up the multiple Christmas trees.
He was producing. He was talking to Slater about future stuff. So, hey, I got my guys back over here. It was show related. Don't worry about it. Well, yeah, exactly. Maybe.
You trying to get him to come down to the Doobies?
Yes.
What are the Doobies?
The award show coming up.
It's us partying 20th. With the fans.
It was that too. Well, a little bit. We'll be talking most of the time. But you know what? The Doobie Awards, Laughing Monk Brewing, and I'm telling you, I got just a little.
The boy doesn't know the zone because you do, Bonte.
I got a little taste. I got a little taste of the menu. Free food, and free drinks. Dude,
who is this person you just turned into?
Lobster linguine, stuffed chicken breast, omelets.
Give me the meat. Yeah, biscuits. Mario. You guys ever played N64?
Come on.
That's what you just turned into while you were doing that.
I don't hate Christmas, 707. I don't. I just don't think 605 Christmas trees. You got a sickness, homie.
One day, Chaz is going to come to you and say, Dad, I would like a small tree in my room. Just a little tiny one. Maybe on
yes,
a
you
desk.
can get a little tiny one.
Yeah,
just a little
and
tiny
you'll
one.
have multiple Christmas trees. And you're going to look back on this conversation and you're going to feel foolish.
No. We've always done one big Christmas tree. That's it. That's all.
Get a wreath and a tree. There you go.
There you go. I'm glad you brought up the wreath because I need to go get a wreath holder for our door today. Almost forgot.
They got them at Michael's. I got one for like $5. They're like half off right now.
Michael's is clutch.
Yeah.
I'm going to just go to Molly Stone's. And
I'm good for like 1 or 2 trips a year, like randomly, and they do have a little bit of everything.
That's where creativity happens.
It really is.
I am nice to Lubman 5-1. No, I'm just giving them grief. That's all. This is the morning roast, man. It's the morning roast. If you can't get
what are you nice to me about? Or what are you being mean to me about? I was on the phone with some people, so I missed what you said.
Well, I'm always nice to you.
The development of this character is just incredible.
What character?
Just the Lubman character on air. The on-air persona.
It's a very dynamic character.
It is.
You're very George Costanza-like, I will admit.
We need less
Sam
character.
is getting upset.
Hey, Sam, can you do me a favor? Produce a show
Don't
for a
lick
second.
the envelopes.
Love it. Love it. Can you find out who this guy is in Germany with 605 Christmas trees? We need to investigate this.
I mean, at that point, wouldn't you just like live in a forest? Like just get a tent and just go out there and just put up
Lord.
What, you want me to like book them? You want me to like book them for the show tomorrow, or
Look,
You know what?
on the River Islands guest line?
Phone
Hans
number.
in Germany.
You know what? that's
I don't know if that's actually his name.
The stereotype.
I'm stereotyping there.
That stuff. Don't do that.
It's a traditional German name.
There's worse names I could pick from there.
Don't do that.
Dirk.
Wait, aren't you happy?
There you go. Let's go, Dirk. Dirk in Germany
Yeah,
on the
okay.
River Islands guest line. Tell him
go.
about your 650 Christmas trees.
It might be Dirk Nowitzki who did the damn thing. Seriously, we got to find out. I want to interview this guy. Why the hell do you have 600? Find that. That's bothering me right
It's the
now.
world record.
It's bothering me right now.
600.
Now we're trying to set.
Where would you
we're
put
trying to set
5 Christmas trees, let alone 605?
How dull does your life have to be to try to break the world record in having the most Christmas trees in your home?
It bothers me.
Do you put,
I mean, if it gets you on the morning roast, is it worth it?
have you ever put up
Probably.
lights on like the front of a house?
I have not gone that far yet. We just put them on the windows.
All right,
it's a little dangerous. I watched too many movies where guys have slid off that roof and broke their leg. Not going to do it.
All right, I'm going to tell a quick story about Pops.
Is this a King's Tale?
God love you, Pops.
Butcher's Tale.
When my dad was out there, there was a moment in time he wasn't all there, if that makes sense.
Can't find the time.
Exactly. Love you, Pops. I miss you every day. And he put Christmas trees. We have like a triangular, where my mom lives. They've been there since the 80s. Like a triangular roof, if you will, right? The old school kind of pointed style. He put Christmas tree lights up there and left them up for years.
Like an IHOP style.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. Years. And we used to come up and over Geneva and he'd be like, look, you can see the house. Look at the Christmas trees. And he used it like a North Star. And I swear to God, dude, he left them up. My mom was like, this is so trailer park. Why would we do this? She hated it. But he got them up there. He went on the ladder one year, put them all up there. And it was so difficult to be able to, basically get all the way up onto the top of the house and get the Christmas lights off. He's like, once they're up, they're up. And he would leave them on for years at a time. Then they finally got the house painted and he had them removed. So for the longest time in the late 90s, you could see our house lit up 365 days a year. It was like a badge of honor for him.
That's a poor PG&E bill.
Don't even start me.
Schroeder to the Warriors for 605 Christmas trees. He is German. Dennis Schroeder, that is. He is German. That's a good text, 415. Comcast Business Text line. Also, this is a good text.
We can take him to Soup and Coochie.
This is what Insane
It's
Wolf
the name
does.
of the restaurant.
I know it is.
Established. It's not the name of the restaurant.
Oh, wait, what is it again?
It's Soup and Coochie.
You guys are so damn horny, it's not even funny.
Why do you say that?
This is what Insane Wolf does. You have to find ways to spend money. It is a sport.
What?
What Insane do? You have to find ways to spend money. That's a sport. Spending money is a sport.
Interesting.
Who's spending most money?
Thought it was more of like an addiction.
Or that.
The old phrase, it's burning money in your pocket.
What's the restaurant again? I need to go to this restaurant. What is it called? Soup and what?
Stop!
What is it?
Stop!
Soup and what? Spinoni,
Stop
what is it? Soup and Sip and cool? Soup and what?
Sipping Kool-Aid.
No,
Sipping
what's the
on some
name?
scissor.
What's the name? No, seriously, I'm trying to
I think
Google
the German pronunciation, I think we established is Suppenkucha.
Suppenkucha.
Suppenkucha. Not Suppenkucha.
Yeah, not the other one.
You guys, oh my God!
Boot is big.
It's like whenever somebody sees, this another annoying thing. Now we're in this hour where everything annoys me. Whenever somebody scores 69 points in a basketball game and the person that screenshots says, nice. And it's like, dude, who cares? Get your head out the gutter. That's so played out.
The Warriors, you want them to lose so they don't have to play this weekend on a Saturday?
No, I don't want them to lose. I don't want them.
Do you think they want to? Like, is
No,
it
they
really
don't want
that
to
big
lose.
of a difference between playing on a Saturday or on a Sunday? Just because you have to go to Vegas, I get that that's an
And then
inconvenience.
they have to go to Memphis and Minnesota. Those are two tough games.
It's an inconvenience. I acknowledge that. But, like, come on.
OKC's tough, man.
We're acting like they're flying, like, on Southwest. Like, come on. They're going to be okay. Probably staying at the Aria, somewhere nice.
Oh, I mean, probably not the Aria. They're probably
even nicer than that.
Definitely not the Excalibur.
Yeah, they too.
Definitely not.
My boy Vic.
As much as I enjoyed it there. I think
Yeah,
it's
no,
not.
they're definitely not there. Deluxe or the Excalibur. They don't know what that
Can you
is.
imagine Steph Curry walking in and there's just stains everywhere?
The Excalibur
Beds moving because of all the freaking, all the bed bugs.
Dude, my hotel room at the Excalibur, I don't know where they placed you.
Oh, boy.
My hotel room was all the way down the hallway. It was like a 5-minute walk to the elevator. It was the worst. So I had no utensils for the Chinese food. I was like, yep, I'm eating with my hands today.
I walked through it like a month earlier with Crow, and I was like, God, this place is such a dump. And then the boss was like, we got you the media credential. You guys are going to stay at the Excalibur. We got a discount. And I was like, no! Like the worst.
You imagine being single after that Super Bowl? And girls, where you said? I'll come into the room. Oh, I'm at the Excalibur.
2 bar stains to the left.
What a
I'm down the
depressing
hall.
place.
Yeah, the hall that smells.
The 605 Christmas tree guy. We got to figure this out, Lubman. Do me a favor. Figure out who the hell this guy in Germany is.
It's probably
he's got
Burner.
a problem. Don't do that.
Come on, that's funny.
He's about to have a kid.
Is
see
he?
That? Burner?
Is he?
Yeah, he has. You liked the photo. I saw it. I was like, wow, look at your boy liking it.
Yeah, he is. That's right. That's right. Wow.
Congrats to Burner.
Yeah, late in life. Pulling a Dan Dibley.
Well, he's got I think this would be number 3 for Burner. Not to put his business out there, but it's on Instagram.
Good for Burner. God, I'd love to be able to have him sponsor this show one day.
Oh, boy. That would be awesome, right?
Cookies over everything.
That would be good. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now I want to go to this German restaurant that Shasky suggests.
You know,
super what?
I don't even know. We're going to get back into the Warriors and Rockets. I know we're going to have Ryan Hollins on in a little bit, who does the television for the Rockets, because I have some questions. Like 15 games against the Warriors. I mean, my goodness, what a streak.
He's going to talk that talk, too. You heard Slater. They want this game.
Can you give me just a second here on Belichick and the North Carolina job? Because I've been thinking about this long and hard. No, like, it's serious. I'm serious on this. Everybody's like, oh, this is beneath Belichick. He loves to coach. He loves to coach. That is like one of the most important things in his life. Coaching. It brings him tremendous happiness. Why? Who am I to tell Belichick to not do what he loves? The amount of people that I see do that, like, are like telling him, oh, it's beneath him. There's no way you should coach North Carolina. If he knows in his heart, for whatever reason, that he can't get a job in the NFL, and he just simply wants to get back to coaching and doing something, dude, more power to him. You know how many people I know who work their entire life only to retire and to become miserable or get sick immediately and pass away? You know, my dad ended up retiring. He went back to work. He loved it.
Let me guess. There's people on the internet telling Bill Belichick what to do?
Yeah, but like...
Who cares about them? Like, honestly.
He was put on this earth. Look, I don't know what people believe in. I believe in a higher power. He was put on this earth to coach football. Yeah. He's amazing at it.
If he wants to coach UNC, let him coach UNC.
But why do we all have to, like, look down on him? You know who else did this? Bill Walsh. Now, Bill Walsh went back to Stanford, and he loved it. He loved teaching, coaching the game, and he didn't want to go back into the pros. He took a step back, and he regretted not going back to the pros later on in life and whatnot. Look, you've seen Larry Brown take different jobs after reaching the height of heights.
Went back to college.
There are lots of people who go back to working because they simply love the grind and they need something to do, or they think this is their chosen path.
Would you start defending Belichick so?
Because I've seen so many people try to tell him what to do, and I find it to be such weird behavior. Clearly,
you should be so down on Belichick. You should be so down on Belichick.
Well, as the controller czar of the entire team in terms of GMing, yeah, he shouldn't be doing that. It's a separate job.
I remember as a coach, you were kind of down on him too, but
he's one of the greatest coaches.
Like, here's the thing.
In any sport.
This is where I kind of get on you sometimes. Like, who gives a damn what some Twitter follow Joe Blow?
Stephen A. Smith's ripping him.
Well, I don't even watch that show no more. I don't even watch Stephen A.
Yeah, but we use some of their content. We just use Windy this morning.
Windhorse, credible NBA insiders. I can't think of the last time we played a Stephen A. soundbite. Other than Marcus and Richmond at the 11 minutes. Also, Stephen A. was good for, but you think Belichick cares what Stephen A. Smith thinks?
No, but like my mother right now, she retired and she was looking for stuff to do. And you can't just travel forever. So she goes back to work for a couple of days a week because she loves it and she feels valued at work, and it gives her some, something to do throughout the week, and it gives her inspiration and all these different things and inflates her self-worth, which is a great thing. And so, like, I don't know. I see a lot of people telling Bill Belichick what he should and shouldn't do in terms of coaching.
You're like red.
Well, because
really
he spent his life in the sport. He's dedicated his life to the sport.
I never knew this would bother you so much.
Well, I think about Mully. Think about Mully. Doesn't Mully love basketball?
Of course.
And once his playing days were done, it was hard to fill that void. I can only imagine. And I think a lot of former athletes, coaches, etc. Once they're done, it's done. And I'm a big believer in, dude, life is short. And hopefully you live to be as old as Bill Belichick. But if you enjoy doing something, dude, by all means, just lean into it and do it.
By the way, speaking of Laughing Monk, because I never knew, hey, you're so emotional about Belichick. Oh, the new Hard Knocks is out. I'll go watch that when I get home. R.C. Davis. Is R.C. Davis coming down to the Doobie Awards?
I hope.
This is the bad signal for R.C. Davis. You know why? He sent me a text with Siri, the voice text.
Okay.
Lobster and linguine. Yum.
Oh, it's delicious.
RC, you have no idea. I know the media food at Chase Center is great. It's A1. But this lobster and linguine, RC, oh my gosh.
When I seen that lobster linguine.
Give me the meat.
I was like, oh my gosh. Bonte, my belly's in trouble.
That's a 3. Give me the meat. My belly's definitely in trouble. Thank God there's not a Warrior game that night. Woo! Let me go black suit to cover the fat. Let's go to BPA. BPA, what's happening?
What's up, BPA?
What the? All right. Bye-bye. We're not doing that today. Take a play off, dude. Take a play off, dude. Dude, is it Scarface or something?
Save that
Scarface? Is it Scarface?
Oh, my God.
What is he doing? Taking a bump before he makes the call about how he's down on Jonathan Kaminga? Dear Lord.
You want to go to war?
Hey, you know what?
Scarface.
Dude, what? Whoa. Whoa, Titanic, was it Elmo? What is going on there?
He was holding for a long time.
He was holding for 35 minutes. Damn, he needed another bump. He's falling asleep. Let's go to London, man. You got 60 seconds of Celebrini ready?
That was classic.
I'm not scared.
Gunner.
All right, so the Sharks fall in Carolina last night, 3-2. Luke Kunin, couple goals there for the Sharks, the first one of which was assisted by our boy Macklin Celebrini. Here's how it sounded.
Celebrini now. A nice move, and then another. And now comes into the zone with Kunin. He'll pull the trigger and scores! And the Sharks tie it up!
Randy Hahn there fighting through the cough on that call there, thanks to NBC Sports California. Pretty sweet setup there by Celebrini on the goal.
Oh, my God.
First to 2 there by Luke Kunin there. It's been a rough road trip for the Sharks, but another rough third period as well. Guys, they're minus 24 in goal differential in the third period this year. Not very good, but they made a trade early this week. They sent Mackenzie Blackwood to the Avalanche.
And they got a 2026 second-round pick?
But also it sets up a potential promotion later this year. Keep this name in your minds, guys. Yaroslav Askarov, 22-year-old Russian goalie they got down at the Barracuda right now.
Oh, I heard about him.
Yeah. Go Google his highlights. That kid flies around the crease.
He is Sharks takes real quick. Thoughts on the Blackwood trade? We traded him for a 6th-round pick 2 years ago, so we turned that into a second prospect plus a 5th
and a second-round pick and a second-round
goalie. It's a steal. The rookie prospect was loved by the Avs fans.
Said that. Literally, are you listening?
Dad played in the NHL too.
What's going on?
He's reiterating.
What is going on? What is going on?
Dad played in the NHL too.
It's unbelievable.
I write notes.
They just rattled that off.
Yeah, but I'm reiterating my notes. These are my notes.
All right. We need a break.
It's coming up on the game.
With Ryan Hollins, color commentator for the Houston Rockets. We're losing it. Where's the restaurant at? What's the German restaurant?
That one's in Hayes Valley.
Is it Hayes Valley? What's it called again?
Soup and Coochie.
I like it when you say that.
They're getting so much free advertisement.
Super Coochie.
Not the
What's
name.
coming up on the game? Brought to you by the California Lottery. Ryan Hollins.
If you're looking.
Let's go to BPA. BPA, what's happening?
What's up, BPA?
What the? All right. Bye-bye. We're not doing that.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, Bonte, BPA, that was all time in terms of snorting. I don't know
Let's go to BPA. BPA, what's happening?
What's up, BPA?
Whoa. Somebody says, I want the slurp and turf. From what
are you doing?
So
we opened some boxes at the break as we go behind the scenes here. Rob McDonough, my boy.
That's your boy?
Yeah, and my dad's
This guy's
buddy.
incredible.
Goes way back. Shout out Robbie.
Wow.
He's somewhere. He sent me a Titleist, the U hat. I got the Lane Kiffin thin visor because I'm a high crown guy. But the thin one, I mean, let me just put this one on. The U.
You're going to wear the U, really?
You filibuster while I put this on.
Well, yeah, he sent me a bunch of books in a box. So
I feel like Boca. Like, I need to go to Boca Raton.
Well, no, this guy Ryan just sent me a book.
Look at this.
As told by the players who were there, cheating is encouraged.
I got that book, too.
Cheating is encouraged. A hard-nosed history of the 1970s Raiders that you always disrespect. You always disrespect 70s football, Shasky.
Yeah, sure I do. I'm the only one who brings up John Brody.
The Steelers, you say they were cheating.
Charlie Kruger with his puffy eye.
Holy Toledo, lessons from Bill King, Renaissance man of the mic. This is great. Can't wait to read that. Boys in the boat, 9 Americans and their epic quest for gold at the 1936 Berlin Olympics. How ironic we're talking about Berlin. And speaking of Germany, because we keep talking about Germany, the NFL announced that Berlin will host an NFL game. So the theme, Dennis Schroeder, Supincucci, Berlin, NFL games, the boys in the boat. This is just all about Germany. And then Patty Whacked, the untold story of the Irish-American gangster. Oh, I can't wait to die. I love gangster movies.
You love Irish people,
dude,
too.
I do love Irish people.
Work with me every day.
Yeah, well, I've been to San Francisco my whole life. Curley. I've been to San Francisco my whole life. A lot of Irish friends. Stayed on 10th and Clement for a long time. Sport, Willie Mays. This is also remembering Willie Mays. Florida State gear. Got me Florida State gear. This is unbelievable. But wait till the kicker. Wait till the kicker here.
What's that?
All right. So we got Double Cross.
This is a box that you're opening.
This is a box that I'm opening from your friend Rob McDonough. Yeah. This is unbelievable. Can't hurt, master your mind, and defy the odds. Can't hurt me. I can't wait to read that.
He's a character. Dude, follow him on Instagram.
Sam and Chuck, the double crossing explosive inside story, the monster who controlled America. Holy smokes. And the kicker of it all. Because you must know I'm going to lose a bet soon. He sent the House of Prime Rib gift certificate.
Wow.
This guy, Rob, you tell Rob, man, where's he at? I got to talk to him, man. I got to call him, thank him personally. That's just kind. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
It's crazy.
So if I lose the bet, we know how we play for House of Prime Rib. No, I'm kidding. I'll probably need to take that and I'll come out the pocket for you guys. But I do believe Jerry's playing 65.
We'll see. I mean, it's December 11th.
Got a long way to go.
I know.
How many games has he played? 20?
Here's the thing. I win no matter what. Either I win and I get House of Prime Rib, and the Warriors probably don't make the playoffs, or they do make the playoffs and Draymond plays a bunch of games and I win because we're still going to House of Prime Rib.
He's played 21. So we have 44 to go.
More to go.
Woo.
Pistol
Give me
Pete,
the meat.
Willie McCovey. Tom Raffman.
Tom Raffman. Shout out Lester Hayes at Original Oakland. So you got to open your box. Come on, open your goodie bag.
I have almost all the same stuff.
Oh, okay. Same books?
Except I got more the U stuff.
Yeah, why did he give you the U stuff?
Because I'm all about the U.
No, you're a Notre Dame guy.
I know, I am Notre Dame.
You're not going to the Pop-Tart Bowl. You're hosting Indiana.
But when we're talking ACC, I mean, my allegiance is...
It's Cal in Miami.
Yeah, plus their logo. I mean, it's green and orange. That's Ireland.
Well, what's his name? Mendoza from Cal. He's transferring. He's hitting the portal. Transfer portal.
Is that the quarterback?
That's the quarterback.
Yeah, he's not that.
He might go back to Miami.
I was going to say, he's from Miami.
Yeah, he might go play for Mario Cristobal next season.
Oh, that's a downgrade from Cam Ward.
Why not? Let's get 7 wins. Cool.
I mean, I'm not trying to rip the guy. He's a nice kid.
You just ripped the guy. You
Cam
better not
Ward
rip our next.
Is literally going to be a top 5 pick.
You better not rip our next guest.
Had one of the greatest offensive seasons college football's ever seen.
You better not rip our next guest out of Pasadena, California. All right? UCLA Bruin.
Tournament of Roses.
His long NBA career, out of color analyst for the Houston Rockets. And the Rockets, They're going to come out to play tonight. We know they are. Let's welcome in Ryan Hollins, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And Ryan, I can tell you love this team right now with the Houston Rockets. They're 16-8. They got some young studs. They're athletic. Ime Udoka's cursing out referees at post-game pressers. This is your type of ball club, right? Good morning to you.
Hey, man. Good morning, fellas. Man, it is. And I love this team last year because I could see everything being built. I knew when you had the chance to get Tari Easton back, this was going to be a special season. And honestly, man, this is what we're seeing. But, you know, I think, man, we got to be patient. I love the mentality with these guys, man. But the West is deep. And the Rockets, make no mistake, they still have their work cut out this season.
Why have they lost 15 in a row to the Warriors? That almost feels impossible.
That's a great question. I think, and I was just kind of talking about this. I think maybe just part of it is the rivalry, and it is a rivalry. And it's hard to say when you're down 15-0, is it a rivalry? But the Rockets were the team under James Harden that were the biggest challenge to the Warriors. They were the team that, to this day, you can say, and if we're not mistaken, if Chris Paul didn't do the hamstring, the Rockets were going to win that game. This was going to be the legacy, the blip on the legacy, and it's one of those moments in sports that you'll never know. And somehow Chris Paul is a part of two of them. Chris Paul's hamstring in that game is one of the biggest in sports, and the second biggest is probably what if Chris Paul joined the Lakers with Kobe Bryant? What would that have ended up looking like, right? So I think, this game, even from the Warriors standpoint, has more juice because of history, because it almost seems like, the Warriors go out and they kind of beat the Rockets, and then they go a next game or two and they lay eggs. So I definitely believe, even from the Warriors side, from the Rockets side, it means a lot. But even from the Warriors side, I think it definitely means more.
Yeah, no doubt. The Rockets nearly rallied from a 31-point deficit in the first matchup between the two teams, and the Rockets have only lost 3 home games. And then last week we saw you guys at Kuminga goes for a career-high 33 points. So how do the fans? Are the fans up for the Emirates NBA Cup? What's the vibe out there in Houston as they get ready for this game tonight?
Man, I think this whole season, the Houston fans are up for it. And the reason that they're up for it is because, Houston's not used to development. Developing basketball has been different. This has been a 50-win team, win season, year after year after year in Houston. So, yeah, man, this has been, a change for a lot of the Rockets faithful. So I think, everyone's just ecstatic to see the team back and competing. And, even beyond that, with Ime Udoka and company and the players, it's a real brand of basketball that you can get behind. So I do believe that's where a lot of the excitement in this season is coming from.
You brought up Ime Udoka. He had the classic presser last week where he just ripped the referees, reamed them. We see Fred VanVleet flip a couple referees off. It's a feisty bunch. Of course, Dylan the villain's on that team, Dylan Brooks, and he's playing well for you guys. What is up with the Rockets and the refs, man? Do you guys feel like you get the short end of the stick when it comes to the whistle?
I think this year has been officiated differently. And what happened that kind of caused the frustration, I guess as best as I can say, is there's been a couple moments where Şengün is driven to the hole and guys have gone across his face. And my understanding that was there, and when there's contact above the shoulders, you got at a worst case scenario, go and look at it. And that's something that the referees had reviewed. And what happened at the end of the game was Şengün was driving against Sabonis, and he literally just face checked him, like not face checked him, kind of like shoulder checked him 2-3 times on the drive, and the official didn't call anything. And maybe the first one, the second one, is this year has been officiated very physically, not just for the Rockets, for everybody. The whole league has had to adjust to a more physical brand of basketball, and it wasn't called. And I think that's where Ime really went off. It felt it was a different play. It spilled milk. It didn't change the win or the loss, but I think the energy there. But also, I think in terms of, like you said, Fred going off the other day, when he got ejected at the end of the game, this is a group that is not going to be content with losing. This is a group that's rallying behind each other. They hold each other accountable. And, man, they want it bad. They want it bad this season. So I think that's where some of the officiating comes into play in a group that really, you know, all for one for all, man. It's good. There's good stuff going on here, but, you know, Houston's taking the nasty, in your face, grinded approach, and I think that's why even just folks around the league are getting behind this Rockets ball club. You know, it's not the pretty, you know, run and gun style that we've seen in the NBA lately.
Look, I'm going to contradict myself here because I root for Draymond Green, but Dillon Brooks is just wild. Like every single night, it's something. He hit a 3 late in the game against the Warriors the last game, and he's barking and barking and barking, only to be put on a milk carton for the final 5 minutes and not do anything else. What's it like watching him play every single night? He's kind of crazy.
Man, it's a pleasure, man. I love watching Dillon Brooks play. I love what he brings to the table. He's the guy, and as you mentioned, Draymond, you love him on your team. I'm so grateful that he plays for the Rockets, and I'm a fan of Dillon. But again, his intensity, he brings it every single night. It's a throwback. It's a lost art. You don't have no friends when you jump on the floor, you know, and that's what you see from Dillon. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, that's his buddy from the Bro games, and he went after Shai like no other. Those guys competed and absolutely got after it. And I'm sure you guys can understand, who's Draymond's best friend? LeBron, right? LeBron may be untouchable, and he's whacked LeBron a few times. So I think you guys understand and appreciate that. And, you know, I'm sure if Dillon Brooks was on the Warriors side, you'd be appreciating him too. And hopefully, you know, his efforts get solidified with a championship one day here in Houston.
No doubt. Going for this Emirates NBA Cup. The winner plays Oklahoma City Saturday in Las Vegas. Most improved player on the Rockets this season so far, Ryan. Who would you say?
Amin Thompson. Amin was really good last year as a star in his role, but he's made that leap so much so that, you know, he finishes a lot of these ball games for Ime Udoka, and he's having himself a special year, man. And he's a very unique talent in the sense that he came in as a point guard, and he's like, maybe that's not going to work out, but I'm going to be an all-NBA defender. I think he's all-NBA first team this year. He's a huge part of Houston's success. He offensive rebounds. He actually will come out and play center with some lineups. He can play 1 through 5. There's just so much that he brings to the table. So when you watch him, man, he's again just unique. Might even be the word, man. This guy is just he's in a league of his own. But the leap that he's made of the confidence, I would probably say Amin Thompson.
Wow, first team. Wow, that stopped me in my tracks. Well, as a guy who used to play in the league for a long time, and now you're doing the TV side of stuff, and so you kind of see both sides of it. How are you viewing this NBA Cup from a player's perspective, from a broadcast partner perspective, from a league-wide perspective? Just all your thoughts on the NBA Cup.
Man, I like the NBA Cup. You know, I'll be honest, at first I was extremely confused, as we all were. But when you go out and watch it, you're like, man, these guys are playing harder than ever. They're competing. Is it a world championship? No, but maybe from a team like the Rockets, you go ahead and win that in a young, developing team, establishing a lot of things, you know, a lot this season. Man, it would mean a lot. It would mean a lot. So I do think that in terms of the NBA Cup, man, I think it's been a slam dunk, and I think it's over exceeded expectations. And I'm excited to see, you know, what other nuances that the league may have in store, because if it's anything on pace of what we're seeing from the Cup, I think it's fun. And we're really getting exciting basketball in November and December, guys. Like that. And not to say that we haven't had good games, but you can feel the energy behind it, and you'd be a fool to think that there isn't any.
No doubt. Ryan, last one for you here. As you look at the Warriors, you've seen them up close and personal twice now. They haven't been at full strength in both of the games. They missed Steph the first game. Obviously, the last game, no Steph, no Draymond. When you look at the Warriors from afar, they're 14-9 in fifth place, a couple games behind you guys in the Western Conference. Do you think they need a big star like a LeBron or Jimmy Butler, or would a smaller move be better for that roster? Somebody like a Dennis Schroeder, somebody like a Vucevic, maybe a Jakob Poeltl. What do you see from the Warriors? Do you believe they need a big star? Can it get some ancillary pieces to complement Steph, Dre, Andrew Wiggins, and Kuminga?
I think they have options, and that's always good because they're a group that doesn't have to jump and make a choice right now. And I think that's the biggest notch for the Warriors is that they can go out and compete. They can go out and win with what they have. I think what's scary is the way they can match up. And I think the biggest challenge from a front office standpoint, in my opinion, is, kind of like, hey, how do we take care of Kuminga? How do we pay him? Who can he be, potentially, but he's a stud, man. He's got great size. He can score it. He's elite defensively when he puts his mind to it. It's just him, continuing to mature and learning how to play basketball the right way. But he's one of those really unique talents, that you got to be ecstatic and fun to watch. And, they're kind of figuring out, hey, man, who are we? What are we going to be with or without him? So I can't say that they need to make the move, and I think it's just in a weird, unique way, man. This is a group that can come out and compete. They really can. When I watch them and I think about the kind of success they had without Steph, it's intriguing. But again, credit Steph Curry. Steph Curry is the type of star that, and you saw this with it wasn't going to work everywhere with Kevin Durant or anybody who comes in, but Steph welcomes guys. And every star can't play with other stars. It does not always end up that well. And that's why and where I don't think Steph Curry, I think he can obviously work with other stars, work well, and this is even in his prime, so you can see that as a sample size. But I think even more so with Steph, the excitement is just how that he can work well with somebody else, and he still can do it at this age. So you wouldn't be like, well, how's he going to fit with Steph? I think, darn near anybody could fit with him with his personality and how good he is and the respect that he has, amongst the league.
All right, Ryan. Have a good call tonight, man. Always good talking to you. Should be a fun atmosphere down there in Houston for the right to go to Las Vegas to take on the OKC in the Emirates NBA Cup. Have a good call today, Ryan.
I appreciate it, guys. And no more Dylan Brooks hate on this show. Y'all hear me?
Oh, no, we always hate on Dylan Brooks, man. Dylan the villain, man. Dylan the villain. The best, hey, Ryan, listen, the best thing that's going to happen today, Dylan Brooks is going to start off 3 for 3, and we're going to say yes, because that green light's going to not. It's now turned into red, baby. You know it.
Oh, my gosh.
You know it. You know it. All right, Ryan. Have a good one, man. Dylan Brooks, man. I do get kicked out of Dylan the villain. I used to with Memphis days, I was like, man, breaking the code, all that stuff. But it's Trayvon. It's the Rockets. It's Dylan Brooks. It's Ime Udoka. I mean, you got the Ime Udoka post-game presser, Spadoni, if you can find it when they're cursing out referees. Okay. This game's going to be intense today, Warrior fans.
If I were, and I'm not saying like head coaching, I'm talking about like an actual Royal Rumble. If I said to you in the NFL, I'm taking Dan Campbell power rank #1 in terms of a Royal Rumble amongst head coaches. In the NBA, I think Ime's #1. Am I wrong?
Oh, my God.
In this jokingly hypothetical Royal Rumble.
He called LeBron the B word. Remember that? It's like he's a punk and you ain't going to do nothing about it. And I'm paraphrasing.
He's scary.
I mean, do we want Ime in Las Vegas, though, considering his past history? Probably don't want him in Las Vegas. Maybe the Rockets trying to lose it.
Don't talk about that.
We need to get him away from Vegas. Stop. Ime Udoka. They lost to Sacramento. This is Sacramento. They lost to Sacramento. As Ryan Hollis was explaining, he was not happy with some of the calls. Here's Ime Udoka after that game.
Wasn't too happy about the officiating there. What was going on? What did you see out there on the floor that you was disappointed?
Missed calls, blatant missed calls right in front of you. You're calling ticky-tack, moving screens, and little shit like that, and then you don't want to call the obvious ones right in front of you. So that was it. Alpi got fouled a few times on that drive and on the layup, and they don't want to call it. And so I'm going to get some glasses, open your eyes.
I would not mess with Ime. The way he storms onto the court after a timeout, he's all business.
I mean, who would fight him in this hypothetical WWE Royal Rumble? What other NBA coaches even like up there?
Pockets. You know who Pockets is?
No.
You don't know who Pockets is? He's now the assistant coach in Milwaukee.
Okay.
I found out they call him Pockets. You know, seriously, Darvin Ham.
I call buttonholes Pockets because his hands are in his pockets.
No, that's what they call.
Confused.
No, Darvin Ham is Pockets. In L.A., they call him Pockets.
I thought he was Darvin Scam.
All he would do, he is. He's the scam man. All he does is stand there with the hands in his pockets, watching 20-0 runs happen and not calling a timeout until it's too late.
Seriously, they call him Pockets in L.A. Oh, Coach Pockets? Oh, Pockets. Yeah, thank God we got Pockets out of there.
Don't be pocket watching.
Yeah,
no, not pocket watching. Yeah. He just keeps his hands in his pockets.
I'm so distracted because, baseball stuff is just happening all over, and I got my mind on the cup. I want to win this cup so bad. Not the Stanley Cup. I'm talking about the Emirates Cup. And, the Red Sox are now claiming that they're pulling out of the Corbin Burns thing. At least that's all the reports. They fear that he's going to the Giants. Woo! If Buster Posey lands Corbin Burns and Willie Adames in the same week after re-signing Matt Chapman,
Executive of the year? Early running?
Well, I mean...
Does that put in the cart for the horse?
I mean, remember...
What about Mike Dunleavy? Mike Dunleavy brought in, Anthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield, and they've got a lot of picks. They may get somebody.
What sport? Oh, I thought we were staying into the baseball sport. I don't know why.
I guess if Buster bought in Corbin Burns, would that be a bigger haul than Dunleavy's first offseason?
I thought we were talking about Ime Udoka, and you start talking about Royal Rumbles and coaches fighting and who I wouldn't want to fight, and then you went to baseball. So I don't know. You tell me where to go.
I'm monitoring. I'm monitoring the Corbin Burns thing.
No, okay, all right. Nothing's happening yet. Well,
it sounds like it's down to the Blue Jays and the Giants.
Things are percolating.
They are.
It sounds like it's going to come to the Giants then. Pitch in the National League. We got Corbin Burns. Book it now. Corbin Burns is going to be a Giant. He's not going to Canada.
Book it now.
He's not going to Canada.
Book him, Dano.
He's coming to the Giants. Corbin Burns, Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, and he'll figure out the rest. Corbin Burns is going to be a Giant.
Zach Manassian, the new Giants general manager, did a lot of, was the director of scouting when he was with the Brewers, and he was with the Brewers when they drafted Burns in the 4th round out of St. Mary's back in 2016. So
St. Mary's in Moraga?
They are very local St. Mary's Gales in Moraga.
It's a lock.
Did you bring him home? I guess he's a Bakersfield kid too.
Did you see the Peter Gammons tweet?
No, I did not see it.
It's Lubman.
Hold on, let me pull it up.
No, I did see it. It's in the rundown. I read the rundown today.
Wow, first time.
No, I always read the rundown. Talk to your other buddy. Bakersfield, St. Mary's, most of all, Buster Posey. So he's going to be a Giant. So there's nothing to freak out about, Giants fans. Go crazy, Giants fans.
Well, and this gives them
Corbin Burns will be a Giant.
If they can get him, all right? And then we'll see with Roki Sasaki. But, if you can get him, now you have a little bit of strength to be able to trade a young arm either on the big, I wouldn't, but of the two big leaguers. I wouldn't trade Harrison or Birdsong just yet. But, Wisenhunt, Mason Black, Tristan Beck, Keaton Wynn, this gives you options to be able to sweeten the deal for someone else and go get yourself a position player.
I'm going to tweet it right now. I'm just going to tweet it. Corbin Burns will be a Giant. Who do you want next?
I want not Max. I want Kyle Tucker.
Corbin Burns will be a member.
Live radio.
Of the, well, you guys start talking Royal Rumble, so it's ADD hour. We almost made it. I
just said that Ime Udoka scares me.
Why does he scare you?
Because he's very intimidating.
Don't bump into him in a dark alley. You're fine.
The way that he roams the sidelines, I get scared.
I'm scared of Willard. Why would you get scared? Is this just a white thing?
What are you talking about? What?
No, because you just played the Steiny job. He's scared of Willard. Chassie's talking about he's scared of Ime Udoka. What is going on here?
Because two white guys are scared of something, that means all white people are scared.
He's always scared of something. I'm scared of this guy.
I'm scared of Dan Campbell, too.
Why are you scared of Dan Campbell? He seems like a friendly dude.
He seems very friendly. He seems like a guy who just invites people off the street and into his barbecue.
What are we scared of for?
Think? Oh, yeah. He sees you walking down the street. He's like, hey, come on over. Come bite this meat off my barbecue.
The kneecap of this pig.
Give me the meat.
Seems like a very nice guy, Dan Campbell. That's what I'm saying. Very friendly, very neighborly.
We go wherever you guys want to go.
Like a good neighbor, Dan Campbell's there.
Your leads, fellas.
Well, I'll get back on here. Anthony Slater said something I thought was interesting when you guys had him on at 8:30.
That the Mavericks play no defense?
Courtesy of the River Islands guest line, Anthony Slater. Find that entire interview on YouTube or the free Odyssey app, that and thousands of other stations. Anthony Slater said, it'd be suggestible for the Warriors to lose tonight against the Rock. Suggestible is the word he used. Do you guys think that was interesting? Like,
yeah, but I don't think they're in a position to just lose games.
No, they're not.
Especially when we're going to look back at the end of the season and whether it's seeding for the top 6 spots or getting out of the box, because that should be their entire mantra should be stay out of the box.
Stay out of the box. You like that, the box?
Well, yeah, I keep thinking of what's in the box?
What's in the box? Well, we got a good box over here. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to carry this to the car.
That's a good point. Thank you, Rob McDonough.
Well, Shask, I think you bring up a good point there. You really can't sleep on any of these games because one game literally could be the difference between you're stuck in the play-in or the boxes. I like how you just called it that. Or you're like the 3 seed. I mean, that could be the difference.
We've been calling it the box for 4 years. Where you been at? Since the play was introduced.
Literally never heard that. Okay.
We literally say it every day on the pregame. Shasky, come on, man. You guys don't. We're the worst listening show, I swear to God, in America. How do we win the ratings? I don't even know.
What did you say? What?
That was funny. I don't think the Warriors can afford to lose. And they need to ride this momentum wave and continue to win.
How about this?
And ride the wave right into the cup.
Does Andrew Wiggins need rest? Does Stephen Curry need rest? Does Draymond Green need rest? Do they not need rest?
That's tough.
510. Did Bonta and Joe hear Steiny's great line during the crossover yesterday? No, I don't.
What was his great line?
Well, this show's off the rails, man. It is done. Can we just get to... Here, how about this? Let's get ridiculous. I've been sitting on this for like 2 hours.
Ever since BPA snorted, I can't stop laughing.
Yeah, I know. It's so bad. We can't focus. Spinoni said BPA. BPA, what's happening?
What's up, BPA?
It's just unbelievable, man.
That sounds like a man who's actually hung out in Miami.
On 3 Sports,
what
Ohio
is that?
State Representative Josh Williams introduced the OHIO Sportsmanship Act Tuesday.
Okay.
The act would make it a felony offense to plant a flag in the center of Ohio Stadium.
Come on. What are we doing? Oh, gosh. I love sports. I'm crying.
Andrew Wiggins, do you need rest with Wiggs? Do you need rest?
Well, he does have an impingement. So, I mean, I'm sure that he needs a little bit of rest, but I think they need to just continue to stack wins. So let me get this straight.
That's what Steiny said. He said he couldn't get it up.
Oh, is that what he said?
Okay. They were talking about a Christmas tree, but he said he couldn't get it up.
Bonta, they play tonight, and then the game Saturday doesn't matter for the standings.
No, the game Tuesday doesn't matter for the standings. The Emirates NBA Cup Championship
would be Tuesday
would not
night.
count. Yeah, that would not count.
So the semifinal is Saturday.
Yes, and that counts towards the standings.
Okay, and if they lose tonight, they play the Mavericks, and is that an NBA Cups game?
No, that would not be an Emirates
Okay,
Cup
that's just
game.
a newly designed regular season game to fulfill the schedule.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm trying to keep up here.
Yep. There you go.
You're doing good, Joe.
So the championship would be in Vegas.
The championship would be in Vegas. The Emirates Cup that you're so excited about.
I am.
Tuesday would be in Vegas.
LeBron has one, so we have to
Saturday,
have one.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we have to.
Because LeBron has one. He's got to keep up with him.
We have to have one.
By the way, I tweeted, Corbin Burns will be a member of the San Francisco Giants. # book it. And I added old takes exposed. Freezing cold takes.
That'll age well.
There you go.
Well, maybe they'll give you credit. Like, he had it before everyone else.
Honestly, if it's coming down to the Blue Jays and the Giants, you can't beat out the Toronto Blue Jays. They're in Canada. They play in a different country. Corbin Burns from Bakersfield. All right? He went to college in Morocco. He loves the Bay Area. Come on, it makes too much sense.
It does.
It's a pitcher's park, Oracle Park.
Yeah, it's perfect.
We love our pitching.
He goes straight from the black and orange and the Orioles straight to the black and orange and the Giants.
Come on, he looks good in orange and black.
St. Mary's.
That makes all the sense. Yeah.
And St. Paul's.
Moraga is kind of near Lafayette, right? And isn't that where Posey lives?
That's where Posey lives, Lafayette.
So I think there's an easy selling point there.
Close to Napa. A lot of Giants live in the East Bay. I mean, come on.
Get that California wine.
California wine. It's
Everyone
done.
loves that.
The deal's done. There's no need.
Except for Jimmy.
Corbin Burns is done. It's just a matter of how much money. How much money are you giving Corbin Burns?
What would be a number that would be too much for you to say yes to the deal?
It's not my money. You give him $500 million. I don't care. I no longer care about contracts and money, how much these players are getting.
I'm telling you right now,
it's not coming out of my pocket.
If Buster lands Corbin Burns, even with just Corbin Burns, it would be a grand slam offseason in terms of like, wow, you have really improved your team. But if I went a step further and I made the trade that I'd like to make, some sort of a trade, get me an outfielder, Trout, Tucker, like a legitimate power bat that I could put in the middle of this lineup. Think of what this team looks like in just a couple of months.
This is the same show that connected the dots with Buster Posey. Oh, they're moving back to the Bay Area because his wife, and
they miss it.
They miss it. The kids miss it. Blah blah blah. They're missing back, and I'm like thinking, this is a multimillionaire. He can live whatever the hell he wants. I come back to the Bay Area.
I think Zach's making a trade with his brother.
Connect
I think we're getting
dots. Connect the dots. Connect the dots. Corbin Burns is going to be a giant, and I say they'll wait for it may be announced today. I think it'll be announced today. They'll do the presser tomorrow.
10:04 is when they'll break the news?
No, they'll do the presser. Yeah, they probably will break it after this show. And then Steiny will fumble the bag.
Why you got to run Steiny over?
You do it all the time.
Let him get up. That was a recall joke.
Give me the meat.
So Anna just texted me. What was the name of that restaurant again? She wants to go to it. Hayes Valley. She just texted me.
Google it.
No, what was the name of the restaurant?
Called cap on that. She definitely did not text you.
No, she did. I'll show you the phone right now.
Oh, I saw your phone, so that totally does it.
Yeah, I had the privacy screen protector so nobody could look over the shoulder and look and see what I'm doing. It works because you never need a lot of nosy ass people out here, man.
In honor of Al Addles, 16. The Warriors will win 16 straight against the Houston Rockets tonight.
I like that.
And they are going to find their way into a Saturday night matchup, either at 1:30 or 5:30 against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And we are going for the cup, baby. Let's do this. I'm so fired up. Get Lightning McQueen. Get everyone going. We're going for the cup.
Go ahead, love it. I need a playoff.
What's up, Mater?
Actually, no, it's interesting enough. Just got some Giants news, actually. They're starting Tommy DeVito against the Ravens this weekend. I like that fake one.
I don't like that because I have Malik Neighbors, man. This is not good.
That's
and
rough.
I'm in the playoffs.
They're like, Drew Lock, you were too good.
Dude, I've got 3 playoff games.
Yeah, we can't win.
Damn.
The slide pusher is on.
They put a fake boot on his. Oh, man.
But no, my final thought though is, what do we do in college football if we can't handle flag planting like big, like grown mature people? Like, what are we doing here? Like, first off, it's ridiculous enough that Florida and Florida State are trying to plant flags on each other. Like, you're 7-5, 2-10. What are we doing here? Ohio State can't get all upset about it. We're taking this too seriously. Just relax and stop planting flags. We obviously are not mature enough to handle it.
John Sally joining Steiny and Goo coming up at 11 o'clock today. I'm going to be tuning in for that.
Are they going to remember who it was this time?
Oh, of course.
John Sally.
Not to be confused with John Fogerty.
It's so good.
John Sally.
So why is John Sally coming on the show?
Talk hoops. Talk
What is he doing these days? John Sally.
He's hanging out.
He's
chilling.
hanging out.
Tune in.
Hey, listen.
Tune in to and find out. I couldn't even get it out of my
Hey, look, I was just going to say my final thought is from 9 to 10, change the name Morning Roast to the Morning Melon because all we do is mail it in from 9 to 10. But you want to talk about a mail-in. Evan Kitty's, Warriors play the Rockets, John Saturday, 11 o'clock, starting go. Yeah, that works. He's just hanging out these days.
What is John Sally up to? Oh, that was
He's
great.
just hanging out these days.
Oh, I love those guys.
Woo. Hey, by the way, Stutterman has
a lot of marketing.
Dude, so our boy Frack, you know Frack, right? He's a freestyler.
I know that you shouldn't frack.
Frack the person. He's a great freestyle rapper. And he's with Stutterman doing a rap. I just saw the Warriors World tweet. He's got a bar that says, got my hands on the foreign like I'm Draymond Green.
Oh, my God. No, he does not. No, he does
That
not.
is a great line.
Oh, my God. Got my hands on a foreign like I'm Draymond Green? That is, wow. There's layers to this.
Incredible. All right, man. That's
wow.
All right, that's it for the Morning Melon. The Morning Melon is now over.
What time is John Sally?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
That.
I'm not going to miss that because what's John Sally doing? He says, he's just hanging out. Great booking, Evan Giddings. You want to talk about a melon? Oh, man. Our producers are just melted in during the holidays, man. Holy smokes.
John Sally.
Oh, man. Holy smokes. What an end to this show.
I guess Tom Arnold was busy.
Look, man, they're going to reshuffle the books here at 95.7 The Game soon. We might all be out of jobs with the way we're going.
I'm a back off.
Yeah, I'm a back off.
Oh,
what's the restaurant to do? No, seriously. Hayes Valley?
I'm going to go put on my Birkenstocks.
That's Fast Five. Brought to you by Xfinity. Espinosa, you better play that drop. You got the drop in Shasky in the restaurant. Because he won't tell me what the restaurant name is anymore. I forgot the name. At home,
John Sally.
You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Hey, Mario Lopez here, and I got the ultimate pickleball.
I'm out.
Well,
oh boy.
I want to be sensitive here.
You don't have to be.
No, I want to be sensitive here.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Evan Giddings in for now.
Well,
for now. Daryl the Guru Johnson running a little late today. According to Daryl the Guru Johnson, he got a flat tire on the way to work today, which, to my way of thinking, is right up there with the dog ate my homework. But I know he's listening right now, so we'll welcome you in properly when you get here, Gil.
He said 10:15, so the ETA is pretty close to the beginning of the show, just not quite at the beginning of the show.
Exactly. So we'll go to our sixth man probably in about 20 or 30 minutes. But yeah, Guru will be here. We got a fun show today. John Sally is going to join us at 11 o'clock. Four-time NBA champion, member of the Bad Boy Pistons.
Now, are we sure?
Yes,
okay.
We are sure. And at 1 o'clock, Mike Martz, former NFL head coach for the Rams, and also the offensive coordinator for the Rams when they were the greatest show on.
Well, he was both.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, he was a head coach of the Rams. And
after he was the offensive coordinator.
And an offensive coordinator.
Took over for your boy, Vermeil.
Yes, he did. Okay.
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me. I really love the.
It's going to be one of those days, man.
I'll probably say this right before John Sally, but if you don't know the story with John Sally, it's an all-timer. One of the all-timers from Matt Nahigian. It was the day after Willie Mays passed, and the boss was looking for guests, all kinds of guests, anybody. And
big boys.
He suggested John Fogerty, who was the lead singer of Creedence Clearwater Revival. But when he went solo, he did that famous song called Center Field. And Willie Mays was mentioned in that song. And so Matt Nahigian came in and he said, I got John Fogerty on the line. Well, little did we know that he got John Sally and John Fogerty's numbers mixed up. And so John Sally joined us, but I introduced him in a lengthy way as one of our great, you could make a case, Creedence Clearwater Revival, one of the greatest American bands.
We are going to replay that in its entirety, okay. So when Goose subs in and I go back behind the glass, I'll cue it up.
All right. Well, the big news today, and this is the way it's going for the Warriors. It feels like they've been linked to every active NBA player currently in the league. There's 30 teams, 15 guys each, 450 players in the league. Warriors have about 15 of them, so they've been linked to about 435 of them.
Everyone's on the table.
435 guys in the mix for the Golden State Warriors. But the big one is still the big one. And this is where we're jumping off today. Brian Windhorst, ESPN, talking about the Golden State Warriors.
When the Heat made it clear they were not going to extend his contract, we were probably headed for an ending of the ways between the Heat and Jimmy Butler. I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet, but I think teams are starting to kick the tires there and look and see what it might take. And the Warriors are one of them. The Warriors have been really active in trying to look for a star player. They kicked the tires on a couple other stars over the summer. And if Jimmy Butler is available and the Warriors feel like they need to upgrade, that could be. But who else is on their list, Braz? That's LeBron James. And I know that this is one of the most fascinating opportunities in the league. It's a delicious scenario to think about. The Warriors have dreamed of pairing LeBron with Steph Curry and Draymond Green since last year. They've made an inquiry, and it got shut down last February. That was before LeBron played with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and won the gold medal over the summer. So they will definitely monitor the situation, and I don't think they do anything without knowing this door is locked. But I would just say with LeBron, it's up to him. He has a no-trade clause, and he has given no indication he wants the Lakers to do anything but upgrade the roster they've got, not that he wants to go anywhere.
All right, so that was Brian Windhorst, who is as tapped in as anybody, saying that the real big fish the Warriors would love is LeBron James. First of all, do you believe it? Secondly, do you think LeBron James would have any interest? And then third, do the Warriors have pieces to give?
Well, I think, first of all, it's appropriate that the term big fish is being used because the big fish is always a story that gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then you realize it actually doesn't go anywhere. There is zero chance that the Golden State Warriors bring LeBron James to the Bay Area. And the reason for that is they don't have the ability to with money. Like, they got rid of their biggest... all right, and this is actually something I've been sitting on for a while. I'm going to sub out in a sec, but let me get it off before Goo gets in.
All right.
The biggest issue that I've had, and I've texted you this, is that if the Warriors really wanted to go big game hunting, big fish or not, why did you move Chris Paul's contract this summer? Why did you not keep a salary slot that, along with Andrew Wiggins or other contracts, would allow you to have more flexibility in bringing in a $50 million or plus player? LeBron James, last year, that deal was centered around, it got nixed by LeBron, it got nixed by the Lakers, but it was centered around Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins. Chris Paul would be an expiring this year. I think the reason is the Warriors did not want to pay another luxury tax for a season that might not go anywhere. But in doing so, you drastically prohibit yourself from being a big game player. And so we're talking about Jimmy Butler. We're talking about LeBron James, specifically LeBron. I don't see it. And the Warriors kind of shot themselves in the foot by not choosing to pay up for that opportunity this summer.
Yeah, I understand why they did it. And I'm sure Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy would say we kind of had to do it to preserve some flexibility. Could you get LeBron James if he said he wanted to play for the Warriors? There might be a way. And I like how, and I know that these guys out here listening are among our favorite listeners, but the fact that you guys are talking about James is annoying, according to the 707. Well, for all the people that say this is dumb, this is stupid, this will never happen, why do you guys even talk about this? How do you justify, or then how do you rationalize the fact that the Golden State Warriors owner called the Lakers about LeBron James last year in a widely reported story? So I understand both sides. I understand the please, LeBron James, and we can skip off LeBron James and go to other guys like Jimmy Butler or Vucevic or Paul George or any of the Nets or any of the Chicago Bulls players. But the reality of the situation is your owner has already reached out and done what probably every other owner has not done, and that is made an inquiry about LeBron James. And the one thing I do believe if Joe Lacob believed that LeBron James would be available and help this team, and they could make a trade for LeBron James and become a better team, he would do it. He would do it. I firmly believe that. Now, if he, if it's not realistic, then you move on to another player or two. But I could also, knowing LeBron James, I could also see him wanting to do this in a way.
I could see LeBron James wanting to play with Steph Curry.
Yep.
I don't see the Warriors front office sacrificing basically what's made them successful this season for an age 41 player. Unless the goal, which the Lakers have already kind of established the season is their goal, is to sell tickets and be in the A block of every single national show.
Right.
That's the goal. If that's the goal, then LeBron James is your guy. But I think the Warriors would be wise to stay away from him. Hey, what's up, Goo?
Oh. Oh, boy.
The dog ate my homework.
All right. Well,
Goo.
Daryl the Guru Johnson. Goo doesn't know how to fix a tire. That's the other thing. He probably could have gotten here on time.
You're only saying that because he's not listening anymore.
He probably could have gotten here in time if you didn't have to rely on AAA.
Shut up!
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brian Windhorst. Everybody talking about the Warriors, looking for a big fish. Who is a big fish? Who isn't a big fish? Daryl the Guru Johnson in on the other side. John Sally coming in at 11. The number is 888-957-9570. And we're going to get into it all on 95.7 The Game. And as soon as I find my reads, I'm going to go into the break. And I've just found my reads. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. Plus, don't forget, tune in to Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
Our relationship is on the brink.
Order for Jennifer C.
John Sally.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. John Sally's going to join us at 11 o'clock. Then Mike Martz, former coach of the St. Louis Rams.
John Sally.
Comes in at 1 o'clock. But I guess the most special guest has just arrived.
Oh, boy.
Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Oh, no. It's amazing listening to you and Evan while I'm in the car. And I'm like, this is when I need you, pal, talking to you. Just have my back.
So,
and I hated the dog ate the homework excuse.
Where did
use that one?
Where did you break down?
Iselton, city called Iselton. I was going the back roads,
the
Bruce Wayne roads. So it was scary to change the flat because it was on the driver's side.
Right.
So my rear would have been to the road, so it was condensed. But anyway, because Norm raised a man, I was able to change the flat myself.
All right.
And then I threw it out. And
well,
if
real
you check
quick,
the timestamp, I text you guys on the road at 7 about what I was going to do for show prep in the, because that was on my mind. But anyway.
Well, first of all, I'm getting word that it's Iselton from my producers. But then secondly, we all, I mean, nobody doubts.
It's been Iselton to me forever.
Nobody doubts that story. But do me a favor. Just show me your hands.
I'll use my workout gloves. Yeah.
Because there's not a stitch of grease on those hands.
Yeah, but look, I use my workout gloves to change the flat. Come on, man. You keep a bag in the bag. Anyway, I've been doing this 12 years. This is the first time I've ever come on a show that I was a part of after the beginning. So it's weird. I apologize. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't hear that. George Costanza of Seinfeld's got one of the greatest lines of all time, and he was known to fudge the truth a little bit. And he said, Jerry, it's not a lie if you believe it.
Wow. But who's saying that?
Oh, whispers.
All right.
Nah. Hey, you want Jimmy Butler? You want LeBron James? Get in the game. You're now on the air. Let's go. Give us some opinions.
I want Butler, but I want the old Butler. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you get the old one.
Yeah, but there's some thread on the tire. But I feel like if he were to get traded to this nucleus of Draymond and Steph Steiny, he might know, you know what? I'm tired of joshing around. It don't hurt as much. I'm going to play. So it sounds good, but if it's costing me Kuminga's future, man, I'm going to say no.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I played the Brian Windhorst sound. I'm going to play it again right now for Goo, and we're going to get into it because I think people want to discuss it. And if it's not LeBron James, then who is it, if anybody?
When the Heat made it clear they were not going to extend his contract, we were probably headed for an ending of the ways between the Heat and Jimmy Butler. I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet, but I think teams are starting to kick the tires there and look and see what it might take. And the Warriors are one of them. The Warriors have been really active in trying to look for a star player. They kicked the tires on a couple other stars over the summer. And if Jimmy Butler is available and the Warriors feel like they need to upgrade, that could be. But who else is on their list, Roz? That's LeBron James. And I know that this is one of the most fascinating opportunities in the league. It's a delicious scenario to think about. The Warriors have dreamed of pairing LeBron with Steph Curry and Draymond Green since last year. They've made an inquiry, and it got shut down last February. That was before LeBron played with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and won the gold medal over the summer. So they will definitely monitor the situation, and I don't think they do anything without knowing this door is locked. But I would just say with LeBron, it's up to him. He has a no-trade clause, and he has given no indication he wants the Lakers to do anything but upgrade the roster they've got, not that he wants to go anywhere.
Yeah, I told you this last year. I don't think LeBron will ever leave L.A. That's just me. And I don't think he'll leave Anthony Davis, but
I actually think he'd leave in a heartbeat, but that's me.
But why?
To play with Steph. Well,
you got Anthony Davis right now.
Well,
you've had him the last couple years.
Maybe LeBron has shown a penchant for up and moving over the course of his career. And
where does that put the Warriors if they were to get LeBron or Jimmy buckets? They're like, again, they would be a problem in the West wouldn't be a plan if you got Jimmy Butler or LeBron. But what are you willing to say night to Kuminga? And what if Kuminga got with Miami and Pat? But when you break up, you don't care about what happens to the other person. You want good for him, but you're worried about the now, the immediate. And the immediate is, ever since Jonathan Kuminga scored 33, all of a sudden these weird reports are not weird, but all of a sudden they've resurfaced. And I'm just like, is that the Warriors or what's going on here?
You know, when you say nobody cares where a guy goes after they leave, even if they have success, there's a guy I'm thinking of.
Give it to me.
And I wonder if would you like to be the LA Clippers, knowing that you had a franchise point guard under control in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and you made a move to try to make something happen a lot faster than his normal growth?
Well,
could you live with Kuminga if he turns into a similar type player? And I know, and here come the text, he'll never be as good as Shai Gilgeous. But
bad boy.
If you're going to trade Kuminga, you better be prepared for watching a heck of a player on another team when he's 25, 26 years old.
Now, let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
The rat on the table is, it's not about, to me, if it works. You hope it works, but you're doing this solely to show Steph Curry, we did it all for you. We tried.
Yeah.
And that's what a big move like this would signal.
510 on the Comcast Business text line. There's no path to matching Jimmy Butler's salary that doesn't make the Warriors worse. And there's no path to LeBron, period. These moves are not happening. Okay. But what about all the reports that the Warriors... and this is the one I disagree with.
Mm-hmm.
I think Windhorst used the phrase, the Warriors have an itchy trigger finger right now.
Yeah, well, they went hunting in the summer.
But I don't think they do. That's not who Mike Dunleavy is.
So where do you think this is coming from all of a sudden?
I think there's a lot of talk right now.
Because we got a little while for the trade deadline.
And I think that's why there's a lot of talk right now, because I think we all know these things take time. They take weeks. They take months. You tinker with them. You go back and forth. You get other offers. You start weighing everything. But now's when you got to start talking about it and figuring out who might have some interest in your players and who might not have some interest in the players that you have.
Okay.
So I actually think Mike Dunleavy is probably making a ton of calls, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to do something sooner rather than later.
So last year, what we do know, and I'm going to put Dunleavy to the side, Joe Lacob called the Lakers
exactly
and asked about LeBron James.
Exactly.
Do you think today, right now, before they take on Houston in the Cup game, do you think he would just give up Jonathan Kuminga and his future and any part of a deal to get LeBron?
I think he might. I do. I think he might. Because if no other reason.
So that's more than 50-50 he might.
I mean, I think if he had an opportunity and he liked the deal, I think he would.
Right.
I really do. You know, even though it might not automatically say, well, now the Warriors are title contenders, they would certainly get back to the top of the NBA food chain in terms of interest and all those kind of things. The one thing that I've been thinking about a lot with, if you want to get a Butler or you want to get a LeBron James, et cetera, a big guy in here, an older guy, I'm a guy who always is scared about not having draft picks in the future. And one of the things that I got to realize, though, is if the Golden State Warriors think that they are the Lakers, the Celtics, even the Heat, if they think they're in that league, then I think they're more likely to do it. And the reason I say that is because I could see Joe Lacob saying, you know what? I don't like the idea of giving up draft picks for LeBron James, but if we're a team like the Lakers and we are a destination, you know what? We have the ability to give up young players because we know damn well in 2 years, if we set it up to have cap space, we will be able to get the next available free agent star.
That's exciting.
And so if to me, if they were to do this, something like this, and Butler comes in here, LeBron comes in here, or somebody else who's, I don't know who else is as old as those guys, who are as effective as those guys, but if they do that, to me, it signals that now they're thinking more about free agency than kind of building through the draft.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, Stotty, because a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush. As a fan, that's exciting. Knowing that it's not about whoever you go get can dance. They're already proven, as opposed to the draft. And, you know, what's funny is we're way down the road with Moody and Kuminga, you know, past draft picks, top past draft picks, and you still don't know. We know, but we don't know, you know? We're waiting. But if you chose that Laker model, that's going to Nordstrom's every offseason.
That's
to get something that you already know is proven.
Well, assuming you can get them.
No doubt.
Assuming you can get them. And kind of what I'm talking about is, okay, you go for broke with a LeBron or a Jimmy Butler.
Go for broke.
And let's say it doesn't work out. All right. Well, then you use a year to figure out your books, to get under the cap, to create space, and then you bank on getting, I don't know, who's coming up for free agency in the next couple years. Shai Gilgeous? Could you go get him? I mean, all the big names, in theory, would be available if you'd have room for a max slot. And if you really have confidence in your organization that you have something here that great players are going to want to come to, well, then maybe you change your philosophy a little bit.
Yeah, I was reading yesterday, De'Aaron Fox, his future is up in the air. Who knows if he's going to stay in Sacramento? I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's jump into it. He's been waiting the longest. Let's go to Gabriel in Davis, not far from where Guru broke down earlier today, I believe. But what's up, Gabriel? How you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going, man?
Talk
I got
to
two
us.
things for you.
All right.
So for the Warriors, I would simply say I think they should go after Zion Williamson. I just saw something on ESPN. They were talking about it that he's got a contract that gets voided after this year because obviously his health and stuff. But you could bring him in, and they were saying give him Wiggins, Moody, and Looney, and then the salaries work. And you could bring in Zion, have him kind of, have a leader like Draymond or Steph to kind of show him the ropes. And if it doesn't work out, you just let him walk, and you just save that money on contracts, and you go big fish hunting for something later in the offseason. And then the second thing, I wanted to just give a shout out to UC Davis. I don't know if you guys have known this, but they just joined the the Mountain West Conference.
Nice.
In all sports but football. But it looks like they're going to make a leap in football from FCS to FBS. So that's big news out of Davis. But that's all I got, guys.
I appreciate the call. The
Aggies, right?
Yeah. Let me tell you something. About college football, and I know about it now.
I'm out.
Be careful what you wish for, Cal Aggies or Cal Davis Aggies, because you want to start elevating the program. You know what that means? You're going to lose guys. I saw it firsthand at Tulane. It happened today. We were one of the best young quarterbacks in football, Darian Mensah, and now he's going to Duke. Go Green Wave! And I'm hot about it.
Man.
I'm hot about it.
He dipped out.
So, yeah, you know what? Go raise the profile of your college football program, and you better get ready for some heartache. This is why I'm not a fan anymore.
Well, you got a sweater with the name on it.
You can't even get used to having players on your own team, let alone an 18-year-old from California, which is where he's from.
He dipped out.
Anyway, we need
Duke.
a quarterback now.
Yeah.
Wait till I talk to Baldy. I don't like it. 925 says, not even close, Steiny. What are you referring to, sir? What's not even close? Let's go to Savala in Richmond. What's up, Savala? How you doing? Darian Mensah.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm doing good. Love listening to the show, always.
Sorry I was late, Savala.
Yeah, that was... I mean, it's not so much that you were late, it's the excuse, like the lie is worse than being late, in my view, but,
Savala, I had a flat. What do you mean lie?
Well, I've heard that before. I've used that before. So,
I haven't in my 12-year radio career, Savala. Don't let Steiny poison you. I had a flat.
All I can say, Guru,
gosh.
you know the day and age. If you have a flat, you need to take a video on your phone of yourself with the flat.
Great
and text that
call.
into work. Right?
No, I work with great guys. I don't have to do that.
Now, you said you hadn't used that excuse for this job, Does that mean that it has happened?
No, seriously, I'm telling you, you better be real careful right now. I'm just telling you, like, I'll risk it all. I did it coming in here. Don't play with me. You got Zavala thinking I didn't have a flat. Who the hell are you? I got to lie to. You, Evan, Spadoni, and Matt, and whoever. I got to lie to nobody. I had a flat. Damn, you got Zavala thinking I'm lying.
I don't have Zavala thinking anything.
Dog gave my homework. What kind of weak-minded individual goes to the negative first? Hey, Goo, you all right? Show me your hands.
I texted you yesterday.
No, shut up. Show me your hands. You said that. You know what? It's all good, baby.
Apparently it's not.
I'm being honest. It was wrong. And then the MFers don't even call me to see where I'm at.
I knew you were in Ileton.
No, man, I'm talking to see if I'm going to make it. Evan, I had to call you guys.
He said you would be here at 10:15.
Let me stop before I really get fired.
He said he'd be here at 10:15. What am I supposed to do?
You didn't poison the listeners.
Oh, please.
I'm lying. George Costanza.
Oh, my God.
How about the Jeffersons? I got a flat tire. Now you got people thinking I'm lying, like I got to lie to come in here and talk.
I don't have people thinking anything.
Well, obviously you do.
I don't have that power.
Yeah.
I had that power,
and
I'd be president of the United States.
Like a cop. I put both of them up.
They were just really clean.
Yeah. I had my workout gloves on. Yeah. And I got a white shirt.
Did you bring them in, those gloves?
Ooh.
Let me check those gloves. Oh, man. Yeah. All right, we'll get off it.
She said lie.
I didn't say lie.
Yeah,
Watch the game again then, Tiny.
It's all good, baby. That's Mia part 2. One day I'll have a guy that'll have my back.
Oh, please. Yep. Tom in Sonoma.
Must be nice for Willard and Dibbs and Vontae and Shasky.
Oh, boy.
And Devone and Evan.
All right.
Yep.
I'll stop. I'll stop.
I put my hands up to show
stop.
Why did I do that?
I'll stop.
Yeah.
I'll stop.
Go ahead. You can't.
No, I'll stop. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey,
guys. Happy hump day. Hey, bottom line, I don't want Butler. I don't want LeBron. LeBron, man, what I've seen in LeBron, he's starting to deteriorate, man, especially this year. He's not hitting his numbers. They're overusing him, man. And Zion, he is broken down, man. He has not even completed one season. I don't see any hope of those three. I'd rather go with less capital that we have to give up. Cam Thomas and Schroeder. Those are the two I think would work for us. Butler's a head case. LeBron, man, I like him, but man, too much baggage. He's too old. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you there.
But if the Warriors are interested, you must know more than them. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I think Joe Lacob's already proven himself.
Doesn't Langford have a job?
Who?
Langford. What's he doing in there? Dudes are working. Like, seriously, man, what's going on around here? Vontae Tex smells like a fib.
I'm not saying a word about this anymore.
You did enough. You set the tone. It's all good, man. It really is.
It's not me.
Like, I got to lie to come to work.
408.
Read it. Go ahead, man. I own it,
Steiny, man. I'll give you $50 if after work you go check Guru's car. One should be a donut or a spare.
Oh, boy. That is wild.
I believe you. I actually do believe you.
Oh, wow.
No, not actually. I mean, you said you had a flat. You had a flat. I mean, you drive 49,000 miles a year on your car. It doesn't surprise me.
Oh, back to
it doesn't surprise me.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
He stole that from me. Who is that?
That was Myles Garrett.
Oh, not on my bingo card.
510, here you go. Justice for Goo. The streets got you.
That's all I guess I needed.
831.
That's
Goo,
all I needed,
Goo,
man.
I believe you. I believe you.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do?
What?
Oh, well, it went bad last time. Have me a call, because I called her to share.
You may have lied to her.
Wow. Look at me.
I can't stop. I can't help myself.
But you're enjoying it's the worst part.
Oh, it's fun.
This sucker.
You're the one who loves the phrase radio's theater of the mind. We're just having fun.
Yeah, I know. I went in on Langford. I'm reaching.
Can you
hear me?
Let's go to William in D.C. What's up, William? How you doing?
You better be careful.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
What's up, Willie?
Yeah, so here's what I got with the Warriors, right? I don't agree with LeBron. I don't agree with Jimmy Butler. I don't think the offense will work when you take them out of the if they start and you take them out. That doesn't make sense. Believe it or not, the trade that makes sense the most is you go to the Wizards, you get you Valanciunas, you get you Kispert, and you get Jordan Poole back. Reason for it? He's proven to get you to the playoffs. What you need is someone that can get you at least 30 points on any given night. I don't think if you take Steph Curry out, Schroeder and Cam Johnson will give you what you need when Steph Curry is sitting on the bench. No, you need someone that's proven offense, at least 15. I'm looking at Jordan Poole. I'm looking at Kispert. I'm looking at Valanciunas. This means I'm going to trade Podziemski. I'm going to trade Moody. I'm going to trade Lindy Waters, and I'm going to give up a draft pick. This sets you up for a possible championship this year, and it sets you up for the future, which means you're not really giving up anything. Over. That's all I have.
I appreciate the call. You know what? I think for the sake of this season, when we talk about trades, we got to leave Moody out because he just signed a contract. He's called where he's at right now in his situation. It's called a poison pill, which means this year he's on the last year of his rookie deal, so he makes about 4.
Yeah.
But next year he's going to make 13, and so you've got to find a team that has enough room now to take 13 instead of the 4 because that's what he's going to make. And so it just makes it very complicated.
Almost like he's protected in a sense.
Yeah, no doubt. And it would have been the same with Kuminga had he gotten signed to an extension in the offseason. He would have been virtually impossible to trade. But I will say this, if you're talking Pods, Moody, Lindy Waters, that's not going to get it done.
Right. I was like,
it's just not going to get it done.
To get something, Steiny, in this world, I've told you this, you got to give something up, man.
The question I have to Warrior fans right now is Jonathan Kuminga has played 2 great games in the last 3 games. And I think we've got to be realistic that if the Warriors like Kuminga, they'd prefer not to trade him. And so then there's one other glaring player on this team, and it's Andrew Wiggins. And my question to Warrior fans, because it's been such an up and down roller coaster with Wiggins since he's gotten here, is do you have any problem moving Wiggins right now when, as Evan said before the show, his stock's probably hasn't been higher in a while? And if you're a team around the league and you're looking at Andrew Wiggins and you know he's had a couple years of down play, but now he looks like he's back, maybe you do say, he had a lot of stuff going on off the floor and he's playing well now and maybe he's worth it. But as Warrior fans, are we less inclined right now to move Andrew Wiggins? 888-957-9570.
I'm not, and I love Wig, and he's having a good year, but the bottom line...
You would move him.
I would move him.
Okay.
Because we still don't have a bona fide number 2 scorer, right? And that you could say that's an indictment on him, because sometimes he looks like he has it, sometimes he doesn't, but this is about operation. Get somebody that can get buckets that's done it alongside Steph and Dre.
408, let's take a break right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. It seems like old times. What do I mean by that? The Warriors are mentioned in virtually every trade scenario that's happened in terms of being reported around the league. It looks like they want to do something. Which do you like? Which do you not like? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It is a Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliance and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Need a little extra holiday cheer? Enter SFO.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Sally joining us in 10 minutes. He's got a project he's working on we're going to talk about, and then we'll get into some NBA with him. And generally, we're going to have a good time with John Sally, who he's elevated himself to friend of the program. What happened? I saw something, and I overheard something that I didn't like. You were talking to the guys in the box, in the booth.
That's between the guys and I. Don't act like you care.
You can't.
Don't act like you care.
I do care.
Yeah, I know you care.
Spadone, what happened?
Between Spadone. That's
what happened?
Italian Stallion. We had a conversation. That's my little brother.
All right.
Yeah. And you didn't hear through the wall. Wasn't no yelling.
Well, I did hear one thing.
Tell me what to.
So you don't think I had a flat?
You didn't hear that.
I did hear that.
I said verbatim, I don't know.
He was honest. He don't believe me, but damn. I was looking for Evan. I couldn't find him.
Listen.
Evan with another shot at me yesterday. Good God.
Which one?
I asked you a million questions in this chair. It's like pulling teeth. I'm the ortho of the station because when I asked Matt Steinmetz the question, I don't know. Evan goes, hey, I'm in this chair. I'm going to ask questions. Kind of hurt me. I can't win these days, man.
Let's put this to bed.
Yeah. He'll say, I don't know.
Let's put this to bed so we can
It'll never die.
Continue
It'll never
forward
sleep.
with the show.
Yeah.
Because I do need to say this. I absolutely, positively believe that Daryl the Guru Johnson had a flat tire on the way to work. Period. End of story.
Because you were like Gastineau and I was Brett Favre the way I gave it this one. Like,
you know
show
why?
me your hands and I put both of them up. That's what's getting me upset.
Because if we're telling the truth, I mean,
I don't think 8 years together, I've never lied to you. We've had some. Are they laughing back? What? It gets worse. Stoddy, I've never told you a lie.
I completely 100% believe you.
Thank you.
That you got a spare, that you got a flat on the way to work and had to change a spare, and that's why you were late.
No, I was on the road at 7. I texted you too.
Anybody who listens to this show on a regular basis knows if there's one thing, it's you're not afraid to just take a day off.
Savala. So
you know what I mean? If he wanted a whole day off, he just would have taken it. That's why I believe it.
Savala callback. That hurt me. Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Adam in Oakland.
The town.
What's going on, Adam? How you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm just having a great day here. Listen, you got to move heaven and earth for LeBron James. You got to get rid of everybody. Played LeBron, Steph, Draymond 48 minutes. This guy, you got to move everybody. Do it for the children.
Wait, what? What's good for the children?
Do it for the children, I guess.
Oh.
Don't mortgage the future. I guess I took that. I might be wrong.
All right.
Yeah.
I made a list of guys that we've talked about for the Warriors, and it's lengthy.
All right.
LeBron, Jimmy Butler, Paul George. He can be traded on December 15th. Cam Thomas, Dennis Schroeder, Cam Johnson. Anyone on the Bulls, anyone on the Hawks, Miles Turner, Robert Williams, Brandon Ingram, DeJounte Murray, Pascal Siakam, Jarrett Allen. I mean, there's just so many guys who are being talked about as possible Warriors that, yes, they've been linked to a bunch of players, and the trade deadline is 27 games away, and things are probably not going to happen soon, but this is when everything gets talked about, and you start feeling around at who likes some of your players and the players on other teams that you like.
Yeah, Stoney, and that's why I took I don't want to say offense, that's too strong, but when the Warriors were saying Draymond and Coach Kerr at the podium, we're going to really feature Kuminga, it's like, why are you guys saying that now? Like, I feel like you're putting too much pressure on the kid, and to his credit, he's balling. But at the end of the day, the Warriors got a litany of things that they need to improve on. But all of a sudden, it pinpointed down to, is Jonathan Kuminga taking us to the promised land or not? But now that I'm taking a step back and I'm hearing these names and these reports, it's obvious they're still shopping. And, I'm rooting for Kuminga. I'm one of his biggest fans, Steiny. But if you can get one of those made dudes at this juncture in Curry's career, to me, that just looks like the way I would go, man. And it might not work, but we did right by Steph.
And that's what they got to try to balance. That's what they got to try to figure out. Is there somebody out there they could acquire right now that elevates this team into a legitimate title contender? Does that player exist? Is it LeBron James?
Yeah, so how would that, real quick, basketball-wise, Draymond brings the ball up. Curry brings the ball up. And at these days, Curry would love for somebody else to bring it up, right? But how would LeBron play ball dominant here? You know what I mean? Like, what would Dre do?
I mean, I actually think that in terms of playing ability, LeBron can play any style. If he doesn't need to have the ball in his hands all the time. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt
in the post.
he would help Steph. LeBron, Steph, and Draymond, it's intriguing. It's risky as far as I'm concerned because it would probably cost you both Wiggins and Kuminga. And, do you really want to do that? And then you got to figure out, well, who else do the LA Lakers want off your team? And then lastly, are the Lakers going to want draft picks? And again,
why wouldn't they? You giving up the king?
Exactly.
But let's just follow the tea leaves real quick if we were in LA. So you're telling me JJ Redick and Bron are doing a podcast. Months later, JJ Redick is now the coach, and LeBron's going to dip or they're going to trade him.
Yeah.
No, he's running that organization.
Exactly. He is running that organization.
He would want to dip.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to, that's the one thing that we haven't seen it a lot from Steph Curry because he doesn't do this, or hasn't done this. But the fact that, here's the other thing that I don't think's an issue. What about Bronny?
Oh, no, I didn't even.
What about Bronny? He already, in some way, I feel like, he already did what he wanted to do with Bronny. He played in a game with him, and he got him into the league. And it might be easier for Bronny to even exist without LeBron right next to him at this point. So I don't dismiss LeBron with I don't think LeBron James would be against coming to the Warriors. I mean, he's 40 years old. He's played for 20 plus years. A guy like that gets a shot to play with Curry. And Windhorst was the one thing I heard from Windhorst is that something may have changed at the Olympics, where maybe they talked about it, or maybe it became more attractive to them, or maybe LeBron got a taste of Steve Kerr and really likes what he's doing here and wants to play for him. I don't know why, why he would want to play here, but I think I wouldn't rule it out. An opportunity to play with Steph Curry to wind up your career. The other name I've heard a lot of is Dennis Schroeder. And Evan just came in before the last break, Goo, and said that the New York Post is reporting that if you want Dennis Schroeder, you could probably get him. It's going to cost you an unprotected first-round pick. I guess the New York Post said that the Nets might be interested in a DeAnthony Melton and a first-round pick for Dennis Schroeder. The money works perfectly. Schroeder's a free agent, though, at the end of the season. So you'd have to
pick away.
Well, you'd have to re-sign him if you want him full. If you want him.
I love his game right now,
after this year. I think
he's gotten. I mean, Steiny. I know he messed up his money years ago, but man, I like him.
Well, this is from the 707. Steiny, do we honestly believe LeBron can bring a championship at this age? I mean, I'm very skeptical, but I'm not Joe Lacob. So I don't know. But to me, Dennis Schroeder's an interesting name, but surprise, I'm out if it's an unprotected first-round pick. He's just Dennis Schroeder. Nice player. They need a ball handler. I'm not.
And why would Brooklyn let Cam Thomas go? Who's just a walking bucket? Just, oh my gosh, Steiny. I mean, if somehow you could get your hands on that, but that'll bring the house down.
Yeah, I don't
regard to the cost.
The problem with the Brooklyn Nets is I don't know who they want to keep, and I don't know who they're interested in moving. It feels like
they're not playing bad basketball at all.
Not in the East. They're doing great. Whoa. They're 10-14. They're fighting for a playoff spot in the East. But anyway, that's
what are the chances the Warriors just go as is? I thought this was.
I think they will.
Or you think is that off the table or?
I think they will go as is for now. I think this is all going to be determined by how they play, let's say, the next 15 or 20 games. They're 14-9 right now. If they're 20-13, is that good enough? If they're 24-15, do we have action? I don't know what the answers are to that question. I don't know how good enough is for the Golden State Warriors.
And is it about winning regular season games or the component that you won't know until we find out, obviously, if they qualify, how far can you go in the playoffs? I just don't understand, Steiny, how it's gotten to this point and it's so dependent on the outcome of games and where you're at in the standings. I guess I'm saying I feel like there should be a feel to what you are and what you can do on a good or bad day.
Well, you don't, I don't think, with the Warriors. I mean, right now they're 14-9. That projects out to close to 50 wins. If I told you right now this team's going to win 48, is that good enough for you?
I would have took that all day, every day.
All right.
But now we're like, where's that? What this in regard to seeding in the Wild West? Where is that?
Well, we'll never know until the end of the season or until the season goes further. So I don't exactly know right there. All right, should we set up John Sally?
The man.
John Sally. All right, so here's the story. After Willie Mays passed, we were getting a lot of guests on that knew of Willie Mays or that had some affiliation with him. We reached out to John Fogerty, who wrote the song Centerfield. We got the wrong guy. We ended up getting John Sally instead.
Bad boys.
Here's the way it went, and then ever since it's gone this way, John Sally has been a friend of the program. Take a listen. Are you serious? All right, let's welcome in John Fogerty from Hey John, I gotta ad lib here, but John Fogerty's from El Cerrito. He was part of the Creedence Clearwater Revival Band, one of the greatest American bands of all time. He of course wrote Centerfield with Willie Mays in the lyrics. Oh, no. And John, geez, boy, thanks for joining us.
This is John Sally.
John Sally. John Sally from the Detroit Pistons. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it gets better every time. Oh, the pregnant pause, Steiny. Oh, boy. Hey, that was one of your best introductions, too. God. You were of the Clearwater Revival. You were wrong.
I was going to run down all their top hits over the years.
This is John Sally. John Sally.
Anyway, we'll have John Sally momentarily.
Who says Fogerty is his neighbor.
And that's what I want to get to the bottom of today.
I think he was telling the truth. He said he helped to write the tune he was playing. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, the theme of today's show is I think we should make it truth. You know,
I believe him.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe John Sally.
I'm a guy that doesn't question my coworkers when they say they got flats coming to work.
We can run that by John Sally, too. But anyway, in the course of a later interview with he hung up that one. on the original John Sally. The original John Sally was just John Sally. But the original John Sally interview, he ended up hanging up.
Yeah, right.
Because he thought something was going on.
Yeah, right.
Then we ended up hooking up with John Sally. And talking about
there was a part 2.
That miscue.
Yeah.
And that's when he actually said, and I let it go, oh, John Fogerty, the actual guy we were trying to, or thought we were talking to, he said he was his neighbor. Right. And now that I look back on it, I think he was kidding.
I'll bet you a pop, Snotty, he's telling the truth.
Let's bring him in, 4-time NBA champ, member of the Bad Boy Pistons, John Sally. John, we will... he comes courtesy of the River Islands guest line, of course, as do all our guests. Get to know the islands, River Islands and Lathrop. John, we'll get to your project momentarily, but how you doing, man?
My life is grand. You guys know it's John Sally. Just making sure.
Yes, we do. Now, the one thing I want to start with is Were you serious when you said you were neighbors with John Fogerty?
Yes. I'm almost positive.
John knew it. I believed you.
Yeah, man. It was 1997. I have to check. It was 1997. It was, I would have to ask my wife because, when you get older, you forget life. You forget so many things.
Right.
And cannabis kicked in. So,
Johnny!
I'm just making sure.
Yeah, no, I know exactly where you're at. I'm the exact same age as you, so you and I are on the same page. Let's get into what you're doing right now before we talk some NBA. GodBlessBitcoin.com. Tell us about that project you're working on. And I mean, I'll just, what is the project exactly?
Well, the first thing, GodBlessBitcoin.com, put together by two great directors. And when they got me involved as executive producer, help move it, help get different people on and talk about it because it's not my first rodeo. But I had gotten into Bitcoin like 2018, and then I went down to the Bitcoin conference and I started realizing, everybody is afraid of the change and everybody is thinking everything is a scam. And I remember I was down there and they had me speaking in the whale room and I was with two other athletes. And at that time, Bitcoin was $46,000 in the shares. Now it's 103,000. And I had said, it's going to get up to 100,000 because people are going to start seeing that the system is maybe not broken, but it's hard to deal with. And this right here, like Cat Williams said, this is the year of truth. And morally, Bitcoin is a better situation. It's not taken from one thing and giving you bad air or just giving you a fake narrative. You can see. You don't have to worry about fees and this person on top of that person, greasing this palm. This is peer-to-peer. This is where the future has gone. Even in the music business, you can now sell directly to your audience. You don't have to worry about if somebody is trying to hold your product back. This is peer-to-peer. This is human to human. This is understanding that this is, I guess, God's way of making sure that we can be honest with one another. So God Bless Bitcoin just explains the morality and the best way of dealing in finance. I know it's not really good in finance, but there's so many things like in the Jewish faith, you can't add interest to your, in the Islamic, you can't add interest. But man, everything else is like, I'll give it to you, but everything turns into a Shylock. So I look at Bitcoin like a savings situation. You put your money in, never going to go, you're not going to lose. It's almost like a saving account. Everyone can see what you put in. I have a friend who put in $400 a week for his kids. Starting in 2015, 2020, his kids are going to be okay. So it's an important thing to pay attention to. With the great new president coming in, we're going to see he is also pushing the cryptocurrency, talking about the blockchain. Things are changing. People got to get on board or get left behind.
Wow, John, I love that. Let me ask you this, because my partner and I are the real odd couple, and we're talking about Steph Curry. And we got a young superstar in the making, or a star in the making, hopefully, in Jonathan Kuminga. And you remember the Warriors when they were bad. You would go to the game. It was a great time out, John. Oh, you got Warrior tickets. Who they playing? You want to go see the other team. But Curry came along. You remember those days, right?
Well, no, but see, I don't. Let me tell you why. Because I played in the league. And in playing in this, in case your audience was sleeping under a rock, but playing in, they had a guy named Chris Mullin on the squad.
Hall of Famer.
And Mully was, from Brooklyn, my age since I was 15 years old. I'm one of my favorite players. So you didn't know what Mully was going to give you. Then you had Mitch Richmond. Then you had, I was around that time where it was shaky. Tim Hardaway. It was just so hard to play those three. And then the Steven Jackson years with Matt Barnes and Al Harrington, that was also iffy. So Sprewell's time. I've never had an easy time with the Warriors, but I understand what you mean. I think that great team that Mark Jackson put together and Steve Kerr curated is one of the best ever. Obviously, they won 73 games, but it was with me in my life. It was hard to know what was going to happen when you went up to the Bay.
Do you have a problem if I say the organization, Joe Lacob and company, Steph Curry, whatever they can do, whoever they can get, and maybe it might cost you a Jonathan Kuminga or some young talent. When you hear that, does that make sense? Or are you like, no, you can't operate that way? Because that's where me and my partner differ.
Yeah, don't do that. Let me tell you something. To think, well, this kid is good and he's up and coming and he's great for us, let's dangle him out and see if we can get 3 other players in. That's not how you do it. How you build chemistry is you say, that's that piece. Now let's go get the next piece that fits with this piece. Then go get the next piece that fits with those 2 pieces. That's how you put the team together. When it was the Splash Brothers, you needed Draymond, right? So you had those 2 pieces in the Splash Brothers. Then you needed Draymond in that position. So that was the third piece, right? The Holy Trinity. And then everybody else better fall in line to how these 3 view the game. So I think in order for them to get back to where, and you guys, it's not going to get back to where it was. Give it up. No, it's never going to happen. There's never been a team in existence.
Now, John, what's that mean? Not to interrupt you. What do you mean, give it up?
The Lakers win a championship every 10 years. It's just how it, and you can prove me wrong. Go right ahead. 10, 12 years, you can go right ahead. 88, 2000, 2010, 2019, or 2020. I'm just telling you, it's how it works, right? So Laker fans know they got some bad up and down, and then they pick up and they win a championship, and then they fall off, and then they pick up. So I just think, as opposed to just blowing the whole squad up and thinking we're going to get all these guys back in here and they're going to work. No, you always need people who are around who understand the culture of that team, who understand the history and the making of that team. Look at the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat have been at the top, pushing. Jimmy Butler had them in a situation, and then last week they beat the Lakers by 44 points. They are ready. They are back in that hunt on the East Coast. So you just have to understand the culture. You want to draft. You want to bring people in who understand they have to hold it's up to a different standard, and they have to be ready. Best way is they're ready to keep the culture going. Like in Boston, those guys are not going in there. Yeah, they want to win championships, but they are also saying, we're part of this group that's hanging in the rafters.
Yeah, John Sally joining us on 95.7 The Game, 4-time NBA champ, member of the Bad Boy Pistons. Well, let me throw out an example for you because, I remember, when the Pistons in the mid-'80s were trying to break through, they had a hell of a team with Adrian Dantley. And then you acquired Mark Aguirre. And that's when you kind of turned the corner and won a title. What did that particular move do for you guys? Because Adrian Dantley was a hell of a player. But why were you able to take the next step after a move like that?
Well, in 1988, we got cheated. I'm sorry. We lost to the Lakers.
You know what? That series still isn't over because the fans ran onto the court with 3 seconds left.
I did Byron Scott's podcast the other day, and I still wanted to elbow him. Listen, this is true. Adrian Dantley, we got all the way to Game 7, and we just didn't have the punch to get us over. But the next year, when we're beating everybody and Adrian Dantley is part of it, I don't see. I love Mark Aguirre, and his birthday was the other day. and said happy birthday to him. But when they made this trade, right, most people would have seen it as a straight across even trade.
Yeah.
The people who don't understand. The difference was Mark Aguirre knew he was going to come off the bench. And as I understand it, Adrian Dantley was not willing. So when you're not willing to do what the higher ups or the coaching staff feels is necessary, then that's not helpful to the squad. Now, this is what I'm understanding. So Dennis Rodman had to start, and Chuck Daly and the rest of the brain trust understood this and knew this. There's no way this guy should not be on court at least out of 48 minutes, 46 of them. There's no way Dennis Rodman should, and he's proved that over his career. He's a disruptor. He's a defensive wizard. He is an unbelievable rebounding machine, and he can focus for that amount of time that you are on in the Gladiators arena. So he had to start. And Adrian wasn't coming off the bench and doing that. Mark Aguirre came in and was like, whatever it takes for us to win. And that's the attitude and the mentality, what I mean by culture. And if you have that winning culture, you win 2 championships in a row. Should have been 3.
Wow. Sally, you've seen a lot of hoopers, man. When you see, and I don't know how much of Jonathan Kuminga you've seen, what do you think of his game, his future, and what advice would you give him right now with the wind swirling that, the Warriors are looking to trade a night after you go for 33 and have a career high?
Remember, they don't trade you if you suck. No one wants you. They only trade you if you're worth something.
Damn.
So he shouldn't look at it as, man, they don't want me. No, everybody wants you. When your name is in that, everybody can see how you could add that special sauce to their sauce, a special spice to their sauce. So don't take it personal. Keep balling. I tell everybody this. There's a certain amount of guys who got to play for the team they wanted to play for when they came into the NBA. I wanted to be in the NBA. Most of us wanted to be the NBA. Wherever you go, that's where you go. But you want to be in the NBA. You want to be in the league. Forget the team. Man, one of my favorite players is KD. Whatever people can say what they want to say and how they want to say it, KD is a champion. KD is a winner. And look how many squads he's been on. Okay, see how you go. It doesn't make a difference. Wherever KD has gone, he has balled out. LeBron, wherever LeBron has gone, he has balled out. So it doesn't make a difference on the team. It makes a difference individually, and it's a trip. This is the trickiest thing that teams have to deal with, especially in college now with the portal and dealing with the NIL money. You start realizing it's a team sport with a whole bunch of individual companies. It's a team sport made to get put together with a whole bunch of individual companies. You have to have those individual Fortune 500 companies work together, even though they're working for themselves. So that is the way to separate. Like, I have teammates that I love, man, and I thought were great people, but that was a limited amount of time working in that industry. You a lot of them, when you see them, you say, "Oh man, what's up, man? What you been up to? Give me your number, man." I said, you walk away, you don't call them. So it's just you're there keeping your job to be able to work at a job that everybody works together. You guys are the odd couple, but you fit.
That's true. We do. John Sally joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, before I let you go, give you one last shot at GodBlessBitcoin.com. But the Warriors are apparently interested in acquiring LeBron James. They called about him last year. LeBron and the Lakers shut it down, but it's kind of resurfaced. If the Warriors would have an opportunity to pair Curry and LeBron James, do you just do it without a second thought?
No, you don't do that. And that whoever put that up is one of those guys who sits at home and watches ESPN for 4 hours and then goes to lunch and talks about it, and at Twin Peaks or at Hooters, watches it on the screen, and then goes back and then starts trolling because they have nothing to do. What benefit would it be for the besides ticket sales, which you already have? The only benefit it would be for the Warriors to have LeBron James in a Warrior uniform is the sale of the jersey.
Yeah. All right, John, give us one. GodBlessBitcoin.com. It's going to be on Roku. Is it available right now?
It's available right now. Everyone should go watch this wonderful documentary. It will explain what's happening. It will give you a better sense of where we're going in our finances around the world. And this is the future.
Wow.
And I tell people this all the time. I know the guy who made the carriages. I don't know him personally. The carriages that the horses were pulling in the 1800s, and then somebody came with the steam engine and the automobile out of Mercedes, and people were like, man, you kidding me? And now you can't even get a horse on the street. So the future is coming. And it's fast, and it's already here. GodBlessBitcoin.com.
I'm going to check it out, John. Speaking of the future, I forgot. Are you going to be here All-Star Weekend?
Where is All-Star Weekend?
Here in the Bay.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
It's in San Francisco.
Listen, like I told you, I'm an individual company. If the other companies are paying for me to be in my favorite city,
go.
And I love that city, and I used to stay up in Nob Hill, so I would love to be at the All-Star game. And if I am, I want to come in and sit in person and see how you guys are getting paid for doing nothing. I mean, see what you guys get paid to do.
Well, you got an open invite up here anytime, John. Appreciate it, man.
All right, one love, brother.
All right, take it easy, John. I had a quick story for you back in the day, but I want your Miami Heat days. My best friend and I were going to shoot hoop. We're from Union City, California, and I get in the car and he's like, D, I think my girl's cheating on me. I'm like, it happens. We're driving to the gym, Sally. You're on the Heat, you and Bimbo Coles, and we see her on accident. So we follow her to the park just to see, okay, what's going on at the park. And you and Bimbo Coles pop out. Broke his heart, John.
What? No, that wasn't me because
you were with Bimbo, but Bimbo and her and my guy's girl were friends. But
I have never hung out with Bimbo Coles. Literally, somebody had to remind me he was my teammate. I have never.
I got you, John. I'm snitching. My bad. I got you.
No. What was her name?
I can't say it. I'll get in too much trouble, Jay. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's the trip.
Yeah.
No, because Bimbo was so loyal to his girl, and then I was living in Fort Lauderdale. I just was about to get married, and I had my daughter with me. Miami was such a blur, but I know you said going to a park. I've never been anywhere. When I tell you, ever in Toronto, this is a true statement. In Toronto Raptors, when they came up to play, and I had been put on the Toronto Raptors from Miami. And so when they came in town, I took them out. That was the only time I had ever been in a nightlife situation with Bimbo Coles.
Gotcha. Yeah, but this was afternoon, daytime. Yeah, I got you.
Oh, yeah. No, I have my... that was another thing too. I stopped going to the gentleman clubs and was going to Comedy Stars because I knew my future was comedy. So I never hung out with my teammates. Gotcha. I only saw them at practice.
Gotcha. Hey, John, man.
You know who his best friend was Keith Askins. So it probably was Keith Askins.
You know what?
Say, we all look alike. So that might have been Keith Askins.
Gotcha.
But I've never, ever been. And this is a trip. One of my teammates, I got to get off. His name is, I won't say his name, Kevin Edwards. I literally looked back and saw he was on the squad. I'd never spoken or had a full conversation with Kevin Edwards. And then when, 2013, 14, he was wanting to get into the music business, and he contacted me. And I kept saying, who is this? He said, Kevin Edwards. And I go, how do I know you? And he goes, come on, Sal, do you go being a jokester? Did not realize this was the Kevin Edwards. I've never had a 5-minute conversation with him. That's a true story.
I believe it.
That's a true story. So when you say it, nothing against these guys. They just was, I went from winning championships and hanging with Michael and Isaiah and but being, all of that stuff, hanging with Magic and all that, to going to Miami, and these guys, no one knew who they were.
Gotcha.
So I was a whole different group for me, and I wasn't being cocky. I just wasn't in the same group.
Yeah.
Charles Barkley says that all the time. One time we were playing in Phoenix, and Charles said, "Hey, meet me at this place called Sticks." It was a pool room. So, okay, we go to meet, and that's after the game. They beat us. And I go in. What's up, Sal? He said, no, they can't come in here. I said, what do you mean they can't come in here? He said, man, they can't come in here. I don't hang out with them. And I was like, come on, Charles. He was like, no, they can't come in here. And I was so tripped out by it that I was like, Charles, you're being serious. He said, I'm really serious. I got old friends for sale. I'm not looking for any new ones.
Wow.
And I said, whoa. So, yeah, we were in different places, so we never were going to win. So we never were in the same spot. All right. That was Keith Askins. I'm dropping names.
I got to.
Hey, John, thanks as always, man. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you and the project. God bless Bitcoin.
Thank you, brother. Peace.
All right, man. John Sally, former bad boy.
Yeah. And actor.
That was risky. That was gutsy.
But you believe me on the flat. You believe me that was
it was Keith Askins.
The Stoddy stop.
No, it was.
Yeah, okay. If he's still listening. I know who come on now.
I think it was Keith Askins.
I could call my guy and have him call. We saw it. It was Bimbo and the man.
Get the water drop ready. It was Keith Askins. I'll tell you, trust me, I know I'm right on this one. Bumped into Keith Askins about 6 months ago, by the way.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. That was Rizzy, but it was him.
God bless Bitcoin.
Like John Sally.
I mean, what's funny is I'll probably watch it just because if there's a lot of stuff out there that I know nothing about. Cryptocurrency is one of them. Maybe I'll learn a little bit about cryptocurrency and watch John Sally's.
Yeah. Well, we got Warriors 6:30 TNT. Yeah, there's a 4 o'clock game. 4 o'clock game.
8:30 in Houston?
Yeah. For the second game.
That's awful.
Well, there's one on ESPN and then 6:30 on TNT.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get back to the Warriors. And Andrew Wiggins looks like he's going to play tonight. They play the Houston Rockets. It's a cup game, whatever that means. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give Scratch.
The world would be my lab.
I'm done discussing sports.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Welcome back. John Sally's out on LeBron James. Out on LeBron James.
And on Bitcoin.
I think
He's not leaving. I just don't.
Jimmy Butler, LeBron James. I don't know. I don't know who it's going to be.
What do you think the chef thinks of those names in that list? I got to believe behind closed doors, he's probably saying, Joe and Mike, if you could get it done, there's probably 4 of those cats I would take in a California second.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where Curry's head's at right now and what he truly thinks of this team. Again, they're 14-9. They play the Houston Rockets tonight. Andrew Wiggins is going to play, apparently.
Emirates Cup.
And the winner, here's the info that you need to know. If the Warriors win, then they play Saturday against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That would be in Vegas.
Yeah.
If they lose, they play at home on Dallas. They play at home against Dallas on Sunday. So Klay Thompson, if they lose tonight, Klay Thompson's coming back on Sunday.
Wow.
So that would be interesting 1 month after he's already come back for the Dallas Mavericks. But tonight's
we want to
game
see them win the
the
cup, right? That would be cool. I know it's not the finals. But, yeah. I was going to say, look at what it did for the Lakers, but it didn't do much.
What did it do for the Lakers?
Nothing, but they got to party and, yeah.
This is from Rotzi. Why would the Warriors want to play an extra game? Curry's already breaking down. Wouldn't this team benefit more from extra rest? You know, the championship game is the actual 83rd game of the year, so it would be an extra game. But, the prestige of bringing the cup home, right?
Yeah. Second year in its existence.
No, there is no prestige to the cup.
Well, they get $100K if they win tonight, every player.
Oh, boy. And
for some that are at the end of the bench and that don't have the big deep pockets.
So imagine this. So making $6. Well, Curry's already making $700,000 a game.
That's a tip for him at a restaurant. I'm just for the others.
Think about that. Think about that.
What, Brandon Potts could use $100K. Guys like him, Kuminga.
No, I got you. Yeah. I got you. I'm just saying.
Spencer.
Hey, sure. Yes,
yeah,
I'll give you Pat Spencer. Right. I'll give you Pat Spencer. Warriors are beating the Rockets 15 straight times. Goo, what are you laughing at?
Because I feel like, normally I'd be like, oh, no, that's a bad omen. Johnny gets 16, but I don't know. I think just the visual of the Warrior uniform does something to the Rockets, so we'll see. They did come back with reckless abandon in Houston the last time they played, and they were down 30, erased that, sent it to OT. But can you do that from the outset, the Rockets? And now that this is to go to Vegas, Steiny, I do love it, and I hate, athlete has to be motivated. But I believe both teams want to be a part of what's going on in Vegas with the Cup. So there's incentive on both sides. But 15 times, Jonathan Kuminga, can I say this? He owns the Rockets. I feel like, so I'm expecting big things from him tonight.
I was actually thinking about Kuminga's games against the Rockets and trying to find a connection to why he's played so well against them. And the only thing I can come up with is they play a style where he can thrive. And he's, they got a lot of young players just like he is. They got a lot of athletic players just like he is. He might be as good of an athlete as anybody on either side of the court. So,
but they do it dumb. To me, Stoney, they're athletic themselves, but they run out and overplay him, and he's already by you with his quick-ass step, and they don't have any type of – I'm like, Udoka, don't you understand? He's the type of guy that's going to think if there's going to be trees or traffic in there, but they just run out, and he runs by him, Stoney, and half the battle's done, and when he gets to the rim or even close – with his wingspan, they can't stop him. Like Minnesota does the exact opposite to Kuminga than what the Rockets try and do. It's like, I can match your athleticism and just run out there. And he's like, night-night.
Rockets are 16-8.
Good team.
So they're doing something right.
No doubt.
They lead the league in deflections. So you're right. They get out there on the perimeter and they really try to guard. And if they give something up, then they give something up. But I think it's a team that plays defense as hard as they can on the perimeter. And if you get some twos on them, I think they can live with it. They can live with it. But I mean, they're 16-8. They're 9-3 at home, 7-5 on the road. So they've gotten off to a real good start. The Houston Rockets and Andrew Wiggins back.
Yeah. They need him.
Let me ask Warrior fans this. Where are you on Andrew Wiggins? I mean, I just feel like for 5 years, this guy's been a Warrior, it feels like, and he's gone through peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys, and it does look like this year, through 20 games, he's playing pretty darn good basketball. But you also know, most likely, if you're going to make a move for any of the names that we're talking about, to try to upgrade this team, Wiggins is probably someone who's going to have to go because he makes $25 million, and you're going to need kind of that base salary to bring in somebody from the other side who's making 40 or 50 million. And my question to Warrior fans is trading Wiggins something you're willing to do right now? And it would probably have to be a time like right now, because when he's at a low ebb, nobody wants him. When he's not playing well, or he doesn't seem to care, or he's got stuff going on that's outside his control. But it looks like right now he's got a good mindset. He's playing hard. He's defending. He's kind of doing everything the Warriors have wanted him to do. So, are there any Warrior fans out there that are saying no? Not right now. Let's not move Wiggins, and let's just keep playing, see if we can build on that 14-9 record, and see if we can move up the standings. We're number 5 right now. The Warriors are in the 5th spot in the Western Conference. So what do you do with Andrew Wiggins, Goo?
Right now, Steiny, I can't answer. I'm going to pull one of your things. I can't answer the question unless you tell me who's coming back. But this man's averaging 17 points a game, 17, 4, and 2, 41% from 3, 42% from 3. He can guard. And right now, you're right. He is in a good place. But it's kind of one of those things, if you're telling me somebody better than him is coming back to help Steph, then I feel like, you know what, I'd pull the trigger. But right now, this is the guy that I saw something in his eyes I've been waiting for. So if this keeps up, I do wonder if this means they're going to stay status quo and just ride it out.
Yeah, I don't think we can make any firm determinations right now, because it is the time of the season in the NBA where everybody's talking and teams are trying to get a feel for what other teams are thinking. And that's why all this news is coming out about players that may or may not be available. So 888-957-9570 is the number. I see some calls we can get to on the other side. I also want to jump more into this Andrew Wiggins situation and where Kuminga fits. But the 415, do not trade Wiggins. He's our best one-on-one defender right now.
Mm-hmm. And he was in 2022.
He might be.
Yeah.
Although Draymond Green's still a pretty darn good defender, one-on-one or team-wise. But 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to get into some of this Anthony Slater sound. He was on with the Morning Roast today and gives an update on where he thinks the Warriors are and how much interest they have in making a move. Are they raring to go, or is Mike Dunleavy taking the patient route, which is the kind of player he was? He never played with desperation. He never played like he was not the kind of guy that would run up court and saying, you know what, I'm taking this shot. This possession, I'm taking this shot. Like, that's not who Dunleavy was. Maybe he's changed. Maybe he's a different kind of GM. I don't know. What do you guys think at 888-957-9570? What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Safeway. And don't forget, Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Do you know the most important factor in your company's success? It's your people. They're the heart of your business.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. Warriors-Rockets, 6:30 tonight from Houston. If they win, they play in Vegas on Saturday against the Oklahoma City Thunder. If they lose, then they play at home against the Dallas Mavericks, and Klay Thompson will be back again.
We'll see.
We will see.
Yeah.
We will absolutely see. And we're talking about where the Warriors are right now. We know they're 14-9. We know the trade deadline's in February. 27 games between now and the trade deadline, and you can tell that people are already talking inside the league. And that's one thing, Anthony, here's how I'm going to start this segment, Goo. Anthony Slater was on with the morning show and was just asked, why are we hearing so much right now about not only Jonathan Kuminga, but so many players that may or may not be available?
This is like information season right now for the Warriors on Jonathan Kuminga, and not just for the Warriors. It's for Kuminga to find out who he is in the league. The Warriors need to find out. The league needs to find out. He has a contract situation coming up. The trade market's going to develop. And you might even argue I think most people would argue they've waited too long to find out more about Jonathan Kuminga. But I think Steph Curry and Draymond Green want to know for several reasons. Can he be all the way up to the playoff level, like the type of number 2 scorer that they're going to need to compete in the first round, second round, third round? Or, is it wiser for him to maybe go explore that elsewhere? And could he potentially be a trade piece at the deadline? I think we are going to find out more over the next couple months, partly because they finally, let off the brake pedal a little bit, and they're going to allow us to all find out more about it.
All right, so that was Anthony Slater with the morning roast. And, the one thing that Evan and I talked a little bit about yesterday, and I mean, I don't know if we're downplaying it or not, but there's something just fascinating about the Warriors, let's say a week ago, where they just pretty much came out and announced, hey, and you know what? I told Evan, you should get a victory lap for this, because I think it was last Wednesday where you were just saying, Jonathan Kuminga, I'd give him 30 a night, 30 minutes a night, plain and simple, every night. You got to give it to him.
33-point game.
And exactly. And the funny thing is it was either the next day or the following day where the Warriors basically said, we got to give Kuminga more time. Plain and simple. We're gonna make sure that he plays a lot of gets a lot of minutes each and every game, certainly more than he's gotten up until this point. And I just find it curious that they would do that with and kind of make it that public. I mean, They could have done it and just gotten asked about it 3 or 4 games later. Hey, Kuminga's taking a bigger role, and Kirk could have said, yeah, we've been talking about that, and we felt like it was time. And a week or so ago, we just decided that we got to give a bigger role to this kid. But instead, before it ever happened, they were saying it's Jonathan Kuminga time. And my first thought was, why? Why are you doing it now? And the more I think about it, you can't deny that I think one of the reasons they're doing it is because they probably do want to gauge his value around the league. And if he's playing 30 minutes a night, more teams are going to have an opinion on Jonathan Kuminga.
No doubt about it. And, I said that, Steiny, and I feel it, but it's just kind of weird. It's awkward, right? I'm a fan first. So we saw Kerr come down Pods' road. Then we saw the good in regard to coming down Kuminga's road. And normally I would tell Kuminga and his family or his close friends, celebrate that. Celebrate that Draymond's doing that. And I don't want to say there's no hidden agendas or rats on the table, but that was odd, Steiny. It was odd that all of a sudden you guys have had all summer, his whole career, and then after a said good game, we're going to commit. Like, it's almost like not a booby trap, Steiny, but it's like all Kuminga can do is control what he's going to do nightly, right? Go out and ball. But it's funny because that didn't come off. We're going to marry Steiny off a 4 for 15 night and 3 turnovers Friday night against Minnesota. It came after, you would think, everybody's feeling good about JK. And I'm with Slater 100%, Steiny. I feel like the basketball savants that are Dre, Steph, Dunleavy, Kirk, Lakeup, and Kerr, you already know what Kuminga can. You should be able to know and foresee what he can do and what he can't, what he needs to work on. And that's why I don't know what the feeling is of he's almost on a tryout. So if he goes on a bender for the next 12 days, that solidifies his future in Golden State.
Or maybe somewhere else.
Facts.
Go ahead.
There's so much footage for the people somewhere else, Donnie, about who he is. You got him starting when Dre wasn't around, and I guess that's where I'm just having a problem with. I'm not mad at it, but you really there's not enough video to go check out this dude? That's all.
Well, I'll tell you right now.
That's where I'm at,
The Warriors, they may know exactly what they think they have in Kuminga, but that's not the issue.
It's
they want the league to see what he can do. And I don't think there's any doubt that if you got tape of the last 3 games, and I get it, he didn't play well Friday against Minnesota.
That's that good tape.
But yes.
That's that good.
The tape on Jonathan Kuminga against the Houston Rockets and Game 2 against the Minnesota Timberwolves, that player does not look like the player that we've watched for 3 or 4 years. Now, some fans might say, well, he could have been showing you this earlier, and maybe he could have. But the real issue I think the Warriors are trying to get at right now is less so to see what they may already know, but maybe they want to put Kuminga in a spot where the league notices him. And the way to do that is the way they've done it the last 3 games, and that's put him into a bigger spot, bigger position, and a bigger role on this team.
And speaking of which, do you think it started from game 1 where I was lobbying for my, the lineup that I wanted, and I didn't want to hear too much about Wiggins and JK canceling each other out? Steiny, they started with both them in the lineup.
And they probably will tonight. If Wiggins is healthy, Draymond, I would assume, is going to come off the bench tonight, which is the lineup that they said they were going to try if they were relatively healthy. So we'll find out what happens tonight. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Antoine. Antoine's in Nashville. What's up, Antoine? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys? Steiny and Guru, how are y'all?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, man, look, I watched that Anthony Slater interview a little bit earlier, and he mentioned one thing that I thought that we're not talking about at all. Everybody wants to get rid of Andrew Wiggins. They want to get rid of Jonathan Kuminga, and I myself is not super high on Jonathan Kuminga, but I think there's a lot of smaller trades that we could do that can enhance the team for the better. And 2 people. One is Dennis Schroeder, but then the other is Miles Turner. Miles Turner is up for an extension next year. He's making $19 million a year. We got all these extra guys that are, pretty much role players or more so just like a bunch of dying contracts. So why not stack a couple of those together? The Pacers are not doing good this year. I think Miles Turner should be somebody we're looking at. If we're looking at trying to enhance Jonathan Kuminga, he's getting 30 minutes a game. What could Kuminga be if we had a stretch big on the floor like Miles Turner? And Anthony Slater, in his interview earlier, he said that they're not trying to really have Draymond Green start for center that much. So they kind of want to fit it out. So if you have Miles Turner coming in there, I'm willing to give up Looney, willing to give up maybe even Trace Jackson Davis, because you could bring in a guy like Miles Turner with that skill set. You're stretching the floor for Buddy Hield, Def. Kuminga will definitely be able to slash a lot more. And along with Wiggins, it just makes our defense stronger. It makes the floor more stretched open. I think those are the trades you're looking at versus trying to get rid of these 2 dudes. If you're going to get rid of Kuminga, you need to bring in somebody crazy. And right now, the league's not giving you anybody crazy unless they're on an overhyped or oversaturated contract.
Thanks a lot, Antoine. Good stuff. Well done. Miles Turner's been a name that's been out there for a while. He's 28 now. The Pacers are struggling.
I like his game, Steiny.
But the one thing, and, just reading up on Miles Turner, and I saw a story out of Indiana a couple days ago, and the premise of the story was the Pacers are actually looking for a backup center.
Okay, so he's not going
they want somebody to play, to be a sub for Miles Turner.
Right.
And the one thing Miles Turner can do, he can protect the rim. He's led the league in block shots twice. He gets you 2 blocks a game, which isn't bad. I don't really have an issue with Miles Turner, but I do feel like his name has absolutely come up a year or 2 ago, maybe last year, And I always felt like in the eyes of Warrior fans, he wasn't quite good enough.
Oh, man.
And now it feels like maybe people have had a change of heart about him.
And when was the last time, Steiny, I was going to say Wiseman, cracking material, the last time Warriors had a center that could get you some buckets that you could play through or be an option at the end of the game? But what I wanted to talk to you about was what you mentioned when you said the Warriors are 14-9, and they are, and they're fifth. But if you want to know how dire it is in the West and how thick it is, Steiny, they're one game ahead of 10th. So, you know, you look at who's not in the playoffs right now, it's the Kings and the Pelicans. And I think the Pelicans might just be dead this year, right? But you expect something from Sac. But my point being is, Steiny, as good as you feel right now, and I don't know how that is for Warrior fans at 14-9, I mean, the field is on your tail. So it is imperative that you try to get better if you can. And I know you scoffed and laughed at me yesterday when I talked about Miles Turner. Yeah, it was a DeAnthony Melton, how they miss him, and it was a short sample size. But if you want to say turn it down a little bit, and if you could get a Schroeder, oh my God, Steiny.
Right, but are you going to give up an unprotected first?
That's what do you think Steph would say to that?
Well, I
think he would say, yeah, come on, Joe. But my point is he would fit in perfectly, especially because I think he's better than Melton. If Melton was looking like he was going to take this team or give it just another dimension. I mean, man.
The part I gotta wonder about is if you're trading for a player who's a nice, solid role player, is that good enough to give up a protected or an unprotected first-round pick? If you go after Jimmy Butler, you're going to probably have to give up some unprotected. If you go after LeBron James, you're probably going to have to go give up some unprotected picks. But how much do you give up for a role player if they want picks, either protected or unprotected? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go to Chris in Richmond. What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, I'd say go get Siakam out of Indiana and get rid of either Wiggins or Kuminga. You got a prolific scorer down low that's consistent. Them guys aren't consistent. That's all I got.
All right, Pascal Siakam. If I could get the one that played against the Warriors in the finals.
Well, man, he was giving Draymond the business in that final, Steiny. He was great.
Siakam right now, 30 years old, averaging 20 a game, 20 and 6. He can pass a little bit. He takes 4 threes a game. He's shooting 41% from three-point range.
Oh, wow.
So the numbers really look good. 20 points, 6.5 rebounds a game, and 3.6 assists. He's averaged as many as 5.5 assists a game. So it's not a bad name. But let me go to the bottom of his basketball reference page, and that's what you got to talk about is you got to be willing to pay Siakam 42, 45, 48, and 52 million. So you would have to match that salary with the players going out.
And do you want him as the face of the franchise? Because when you say that, good God, Steiny, he would be the face when Curry were to leave.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Is he good? Then is he what you want?
This is from our good friend Dublin Marge.
Hey.
Dublin Marge says, no Warriors trades midseason with an exclamation point. We have a deep connected roster. Kerr will figure out the rotations. The grass is not always greener. We have the right squad. That's Dublin Marge.
And she could be right.
I mean, the one thing that you do have to measure, and I do believe it, I know every team says it, but I don't believe every team has it, is chemistry. And I actually do think the Warriors have really, really good chemistry this year. Now, chemistry alone won't get you an NBA title or even necessarily a deep run into the postseason, but you have to kind of inject that into your thought process. If you think this team's got good chemistry, then you think that this team could grow over the course of the season. So,
and what are the goals, Stoney? Because you talked to me going into this season. You said, Goo, I think, I'm paraphrasing, what would constitute a good season for this Warrior team would be a playoff, not play in, a playoffs. Do you have you changed or come down from that? Because that's where I'm at. But I know that's not going to suffice Steph Curry's appetite.
Well, Steph needs to understand that we might not be able to suppress his appetite, that we might go make moves, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to jump up in the standings. Again, I get the West is a bear, but it works two ways. Works two ways. The Warriors right now are 14-9, and yeah, there's teams behind them, but they're also 2 games out of the 2nd seed right now. Just 2 games from number 2.
Oh, see, I looked at it as being out 1 game back, but 2 games from being at the top.
Yeah. The other thing I was thinking about was, one of the greatest trades the Warriors ever pulled off was when they got Baron Davis back in 2005. And they were able to get Baron Davis because his reputation had been tarnished a little bit. And he was a real good player early in his career. Then he had some injury issues. Then there were a lot of people out there in the league that thought he was a diva. And acquiring a player like Baron Davis was risky. But the Warriors went ahead and did it, and they reaped the benefits from it. Now, the difference is that those Warrior teams hadn't won in a long, long time, and the Warriors were operating from a position of desperation. I don't think they're in a position of desperation right now, which means, in theory, they wouldn't have to take, or they don't feel the need to take as big of a chance as that was going to get a player like Baron Davis. So, let's say, and I've made no secret about it. The guy I'd be kicking the tires on in a big way is Zion Williamson. But he comes with risks, big risks. But if you're desperate, maybe you take that chance. If you're not desperate, then you don't have to make that move. I feel like back in the day, Chris Mullin felt like he had to make a move like that because the team was just not very, very good.
Right.
And they needed a star. And he was the only star available, even though he had some warts.
And I'll say this to that. I think if you're trying, the goal is to be a problem or win an NBA championship, Steiny, they're desperate. They are desperate to go find that ingredient or what player or players they can get to put them in a different stratosphere than I think they are now. I like this team now, but I know when push came to shove, if this were the team in the offs, I'd have to see it. I'd be rooting for it. I don't think this is it because there's no bona fide number 2 dude. But Steiny, I love me some Zion, but I would be lying if I told you right now his Carfax thing is scary. You don't do that. But if it worked, oh my gosh. But Steiny, how many guys like Zion, Steph might be the only one in a long time that actually beat the ailments of the body. And to be this young and have it go out, his transmission went out in the playoffs in a game that a series they were getting ready to wrap up at home against the Lakers. Do you really want those problems? Because I just don't think his body is going to betray him.
Yeah, it might. And
Curry beat his body. He's one of the few guys that beat his ailments.
Embiid's anotof one. If you want to go get Embiid, first of all, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, but then it's like 2 things. It kind of reminds me of Ayuk. The first thing you got to do is trade for him and give something up. And then that team has to pay him too.
But that means that's why they made the trade.
And then you need him to play.
Well.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. We're batting around some Warrior ideas. And again, they're 14-9 right now. They sit in number 5 position in the Western Conference. And they play the Rockets tonight. And the trade discussion season is absolutely positively on right now. Let's go to Dell in Virginia. What's up, Dell in Virginia? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Steiny?
Doing well, man.
Hey.
Hey, yeah. I just wanted to say, Jonathan Kuminga, you just never know. He's almost just like Andrew Wiggins, man. You never know what you're going to get from the guys, on a night-to-night basis, man. I feel like the Warriors, they know that's why the trade discussions are at an all-time high right now, because like they know they need a number two. They need a number 2 20-a-night guy.
Right.
That's gonna when they get down the stretch, they know that they need that number 2 guy that's gonna, when they get to the playoff time, that they can rely on. And Jonathan Kuminga, you just never know what you're gonna get from him, man. He's just and then if you notice, when Jonathan Kuminga goes up against better teams like that are in the top 5, he tends to kind of disappear. And I just feel like the trade, I would probably, like I said, like everybody's been talking about Dennis Schroeder, Cam Johnson, and the other name was Vucevic.
Right.
I would just try to go ahead and get Vucevic and Cam Johnson. You get those 2 pieces. You're working around the edges. They're not Jimmy Butler or LeBron, but I feel like you got the team that can win with those 2 guys.
Yeah. And hey, Dell, and thanks for the call. I think you bring up a good point. All we've heard is the Warriors are looking for a big fish, but maybe a tinker around the edges can bump this team up higher in the standings and give them a real shot.
Yeah.
I think all these things are what Mike Dunleavy is definitely thinking about. The other thing is, if you're entertaining moving Jonathan Kuminga, I think there's a threshold that the player coming in has got to be at. And when I look at, let's say, Cam Johnson or even Vucevic, are they a good enough player to get in here to change the Warriors' trajectory and be worth giving up Jonathan Kuminga? That's what they got to decide.
Yeah, I like both players, but just me going back to my past weekend, Steiny, being at the game Friday, you tell me if this makes basketball sense, and it may be basketball simple. But the bottom line is, we always talk about Curry's timeline and Kuminga being ready for it. But there's no doubt that when he was empowered to be number 1 or 2 option, Jonathan Kuminga, and there was no Steph and Dre, Steiny, he is that player. But that's not his reality. So when you ask him to be a compliment to Dre and Steph and just the team, I think it's more difficult for him than when he's driving to the arena knowing I'm a 1 or 2, and we saw what it looked like. It's his greatest game of his career.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes 2 ways in regard to, are you ready to be the guy that you can be for Curry now? That answer to me is no. And then no harm, no foul. And then on the flip side, Jonathan Kuminga could probably be an all-star in this league or average 23 to 25 points a game. No problem, Steiny, if he were a number 1 or 1A option on a team.
You know what's funny is we throw around all-star a lot. And there was a player that we talked about, Pascal Siakam.
I love him.
You know how many times he's been an all-star? Once.
Okay.
One time.
Yeah, I love Wiggins one time.
But what I'm getting at is that's a one-time all-star, Pascal Siakam. And I'll bet you if you asked Warrior fans, 90% of them would say, oh, well, if Kuminga could be Siakam, that would be perfect. And I'm just telling you, well, Siakam isn't a perennial all-star either. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I see Murillo and Nick in the city. I'll get to you on the other side. Don't miss the kickoff show this Thursday with Willard and Dibbs live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
It's your boy Guru, and I've been telling you for months, Prize Picks is in the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings. Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up 100 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Tonight, I got the Warriors not losing to the Rockets by more than 2.5 points. The holidays are coming. Make them bigger and brighter with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money action while watching your favorite sports, and you can now win up to 100 times your money. Prize Picks now offers MasterCard for quick and easy deposits into your account this sports season. Join now because this holiday season, they're giving away 2 free picks in December, and they're giving away $30+ million in rewards doing Pickmas. You like that? Download the app today and use code GURU957 to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game, must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with
Got to be clean. It's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
We all agree on one thing, the whoopee.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate the call.
Oh, this is a classic, Steiny.
Who is it?
Master P.
He's the guy who thought he could play in the NBA, isn't he?
Well, he was on Toronto
no, he wasn't.
Summer League, on Summer League.
That doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Why are you coming for him?
Because
it's 12 or 10 on a Wednesday.
Can't stand guys like that.
He's a guy's like what? Built an
Thinks
empire?
he can play in the NBA.
Oh, yeah, I hear. Well,
you know, I work with a guy like that, and it's just annoying after a while.
I'm Oliver Miller on the hoop court now.
Okay. It's from the 925 on the Comcast Business text line. And this is also kind of what John Sally, I think, was saying with, I think Warrior fans got to give it up. People just need to accept that they're not contending for a ring. There's no single player who's available that turns this team into a contender after you trade away Wiggs and Kuminga to get them.
Now,
I tend to agree.
Okay.
And that's why I hate this narrative of we got to get another one. I don't like that narrative. I'd rather say let's keep getting better and see where we are rather than take a monster swing that may not work.
Yeah, and I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to do it, Stoney. I know if we look at all the earnings that Joe Lacob has paid Steph Curry in his career, it's a lot, right? But at the end of the day, Joe has made, I believe, 50 times much more from what Steph has helped build here in Golden State. So I'll say this to you. You can't have everything, but if you brought a healthy Jimmy Butler to Golden State, the way he can play on the big stage, the way he can rebound, guard, shoot big shots, take them, make free throws. My goodness, Donnie, I believe now I'm talking myself into that would be the route I would go to give Steph and Dre. If you can't make this work, then it just wasn't meant to be. But boy, Steph, we'll see you in Springfield when that day does come. But you cannot tell Aisha, any of the kids, that we didn't go all in for you, because they would basically be mortgaging the future, Stoney.
I mean, and maybe they're just...
I'm serious,
Maybe a lot of this is just camouflage to make it all seem like the Warriors are trying to make a big move that they know is a very, very long, long shot.
Do you feel this summer was any of that camouflage involved at all? I just believe Ballmer didn't want to help the Warriors with Paul George.
What about Markkanen?
I feel Danny Ainge the same. I don't believe the Warriors said Pods is off limits, or maybe they did. Well, and I'm wondering if they regret it.
I think one of the things that we underestimate is what other teams think of their players.
Damn.
And
how will you ever know?
Well, you know when they say hit the pike. Like, the funny name, I keep hearing Cam Thomas. Thomas.
It's a baller.
Okay, he's a baller.
Yeah.
Then tell me why the Brooklyn Nets would trade a 24-point scorer who's 23 years old. Like, why?
No, I can't.
Okay, and that's where I think sometimes we miss the boat.
Then how does his name even come up, a guy like that then?
Because how does LeBron's name come up? Durant's name had come up in the past. Butler's names come up. Embiid's names come up. Giannis's names always comes up. So it doesn't surprise me that the names come up, but it does hit me that, I think some of the players that we talk about, we have no respect for the fact that their teams may like them a lot. And you can't just pluck a guy off another team. And that's why the theme of yesterday was trades are hard.
Yeah.
Trades are hard.
But Butler, Steiny, I'm just, man.
You're coming around on Butler?
Yeah, I just thinking about him in the offs, and he's battled with Boston. We've seen it. He's battled with Braun in the bubble, but again, the baggage is scary. But if you told me he was going to remain upright and play 82 and play the playoffs, I mean,
he's not playing 82.
Well, you know what I mean.
He hasn't played
the
more
new
than
82.
60.
Yeah, the new 82. But he was going to be available in the playoffs. Steiny, I don't think bring Dallas on, bring OKC on, with all this OG-ness that they would have between Jimmy Butler, Steph, and Draymond. Oh my goodness! Like that is something that I would hitch my wagon to. It may not work, but I would love to see why it wouldn't.
I would not. I'm not a proponent of Jimmy Butler coming to the Warriors unless you can get him without giving up Kuminga.
Okay, well, you're not then. Pat Riley ain't going for that.
That's my point. And here's the other thing I think is is it a pipe dream? Maybe not, but I think it's close. The idea that a 36-year-old Curry, a 35-year-old Butler, and a 35-year-old Draymond Green will be able to play 2 months of playoff basketball and win 4 series, that to me scares me. I mean, I think you could win a round. Hell, maybe you could win 2. I don't know. I don't want to rule anything out. But to play late April into June, wow. That's going to be really hard, I think, for a team that's core is that old. That's just me.
I got to do this. When I bring up LeBron and it's only 2 guys and Anthony Davis, what bracket do you have AD in? Is he long in the tooth, or he doesn't belong in this club when you go by the age of, because they made it happen and got to the Western Conference Finals.
Are you saying Anthony Davis, is he available?
No, just when you look at what LeBron's doing right now with Davis, does that make you back up, or because it's only 2 and not 3? Like, do you look at Davis as an older guy?
A little bit. And the reason I brought that up is they got to the Western Conference Finals. I mean, Anthony Davis is a great.
It wasn't 3 guys, but it was 2, and that almost makes it more difficult that they were so doing it just with the 2 of them. But they made it through. They didn't win, but physically they held up.
What'd they do last year, the Lakers? They made it to the Western Conference Finals?
No, the year before.
After they eliminated the Warriors? Yeah. And then they got smoked by Denver?
Denver last year. Every game was close.
Like Anthony Davis is a good player. Real good player.
But I guess I brought that up as they're essentially doing what, like, does that qualify for a check off in Steiny's book about attrition and 2 guys getting the team? And last year they lost Denver all 4 games. Right?
Oh, I mean,
but the year
Anthony
before
Davis
they went to the Western Conference Finals.
No, I think there's a big difference between a 30-year-old player like Anthony Davis and a 34. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I think there's a big difference between Jimmy Butler's age and Anthony Davis's age. So, yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's go to, and this is how you pronounce his name, Murillo. Murillo in Petaluma. What's up, Murillo?
Hey, what's up, guys? Well, can't complain. Hey, kudos to Guru. I think I'm gonna call this a Zen Guru today because to have his integrity question about the tire and to have kept the cool the whole day. I'm Guru.
I'm growing.
The truth comes from a quiet place. I appreciate you today. You're doing phenomenal. Here's my take. Steiny, it's an easy answer. Why are all these names coming along? It's because the NBA ratings are down to about 30% this season. So what are the 2 things you should do to bump the ratings and make people think about it or talk about it? You put the Warriors and all these names attached to the Warriors. So that's how you start the talk. Now, one thing I'm going to recommend to the fans that are calling and suggesting trades and all of that, there's a new toy on ESPN called the NBA Trade Machine. You can go there yourself, and you're going to, after trying dozens trades, you're going to find out that the Warriors are not in that big of a wiggle room situations that they can trade players here. There's a situation with the number of players you can sign. There's so many angles of these trades that people forget when they bring the names. Now, it's fun to think of a name and trying to think how that player is going to match here, but you got to be real. Yesterday, we watched that game. Who's the first seed in the West? Oklahoma City. They are the best defense by far in the NBA. And what are the two things that they have that is the key to them? And it's not about the players. It's youth and chemistry. I am not trading youth and chemistry for a promise, for this novelty of the fifth. Get out of here. It's we got to enjoy what we have. I'm not trading unprotected picks for Schroeder. You said something interesting yesterday, Steiny. If you're thinking about trading a player, how did that player do against the Warriors? I'm not going to judge Schroeder well because he played one game with the Nets, and what about the 20 other games that he never showed up against the Warriors? So, you know what I mean? Like, let's quiet down here. I like what we have. It's too early to think of trades, and the grass is not always greener, okay? Thank you, guys. Have a good day. I appreciate you guys for having me on.
I generally agree with everything Murillo said.
The truth is quiet.
Except the one part of, I think Jimmy Butler's going to get traded.
Oh, there's no doubt. After he said what he said about his coach.
And I also think the Warriors do have the wherewithal to get a player who may come available like a Jimmy Butler. It's going to cost them. But I think they could. I think if Butler's available, they might be able to pull it off.
What?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't when it's all said and done. But if they want to, I think they could pull it off.
What? And Evan, chime in. What's the biggest reason right now, status quo, that this Warrior team can't go on a championship run in your estimation? It's currently constructed right now. What would be, and I want Evan's answer.
Their best players are too old, and their young players are too young.
And I'm not saying you're wrong. Wow. Evan?
Teams that win a title usually have more than one player in their prime. And the Warriors still don't have many players in their prime other than Wiggins. Evan, you want to take a stab at that?
What would be the top-end talent, which is kind of the same. I think you guys are both on the same page. You're just phrasing it differently.
And that's where I was going to go. The definitive number 2 best player, Andrew Wiggins, has all the talent to do that, but the mentality I don't think is there, Steiny. And that's why, I love what Wiggs has done. And if it's JK, all dependent on the player, I'm ready to roll the dice to get that moxie or what I think another player has to add to Curry. And Butler is a assassin. When you just talk about being a basketball player when healthy, an assassin. Now, will that cost me later? Yeah, Steiny. Will we be hurting? Yeah. But Steph Curry has to be, when you run that name by me, he has to get goosebumps, I would think. Draymond, too. Draymond on his podcast said they were in on both market. The plan was to have marketing, I know, and PG together. So that would have shocked the world.
How'd that work? They didn't get either of them.
No, I get that.
Like that's what
but
kind
the
of
premise
that's
was
what's annoying.
That's what they were going
That's what's
for.
annoying to me. Is the Warriors have sold this like they can make it happen if they want and in a snap of a finger. And the bottom line is there were 2 guys they wanted and they couldn't get either because they didn't want to give up certain things. And that's going to be the hardest part for the Warriors.
Well, yeah. Well, you got to give them credit because we don't know to what extent what they were not. We understand.
Did we give Farhan Zaidi credit for giving it the old college try?
No, not at all.
Yeah,
not at all.
But the Warriors, I guess, do get credit. Nick in the city. Hey, Nick, what's going on, man?
What's up, guys? Hey, Guru, I too thought Master P had some real NBA minutes. That's neither here nor there. But I think you guys are kind of right on, the money with it, with their, the guys that are too old are getting older and the guys that are too young are a little young. And that's why I think you need some guys that are kind of in the middle to bridge the gap. I had a couple ideas in the past. Like I once saw Naz Reid give the Warriors the fits, and I thought, like live, the only time I've ever seen the Warriors play live in the last couple of years, and I was like, why can't we get this guy on the Dubs? He'd be a killer Warrior. And he was one of them, and I always thought Jaren Jackson would have been a great Warrior too. I know that's two tough trades to make, but they got enough good players to maybe make that possible. That's all I got, really.
Appreciate it. Yeah, those are two.
I mean, Memphis is good God, Stoney. I mean, they're upsides through in the clouds right now. Just watching what they're doing and what they could be on a good day and what they were.
888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 1 o'clock in a half hour, we're going to switch it over to some football. We're going to talk to former Rams head coach Mike Martz, who's also the offensive coordinator of the greatest show on turf. If you don't know who Mike is, or if you haven't heard him do an interview, he's very straightforward.
Yeah.
He tells it like it is, and that's a big reason why we're having him on. My first question to Mike Martz is going to be, what's going on with the Niners, does he think? Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
What's going on, gentlemen? How are you doing today?
Hey.
So, just, Goo, I have to disagree with you on the Jimmy Butler thing. I just think, with the injury history and all that, it's just not a good move, especially with the capital that you're going to have to give up. I mean, what makes you actually think that he's going to be ready, for the playoffs? And if he was pretty much out for a lot of the, let's say just the regular season, how cold is he going to be during the playoffs? I know it's Jimmy Butler. He's a clutch, he's a clutch hitter and everything and a clutch player, but you don't know especially with that injury history. I would not feel comfortable giving up the capital that we would need to give. I mean, and don't get me wrong, guys, I am not saying that you go after this guy, but if you want to shoot for the stars, you might as well go after Bam Adebayo at that point and just put the capital into that. You get your big man and everything, but again, that's way out of our price league just because we don't have the capital to do it, and it would take too much away from us from the future. So in this case, I'm fine with sticking with what we got. Just maybe look for a trade for, a couple extra role players that can actually contribute to make it to the playoff run. But Jimmy Butler, I'm out on, guys. Thank you.
That makes two of us, Mike.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of people. I get it. But you're not out on the player, what he is. It's just about everything that comes with it, especially now that, he'll miss a game with the best of them.
I'm out on the age of Jimmy Butler. I'm pretty much out on the entire notion that a core of three guys, 34, 35, and older, could make a run all the way and win it all.
Well, then, Stoney, tell me if Steph. I'm speaking for Steph.
I don't think it's realistic to think of this team right now as a championship.
Because there's no, they have to be long in the tooth for that player to be able to come and be proven to go along with Dre and Steph and go get it. Like, there's not going to be a youngster that's going to be able to do and have that experience or that.
Siakam would be a guy who has it. Just throwing a name out there,
man. And I didn't hold. You asked the question. I didn't hold him not making the All-Star games because we know what it is. It's at the end of the day. But when you saw what he did along with Kawhi, I think that solidified him in my mind, Stoney, as a big-time player. You can not make the All-Star games all you want, but when I watch you play basketball on that biggest stage in 19, you are arguably the second-best player on that team, man.
And the other part we have to acknowledge is
as much.
It was 5 years ago. It was 5 years ago when he had that series against the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. And how do the Warriors get better? The one thing I feel safe in saying is I don't feel like anything's happening right away. I do think this is the kicking of the tires season. But Anthony Slater of The Athletic was on with Bonte and Shasky this morning, and he talked about the fact that it is kind of information season, but he was asked specifically about the guy we're talking about, and that is Jimmy Butler. Take a listen.
It's worth the conversation because what Jimmy Butler can and has been in the playoffs, right? It's you can trust if healthy, he's going to bring it in the playoffs. If the Warriors are at a desperate point, in this late stages of the Steph Curry era, it's a curious thought to at least bounce around, right? The idea of Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry in a playoff series should scare an opponent. Now, you mentioned the financial aspects of all this. I mean, there's a reason Jimmy Butler and the Heat are kind of in a little standoff right now, right? You know, like Heat don't really seem to want to extend him. He seems to want to be extended. That seems to be why a breakup might be coming. So if he arrives, he'd arrive hand out, right? You know, he has a $50 million player option for next season that he's signaling he wants to decline because he wants to sign bigger, longer-term money. And that's scary at this stage of his career. And beyond all that, I mean, you mentioned it, just because of what the money is and the situation the Warriors are in, it would definitely cost at least Andrew Wiggins, plus, you know, the Heat are probably going to want a Kuminga, a Podziemski. They were very interested in Podziemski prior to the draft.
That's Anthony Slater of the Athletic.
Well, I guess Butler had the other two of the Texas teams in there, Houston and Dallas.
The other thing with Jimmy Butler that you have to ask, and I'm not saying it's a deal breaker, but I always get worried if Pat Riley wants to move you or Pat Riley doesn't want to pay you, there's probably a good reason why in his mind that he doesn't want to do that. And probably it's because he doesn't want to pay Jimmy Butler $200 million to play basketball when he's older than 35 years old.
But also when he's calling out the coach, too, and star players, you know, being injured, and you're saying you should be you. Who are you to do that, Jimmy?
I mean, the other thing is it does sound like there's a little bit of a similarity between Paul George and Jimmy Butler in that the Clippers didn't want to pay Paul George. They thought he was too old to pay $225 million a year over 4 years. And that was pretty obvious because he wanted to stay in L.A., but they didn't want to pay him that. And I don't think the Miami Heat want to pay Jimmy Butler the kind of money he's talking about. And then you do have to, you know, maybe it would be something where if you trade for Jimmy Butler, at the time of the trade, he gives you the word that he won't opt out. So you'd have him this year and next year before he become a free agent. But if he doesn't want to, if he's still talking about opting out, even if he's in Miami or somewhere else, then you're the Warriors looking at, well, if we get Jimmy Butler, now we got to pay him an exorbitant amount, which is something the Heat didn't want to do, obviously, or at least that's their inclination. So a lot of interesting stuff going on with the Golden State Warriors. And don't forget, tonight they play the Houston Rockets. That game is in Houston. And
can't wait.
Don't make me build up this cup.
The Emirates Cup? I mean, it's already built up, though, Stoney. I think it's already built up. I think it's happening. I don't know why ratings are down, but the bottom line
ratings are down because the product stinks.
Well, we need your 5 minutes. You went on that.
Ratings are down because nobody likes watching 93s a game. By the way, I was talking a little bit to Mark Ibanez about this. KTVU legend. Yeah. Are sports worse now than they've been in the past?
No, like everything's worse, so now sports gets...
Is football better now than it was when we were growing up?
No, not
What about basketball?
No.
What about baseball?
No.
Is that just because we're old?
No.
Okay. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be back to talk more Warriors. That's what you guys are into. Ramona, Pete, Jay, Drew. I'll try to squeeze you all in before Mike Martz comes up at 1 o'clock. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It is a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of stock luxury appliances in our live oh, God. And I usually have this off the top of my head. You know what they have. They have live working vignettes, and your boy Steiny loves them. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our LifeSource water. And now, when you buy LifeSource, we will pay your sales tax. Call 800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Ends soon.
Warranty limitations apply.
Xfinity here.
on another player who's been on 4 teams, 3 of which he's only been lasted for 1 year. If teams really wanted Jimmy Butler, no matter whatever the cost is, and he was playing without all the complaining and the whining and getting hurt, he would stay on teams longer than just a year. I don't care if Jimmy Butler comes with a promotion from Jesus himself.
Wow.
I'd rather pass on that because it has been nice coming into this season without all the drama. We had, for the last, 3 years, we've had Poole drama, KD drama, Draymond, incessant drama. And now you're going to bring Jimmy Butler into that? No, I don't care if he says that he wants to come for free. Let's go with someone else. I like Turner, but I wouldn't want Jimmy Butler at all.
Good point.
Thanks, Ramona. Appreciate the call. Well, I told Evan yesterday, and
he's an alpha male for real.
That doesn't bother me. That part. I mean, I know exactly.
Draymond, and the team dynamic.
It what?
Would it bother him?
That's not why I don't want Jimmy Butler. Because the bottom line is Jimmy Butler would be in that locker room, and he's an alpha. Well, he's a legitimate alpha, and I got to believe Draymond Green respects him. Like that, I hear exactly what Ramona's saying, and I do feel that way a lot about Jimmy Butler, but that wouldn't alone preclude me from bringing him in. There's, to me, more important reasons why I wouldn't.
Yeah, we just took a caller a couple of calls back. He sounded like our guy Mike Yam from the NFL Network, Stoney, talking about, LeBron and the guy that runs everything, Joe Lacob, he knows what time it is and what it would entail to get LeBron, and he picked up that phone last year. That's all I'm saying. So I don't think he was breaking news. They know what it would take, and they were willing to see. Yeah. And who knows if it'll be again. Look, why would LeBron want to leave L.A., though? Isn't he closer to a title with Anthony Davis? Well, of course he is, because they went to the playoffs even though they got bounced. The Warriors didn't. They had to go to
the Warriors might be better than the Lakers this year.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jay in Oakland. Hey, Jay, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? What's going on? Hey, I'm not as eloquent as Ramona, but let me see if I can actually get my point across. The Warriors, the only option that the Warriors have decision-wise is they have to make a move for a superstar. And there's 2 or 3 reasons why. One, let's just start at the top. The Warriors have the most expensive, and they have for the last 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, or whatever the case may be, they have the most expensive ticket prices in the NBA. Joe Lacob is going to have a hard time selling these ticket prices for a player that's not box office. He's not going to be able to sell Moses Moody and Kuminga and charge the prices that he wants to charge. So we need another superstar in that's going to kind of be able to bridge that gap after Steph kind of makes his way out the door. Second reason why we need a superstar. Steph is still a great player, but we're seeing signs that he's starting to slow down. We need a superstar to pair with Steph now because it makes no sense for a superstar to be in her prime to join Steph when Steph is on his last leg or last ankle in 2 or 3 years. No superstar is going to come 2 or 3 years to play with a slowed down Steph. So we need a superstar. We need to sell that superstar on Steph, this current version of Steph. And the third reason we need a superstar right now and we have to swing for the fences, I can't envision a superstar in their prime want to come in after Steph is already gone and have to follow up the Splash Brothers and the dynasty. That's going to be way too much on our plate. No one's going to want to have to follow their footsteps.
That's the part I completely agree with. That's what we got
a big fight over, man.
I think it would be an honor, Steiny. Was it an honor to play after Michael Jordan?
But it wasn't a choice. It was just, I'm sure whoever got the first crack at it was like...
No, they couldn't sign any free agents.
Okay, well...
No free agent in their right mind wanted to go to Chicago after they'd won 6 titles and Michael Jordan was retired. Like, that's a can't-win situation. The closest thing they had was Derrick Rose, and they drafted Derrick Rose. I absolutely think there is something to that.
Wow.
That when Steph retires, I don't know a superstar like I wouldn't want to follow in Steph Curry's footsteps. I wouldn't.
Well, okay, all right, I got because a lot of times it's out of your control. if you get drafted there.
Well, that's different.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's what I believe.
I'm trying
it's
to
kind of
think
like
of
the
who
San Francisco
took that
Giants. It's like, yeah, you better build up your farm system because what we found out, and I get it, they signed Willie Adames, but, you couldn't get anybody in free agency.
Yeah. Well, what about Butler with Miami? And I know the Heatles was a little while ago, but I don't think that detoured him from going to Miami and trying to get the ring that he almost got.
Wasn't he traded to Miami?
The bottom line is, I don't think that, like if, hey, you're going to Miami, I think he has some say-so in, oh, hell no, I can't, I don't want any parts of trying to compete with what they did, the big three.
I mean, let's just say, in theory, Luka Doncic is a free agent in 3 years, and he hasn't won a title in Dallas. They've come close. There's no way he's coming here.
Yeah. And I guess LeBron would never be on the Lakers with that mindset, though, too.
But the Lakers, to me, are completely different because they've got a 6-decade reputation of that's their MO.
Yeah.
That's never been the Warriors' MO in terms of they've never been able to expect a free agent to come. They got Durant, obviously, but there were some extenuating circumstances. I'm just telling you, in this day and age, if I'm a pro basketball player and I'm a free agent and Steph Curry's no longer a Golden State Warrior, boy, I'm thinking I'm not coming here. I'm not coming here. So, all right, let's welcome in Mike Martz, all guests on 95.7 The Game. Up here on the River Islands guest line, is it in time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Mike Martz, former St. Louis Rams head coach. He was the offensive coordinator of the greatest show on turf. Mike, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me, guys.
Yes, sir. What do you see from a distance this year with the San Francisco 49ers and why they haven't been able to maintain the level they established for the last 4 or 5 years?
Well, I think it happens to a lot of good teams like this. Injuries, particularly key injuries, happen, and particularly when they come in groups, it's difficult sometimes to overcome. But they're competing. The only thing you can ask anybody, a team like this where they've got so many injuries, is to compete at the highest level as well as they can. And the Rams have gone through the same thing. They've got some guys back now, so obviously they're playing a lot better. It just happens.
Hey, Coach, I've been waiting for you, too, so I need you to help me out if you can keep your coaching hat on. The Niners had lost 3 games in a row up in Green Bay after the game. One of the leaders, Kittle, said, he had 2 targets and 1 catch. He said he was open on some routes. No harm, no foul. But I told my partner, that was he saying more? Then they come back. They get a win just Sunday, 38-13. Quarterback throws for 300 yards. Kittle has 150. But Deebo Samuel, a leader, hasn't had the best year. We got pundits calling him a gadget player, and they've caught up to him. But yesterday, Coach, he goes to Twitter and says, I'm open. I'm paraphrasing, the ball's just not coming my way. And as a fan, that hurt me. Like, why would he do that on that platform? As a coach, does that signal to you something could be going on in the locker room? Like, why would he have to stoop to that level to tell people, hey, this is the reason I'm not putting up numbers?
Yeah, that I think that's the worst thing that can happen to football. We had some when I was coaching at the Rams. One thing I said is, if you have a complaint about anything, you come to me, but you never say anything negative about another player or another coach, or you just don't do that. You just keep it within and work this out. So when that happens and you got an issue, I think that's very difficult to deal with. That individualism, that kind of selfishness is what tears teams down. Get a good player and know he's a good guy, but with the platform, we didn't have all this. When I was the head coach, right. So, but when they just don't realize the damage they do when they say these things. He's angry, he's hurt, he wants the ball. I get all that stuff, but he doesn't understand the damage he does to this team when you do those things.
Wow. Mike, you obviously were the offensive coordinator of the greatest show on turf, and I wonder, you guys had a lot of mouths to feed. Did you ever have to deal with any of this at all, or do you feel like the players okay, go ahead.
Well, absolutely, yeah. I had one player in particular. I won't tell you who it was, but he's a pretty well-known player. It wasn't Isaac, but he would come into me with something bad would happen. He want answers, And so I took him in the film room and showed him exactly what happened and why I made this call. He was questioning me basically, and it happened a couple of times, and then he realized, he was wrong, and this is what happened. This is why we did what we did. And I said, I appreciate you not doing this in front of the team and come and see me. He said, yeah. I mean, that happens. You got to be able to stand with guys, and it was a call that I made at the end of the game up in Seattle, and it was 2 yards to go. All we had to do is get the first down, and we're going to get a field goal position at the last minute and kick it and win. And they ran this particular blitz, and I told the quarterback, Mark at the time, this is his first year starting, they're going to give you this blitz. Don't throw it over here. Make sure you throw it to the back. It looked like this guy's going to be open. Don't take the cheese. Well, he took the cheese, and they threw a pick. We lose.
Right.
But I can't out him in front of everybody, obviously. So I just said, it's a bad call. I wish I could take that call back, but I can't. I let it go. Well, he was furious. So he came in the locker room, and right after the game, he set his pads on. He wanted answers. And I said, well, when we get back, you take a look at it. I'll tell you what really happened, but don't you ever say anything to anybody about it, right? So he did. He came back on Monday, and you saw, there's reasons for everything that you can't explain to players as coaches. It's not enough time. And the things happen for reasons and matchups and ability protections and, what you see coverage-wise. You can't just stop during the game and tell everybody. Isaac sometimes went 3 quarters without having the ball thrown to him. That happens. They double him, or it's just the structures that you see and just the way the game goes. Sometimes you get lost, and it's very difficult. But you try to keep them all involved. The first thing I always try to do is get Isaac a pass right away in the first series or two, just to keep him going. But he's just running in place, and it's hard, because he's such a good player. But I've never had a player do that. And basically, it's either directed at the quarterback or it's directed at the head coach, one of the two. Wow. And that's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, Coach, that's an excellent answer. Now, Kyle Shanahan's offense in the red zone, it said it's worse since he's been here. It's normally, even last year, was at the top. And you got fans questioning what's going on. As a fan, is it fair for me to say or question opposing defenses have caught up to the Shanahan system, or is it what you mentioned earlier, a lot to do with the injuries?
I think a lot of it has to do with the injuries. I do think that you do have to continue to change. I haven't studied them. I don't know if he's doing the same things he always does. I don't think you can do that. You got to morph through your offense, and he's always been ahead of the curve. Seriously, that he's continues just to do the same stuff down there. I don't think that's who he is. I think he's a creative guy. I don't know the answer to that. I wish I did. Maybe people are doing something to him in the red zone that he hasn't seen before and hasn't been able to work through it. I don't know, but like I said before, these things happen, and you come out of it. You'll come out of it to the other side, but you got to hang together and work at it. What you can't do is blow it up. You just can't. He's too good a coach. It's too good a organization. Too many good people, and there are too many good players. You just fight through these things. We started off 0-5 in 2002 after we lost the Super Bowl. We had a lot of injuries. Kerr got injured, and then we went on a 5-0 run. Had we not lost Mark, we probably would have made the playoffs. But we ended up only with 7. But still, you fight your way out of those things, and he'll do that. They'll do that. There's just too much character there, and I think he's a great football coach. It's just unfortunate when you go public with remarks like that, and I hope he walks those back. It's just inappropriate.
Yeah, we're joined by Mike Martz, coached the greatest show on turf as an offensive coordinator, and then later was the head coach of the St. Louis Rams. what exactly changes in the red zone? When you were a coach 25 years ago, is the red zone a separate entity that a coach looks at differently than the offense he'll run for 80 other yards? What exactly changes, and do you treat that area of the field differently and maybe have to do different things?
Well, I was treated way differently. My last year was 2011. Things hadn't really changed a whole lot. I think the Red 2, which is that coverage that Tampa brought in, was difficult initially to deal with, and then once you got used to that, I think when people have different things down there that become effective, it takes a while to grasp it and understand how they're doing this, and then you can turn it loose. But the one thing that I do know in the red zone, you have to run the ball well down there. That's first and foremost. You can't let them just line up and play coverage all the time. The threat of running the football has to be there for sure. The other thing is the tempo of the game is so much faster. The ball comes out faster. Everything happens faster. The secondary doesn't back up, so you're not going to hang on to the ball for very long. You just have to isolate guys within zones and get the ball out quick, and he's always done a real good job of that. You got to protect him. You just do down there because things happen so fast. But the priority is if you're powerful and you can run the football, that's first and foremost always in the red zone. That's what he's done in the past when he's been successful. And who knows? I can't speak on this because I haven't really studied some. I looked at it and have an opinion about any of that stuff. But it comes and goes like that. You struggle sometimes down there, but he'll figure it out.
Coach, I don't know if you remember, but you joined us last year, and Brock Purdy, I was the guy saying he's going to get a blank check. And he had a great season compared to what he's doing now. 3,000 yards, 15 touchdowns, 8 picks. But the offense, not all on him, looks a little clunky. I'm wondering, his bosses, his coach and whatnot, how are they looking at Brock Purdy this season when he's been without Christian McCaffrey for so much of the season? What have you seen anything different or any concerns moving forward before you pay him?
I don't think they're really protecting as well as they have in the past. To be honest with you, I think that's a big concern. I've been dancing around that topic in this interview. I'm just not sure they're protecting him as well as they have in the past. And of course, what you're doing with some of the guys outside, you just quicken it up and all that stuff. But he's the same. He's certainly not the issue. I'm a big fan of his. He's the real deal. Like I said, everybody goes through this at some time or other.
So I can say it for you, Mike. The offensive line stunk out here this year.
They're not playing as well as they've had in the past. And I will tell you this, and you can't blame the offensive line for everything, but, in order to be successful, to do anything, it all starts there. When you put the team together, the first thing you do is put together a great offensive line that allows you to do what you want to do. And if you're struggling in there, if you have any struggles in the offensive line, it's gonna times 10, so to speak, when you start doing this other stuff.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and love your insight, man. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. Mike Martz, former Rams head coach and offensive coordinator for the St. Louis Rams.
Not a fan, because I wasn't here to hear you and Evan.
What?
I know we're on the vine, but it's been quiet. But the Debo tweet, he definitely, I know he's old school, but he wasn't a fan of that.
Well, it's tough to be a fan of that. We haven't talked about it because it was yesterday.
I was offended.
Yeah. 2060. Yeah. You were offended.
Yes.
Now, why would you be offended? You weren't really in it.
I gave Debo, I'll give you a 4 for that. Okay, so a couple weeks back, and Norm told me, character, son, is revealed when things aren't going well as opposed to when things are going good, okay? So Debo does his thing with Pepper, and we gave him the benefit of the doubt. I didn't like it. I naturally did not like it. That's not your job, but you chose to do that. So now we find out you're Kevin Durant. Nothing wrong with it. You have rabbit ears. You're on social media. So your team comes out after 3 consecutive losses. Now you're hearing the noise on social media. What's happened to Debo? And you want to, and this is what bothers me. You threw a knuckleball. I don't know, and the coach just spoke on it. Were you coming at Purdy or were you coming at the coach? and you don't do it after a win. So to get that tweet yesterday when Evan posts, I couldn't believe it. Like, okay, now I know. I got the evidence that you're not being a leader, Steiny, and you're being selfish. How dare you put that out there just for your coach to deal with it? And what did Kyle do? Go up to the podium, because he's losing points with me now too, because you won't call nobody out. Oh, Debo didn't mean anything. Yes, he did. My guy Steiny has said maybe some things are going on in the locker room we don't know about, but when stuff like that happens and there's no repercussions, and it's just buttercups and Skittles, nah, man, that is bad coming from Debo. And guess what he did?
What?
Oh, he went and deleted it. It's too late now. That, I'm telling you, that to me was offensive, because you're not putting up numbers. And then you go numbers and numbers and numbers, but you go do that. That was weak to me, Steiny.
All right.
I didn't like it.
Well, first of all, he did delete the post, but he was asked about it, and he said, you read what you read. Okay? Secondly, while I don't approve of what Debo Samuel did, the reality is, didn't George Kittle do the same thing, just with a little more tact the week before? And I would say this, I'm not making a judgment one way or the other of it being better or worse to complain after a win or after a loss. Like, what's the difference? I could say that, you know, doing it after a win might be better than doing it after a loss, but I'm not saying that. But after a loss, everybody's got complaints.
But I'll say this, and that's why there's no selfishness in it after a loss, because nothing worked.
Oh, come on.
When your comrades and your team puts up 38 points and, you know, maybe you didn't get what you thought you should get, it's selfish, so selfish, because, Steiny, that's when you're supposed to bite your tongue. But you're right. Kittle wasn't talking about his season in a whole after the Green Bay game. He was talking about said game that just got completed. And he said, and I appreciate that he said it into the mic and camera, I was open. That was it. But for Debo to go and
Kittle
type
also
it up.
said, yeah, I ran about 6 patterns after that.
Okay, I got you.
I'm just saying.
I got you. But to me, Steiny, after a loss, nothing went right. But when you do it after a win, that's when you sound like me. And there's no doubt in my mind, Debo's human. He's starting to feel Twitter or whatever's going on. And I just was shocked that he had to stoop to that level to defend himself when you got Baldy's calling them gadgets, Cosell's calling Gimp, like Debo. Whoa, something's going on, and he thinks it ain't on him. That's all.
I mean, you're going to hate this.
No, why would I hate it?
Well, because it's not quite the same thing, and you'll point out all the differences, which are fair. But the reality of the situation was that 3 weeks ago, somebody went up to Fred Warner and said, what's going on, Fred? You're not playing as well as you did early in the year. Well, I'm playing on a broken foot.
And you're beautiful for
That's
that.
That's fair. He's playing on a broken foot.
But why now are you telling us?
Because he was feeling the heat about people saying that he's not playing as well as he did earlier in the year.
So those are 2 quick examples, or if you want to include 3, those are 3 big studs on your team, depending on who you are, Steiny, and whatever their reason was to say what they said and when they said it. I don't think it's a good look. Times 3.
Well, it's not a good look. And the one thing I said yesterday was, you know, among Debo, among Kittle, among Ayuk, among it all, they've proven time and time again that something's going on with this team and they're not on the same page.
How can you go ahead?
I got a couple pieces of San Francisco 49ers news. This is as it relates to tomorrow's game against the Rams. Trent Williams out. He will not play against the Rams. Nick Bosa, Dre Greenlaw, and
Garendo.
Isaac Garendo are all questionable. They're all questionable for tomorrow. Bosa, Greenlaw, and Garendo questionable for tomorrow.
Well, I got to tell you, the Bosa questionable is good news. The fact that the game's, you know, a quick turnaround. I know he didn't play last week. And then Greenlaw, if you could get that jolt, Steiny, like Pearsall, I know it was different.
Jolt, just like the jolt McCaffrey gave him.
Well,
that was a real big jolt.
But you want him out there.
Do you?
Hey, you need Garendo. I know.
I thought you meant Dre Greenlaw.
Well, you need them all. Big game, man.
Let's go to Mark in Berkeley. Let's talk about the Mike Martz interview. Hey, Mark, what's going on, man?
I want to say some praise for Shanahan and company.
Okay.
These running backs that just keep coming out of nowhere. Let's give them some credit, man. I mean, the backup. Does anyone know when the other guy is coming back? The main starter that was hurt?
McCaffrey?
No, the other running back,
Elijah Mitchell. Elijah Mitchell's not coming back this year.
Yeah. How many people thinking about Mitchell? No, I ain't mad at Elijah Mitchell. I was like, whoa.
I was like, McCaffrey, Mason, Garendo, Taylor.
I mean, just think about it.
No, he meant Mitchell.
Just think about it. I know, Steiny, it's a long shot. The math is there, but as we get closer, that is a humongous game popping off tomorrow in your building against the Rams, who have dealt with injuries and, not the stuff that the Niners have off the field. I'm not making any excuses, partner, but if the Niners are going to kind of run the table and then have Sunday kick up your feet and hope for help, you got to beat a Ram team that's probably coming off their best win of the season by beating the Buffalo Bills, who kicked your ass.
Yeah. Dennis in San Francisco. What's going on, Dennis? How you doing, man?
Not much. Good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well, thanks.
Good interview with Martz. I talked to you guys before, too, about the offensive line, and I think, that's got to be – both lines have to be their priority in the offseason. They're not going to go anywhere this year. We all know that. They're not going anywhere this year. Too many injuries. But getting back to Debo, I think that I'd be very surprised if he's with the team next year. And I don't know how they work out his salary cap issue, but somebody was talking about it the other day on the radio about how much that they might get hit if they let him go. I think after June 1st, it's a lot less than if they do it before that. But anyway, I think the locker room has some problems. I think Trent Williams' holdout really, that's the one that bothered me the most. They made him the highest paid lineman, and then he doesn't honor his contract. And that's Shanahan's own fault for not drafting one, And I'd like to see them trade him. I don't know if they're going to get anything for him, but trade him, trade Ayuk, trade Debo. Hell, that's all I got, guys.
Appreciate it, Dennis. Well, I'm the Trent Williams thing did rub me the wrong way too. Yeah. Just did. Not saying he's not a great player, but it did rub me the wrong way.
But Steiny, he was the guy that when he's in pads, you know what you're going to get. The All-Pro
You don't
seasons,
anymore.
But you got to back me up here. A lot of people were reporting it was a wink-wink thing with veterans, his size. Hey, just chill.
Sure.
And you'll get back and you'll be ready week one.
Right. He did something that he could do, but it doesn't mean I like it. I don't think a lot of Niner fans liked it. I mean, he used his leverage, and they gave in. They just did. And they had made him the highest paid offensive lineman a few years ago. That wasn't good enough. And he did what he did.
Yeah.
And now that will,
thoughts and prayers of what he's dealing with too.
Yeah. And the reality of the situation is I'm not really sure if this is injury more or the tragedy, quite frankly. And I guess it doesn't matter. If he's not playing, he's not playing. But look.
Mark said they're not protecting
the offensive line has not been good.
Okay, so I'm just asking you, how many quarterbacks could we do that? We could take that formula and say, look at the career of Herbert, but he's still shown so is that not a demerit to the quarterback when it's just, his O-line's being crap? Or could the O-line be like, dude, you're running around here hanging on to the ball, get rid of it? Well, I do wonder moving forward how legit Kyle's going to say you haven't had protection.
Well, I mean, for 2 years, Brock Purdy was a certain kind of quarterback, and this year he looks a little bit different, and I think a lot of it does have to do with the offensive line. I mean, I don't think you can have a great quarterback without a great offensive line or an above-average offensive line. I mean, I'm looking at Caleb Williams on
no chance
on Sunday. Yeah. Guy got sacked 7 times. It's not his fault. I mean, what's he supposed to do?
Right.
I mean, if you can't hold up.
How do you look at your lineman like, hey, how you doing, Fred?
I don't know.
Hey, what you block?
Let me tell you what you don't do. You don't buy him Rolexes.
No doubt.
You don't do that.
You're right.
But you asked. Brock Purdy's the quarterback of this team, and Deebo Samuel said he's not getting the ball enough. What's Brock Purdy think?
I mean, Deebo and I talk all the time, and he's like one of my best friends on this team. Like, I absolutely love Deebo and what he's done for me and helping me out. We talk all the time, and I think he's right. Like, he's doing great right now with what we ask of him in the offense, and he's not struggling. Like I've said before about, like guys like Ricky or last year with Ayuk for a little bit. Like, there's just moments, I guess, throughout seasons where, guys just don't get the ball, just depending on like scheme or like what the defensive scheme is and, them taking guys away. So I want to get Deebo the ball every play if I could. I want to have him break all the records as best as possible. I want Deebo to do Deebo things, and we all do in this building. So it's just how the games have gone. But I love my guy, and I'm going to do everything I can to, give him the ball. So
that was St. Brock.
God. Even when he threw you under the bus, you still love him. I'm just playing. But
we were trying to decide whether it was Purdy or Shanahan.
I think now with Purdy telling me his relationship with Deebo, I got to believe it's Kyle, Steiny.
Maybe.
So what does that mean, though? Kyle's in Brock's ear. You're going to hike the ball. You're going to see Evan open, but you're not going to throw it to him. You're going to throw it to Steiny. Oh, Guru will be running across. Don't even throw it. That's not how the game is coming too fast to make those type of decisions.
Maybe he's the third option.
And that's why I would tell Deebo it's got to be more. How many people are going to tell us Deebo has problems with man-to-man? So how could Deebo type that tweet? Show us the film where you're open. I don't think it exists.
Actually,
he was reaching.
Actually, Evan had one.
Did he have one?
He had a piece of film that does exist where Deebo was wide open, but Purdy took a sack. It was a tough play. It was going to be a tough play.
Yeah.
All right. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's a Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also, don't miss the kickoff show this Thursday. Willard and Dibbs, live 2 hours before the start of the ball game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist,
Football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah! So what?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I forgot. I didn't ask you about the Cowboys. Remember, you
did it well.
Oh, Malik Mustafa out too? Malik. He's out too tomorrow?
Wow. Well, Brown will get back out there.
And Dre Greenlaw are questionable tomorrow. Malik Mustafa and Trent Williams are out.
Well, just about tomorrow, before we get back to your material, how symbolic will it be if somehow the Rams come in here, your division foe, who had no business beating you as hurt as they were early on in the season, but partner, they win tomorrow. They don't got to plant a flag. They get out of here tomorrow with the win. We'll be doing a Friday show about what a lot of people already think it is, but it's not technically. Their season's done. And I'm just wondering, how do you win that game? Because this ain't the Bears. Yeah, this is not the Bears.
They might have to play their best game of the year. They're certainly going to have to play their best game of the year against a good team. I don't know.
Now that there's no McCaffrey, no Trent, no Bosa. Well, hopefully there is Bosa, but Steiny, the Rams are playing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Who are you telling? Oh, by the way.
Go ahead.
No.
People believe now I changed the flat, so I'm good.
Yeah, but then something else just happened. We don't have to talk about it today.
No, we have to. I'm one of those guys. You can't tell me, hey, I got to tell you something.
I'm a back off.
I forget what it is, but there's a certain number where you break the sound barrier. And then there's a certain number where you actually break the speed of light. Well, you broke the question barrier with Mike Martz.
Oh, no, Shasky has it.
Well, the barrier, Shasky.
Yeah, he had it too.
Right, but the barrier's 1 minute. And you broke it with Martzy.
Is that official?
Yeah. In fact, I got news of it during the interview.
Oh, no, my gosh. But he liked the question or the thesis.
103. 1 minute and 3 seconds.
If I could turn red, I would.
You know what we should do?
I believe something's wrong with the clock, man. A minute of just asking a question?
Well, it wasn't all a question, clearly.
See, and that's where I get off. I try to share that's why I got to work with it.
Right.
Yeah. I'll talk to Willard.
I was doing something back here, and I realized that Goo was still talking when I finished.
Yeah, what you were doing was your taxes. You started doing your taxes, you finished, and Guru was still talking.
This is really about the flat, but y'all killing me because I gave you the material.
Goo, we lost a legend yesterday.
A few of them here recently. Who did we lose yesterday?
We lost Rocky Colavito.
Oh, man. How's Mom taking that?
Oh, Mom's hanging in there. She's got to be strong.
I'll reach out to her.
For Carmen, his wife. But,
man.
91 years old.
Oh, he won then.
When did
you get news of it?
My mom texted me yesterday right after the show. And she's over there now talking to the family. Rocky Colavito, great baseball player. Played for the Indians, played for the Tigers, played for Kansas City.
One of the greatest last names in sports.
Played for the New York Yankees at the very end of his career. Because of him, they invented a phrase, the curse of Rocky Colavito.
Man.
They still say that they're living under it in Cleveland.
Will you go to the service?
That's a great question.
And miss time? Evan and I'll hold
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I may. We'll see. They're working out a lot of the stuff right now. But so in, I think it was 61. So he played for Cleveland for 6 years, and then he got into a contract situation where he wanted a raise, and the owner wouldn't give him a raise. And the Cleveland Indians Rocky Colavito led the American League in home runs.
Okay.
And it's the only trade of its kind. They traded the home run king from 1 year for the batting champion of the year.
Who was it that?
A guy named Harvey Keene.
Wow.
Rocky Colavito hit 45 homers, led the league, and then he got traded for a guy who hit 353. And I forget what sports writer said this, but the quote was, so wait a minute. The Indians traded a slow guy with power for a slow guy who hits singles.
Well, it's a lot of singles.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I mean,
well, rest in peace, man.
Yeah.
I got to tell Norm that.
Yeah.
Now, I got to do something here. So I came in from last weekend telling you I seen Gladiator 2 twice. It's my rankings. It's up there for me. Yeah. Evan saw it last night. Real quick, Evan, just if you can, just tell us what you saw and did I do too much? And if you feel I did, it's still fine. But did I put too much on it?
Which answer do you want first?
It's like the March question.
Hey, wow. Evan, how did you like Gladiator?
It was a really, really, really good sequel. It's not better than the original, in my opinion, but among sequels for especially like Academy Award-winning films, which the original was, it was pretty damn good.
Gosh, that is great. And Lil Daryl,
but you did too much. You did put too much.
Yeah, and Lil Daryl told me a sequel can never be better than the first.
The only one that I've seen was the Top Gun sequel.
How was Denzel? I thought he did well for him, except the fighting scene. I was like, yeah.
Oh, he was awesome. I thought his arc was the most complex of the entire film. He definitely sold it.
Has there ever been a sequel better than the original is the question.
Top Gun Maverick.
Oh, so you were making that official.
Evan,
you thought,
what? I got to take him around.
I thought he just said
back.
The only other sequel he saw was the Top Gun.
The original Top Gun is the best Top Gun. Top Gun Maverick, I love. I'm Ice Man.
Kelly McGillis.
Yeah, but the original Top Gun is it.
That's the only one that I've seen that I enjoyed more than the original.
Wow. Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And I wish we could bring it to you, Mr. I love docs.
I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Because you don't watch film. You watch docs.
Seen all the Rocky movies, and one was by far, without question, the greatest of the 18 they ended up making.
Give me a letter grade.
Rocky 1?
No. Adrian.
Rocky, that's a 0. Rocky 1 was...
It was incredible. I forgot he collected money, Stein. And he was that.
He also had 2 pet turtles, Cuff and Link. You know what? This may be...
remember the names of the turtles?
This one's interesting. The 510, Godfather 2. I may go with that. 1 was kind of long and languishing, and Predator 2 hit the pike. That doesn't even count. A movie like that.
Empire Strikes Back.
I've never seen the first, second, or third. But I like the Godfather 2 call there.
They're too different, though.
Yeah.
Who?
I mean, the Godfather 2 is basically a prequel because it talks about Vito Corleone's father.
Doubt about it.
Oh, so they cheated, in other words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you cheating, you trying.
It's better than you didn't get a flat.
You're still
Show
bothered
me your
about
hands.
that.
What are you doing to Evan when I'm not here?
What do you mean?
Because he's starting to come down your way. I can always lean on him. Now, yesterday, the man said on air, the little I turned on, I'm in this chair. Oh, you're going to get some questions. I ask you questions all the time. I don't know.
Yeah, but I told Evan yesterday there's some questions that you ask me that I just can't stand. I'm sorry. I can't answer. Like when you say, here's the example I gave him. I'm like, you know what I can't answer when Goo asks me? When he goes, hey, Steiny, you think it's a good thing or a bad thing that the 49ers are playing on Thursday? I have no freaking idea. I know it was on the damn schedule for the last 5 months. They got to play on Thursday.
Got to go, my brother.
I do not believe the
question was
I've seen Boys in the Hood. Hey, Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
It's your boy Guru, and I've been telling you for months, Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You missed that nugget
I
yesterday.
got some Bluetooth if anybody needs it. I won't call any names.
And then he doubled back and he said it again. We didn't even respond. We just started cheering.
Steiner.
We just started cheering.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe he said it.
And I just couldn't get it up.
Oh,
Man,
boy.
man.
He's talking about a Christmas tree.
Oh,
Sure you were.
And by the way, go ahead. I got it up yesterday, though.
Yeah.
I did.
So it's
And you know what? I took.
So you're a Tuesday guy.
I took Mark Willard's
going
advice.
up on a Tuesday.
And somebody texted in yesterday about the mallet, and I did use a rubber mallet
Shout out
to
Ryan.
hammer it in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's
the crossover, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Real
this
quick,
is the crossover.
I wasn't here yesterday. Fake or real tree?
Real.
We grew up on a fake one. Nothing wrong with the fake
Yeah.
one.
I thought your answer was both, Steiny.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, like, whoa.
Yeah, we have a fake one in our
Yeah. In your corridors.
I got two of them.
In his foray.
He's got real in the front, in the picture room, in the great room they would call it. Real in the great room with the vaulted ceilings, and then fake in the more trafficked area.
Yeah.
And I grew up with the real, and then as I became an adult, I realized that the fake, and I don't like that term, but for conversational sake, it's so much easier to. Are you ready for the Christmas tree? Let me go to the garage.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. And then, you go out there and you open up the box and then boop, 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 and it's up in 12 minutes.
Hopefully we all live long enough to be like my parents who have also an artificial tree, but are now debating whether or not they even need to put that up.
Why? No, they got to put it up.
Why?
Tell Tom to put it up.
Why? It's in the garage. It's heavy. They can't move, and no one's coming over.
It's symbolic. You made it another year.
Yep.
Put it up.
I think they're making
I'll
it
call them for you.
No, they're going to, we'll scoop them up and bring them to my sister's house for the actual day.
Yep.
Just sit down, Mom and Dad. Relax. It's fine.
Pretty fun to watch my son, and, in this day and age.
Quest?
Yes, and you find out via social media, but I saw Quest's Instagram post, and he has his first Christmas tree.
Now that
as an adult.
Did you tear up?
It's an artificial. Oh. Well, I teared up, and then I looked at his living room, and it's the only thing in the living room. And he, typical 23-year-old. And I've been to his apartment. He's got a nice little 2-bedroom with his good friend.
Couple empty boxes turned over.
Doubt.
Yeah.
That's
all you need.
Huh?
Berkeley?
Emeryville.
Oh, Emory.
Nice.
He's got a nice little spot and good little, not quite gated spot. It's right there where Oakland and Emeryville and Berkeley all kind of come together, the confluence.
Okay.
Much like in Pittsburgh, the Three Rivers, there's a spot in the East Bay where Emeryville, Berkeley, and Oakland all kind of come together, and that's kind of where he is. Not to give out his address.
You know the area I've always been fascinated by? Kensington.
Oh, it's awesome.
What's going on in Kensington?
Action. If you are a single man looking for a 78-year-old widow.
Oh, boy.
Hi, I'm Dan Dibley.
Sounds like you should go there, Steiny, with the problems that you've been experiencing.
Hey,
three things about Kensington.
It's like a little borough. It's a little, what do they call it? An enclave.
It's an enclave.
Yes.
It's an outcropping of Berkeley. Three things about Kensington. All true. 2 cool. 1 not so cool.
All right.
Kensington Circus Pub. Outstanding bar with a corner of like toys for kids. So you bring your kid and it's
What's
like
the population?
go play. Number 2, Landmark Pizza. 5 out of 5 stars.
Okay.
Number 3, that's where Zachariah's from.
Yeah, and I knew they got a home still up there. They go to their little.
I saved the punchline for last, of course.
So that's
Guru's former partner.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Anyway.
I wasn't here yesterday, and I want to I need I know his thoughts. Real quick, can we just do a rewind?
Do whatever you want.
Reset.
It's not too yet.
You brought up social media, and you defended Debo, so I don't want to give away where I'm at with it. But Willard, Dibbs, I was offended that he sent out that tweet because you can't do that, 1, after a win. 2, you got rabbit ears to social media. Why are you even saying that? And 3, then you put it out there like, I don't know if that's directed at the quarterback who we played sound that's calling you his best friend or the coach. Like, Willard, I just thought that was distasteful as a leader. The Pepper situation, we gave him the benefit of the doubt. Guru, you're wrong. I would have never did it. But this one to me really hurt. Like, you're a leader, Debo. You can't say I'm not putting up numbers because the ball's not coming my way.
Did we defend Debo?
No, I'm just.
I thought I heard you say that you defended Debo.
I didn't like that. You can't. I didn't
like it.
I'm disappointed in you, D.
I like the way we phrased it, or I don't want to speak for Dibs. The way I phrased it, it's not a big deal, but it is a deal. I thought, and the way I translated it was Debo was responding to fans and media. I don't think he's frustrated with, but that's just my interpretation, and I could be wrong. So I don't think it's a big deal.
Mike Martz didn't like it, the former coach. We just
nobody likes it. Yeah, Mark Schlereth came on yesterday and fired on Debo hard after this. He did not like it at all. So the question I'd asked him was, as a teammate, how would you feel about this? And he went after him. So we had a conversation yesterday about whether it's been a good leadership year for Debo, because he's a leader. He's a leader on this team, and I don't think it's been a great leadership year for him. Again, it's not a huge deal. It's just a tweet. But
after a win where you score 40.
Yeah, this is what I said. If I were sitting next to Debo, I'd ask him, okay, what'd you get out of that? What did you get out of sending that tweet? Did you?
What if he says vindication? People don't know that this is why I'm not doing it like I used to.
Yeah, but
that's what he said.
I don't think he got vindication, because then he deleted it. So if he feels vindicated, you're going to leave that up forever. You're going to put a frame around it and put it on your wall. So all he did was welcome in negative attention, bring about questions with regard to his teammates. I'm sure those are unintended consequences, but they're consequences. They still count.
Yeah, and he's down a half a touch from last year. As far as him not getting the ball, he's getting about 6 touches a game. Last year he was at 6.5. So it's really not that.
But now 5 of them are coming in the way of a running back. Let's just put the right on the. It's not downfield. The touches.
Right. Well, last game it was downfield. The opening catch he had was a 20-yard pass catch where he ran a deep in and he came back to the ball and he got it. And it was great. And then the other ones, one of the ones that I was highlighting yesterday was he was in the backfield and they gave it to him. They pulled Dominic Pooney on a designed run, and Pooney missed the block. And the linebacker fired right through Pooney and blew him up for no gain. And you could see Debo kind of drop the shoulders a little bit like, man, the one time I do get the ball, y'all can't even block for me. I do think that the tweet was more aimed at Kyle and Brock than it was at the fans, because Kyle's not designing plays for him. And we'll have Greg Cosell later today, and that's one of my questions for Greg is, when you look at the film and you look at what Brock did, 20 for 25, he was able to get whatever he wanted everywhere all game long, but that didn't really involve Debo.
Who, real quick, Stoney, by all accounts, if I had $1 for every time somebody said this since the Super Bowl, has problems against man coverage. Like, that's what I wanted the tweet to be about.
I don't know if he has problems against man coverage. He has problems being a traditional wide receiver against man coverage, but he's never been a traditional wide receiver.
Stoney, there you go.
He doesn't, you know what I mean? How long has it been since Debo's been used as just like regular wide receiver? Like, go split out and run around.
A minute. It feels like forever.
Long time. Ever since the year that they rallied and went 10-7 and beat the Rams in the last game of the regular season and made the playoffs and ended up in the NFC title game where they lost to the Rams. The year the Rams beat, like, he's been used as, I don't even know how to describe it, wing back, wide receiver, running back, whatever, like, ever since then. So, I don't know, man. And 6.5 touches down to 6, and you could argue it would still be 6.5 if he would catch the balls that were thrown to him.
Well,
it's not that he's not getting the ball, it's that he's not going anywhere when he gets it. And I'm actually on his side that that's not mainly on him. I don't think he's lost a step. I think there are a confluence of factors as to why his plays have not gone anywhere. But I'm with you that I don't find going to Twitter about it productive at all.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, we had Mike Martz on at 1 o'clock, former St. Louis Rams coach, and we were talking to him for a while, and then I asked him something about Purdy, and he goes, well, I'm dancing around the subject, but the real issue with the Niners has been their offensive line.
That's what he said.
I mean, that's kind of what he was getting at, and he was just saying how, that's the one position group that impacts everything. every single thing. And if there's something not going, the offensive line isn't having a great season, it's going to affect Purdy, which it has, and then it's going to affect the receivers, which it has.
And they look great against Chicago, and poof, look what happened. Barely threw any incompletions.
But am I the only one that can honestly say, watching the game again because I was at home, he called and dialed different stuff up I had not seen this year, Kyle.
Yep.
Is that just me, or like it looked different? And that's why Steiny and I were battling. He'll never adjust or do it. Like there was some difference to the screens the kid like. Okay, give us more of that, maybe.
The screens to Kittle, absolutely. And the one play I'm going to ask Greg Cosell about is the pass to Guerrero when it looked like that Brock Purdy changed the play or he alternated the play altered at the line of scrimmage, and then Guerrero leaks out. And that's a play actually where Debo was wide open on the left side.
Oh.
But it was man coverage, and Brock sees Guerrero on a linebacker, and he waits, and he threw that high kind of alley-oop lob pass down the sideline. It was underthrown, whatever, but he found Guerrero in man coverage, and that's one where if you're Debo, you're thinking, dude, he was wide open. Like Debo had room to cook, but at the same time, Guerrero got 45 yards in that play or whatever it was.
Basically, the same play they ran for McCaffrey a couple weeks earlier.
Yeah, a little bit of a wheel route. Yeah, exactly. You sent him out in that little wheel route.
Did he throw a little block first though?
I don't know if he chipped somebody or not there, Mark.
Call it a wheel route to Cosell in hopes that he's going to absolutely destroy you.
And he's missed you because you ain't been in the last couple times.
It's not a wheel route.
What's funny is I actually didn't do the notes this week because your boy was down. I've been down and out since last week, and so even though I rewatched it, I didn't get a chance to sit down and do all my notes. So I'm coming in a little bit as a novice
today. He's missed you, though.
Anything could happen.
Yeah, Grandy last time. They did a good job, but he missed you.
He took Grandy behind the woodshed, Yeah.
2 weeks ago. Last week he took Willard behind the woodshed.
I missed.
No, yeah.
You got to give me the clip.
I'm not going to say it was on purpose, but I threw something at him, and I knew that he was going to spike it because I brought up money.
Oh, geez.
I was like, why is Debo getting paid like that? If he's just he basically called him a product of the system. He said about Debo what we've been, people accuse Brock Purdy of. I said, why the hell is he making so much money then, Greg?
Oh, he doesn't deal with that.
Not at all. What did he say? I went into, I was like Draymond with the night. I blacked out. I don't know what he said.
The greatest thing ever.
You should have you should have one every interview where you just kind of bait him a little with some wrong information just to see. You know what I mean? Just to see. Or ask him something that he, like, what does he say? I don't know why people do what they do. I can just tell you what they do.
I can just tell you what I see on the film. Right.
What do you think's going on? What was he thinking on this throw, Greg?
Exactly. And the other one is, what was the play design? Like, was the play designed to go here? Well, I'm not in the meetings. I'm not in the meeting room.
Here's a question I think I want to throw at him today. Do you think Kyle Shanahan's play calls will work with the Bears? Greg, your thoughts.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's mine for today. We're going to do it. We're going to do it.
Yeah, pretty fun. Oh, it's pretty fun.
Throw the.
You want it?
Just throw it out there. This is
everybody
interesting.
want it? Okay, listen.
Goo, you're going to love this.
Yeah, if you're driving around, I'm going to give you a 3 count to stop, drop, and listen, okay? Someone's talking to you. Tell them to shut up. 3, 2, 1. LeBron James is not with the Lakers.
Wait, what?
LeBron James is not with the Lakers.
Has he been traded?
Not to our knowledge, but he is not at practice. He is not with the team. He is also, quote, unknown for the Lakers game on Friday, which is still 48 hours away.
That is really shocking.
He is, quote, taking some time.
That was from J.J. Redick.
That's from J.J. Here's the actual quote. LeBron is not with the team right now.
Whoa.
He's out for personal reasons, excused absence. JJ was unclear if he'd be back Friday, and then later stated, quote, he's taking some time.
So he's sending a message because he's not missing any games. They don't have any.
What do you think? What do you think is happening?
I think he's such a narcissist that he's just letting everybody know he's upset with what the Lakers are doing. He took a horrible shot last Friday. Well, Pops and I watched it at Chase. So I think this is a nothing burger, but it's up his road of, hey, everybody, the king is mad. Do something.
If I had a bet, I would bet on you. I think that's right. But I'll do the hot take. He's going to retire. He's going to retire. That would be my hot take.
He's going to retire.
Can I give you a follow-up quote?
He knows he stinks now.
Their backup, the ESPN was able to track down the Lakers' backup center for this quote.
Okay. Who, Robert Sacre?
No, Christian
Robert Sacre.
Coloco.
Oh.
Yeah, Christian Coloco. I mean, we already know he knows everything. He's going to come back, and he's still going to be the same. He's going to give everything on the court. Listen to this. We've just got to do our part and just get better so that when he comes back, he can look at us and be like, oh, yeah, they were actually working when he wasn't there.
Yeah.
But we know he'll come back and just pick everything up. He's been in the NBA for a long time.
This is, I'll say this. This is a shot to his teammates because none of them are playing D, but to me, it's worse than J.J. Redick. Year one, not even halfway through, he's pulling this move unless you guys talk behind the scenes. I just think it looks bad for J.J., man.
It looks bad for the entire organization, which, LeBron has largely held hostage since he got there, and that's the way that goes. And, he kind of forced them to draft his son.
Right.
His son, who averaged about 2 points a game at USC, and I'm rounding up.
The other night.
And he's just, his son is not an NBA player, yet he wanted to make history. And I called this about 5 years ago that this would happen. And then it did happen. And it's like, man, you forced your organization to use draft capital to draft your son. Thank you. And your son wasn't even good enough to start for a mediocre USC team. And now he's a Laker. So this comes as no surprise to me.
Willard, you trying to make a Warrior angle? I see your work.
You're trying to make. I don't have to. It's already been made by Brian Windhorst every day this week. So listen, this is how I look at it. As opposed to any other player in the NBA or any trade, this happens if LeBron wants it to. That's how trades work for him. That's how everything works for him. Like I had this quote one time. I didn't get the quote, but an NBA reporter told me that they received the quote directly from LeBron's agent. And this was when one of the free agency things was happening, like before the decision or whatever. And everyone wanted to know where LeBron was going to play. And the agent said, LeBron will play wherever LeBron wants to play. Any team that he says he wants to go there, we'll figure out a way to make it happen. Let's be honest. If he wanted to play in Vegas, the NBA would make a team in Vegas. Wow. He does what he wants. He's got that kind of juice. So he's got a full no trade clause, as we know.
Yeah.
The only way this comes up is if he wants it to. And the fact that he's saying all this and then he leaves the team.
He's not with.
Well, to that point, I'm looking at a tweet from Basketball Reference from yesterday, and they said, here's a look at which Basketball Reference player page had the most views in each state in 2024. And LeBron James has the most player views in 48 of 50 states in the USA. There are only 2 states where other players have more views than LeBron James. One of them is Colorado.
Okay.
One of them is Massachusetts. Who would those players be?
Interesting. I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Jokic and Tatum.
And here's what I'm going to do.
Jokic and Tatum.
Look at it.
He just ruined it.
My man.
I didn't know. Was I supposed to wait?
No, you can do whatever you want.
And
it's Jokic and Tatum.
It's something that we don't do enough of in this society.
Yep.
And it's give the benefit of the doubt. I think as fans of the Golden State Warriors, we know that sometimes guys have personal stuff going on that's bigger than the game.
For sure.
I think we should let LeBron James have his time, and maybe we'll find out that there's something more serious than basketball going on.
But I hear you, but this is not. If you watch that Atlanta game Friday, which they blew, he is mad at how his team is playing around. Like the king, you're beneath him.
Well, if he's taking time off because he thinks that the team's not good enough, that's a joke.
But it's a scare. You guys go practice and then off.
No, that's a bridge too far.
You're right.
For me.
I'm with you, but that's what it is, Willard.
Contemplating his future, ensuring that he doesn't ruin a trade by snapping a ligament?
They've done everything for you, and this is how you pay him back?
That's what he's done with every organization he's ever played for. I don't think he doesn't look at it that way, and I actually support him in that. I like the whole the organization does something for you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure he does a lot for the organization,
and that's why Curry's like,
you know
miss me with how much I've gotten paid. I done made Joe. Come on now.
I don't
go get me somebody.
I don't look at take Curry and the Warriors. Does anybody owe anything to the other party? Is that out of balance? What the Warriors have given Curry and what Curry has given the Warriors? Is it out of balance to you?
No, I feel like there's something on the debit card towards Curry to get him some immediate help.
Well, that's
to see
fine.
if it works.
I just mean with whatever
picks your waist,
whatever they've done in the last 13 years. Okay. It has one side quote done. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I think Curry's done more for Joe.
You may be right, but my point is I think both of them have done everything that they can do. Right? Like they've both held up their end of the bargain.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The only people that would disagree would be saying, well, Lacob still makes 50 times more than Steph Curry, but that's just the nature of it.
It's interesting when you make that point because the word came out about Shohei Ohtani and how much money he made the Dodgers, even though they're paying him whatever a year. He made them $120 million last year in total, Japan and South Korea and international revenue. So even though you're paying him whatever, 70 or I don't even know what the number
not really,
is.
2.
Yeah.
But eventually you're going to pay him that much. But the point is, even if you gave him $100 million in cold hard cash, it still is worth it because he's generating more than that.
And I think we're going to find that out, the same thing out with Willie Adames. I mean, he is going to make this organization.
But this is a weak move. Barkley they're gonna kill him tonight on TNT.
What move?
What Braun's calling himself?
Oh, the Braun thing. Okay.
Taking his toys and going home until you guys get better.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see how it plays out.
Press conference tomorrow for Willie Adames.
Yes, sir. We're going to take it. We're taking it live. We're taking it live here on. We are, because it's on our show. Greg Cosell, don't go anywhere. Must hear radio. Willard and Dibbs in the house on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's do this. Greg Cosell is indeed on in 1 hour, and you're going no notes?
No notes.
Oh, this is exciting.
Yeah, I actually texted the group thread about some plays that I do want to ask him about.
I remember seeing that.
And I do think that, he'll have his own thoughts, but, a game like that is much easier to get into with Greg Cosell because they were almost all positive plays.
They were. So, yeah, Greg Cosell in an hour. Obviously, we're heading for an NBA Cup game. And we'll actually handle Warriors Live tonight at 5:30. So the Warriors are in Houston. The floor is red. I don't know if you saw the video of the team workout earlier today. Floor is red and lots on the line. And I say that somewhat sarcastically. But we wanted to start with this, and we very, very much would love your interaction right out of the gate. 888-957-9570. Call right now if you want to discuss this with regard to Jonathan Kuminga. Is the team truly now believing in Jonathan Kuminga, or are they showcasing him? Before I play for everybody what Anthony Slater said on the Morning Roast earlier today, how would you answer that question? Do you think with this new role, and now Draymond and Steph are in press conferences talking about how Kuminga is him and he is the next one and all of this, do you take this at face value? Does the organization have a sudden new and full belief in Jonathan Kuminga, or are they simply in part showcasing him?
They're showcasing him. And if you really thought that he was him, then you would have made a move in the offseason. And I don't believe that these 20 games that they've had with Jonathan Kuminga, and it's actually 23 games they've played, whatever the number is that he's actually been out there and been dominant. I don't think that this sample size has opened their eyes to the reality that, oh my God, he is him. I mean, 23 games later, and now you've seen it. And what you've seen from Kuminga is 3 or 4, maybe 5 games of, wow, he's really, really good. And, 10 games of, yeah, he's a good player. And then another 5 or 6 of, man, he doesn't really fit.
Right.
And he hasn't really found his way. So is the organization suddenly now all in on Kuminga being him? I don't believe that. So, and I don't know if they necessarily went to Steph and Draymond and said, hey, we need you to go out there and
I doubt
get your
that.
pom-poms, get to the press conference and pump him up. I don't believe that either. I do think that they're excited for the young player, but I also believe that this team is playing him because he's playing well and they want to win games. But at the same time, by doing that, it does inflate his value in the open market.
I'm most fascinated by the Steph and Draymond part of it. And I'm with you. I don't think that they've been asked to follow some sort of a script, but I do think that Steph and Draymond have reached the point in their careers where they are partial executives. You know what I mean? We heard Draymond in the offseason. I told them that was a bad trade. Don't do that. It's a bad trade. They do give their input, and they are watching, and they are the ones who I think that they know when they see a championship player. They think that, I'm not saying they're right every time either, just like every other human, but they think they know when they see someone that can help them win a championship. And I would argue that here in year 4, they're still not convinced on Jonathan Kuminga. I'd also argue that's too long. That's too long. And so where did this come from? All of the sudden, last week, it's like, now we love Jonathan Kuminga. Now? And then he responded, I'll grant you that, he responded with, I would argue, actually the only game where you really said, wow. His career high, I think it was 33. There have been other good moments, but that was the only game where you're like, damn, dude, that was your ball game. One time. And so now here we are, all talking about Jonathan Kuminga, and take a listen to what Anthony Slater said to the roast earlier today about JK.
This is like information season right now for the Warriors on Jonathan Kuminga, and not just for the Warriors. It's for Kuminga to find out who he is in the league. The Warriors need to find out. The league needs to find out. He has a contract situation coming up. The trade market's going to develop. And, you might even argue I think most people would argue they've waited too long to find out more about Jonathan Kuminga. But I think Steph Curry and Draymond Green want to know for, several reasons. Can he be, all the way up to the playoff level, like the type of number 2 scorer that they're going to need to compete in the first round, second round, third round? Or, is it wiser for him to maybe go explore that elsewhere? And could he potentially be a trade piece at the deadline? I think we are going to find out more over the next couple months, partly because they finally, let off the brake pedal a little bit, and they're going to allow us to all find out more about it.
You know what phrase I'm starting to get a little tired of with Jonathan Kuminga? Quote, we're going to find out. When is Gunna going to get here? That's what I want to know. When are we going to get? This is year 4, and this is not the first time that they have started using Jonathan Kuminga. I understand that all of a sudden there's the whole conversation about coming off of the bench, and now it's going to be a starting role, and Draymond even had one game where he was off the bench, and when everyone gets healthy, maybe that'll happen some more here and there. But we already last year had the night where Shams sent out the tweet and said JK has no more faith left in Steve Kerr. And from that moment forward, what'd they do? They played him a whole lot of minutes.
The next night they did.
No, they did for a while. I mean, for the rest of the season.
Draymond was hurt.
No, but the rest of the season last year, his minutes were way up.
They were up, but mainly when Draymond was out. And by and large, I do think that it's a byproduct of the fact that they didn't have a lot of help last year, and Wiggins missed some games, and so you had to have JK. The whole idea about finding out, I think that the organization already knows. And the whole thing about, the Warriors need to find out about Jonathan Kuminga. If you really knew about Jonathan Kuminga, if you thought that he was a future one, you would have inked him to a deal last year in the offseason. I look at Moses Moody. Do you think that they knew last offseason about Moses Moody, what they thought about Moses?
Yes.
And they gave him 3 and 39. And Moses took it because he realized this is good money, and this is probably the player I am for now. And so the team, I think, they knew about Moses Moody. They didn't have to find out about Moses. And I do think that they understand about Jonathan Kuminga, and Kuminga wanted a lot more than the team wanted to pay him. And so for the team, it was, we kind of know who you are as a player, so go out there and be that player, and maybe somebody else will give you big money.
It's a little bit different because, I mean, Moses played college basketball. I think part of this is that JK is so raw, and so everybody knew that he was kind of a project, and so you get a little bit more time to see if you're really, really going to pop. But that's kind of what I'm interested in exploring right now with Jonathan Kuminga. This newfound, let's give him a lot of minutes, let's talk about him a lot after the game. Is that actually coming from a genuine place? And we did just get this text, Comcast Business text line. I like it. I agree with this. It says 813. It's not one or the other, Mark. They're showcasing him because they believe in him. I'd say it a little bit of a different way because I don't know if they believe in him yet, like fully. There's no question left as to whether or not Jonathan's good. Everybody knows Jonathan's good. I think the question everyone wants to get to is if they're upside to greatness, or is this a piece that they should use to help the current crop? That's the question. And yes, you can scratch both itches at the same time. Showcasing him and believing in him, I guess today, December 11th, those are the same thing.
Of course.
That means putting him in the game a whole lot.
Well, if he's playing well, then you put him in the game and you play him a whole lot because it helps you win. And that's ultimately what you want, no matter if it's this year, next year, or the year after that. You want to win basketball games. And if he's playing like he has over the last couple of weeks, then you play him because he's playing really well. And if that also means that other teams are going to look at him and go, wow, he had 33 in a win over Houston, and he came back with 20 when Steph and Draymond were there, and this guy's actually, maybe he's taken the next step. And if the Warriors don't want to pay him, maybe we do. And so, yeah, you're serving both masters at the same time. And that's the ideal. You play a guy because he's playing well, and you also play him because you want other teams to see that he's playing well. And you get to the deadline, or you get before the deadline, and teams are going to come knocking on your door for him.
This is fascinating, man. It's fascinating that Slater said it's information gathering time on Kuminga, but that's not just for the Warriors, it's for everybody. It's for the entire league to figure out who this guy is. If I've got to lean in one direction right now, again, admitting that you can kind of do the same thing together at the same time, but if I force the Warriors into almost like a prediction, what right now, today, what do you think is your best way of using the asset that is Jonathan Kuminga? I think it's showcasing him for a trade. I'm stunned at how much trade chatter there is surrounding the Golden State Warriors. And those of you listening, I don't know how much other stuff or Warriors-related content you consume. I don't know how much you're on the internet. I don't know how much you're on social media. I don't know how much you're watching debate shows. Nobody's talking about anything else in the NBA. There is not one debate show right now that doesn't have half the segment dedicated to the Warriors and trade rumors. You'll see this. This happens all the time. There are 8 teams interested in Jimmy Butler, and one of them is the Warriors. And then we talk about it for 7 minutes. LeBron James, where would he want to go? The Golden State Warriors. Sprinkle in some Giannis or some Vucevic or whatever you want. And then the Brooklyn thing comes out. Shams does the same thing. Multiple teams want to talk to the Brooklyn Nets about these 3 players. One of the teams is the Golden State Warriors. Why are there so many trade rumors out there? I believe at least one of the answers is that the Warriors feel they absolutely have to do something because they're just not good enough right now.
Right, and I don't think that as you get deeper into this process, I don't think that Kuminga necessarily has to be a part of it. So, yeah, you're showcasing him because he's playing well, but you're playing him because he's playing well and he's helping you win basketball games, even though you're 2-4 since he was out due to injury and he's averaging 19.5 in those games. He's been playing well over the course of the last month or so. I don't necessarily think that you have to make a trade that involves Kuminga, and you might get to the end of the year and realize, man, Kuminga really helped us this year, and we got to the playoffs and we won a series and Kuminga was great, and then some team offers him $40 million and you let him go at that point. You don't have to trade him at the deadline or realize that you've kind of blown it, because if he's playing this well, he can be a player who helps you win and helps you get to where you want to get this year.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
We'll get back to Kuminga here in just a second, but from the files of this is sure pretty interesting. North Carolina and ex-Patriots head coach Bill Belichick are done, finalizing an agreement to come together. Belichick is back in the game, just not the one we thought. He's going to college football to coach the North Carolina Tar Heels.
I love it. It's a great move for him because, if worse comes to worse, he can find his next girlfriend there.
Oh, wow. That was wow.
Hilarious is what it is. She's 24.
Why does
she could be a grad student?
Why is everyone, first of all, so triggered by that? And why is
I'm not triggered by it. No, it was a perfect opportunity for a one-liner.
Steiny
I took the opportunity.
Yeah, that was,
and I nailed it.
I disagree. It was a little hot. That could have been maybe line 2, maybe 2 minutes down the road, something like that. Why is everyone?
I have no issue with it.
Why is everyone's brains
when you're dating a 24-year-old and you go to coach at a college institution, it becomes a fertile ground for your own dating environment.
Who's the dirtier old man? The guy who does it or the guy who can't stop thinking about somebody else doing it? I mean, my gosh. Anyway,
I do have a real question. If you were Bill Belichick, would you rather coach North Carolina, a college team, or the Chicago Bears with Caleb Williams?
North Carolina, because you can do more with NIL and you can be more impactful immediately with your name and the money that he's immediately going to garner. North Carolina alums are going to pump so much money into that program that he can then pay all the players that he wants to get. Much easier fix at Carolina.
I'd answer the Bears. I'll tell you why coming up next, but let's also get your phone calls all set up. Do you think the Warriors actually believe in Jonathan, or are they just angling for a trade? Is this all a showcase? We'll take some calls. 888-957-9570. Grant Cosell in 45 minutes. We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. On January 1st, tolls on the Antioch Bridge will go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. Most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at BayAreaFastTrack.org. It's Willard and Dibbs.
And if you want to make sure that
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We'll get back to Kuminga, Greg Cosell in 45 minutes. I want to, look, we promised to answer that question in full. You said, because Bill Belichick, the breaking news, he is going to coach North Carolina. And Lucas said, what would you rather do, coach North Carolina or the Bears? And I know he just used the example of the Bears partially because they have the number 1 overall pick in the draft at quarterback. But it might have been any number of teams. It might have been the Dallas Cowboys, for example.
That's a good one, yeah.
The San Francisco 49ers, once Kyle Shanahan gets traded to the Bears, for example.
Right.
I'm kidding on the last one, but I would much, much rather coach the Chicago Bears or, quite frankly, any NFL team than a college team. I understand the point you're getting at, but, man, it's a bigger job. College recruiting, college boosters, year-round, the glad-handing, the politics that goes with college football, especially if I were in my 70s, good Lord, not for me. Not for me. In the NFL, you coach football. That's what you're asked to do. You're the football coach. And yes, that is a year-round job too to a certain degree. There's the draft, there's contracts, all of that. But I'm not saying it's not stressful. Look at Kyle Shanahan's beard. But that said, you get to coach football. When you're doing it in college, there are 1,000 different things that you have to do that have nothing to do with X's and O's, and they all would make my brain hurt.
Well, it's more now than just X's and O's in college football. It's dollar signs. And I do think that when you're Bill Belichick and you go to North Carolina, you walk in on campus and immediately the money starts pouring in to support your program because now we can just flat out pay for players in college football. Yeah. So if you're Bill and you've got that name cachet, you don't have to go on every recruiting visit. The very fact that your minions are going to be out there doing your bidding, your assistants, your grad assistants, your boosters, or whoever else, it's like, yeah, Bill really likes you. You're a 4-star, you're a 5-star. We've got money for you. I do think that he automatically has 5 or 6 gigantic advantages just by being Bill Belichick. And Deion Sanders, I think, has kind of benefited from a lot of that himself.
Yeah,
now, I don't think that he's navigated it the way that I would. And, Deion's going to do it his way. But the name value, and he immediately turned Colorado into a thing.
Right, but Deion Sanders is cool, man. He's got, so much cool factor and can handle the tension and just owns every room in which he sits, and his son is the quarterback, and all of these things that Bill Belichick does not have.
Bill's got the gravitas of being a winner, and being seen as maybe the greatest football coach ever.
But he was a colossal bore until he got out of coaching and got into the media, and I would imagine he's going to go back to being a colossal bore now. Well, man, we're on to Duke. Okay, great.
That's a 4.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, but we're on to Cincinnati.
Nobody,
they actually might play Cincinnati. That actually works.
You're going to give Bill North Carolina football? I don't even know if their students care.
They do now.
Nah, but I don't know. It's not, to me, a fun comp to what Deion has done in terms of name value. But, dude, you ain't prime time. You're Bill. You're Bill, the 70-something-year-old.
Right.
I just don't.
Who he appeals to is the boosters. So
sure. I get that.
The money flies in, and he's able to use that money to go out there and pay for players. And
he could get. The money, right? He's got money. He's got money, and he would have resources no matter where he is.
Right, but North Carolina football, I'm sure, in terms of NIL, I don't even know if they have anybody that they pay, and they're going to now because Bill is there, and Bill's going to amass a staff of younger people who are more exciting. And if I'm him and I really want to get back into it again, college football is an easy landing spot because you do 3 or 5 years, whatever you want to do. It's a no-lose situation.
Well, unless you wanted to be in the NFL again, 3 or 5 years from now, he's going to be almost 80. Do what you want to do. I'm just answering the question of which would I rather do. But Bill Belichick, if you're just joining us, is now the head coach at North Carolina. And I'm not talking about the Panthers. They just finalized this. Bill is going back to college. We have some people that want to weigh in on this on the phones. We'll go there in a second. Here's a secondary question. I take from this that he wasn't feeling good about what the prospects were in the NFL, and I'd love to ask why. Like, he already went through one cycle where I think he thought he might get a gig and didn't. And now another cycle is a mere month.
It's underway.
It's a mere month away, if maybe even less. And Bill must not have liked where things were heading, because we all damn well know that any one of these teams, if the Jaguars or if the Cowboys, if Jerry,
the Raiders,
if he
the
knew
Bears,
he was going to fire Mike McCarthy and wanted Belichick, he can make that call right now and just let him know, dude, hang out. You be a head coach of Dallas Cowboys. And like he could.
Well, think about all the situations.
He must not be getting those calls.
Let's just say that he is getting those calls.
All right.
And I would look at each situation and I would see so many things about it that is broken. Start with Dallas. You got to work for Jerry Jones. And Bill is a guy who wants to do it his way. Jerry wants to do it his way.
Yeah.
So Bill and Jerry doesn't work. The Raiders. You're going to go work for P.F. Chang's and the Mullet and a team that has no quarterback and a team that is so broken.
You're going to work for your former quarterback. The owner is now Tom Brady.
Kind of.
I mean, he's
but
one
not
of them.
Really.
Yeah, but I mean, like he's
the
part
Raiders are an absolute disaster. They're an embarrassment. They're a mess.
So go fix it.
Chicago, you drafted a quarterback, and he's not very good.
I don't know that yet.
I'm telling you what I say and what I see from the outside. Caleb Williams is not very good.
He certainly doesn't get as long as Jonathan Kuminga, apparently. We already know Caleb Williams is not good.
I think that Jonathan he's fine. Kuminga's done more than...
My point is that you're not giving Caleb even a full season?
I'll give it to him, but if I'm Bill Belichick and I look at Caleb Williams, I don't want to sign on for that. A guy who is...
Interesting.
He's a rookie quarterback, which means I'm going to have him for at least 2 more years, and I don't think that Caleb's very good.
Okay.
And that organization has been broken. They haven't done very well in 45 years. And Jacksonville, we've already talked about Trevor Lawrence as a guy who he now is paid, and maybe he's not as good as everyone would have thought. And what are the other openings? I look at the NFL openings, and those are all going to be projects in 2 to 3 years. New Orleans is going to be open, right?
And North Carolina's not?
In college, you can turn it around a lot faster.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
With the portal and with NIL, you can turn a program around in 3 months.
I think you can do the same in the NFL. Look what Washington's doing right now. Barry in Burlingame wants to talk. Hey, Barry, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. I got to say, what is he, 14 wins away from catching Shula? 14 or 15? That is what makes my jaw drop at this, because I really believed that he really wanted that record. Either he's going to do this almost as a dare to other NFL teams, and maybe after a year or two, like when he's not 80, as you said a second ago, maybe he then goes back. But I'm a little flabbergasted by that. And the other thing I'm flabbergasted by is this isn't the Big Ten. This isn't the SEC. I mean, the ACC is just not. If it was a basketball program and he was a basketball coach, okay. But ACC football is not. I mean, that league was on the verge of collapsing. And then my last point about this is, if I'm a 17-year-old kid, is Bill Belichick, like point one of you made about whether or not it's going to be, an offensive coordinator who's in the home of a quarterback, for example. Like, is Bill Belichick really the guy that is going to be that alluring? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting question, I think. Barry, thanks, because think about how many former New England Patriots have now come forward and been like, playing for Bill is effective, but it's not fun. It's not fun. The Patriot way is not fun. You have to basically give up your life. Now, who wants to do that in college? To me, that would ring to those people even less. Now, I get what we're talking about. We're talking about Bill freaking Belichick here. So is there some cachet that is there in North Carolina now that wasn't there 20 minutes ago? Of course, I get that. But I'm with Barry. I'd love to see Belichick sit on a living room couch and hear his pitch to an 18-year-old to come play for him.
Yeah, the pitch is you come play for me and I'll turn you into an NFL player. I know the NFL. Well, I've won in the NFL.
Sure.
And
that's a good answer.
And the other thing about the ACC, that's where you go if you're looking to elevate a program because the ACC is pretty wide open. Clemson is not what they once were, and the rest of the teams in that conference aren't very good. So you can take a team like North Carolina, 6-6 this year, 3-5 in the conference, not very good, with a certain amount of an injection of talent. You can turn that program around in a hurry, and the ACC is going to be a one-bid team in this now 12-team college football playoff. So for me, that's where you go. You don't go into the SEC and take over Vanderbilt and try to rework that and go up against Tennessee and Georgia and A&M and Alabama. You go to the ACC where it's basically a bunch of weak sisters.
You know what that means, by the way. Bill Belichick's coming to town.
I can't wait.
Cal Stanford, ACC.
Yeah, North Carolina. I think, do they come here this year?
I don't know. I mean, I figured that they at some point soon, he's going to visit one of them. I know you don't play everybody every year.
Do you know who the current coach of North Carolina is? Because I looked it up and I had no idea.
If you asked me, if you said, give me as many D1 coaches as you could name in the whole country, I would struggle to get to 5.
What if I gave you a hint? Former great coach of Texas.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Mac Brown?
Steve Sarkisian.
What?
Mac Brown.
Okay.
It is Mac Brown.
Like, wait a minute. No, I know Sark's not.
What if I told you Mac Brown?
Steve Sarkisian's one of the 4 that I could name.
What if I told you that Mac Brown has been there for 6 years?
And that he's that program's all-time winningest head coach.
Oh, my God.
Now that is banana land.
I knew that he was the coach in North Carolina. I didn't know that he was still the coach at North Carolina. No, I wouldn't.
They've just been mediocre for like 6 years now.
Well, and Freddie Kitchens, I guess, is taking over for the bowl game.
Yeah, true. I mean, all right. Anyway, fascinating. If nothing else, like put that in the fascinating column.
What if I told you that this is Mac Brown's second stint at North Carolina, which is why he's the all-time winningest coach, Grandy? I didn't remember the first go-round in the 90s.
Oh, neither did I. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Good for him.
He survived back-to-back 1 in 10 years.
And those 2 wins have helped him be the all-time winningest coach.
Back-to-back 1 in 10 years, and they kept him around for 8 more years, which tells you how low stakes this North Carolina job is.
Exactly.
And by the way, we don't know the date exactly yet, but North Carolina does come to Cal in 2025.
There you go.
Yep. Stanford goes there next year.
And will Pat McAfee be there with people kicking field goals or what? Come on. Cal versus North Carolina? Belichick smoking a doobie? Who's not showing up for that?
Then we're on to the Haight Ashbury. You like that joke better than my other one?
I do.
I liked it. I stand behind it.
Yeah, it wasn't as easy.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. All right, Bill Belichick is coach in North Carolina. Greg Cosell is coming on in a half hour. We've largely been talking Warriors and trades and Jonathan Kuminga, and this comment from Anthony Slater on the roast this morning on 95.7 The Game.
This is like information season right now for the Warriors on Jonathan Kuminga, and not just for the Warriors. It's for Kuminga to find out who he is in the league. The Warriors need to find out. The league needs to find out. He has a contract situation coming up. The trade market's going to develop. And, you might even argue I think most people would argue they've waited too long to find out more about Jonathan Kuminga. But I think Steph Curry and Draymond Green want to know for, several reasons. Can he be, all the way up to the playoff level, like the type of number 2 scorer that they're going to need to compete in the first round, second round, third round? Or, is it wiser for him to maybe go explore that elsewhere? And could he potentially be a trade piece at the deadline? I think we are going to find out more over the next couple months, partly because they finally, let off the brake pedal a little bit, and they're going to allow us to all find out more about it.
I have a prediction on how this is all going to play out, because, by the way, we are going to reach Brandon Ayuk levels of exhaustion if every day all of us content creators out there are going to be talking about Jonathan Kuminga and Warriors trades every day until February. What is it? 5th, 10th? What's the
somewhere in there?
Somewhere in there. Yep. If we're going to do this every day, literally, we're going to ruin the holidays. But I think that there's two separate conversations that are happening at the same time right now.
February 6th, by the way.
February 6th.
Yep.
All right. Good Lord. We're not doing this every day. To me, Kuminga is part of sort of his own journey as we head toward February to figure out whether or not the Warriors actually want to sign him long-term or if they want to package him to try to do something to help them down the stretch of this particular season. Meantime, I think there's something else that the Warriors need to do immediately, and it's probably along the lines of what you talked about yesterday. I would sit here and predict today, I'd love for them to get Cam Johnson. I'd love for there to be a big Brooklyn Nets trade, but the reality is with all of the financial constraints and everything going on, you probably need to do a smaller trade with the Brooklyn Nets, and that DeAnthony Melton contract in exchange for Dennis Schroeder, it's just too easy. It works too well. And so I think you brought that up yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think I'm with you in terms of predicting that I would bet that happens, maybe even here in this month of December.
And if that happens, that would tell me that they believe that what they have on this roster is good enough to make a run. And they may be right. If Kuminga is this player, if Kuminga is 25 to 30 minutes of explosive wing and getting better, if Wiggins is healthy and productive as he has been for the most part, and then you have Steph and Dre and all the other pieces, and you just replace an injured Melton with a feisty Dennis Schroeder, and you think, okay, this is enough for us to make a run, then let's go ahead and do that. Let's do it early. Let's get it done. And if you do use the Melton contract, like you were talking about yesterday, that's a really good chip
in
a lot of different deals. But if you just want to do a straight line, 1-for-1, take our contract, give us your body, and let's go forward, that would tell me that they believe in Jonathan Kuminga, at least for this year.
Let's go to Nils on the 5 freeway. Hey, Nils, what's cooking?
Hey, appreciate you guys. Love the show. Thanks for doing it.
Yeah, man, thanks.
Hey, I'm stoked to get in on the Warrior talk. Have you seen the movie Basketball?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm a no on that one,
Yeah.
but I know the movie. I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's like a raunchy sort of B movie from back in the day, but, it's about these guys who start their own sports league. And it all starts with this trope of how sports have kind of become corporate. And it's all about, teams changing cities, right? Like the Minnesota Lakers moving to Los Angeles where they have no lakes, and the New Orleans Jazz moving to Utah where they don't allow music. But, I guess what I want to say is, I'm more in the camp of chilling out and not focusing on a big urgent trade. People were talking about trading for superstars this morning, and sure, I can sort of hold my nose and open my heart to Dennis Schroeder, kind of like I did with Chris Paul. But I'm definitely like a hard pass on a big sort of blockbuster showstopper trade. And I'm into developing players over the long term. That's what I want to cheer for as a Warrior fan. It's easy to say that with iconic Steph here on our team, but I want to cheer for a team and get to know the people as community members and have them stick around. Like big hits on drafting TJD and Pods and people like GP2 and Looney. Like I want to keep them. Don't put them on the table, man. Those are like my cousins here. And as for JK, yeah, like it is his own journey. Like maybe he'll be a better fit somewhere else. I love seeing when Air Congo takes off and dunks. I love that. It's great. But yeah, if he has to go, Wiggs, I want to keep him too and see what happens. But we've been supporting our brother through a couple of hard years, and he lost his pops and all this. I see him coming back. But the main thing I guess I want to say is, I trust Kerr, and I'd rather see a team develop with role players and hard work and grit. And like the thing that would benefit them more than any other trade would be just a couple days in the gym shooting free throws. You know what I mean? And maybe take a vacation, have movie nights together, like build that team. So that's what I got for today. I love y'all. Appreciate you.
Nils, thanks, man.
Thank
Appreciate
you. Free
it.
throws and movie night. I like it, Nils.
It
feels like a JV team to me in high school.
I was going to
but I love
say,
it.
I'd love to hire Nils to coach my son. My son's 10. I'm not sure about a Golden State Warriors squad, but I get where Nils is coming from. He's someone that gets emotionally attached to players that are homegrown, and that's fine. I think that's beautiful. That's wonderful. I would just say to Nils, we say this all the time, your ideas are well taken. I just don't think Steph Curry and Draymond Green would be too into them. They're not they're not activated by the idea of let's hang out, let's just build people and think about the future and where it's going. Like they're desperate to do something this year or next, and then I don't even really know how many more years there are of those two players together after that. And so that's what's in play here. Those two things don't always match up. So I don't know. I get it. Here's the good news for Nils. If you're against the idea of a big name trade with the Warriors, I think you're going to win because I just don't think there's a realistic play out there.
Trades are hard.
They're very hard, and even harder is the finances behind them. The problem with Jonathan Kuminga in a trade is that he only makes $7 million, and he is definitely better than a $7 million player.
Yeah.
So if you're shipping him out, you've got to attach something else to him, and the only tradable large contract the Warriors have is Andrew Wiggins. So, and I know what most of you would say, and I'd agree with you, you'd scoff at the idea of giving up both of them for almost anyone. Like it would have to be Giannis. You don't want to give both of them up for Jimmy Butler, do you? Is anyone raising their hand for that? Kuminga and Wiggins for Jimmy Butler?
No.
But that's what it's going to take.
Well, and as Grady was pointing out earlier, if you do a 4-for-1 trade, then you're going to have to find other players to fill the roster, and so you may not have the financial room to even do that. So for me, the idea about a big trade is much more likely in the offseason than it is to do something at the deadline.
Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Again, do you believe the Warriors believe in Kuminga, or are they showcasing him? 888-957-9570. Plus, since we brought up the Butler conversation, Anthony Slater had some unbelievable stuff to say about that potential pursuit this morning. We'll have that for you next in Greg Cosell in 20 minutes. It's Willard and Dibs.
Men, stop settling for less. Game day.
Bay Area, it's Draymond Green. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Day-Day.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Day-Day doesn't think the Dibbs picks stink?
He doesn't want to weigh in. And
that would be a first.
I look forward to tomorrow's pick. And, well, I'll just be honest with you.
It's a large one.
The pick is in.
Oh, God.
The pick is in. And the pick is in part in light of the injury news that I just saw from Cam Inman on Twitter, because we already have some declarations. It's a declaration sensation about players in or players out.
Oh, and by the way, we want to let you know we're going to be there. We're going to be there now.
Yeah.
You know how we do on weeknight home Niner games.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be there.
We're going to be there now.
Niners favored by 3 right now, at least where I'm looking. I don't know. It started out at 2.5. It's up to the old stock 3 for the home team, which sort of indicates that this is a complete even-Steven matchup. It's a good one. This is a good one. I'll tell you a little bit later on in the show, I think this is a make-or-break game for Nick Sorensen.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a make-or-break game for Nick Sorensen.
We can get into that.
Yeah, for sure.
I got thoughts.
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, you can check out what Anthony Slater said to Bonte and Joe on the roast ahead of the Warriors' silly-dilly NBA Cup quarterfinals game against the Rockets in Houston. I'm not saying that the game tonight is silly. It's not at all. It counts, and therefore I want it. The NBA Cup, oh God. And more on that coming up. But speaking of what Anthony Slater said, by the way, they specifically talked to him about Jimmy Butler. Here's what Slates said.
It's worth the conversation because what Jimmy Butler can and has been in the playoffs, right? It's you can trust if healthy, he's going to bring it in the playoffs. And if the Warriors are at a desperate point, in this like late stages of the Steph Curry era, it's a curious thought to at least bounce around, right? The idea of Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry in a playoff series should scare an opponent. Now, you mentioned the financial aspects of all this. I mean, there's a reason Jimmy Butler and the Heat are kind of in a little standoff right now, right? Like Heat don't really seem to want to extend him. He seems to want to be extended. That seems to be why a breakup might be coming. So if he arrives, he'd arrive hand out, right? He has a $50 million player option for next season that he's signaling he wants to decline because he wants to sign bigger, longer-term money. And that's scary at this stage of his career. And beyond all that, I mean, you mentioned it, just because of what the money is and the situation the Warriors are in, it would definitely cost at least Andrew Wiggins, plus, the Heat are probably going to want a Kuminga, Pajemski. They were very interested in Pajemski prior to the draft.
Do you listen to what Anthony is saying right now?
He's saying it'd be expensive.
I have a problem with only one thing, and it's his first sentence. Well, it's probably worth a conversation. I beg to differ.
Well, it's worth a conversation because if you get in the playoffs, is what he was saying, and you've got Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler as your top 3, other teams are going to have to pay attention to that.
Who else is on your team?
Well, probably not Wiggins.
Okay.
And most likely not Pods.
Okay. And apparently not Kuminga
either. The contract of Anthony Melton.
Okay.
It'll be Kuminga or Pods is what I heard him say. I don't think it'd be Kuminga and Pods.
And
Miami likes Pods.
And he just said that if you get Butler, he would arrive here with his hand out, which made Bonte go, me too, Bonte.
Right.
What are we talking about? Why is this interesting to people?
Because you want to maximize the Steph Curry window. And you're bringing in a player who is a cold-blooded killer in April, May, and June.
Yeah.
He has almost single-handedly carried an undermanned Miami team who was an 8 seed to the NBA Finals. You can't look at Jimmy Butler and disrespect what he does as a big game player.
Not at all. I'm disrespecting the fit in terms of what this would mean for this organization. Jimmy Butler's a phenomenal player. Is that alluring if I were just, I don't know, playing NBA 2K and I could have Butler and Steph and Draymond? Sure. That's all kinds of fun. But if Mike Dunleavy Jr. has shown us one thing as a general manager, it is that he's going to have the patience to not destroy the organization in this desperation to get help for Steph Curry. I get it. Maximize it. Be desperate to a degree, but don't be stupid. I mean, Jimmy Butler at age 35 with his hand out in exchange for one of your very good young assets, along with Andrew Wiggins and draft capital. Like, I don't know, man. I don't see it. I don't see how this makes any sense. To me, if the Warriors are going to get a big guy, like a big name, it's going to be next summer. It's not going to be. I don't see this. It doesn't add up right now. That's too expensive.
Depending on what you do with Jimmy Butler in the offseason, and if he does come with his hand out and you don't want to extend him, then either he opts in, or if he chooses to leave, well, then you have that $48 million salary slot that you can then use going out there into free agency. So it doesn't become an empty move, even if you have to part with, Kuminga and or Pods. And I'm not saying the Warriors are giving up on Pods, but right now he's fallen a little bit out of favor. And so, if you bring in a guy who's going to help Steph and Draymond in the next couple of years, at least this year, it's something you definitely have to have a conversation about. That's all he's saying.
Yeah, I don't see it. I hear your point about having a lot of free agency dollars to play with next summer. My response to that would be, for who? Like, that's wonderful to have dollars, but Steph Curry's got like maybe 1 or 2 years left after this one. You better have a very specific person in mind who you're going to use those dollars on. I don't want $48 million to spend on just because. Who is the big fish that you're targeting? You know what I mean? Like that to me, that's interesting. But who's that person? I don't even know who would be available next offseason that I would want to go shop with $50 million for. Giannis is not a free agent. I don't know. Bobby in Los Altos on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Bobby. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. First of all, if the line is 3, I think that's crazy, given that the Rams have, Koopa Puka, shout out Mario Kart, healthy. I can't believe the line is 3 with our depleted team. And that seems like a fade the Dibbers type of pick. So I'm excited to see if he's going to decide on that. But
First of all, Bobby, it's Koopa Troopa. That was a good effort. You got a 3 because I did laugh, but it's not Koopa Puka. But it was a good effort nonetheless.
Put some spec on his name. It's Puka Nacua.
He's talking about the Mario Kart.
I know he is. I'm talking about the wide receiver. Let me making fun of his name. Puka Nacua.
Come on, man. Guys, give me some credit. I said Koopa Puka.
You got credit.
As a reference to Koopa Troopa. I wasn't confused about that.
It was a 3. It was a stretch, and you got a 3. Continue, Bobby.
Oh, Dibs, I need more adulation from you from that. I'm a needy person, but look,
you know what that would be, right, Bobby?
Aren't we all? Yeah,
it'd be an adulation sensation.
Okay, so as it relates to Jimmy Butler, look, I don't think anyone doubts that he's a dog. But, I mean, do we remember Jimmy Butler from his Minnesota Timberwolves days when he was shaming players like Cat and Wiggs and was extremely toxic? I think if he's the dog of the team, he's great. But I cannot even imagine how toxic he would be with Dre and with Curry on his side. So no way. Even if they gave us money, I would not take him. And it's not because of his performance. It's because of fit. Now, that being said, I know this trade will never happen, but I would trade everybody to get Antetokounmpo. Can you imagine? We tell Antetokounmpo, hey, you just stand, and all you can do is your NBA 2-3-step dribble drives, and when you get doubled, you kick it out to Curry, who's sitting in the corner, just a spot-up shooter. His field three-point percentage would be like 750. It would be amazing to watch, and I'd give up the future for something like that. But obviously nothing like that's going to happen. But please, Jimmy Butler, come on. Let's play out this 10-man rotation experiment before we just wreck everything.
Bobby, thanks. Appreciate it. I actually reject the point that Jimmy Butler would automatically be toxic with Steph and Dre. I don't think that at all.
He wouldn't be toxic. The reason why he did what he did in Minnesota is because those guys are SOFT. And that's why he took the third stringers and said, get your best 5 out here. I'm about to whoop that blank. And he did whoop that trick. And he went out there and he whooped them. And that's why he was considered toxic because he was the only one in Minnesota out there trying to win games.
Yeah, I mean, Steph and Dre are too strong for that. Plus, they're Jimmy Butler type of players. Those are dogs also. You know, you're pointing out Wiggins. Hell, he's frustrated everybody here, too, with sometimes the way he coasts. Karl Anthony Towns fell out of favor in Minnesota as well, just got traded. So I reject the idea that he'd be toxic, but I'll accept, for me, the idea that it's just not the right thing to do. I just think the money's a problem. Everybody's going to want Kuminga, and he only makes $7 million. So that means you got to throw a bunch of other stuff in there too, and it's too expensive. There are a lot of Warrior fans that wouldn't give up Kuminga alone for Jimmy Butler. You're going to have to give up a bunch more. You're going to have to give up Wiggins and a pick and another player. Like Wiggins and Kuminga, still not enough financially.
Wiggins, Melton, GP2, and Pods for Butler and Nikola Jovic. Not Nikola Jokic, Nikola Jovic.
That's an important letter.
That works. It's a 4 for 2, but you'd be trading Pods and his team-controlled salary. You'd be trading Wiggins, Melton's contract, and GP2, who's expiring.
We're sponsored by Safeway. Greg Cosell, who dives into the film like no one else, and often Suns, at least one host per appearance, is going to join us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it's that time. We made it. Man, I can breathe again. It's finally past 3 o'clock on Wednesday.
Yeah.
We can figure out what the hell happened last week.
And we can start getting excited about this week.
Well, you got to check me now because I want to almost jump right to it because it is time on the River Islands guest line to go to the executive producer of NFL Films who breaks it down like none other and joins us every single week. And that is Greg Cosell. And I'm fighting the desire to immediately go to the fact that Dre Greenlaw is playing football tomorrow. And what that means. But I'll hold it, Greg. We'll push that off. How you doing first and foremost?
I'm doing great, but we don't really have any idea what that means. He hasn't played football in a long time.
Correct, but I would like to know historically what that has meant for Fred Warner when Dre Greenlaw is also on the field with him.
Well, it's really funny. Every once in a while, I do a ton of draft work, and every once in a while, I get one right, or I try anyway. And I loved him coming out of college, and everybody said he was too small because he's not a big guy, and it's turned out that he's been kind of what I thought he'd be based on his college tape. So I really love him as a player. I just don't know in his first game back after not playing, since the first half of the Super Bowl or whatever it was. That number one, we don't know how many snaps he'll play, and it's just hard to know the answer to that. But I love the player.
Yeah, I like the pick, and I love the player as well, Greg. And I can't help but think about Devondre Campbell in this moment because I thought, looking at the film, that he had his best game of the season against Chicago. What did you see from the Bears game from Campbell?
Well, the Bears are not a very good offense. But no, Campbell played well. I thought that the defense played well. Obviously, they played extremely well because the Bears had 4 yards in the first half. So they did a really good job with their front. The linebackers played well. They just looked like they were much faster than the Bears. Sometimes you watch tape and it just looks like one team is playing at one speed and the opposing team is playing at a much slower speed. That's exactly what that game looked like with the 49ers defense versus the Bears offense.
Greg, there's been a lot, this won't surprise you, a lot of conversation about Deebo Samuel this week. Actually, every week for that matter. But he tweeted yesterday something that got everybody going, or maybe it was a couple of days ago, but he essentially indicated, no, I'm playing just fine. I'm just not getting the ball. And you can interpret that a bunch of ways, but I guess the question I want to ask you is when you see the struggles for Deebo Samuel's numbers, do you see a player who's not performing as well, or do you see a scheme that's not performing as well?
I would probably say the second one. And we've talked about that. And I thought this game, for instance, even though he didn't necessarily have a ton of catches, I thought this game schematically was just high-level brilliance by Kyle Shanahan. I mean, they just ate up those zone coverage concepts of the Bears, particularly in the first half, and that was just the competitive phase essentially ended after the first half. I mean, Purdy threw for 258 in the first half. And I thought that what they did with their route concepts, with their use of shifts and motions, it was just sheer brilliance. I mean, it looked like he knew exactly what he was going to get from the defense, which was probably true, by the way, and they just broke it down. And the Bears played high percentage zone in the first half, and it looked easy.
Talk to me about one of the few times they did play man, and they sent Isaac Guerendo out on a wheel route. It seemed like Brock Purdy was able to diagnose that pre-snap. And even though that may not have been the play design, threw a great ball in that play.
Yeah, I think it might not have been man across the board, but I think he read the situation to the boundary, because he read the coverage to the boundary knowing that Sanborn would have to run with Guerendo. Okay, just, that's what he saw, and he was right. So my guess is he did audible to that once he read that, and so he was able to take advantage of the fact that Sanborn, who doesn't play many snaps, they were in 21 personnel. So the Bears on that particular play, because the Bears played mostly nickel, even versus 21 personnel and even versus 2 tight ends. But on that given play, and I'm sure that's exactly what Purdy noticed, it was the third possession of the game. they were in were in three linebackers. They were in their base 4-3 defense, and Sanborn was to that side. So he saw that. Now, he had to make a difficult throw because the left tackle, Moore, actually made a mistake. He did not block the defensive end. Instead, he expanded for the blitzer Byard, which is wrong. He should be blocking the first-level defensive end, and that forced Purdy to have to throw it off balance. It was a lot like there was a play like that to McCaffrey last year, as I recall.
Indeed, there was. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Greg Cosell with us, Willard and Dibs, every single week, NFL Films. Greg, while we're on the topic of Guerendo, just a big opportunity for him to kind of take a lead back role. Yeah. What did you think of the way he performed?
Yeah, and I think he fits because he's kind of one cut, because he's downhill. He's a velocity runner. He's a speed runner. You wouldn't call him shifty, but it's that one cut, hit it with speed. So he fits the system really, really well, and he's got a lot of juice. And he's got good size. He's a big man. He's not a small back. But I think, with this particular zone run scheme, and I thought in this game, I thought that Kyle sort of went back to basics, to the zone run game as the foundation of the offense, with the play action pass game working off that. And Guerendo is at his best, as I said, as a one-cut downhill runner with burst velocity. And again, talking about the play action pass game, I mean, Purdy was ridiculously good in the play action pass game. In the first half, he was 8 for 8 for 132 yards on play action, and 7 of those passes came from under center. And 4 of them came out of 21 personnel. So to me, Kyle went back to basics.
And part of the basics that I saw, Greg, was the screen game, especially with George Kittle. What did you make of those passes to Kittle and how it worked against a very aggressive Bear defense?
Yeah, they clearly wanted to get Kittle in space, and that's, that was one way to do it. And they did it twice, as I recall, correct? I think they did it twice.
Yep.
And they did it on their first possession with the 33-yarder, which was, and I thought, it's funny, you talk about backs. On that particular play, on that first possession, the 33-yarder, I thought Guerendo did a terrific job because he abandoned the play fake to pick up the blitzing Gordon. And that's what they teach backs. Don't just go through the play fake if there's somebody who's going to run by you. So he abandoned the play fake, he picked up the blitzing Gordon, and that allowed the play to happen. Then I'm trying to remember the second one. But anyway, there were 2 screens to Kittle, which were very, very successful. Oh, it was the middle screen. Which is another. That's always been one of my favorite plays, the middle screen. And Purdy, see, that to me is the details and the nuance of playing quarterback, because I thought Purdy did an outstanding job showing drop-back footwork. And when I watched that play multiple times, what that did is it got the linebackers, Edmonds and Edwards, to drop into their zone coverage responsibilities because they saw it as a drop-back pass. And then they were set up and taken out of it as far as the screen game. So that was really, really good job by Purdy.
Greg, let's talk a little bit more about Purdy, because over the last month, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag. You have had some comments about how it hasn't been as effective. He has not played as well this year, and then there was the injury and the snow game. What about this one, and what did you see different, if anything, this time around?
Well, I think there's schematics that always help a quarterback. I mean, that's the case with any quarterback, whether we think they're great, average, or not great. It's coaching and scheme as well. And as I said, they went back to basics. They put him under center. They went with the play-action pass game, which was really, really effective. And he was very decisive in everything he did in this game. And, getting the ball to Kittle on those screens, those are no-read throws. I mean, those are just basic plays. They're no-read throws. So, but they got him, I think, in his comfort zone, because Purdy can do certain things well, but we're not talking about, Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes in terms of overall talent. So, he needs the system to be defined, and he can operate the system at a high level. And that's what this game was.
It seemed like the system was designed to get Kittle the ball a lot. You mentioned the screens and down the middle, but also Jawan Jennings. When you look at the film, were you seeing most of the plays first read throws by Brock Purdy where he didn't have to get off his primary based on what the Bears were doing defensively?
Yeah, I would say that that's fair, and I think that's coaching. I think that's every coach wants that to be the case. It doesn't always happen, obviously, for multiple reasons, but that's what you're trying to do. Every coach, when they call a play, calls a play with a purpose. They don't just randomly call plays. And the defense often dictates, because coaches pretty much know what other coaches do. That's coaches coach against coaches more than people. There are very few people in the NFL that change the way you're going to play. There's not many of those guys. So coaches coach against coaches. I think that Kyle had a great feel for what he was going to get from the Bears defense, and he attacked it about as well as you could attack any defense.
Greg, let's transition a little bit to tomorrow night, and first start with this: Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. They know one another so well, and we get to see it at least twice a year.
Yep.
In the past, when these two have matched up, what do you sort of notice about how they try to attack each other? When I think, as you've said, they know what they know what they're going to do.
They do, but they also have. They're not going to dramatic. Look, I can't speak to the small tweaks. I'd have to be sitting in the meeting rooms to know the little things, the little changes that they're going to make. So I'm going to be honest and say I'm not going to know that. But they're not going to dramatically change who they are. So when you talk about the Rams offense, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of motion. You're going to get Stafford under center with play action. I think he's throwing the most play action passes under center other than Jared Goff. That's not going to change. They're not all of a sudden going to become a different offense. You're going to get the run game, of course. I mean, this past week, Williams, I think, had 29 carries. Even though he only averaged about 3 yards a rush, he had 29 carries. So you know what you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of reduced splits. So it's just a matter of how you handle that. Like, is Nick Sorensen going to make adjustments, just based on, hey, I know what we're going to get. We're going to have to do these things better. Maybe we'll adjust in a certain way to try to deal with it. But that's what you're going to get. Now, I think DeMarcus Robinson might be out this week from what I'm reading. So he's become a really important player in their offense.
Yeah, questionable is the official listing here as we sit about 26 hours away from kick. And I can't get over, Greg, the fact that they run so much 11 personnel. But what they're doing now with Puka Nacua, describe to our listeners just how different it is now with Puka becoming really wide receiver one for this Rams offense.
Yeah, and Puka fits that really, really well because with all the motion that they run, with Nacua, with Kupp, is they get free access off the ball. Nacua is he's not explosive in the sense that he's straight line fast, but he's very powerful. There's a physical presence to the way in which he moves, and he's terrific run after catch. So when you get free access off the ball, they can get him the ball. They don't ask him to win a lot, let's say one-on-one outside the numbers, because that's not really his game. But they get him the ball, often on the move. We often talk about that, when Samuel's at his best. Yep. How do you want to get Samuel the ball? You want to get him the ball in space on the move. Nacua is that guy, and he's such a physical player. You need a lot of bodies to get him down. And, and the key thing, and the Bills this past week could not really generate any meaningful pressure on Stafford. And look, you guys have seen Stafford for years. He's arguably a Hall of Fame quarterback. When he is clean in the pocket, he still may be the best pure thrower in the league. It's just so pretty to watch. So you need to get pressure on Matthew Stafford.
It's interesting you brought Debo's name up because as you were describing Puka's game, I'm sitting there thinking, gosh, it sounds like he's talking about Debo. And Puka got 5 carries in this game last week. How would you compare those two players and currently how the teams are deploying them?
Puka did get some carries. That was probably a little thing they added situationally. I don't know if he's going to be used, the way the 49ers have used Samuel over these last number of years, where wherever they are on the field, they could put him in the backfield and run him on base running plays. I doubt you'll see Nacua doing that. I think the way they would run him would be purely situational, as they did last week. I think they're similar, but they're different, and that's true of a lot of players. I mean, I think as a pure receiver, Nacua might have a little more to him, but they are pretty similar. But they're both physical. They're both incredibly strong. They're both really good run after catch. You're right about Nacua. It seems like he's become receiver number one within the context of their offense. But, if Robinson doesn't go, you're going to see a lot of Atwell. And while Atwell's not a volume target necessarily, you got to be careful about him because he brings speed. And clearly we saw last week that the Niners made a change in the secondary. They benched Brown, and it was Hufanga and Mustafa. And Mustafa is just nuts when it comes to playing the run.
Well, and he's out, Greg. He's out. That got announced today, so we would love to hear.
He's out for so it'll be Brown again.
Yeah, so what do you see with Jair Brown right now? Because a lot of fans are concerned.
Well, obviously they are too because they benched him.
Yeah.
So look, I don't think he's a bad player. Like, I don't think you're putting in a guy that can't play, but obviously they didn't feel he was doing what needed to be done in order to stay on the field when Hufanga came back. So, I think there's a concern that he's struggled a bit with his recognition, and therefore his reaction time has been a beat slower than you'd ideally like. I think his eyes at times have been in the wrong place. So, this is a tough offense to play against. There's a ton of motion. You have to decide how you want to deal with the motion. To me, again, I'm not Nick Sorensen or Kyle Shanahan, so I don't know their thoughts, but I don't think you want to have to do a lot of communication. You might see a lot of two high safety structure because that balances your defense, and you don't have to worry about changing strength of offense with motion because the defense is balanced with two high safeties. So my guess is you might see a good amount of that.
And you look at what happened the first time these two teams met, and Kyron Williams had his way on the ground, especially in the second half. And then you look at the last game where the Niners' defensive front was dominant against the Bears. Should we take that with a grain of salt because Chicago's offensive line is not very good?
Yeah, and wasn't that first game week 3 or so? That was early in the season.
Yep.
I think both these teams are totally different right now. So again, I'm not saying that the coaches are not going to watch that game because it's head-to-head, and they always do that. But, and as I said, coaches coach against coaches, so they're always looking for concepts that they anticipate that they'll get and that they pretty much know they'll get. But I think in terms of how the teams play, like for instance, it'll be very interesting to see how the Rams play on defense because the 49ers play a ton of base personnel because the Rams have evolved over the course of a season. They play a ton of big nickel now with 3 safeties. The rookie Kinchins has become a big factor. They haven't played a snap of what I would call conventional nickel with three corners in the last probably 2-3 weeks. So their defense in terms of the use and deployment of personnel is totally different than it was week 3. They were not playing McCullough at all week 3, and now he's a foundational piece of their sub-defenses.
I don't know if there's anything we can take from that one that applies tomorrow night. I mean, Greg, there was no Kittle, there was no Debo, there was no Cooper Kupp, there was no Puka. The Rams were missing 2 offensive linemen. I mean, yeah, like these rosters tomorrow night,
they're totally different.
Fundamentally different. Yeah,
they're totally different teams right now. And again, having said that, it's still the coaches, but in terms of the people that will be on the field, there's going to be a lot of different people, and that's just the way it is. I mean, it's week 3 probably seems like it happened 5 years ago.
No doubt, and you look at these two teams, and it seems like every time McVay and Shanahan get together, it's almost a mirror image offensively of one another. How much of the Shanahan offense do you see around the league? We know it's a copycat league, but it seems to me, Greg, that more and more teams are now emulating what Shanahan does offensively.
Well, yes and no, because one of the things you have to be able to do really well is throw the ball between the numbers. And that's hard for quarterbacks. And it's hard for a lot of young quarterbacks coming into the league because the college game is not like that at all because the hash marks are wider and the college game is played on the perimeter and the NFL game is often played between the numbers. So it's, I think teams look at concepts. They look at the run game element in particular with the 49ers because their run game elements are really, really good. And then how they work off that. They did that exceptionally well this week. So I think teams look at that, but your quarterback has to be really comfortable throwing the ball in the middle of the field. There's a lot of bodies. And sometimes young quarterbacks, I'll tell you a very quick story. Kevin O'Connell, before he became a coach, he was in our broadcast boot camp here at NFL Films, and I got to know Kevin really well. And he said to me at a lunch break, he said, "Hey, let's go watch tape. I want to watch tape with you." And we were talking ball, and, he came out of San Diego State and was drafted in the 3rd round. And he said, "Man, when I got to the NFL, I dropped back and I thought there were 15 defenders on the field. Because, all of a sudden, everything happens more in the middle of the field in the NFL, and those are harder throws. So, Purdy is really, really good at that. Garoppolo did a pretty good job with that as well, because that was foundational to how they played. But that stuff's hard to do.
Greg, real quick on Nick Sorensen and the defense for the 49ers. I think with Nick Bosa being out for this period of time, a lot of people have been expecting him to get more creative and go away from that vanilla sort of just rush for and see what happens kind of approach. We still don't know about Nick's status for tomorrow night, but the defense was so successful, especially in the first half against the Bears. I wanted to ask if you saw any tweaks about what Sorensen did as opposed to what he had been doing in the 2-3 weeks before.
Well, I'm sure there are tweaks, but if you're asking me if they started pressuring more, like blitzing more, no, they're not a heavy blitz team, and my guess is that's not going to happen. Now, there were some snaps where they moved Floyd around, and he became kind of a stand-up joker. I think they did that. You might see more of that. They use Gross Matos both inside and outside. I think you'll continue to see more of that. So I think you'll see more movement of players in different alignments in different positions, but I don't think there'll be a heavy blitz team. And my guess is they will not be a heavy blitz team against the Rams.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films. I think we made it through our conversation. It sounds like without either of us saying something that stupid, Greg.
Well, I mean, the tape pretty much tells you what's going on.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, the 49er offense this week, this was a clinic, the way Kyle just broke down that Bear defense, which, by the way, does not have bad players.
Did you mean the tape of the game or the tape of our show?
Right, both.
Well, both, obviously.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is. Greg, awesome. We'll
Thanks,
talk to you
Greg.
next week, my friend.
All right, guys, appreciate it. Thanks.
There he goes. That's Greg Cosell, NFL Films. I think we survived another one.
That was clean.
It was.
Clean segment right there.
It was pretty clean.
No doubt. He did hit me with a yes and no, which a little tough. I was hoping for the yes, but the yes and no, partial credit.
Well, and then there was the wheel route. There was the wheel route where he's like, it wasn't actually a full man. It wasn't that. No, but he sort of.
There were man concepts.
There were man concepts, but it wasn't full man. And then the one where I asked him about Shanahan and McVay, and he reminded us again, he's not in the coaching room with them.
Man,
he does
I
not
hated that you
know
said that.
how they're going to call tomorrow's game.
That was awkward.
He doesn't know. Neither do you.
Nope.
Neither do I.
Neither do they at this point.
I would hope I would hope that they do. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We can react to that. We will. There are some of you who would like to do that on the phones. That's always welcome as well. I do believe that this is a make-or-break game for Nick Sorensen. 888-957-9570. And you can weigh in. Do you agree or disagree with that? Like, are you already done with Sorensen? Or does he get the rest of the year before you're going to make any judgments? I really think tomorrow could be make or break. We can get into that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's still the one that got away. It's still the one that got away.
That's a great.
I was already halfway around the victory lap.
Yeah, you were.
Stink.
No
what do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
Yeah.
You stupid tease. Willard and Dibs, how's it going? 888-957-9570. That is the number. The Dubs and Rockets coming up later tonight, a little bit less than 3 hours right here in an NBA Cup showdown. I hope they lose. Anyway, I'll explain.
That's terrible.
No, I don't. I don't hope they lose, but I'm pretty sure I could argue that it'd be better for them.
Please explain.
I will. In a moment. But first, Bruce in San Jose has this reaction to the most intimidating radio guest in America, Greg Cosell. Hi, Bruce. What's going on, man?
Yeah, hey, Willard and Dibs. I'm going to have to call shenanigans on both of you.
Why?
During that interview, Cosell asked the question, how many screens did they throw to George Kittle? Was that 2? And without a heartbeat, both of you were like, yeah. Can we check Dibley's notes? Can we check? If Greg would have happened to say 3 or 4, I had a feeling you would have given the same response.
No, it was 2.
There was 2 screens.
It was 2, Bruce.
2 screens.
Can we check the notes? Can we check the notes?
He doesn't have the notes this week. He didn't do the notes. He's been under the weather.
So exactly. And you guys were, I don't want to say brown nosing, but
no, Bruce, we do.
You tend to agree.
No, but no, because
Mr. Cosell.
Because he was right, Bruce. I don't ever do notes. We do this stuff from memory, and my memory said the same thing. That's all I'm saying, Bruce.
Okay, all right. I believe you guys. I believe you. Anyways, I think the coaching staff overall is having a down year, and of course injuries. But every team has injuries. I don't know. I don't think Sorensen mid-year firing will do anything, but I don't know. I think he's my main and special teams. I don't know. That's more on the personnel, I think, than the coach. But I think Sorensen may be the guy that goes first. Well, anyway, thanks for the call, guys.
No, thanks. Thank you for calling, Bruce. Appreciate it. Here's what I mean by Sorensen and make or break tomorrow. I don't think that there's going to be any mid-year firing. I don't think that makes any sense either. You don't want to bring somebody in and try to start this whole thing over. Although, if they lose tomorrow night, I would argue that they are completely cooked.
It's mostly over, yeah.
They're completely cooked if they lose tomorrow night. But here's what I mean on the whole Nick Sorensen thing. Because he's already failed to kind of like gather the troops, rally the troops, get the fan base excited in the same way that defensive coordinators over the last 6 or 7 years under Kyle Shanahan already have.
Well, Steve Wilkes didn't.
Steve Wilkes didn't, but I tell you what, he had a lot more positive discussion around him than even Nick Sorensen has. I know that there was the Minnesota thing, and he got called out, but Steve Wilkes has a really nice and long resume in the NFL, number one.
Well, he's been a coordinator, and Nick Sorensen's never been a coordinator. And Nick Sorensen was arguably choice number 4.
Right.
Many people have said from Kyle Shanahan.
And the Niners had a better defense last year, right? They had better players. Dre Greenlaw was healthy. So I don't necessarily know about the whole direct comparisons, but I do think that Nick Sorensen right now, one of the things, and I don't know if there's anything you could do about this, one of the things that's holding him back right now, like, Grandy, can you pull some Nick Sorensen? Like, and just any one of your favorite Nick quotes. Put that next to the energy of Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans, and it puts you to sleep. Now, does that make him a bad defensive coordinator? No.
It doesn't matter to me at all.
It may not matter to you, but that's not even what I'm getting at. Like, sometimes there is a little popularity contest to do with this, with the way a fan base feels about a certain player or coach. And Nick does not appear to be somebody who is inspiring anybody to do anything.
Well, because fans don't really know what's going on. And fans don't know.
But the players aren't playing well either, Dibs.
Well, the players aren't playing. The majority of the players aren't playing. You lost Javon Hargrave, and you can say he's a bust of a signing.
Yep.
They obviously felt differently. They paid him a lot of money to come in and do a job, and he's been hurt. Fred Warner's been playing hurt. Nick Bosa's missed 3 straight games. You don't have Dre Greenlaw. Mooney Ward missed a bunch of games. So if you want to talk about Nick Sorensen, I think that it's fair to look at all of the people that he hasn't had on his defense. So if you want to judge him, you can judge him. And I'm looking at the numbers right now. They've given up the 3rd fewest yards in football, yet they've given up the 21st most points in football.
Right.
So,
and we know that they've been bad at the end of games.
They've been bad in the red zone, really bad, and they've been bad at the end of games. And for me, you can be critical of Nick Sorensen, and I have been, and he's not D'Amico, and he's not Robert Saleh, and he's probably not as accomplished as Steve Wilkes. We know that. But he's been dealt a pretty bad hand as far as what he's had to put out there on defense as a first-time coordinator.
I'm not going to disagree with you, but I don't hear a lot of people give that same grace for an offensive play caller who has been without Christian McCaffrey, 1 game without his quarterback, multiple games without George Kittle, multiple games without Deebo Samuel, and now multiple games without his Hall of Fame left tackle. So,
well, they still have hummed. Offensively, it has not been the problem, other than the red zone.
I wouldn't say they've hummed. They've not hummed like both.
They turned an undrafted Jordan Mason into the second best rusher through the first 7 games.
And then he can't get a yard in the red zone. My point is both sides are still solid, but not good enough, and not as good as they've been in the past. And yes, injuries are a piece of that puzzle, but he's also played a lot of games with Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. And
Fred-ish.
Well, I mean, it was 5-6 games into the year before anything even happened to Fred. So, and he was playing at DPOY levels. I'm not saying they're terrible. I'm just saying it has not looked up to par. And that's not all on Nick, but it is some on Nick. And the reason tomorrow to me becomes somewhat make or break, and we still don't even know if Nick Bosa is going to play. But tomorrow is his opportunity to really, I think, look good. Because it's one thing to have, and Gross Matos got player of the week. It's one thing to do all this and 2 yards at halftime, all the things the defense did. You heard Greg Cosell's first reaction. He goes, well, Chicago's not a very good offense.
Right.
Well, this is. You have not been able to get stops in the red zone and at the end of games when they've been absolutely imperative, except for maybe against Tampa. I can't think of a lot of times when you made huge stops when you needed to. Renardo Green's interception in Seattle, but it's been too much where you've had a lack of success in those situations. And so now you get 2 things. Actually, I'd call it 3 things. You get a home standalone game. You get the whole backs against the wall thing, which is what they said was so key last week. And you get, really good offensive players. I mean, Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, and Kyron Williams. This is a problem. And to me, if you want to show who you are as a defensive coordinator and just a defense, let's put the players into this too. I really think that you have to have a performance to hang your hat on. They're running out of time to have one. It has to be tomorrow night.
They can win 40-39, and I don't think that necessarily becomes an indictment on Nick Sorensen.
It's not great.
They can lose 9-7, and then we're not going to think, oh, Nick, great performance.
But I didn't say they had to win. I said that the defense
comes down to a results situation.
I just mean whether or not this guy's going to be back next year.
He'll be back unless Kyle Shanahan can find somebody better. And if you want to go ahead and replace him, that would be 5 defensive coordinators in your 9th year. Already you're on 4 coordinators in 8 years, and all the people I've talked to around the NFL this year, coaches and front office people, continuity is a big thing.
Sure.
And we saw it with Alex Smith when he was the quarterback and you had a different offensive coordinator every year. And I know that that's more dramatic. An OC and a quarterback relationship is a lot more important than a defensive coordinator and a defense.
Yeah, it's one player.
But when you have a defense that has a new coordinator, even if the scheme is the same, as Stink was saying yesterday, every coach is going to come in and emphasize different things and coach different things in different ways. And so it's maybe not starting at square one, but it's not continuing what you've already done with momentum. So be careful what you wish for when it comes to coaching changes.
Let me say it a different way. When you're playing the Rams, and I think that this has historically been true with 49ers in this era, when you're playing the Rams, there is literally one main key. You have to get to Matt. You have to get to him. He's not terribly mobile. But as Cosell just said, when he's given time, he might still today, in his mid-30s, be the most elite thrower of the football in the NFL. He's certainly on a short list. You have to get to Matt. And what have they struggled with this year, especially when Bosa is hobbled? They have stayed so vanilla, and they have not been able to get to the quarterback. If Matt Stafford has time tomorrow night, they're getting carved. I can promise it to you. There's no way that they're stopping Nakua and Kupp and Atwell over the top and Kyron Williams out of the backfield and all those things if Matt's got time. They're going to get torched. So he has got to find a way, especially, and I'm optimistic, it sounds like the way I think that I'm hearing it is, quote, Nick has a chance. Nick has a chance.
Well, he's listed as questionable now, right, so that's better news than what we saw from Mustafa and from Trent Williams.
But this may well be one of those classic GTDs, like it may be a game-time decision where they got to go through workouts before the game and then really check in and see. My guess is, I'm with you. Like, I think it's more than likely that he will at least give it a go.
Oh, yeah.
And see how it holds up because, come on, like we're talking about, this is it, man.
This is it.
Kenny Loggins, you got to go win this football game or else you're done. And so...
then it doesn't matter if he's healthy in 10 days.
Well...
honestly, if you lose to the Rams
it's not
you
about
save
point.
Nick Bosa to make sure that he's really, really right for the game against, Miami? I think that is in 10 days.
In Miami,
so
yeah.
You're going to save him up for that? Well, it might not matter at that point. So
it won't.
If he's at all possible to be able to give it a go, you put him out there. And it's interesting because the first time you played him, you sacked Stafford 3 times, and he only threw for 221 yards. And a lot of that was on one big play.
Yep.
And so that was a game where you did get to him. You did make it uncomfortable. I know he didn't have Nakua or Cooper Kupp, and he had a bunch of nobodies, quite frankly, but you were able to get to him, and you made things uncomfortable. He only completed 16 passes, and you still lost the game. So you could have that same kind of performance, and you can still go out there and lose the game.
Of course you can. Yeah, like the Niners have turned it into an art form so far this year.
Yep.
But that, for me, is going to be the deal, especially if he's got Nick. Like tomorrow, this has got to be schemed up. There have got to be wins. You got to make adjustments if what you're trying is not working. Those guys have got to get to Matt Stafford tomorrow night. For me, it is the entire game. Because what Matt has also done, particularly against the 49ers, is he's shown that if you do get in his face, if you do get in his face up the middle, you're going to turn the ball over now. Like the Niners have been very good against the Rams, especially in these primetime games. Think of the history under Kyle Shanahan. Big games against the Rams in prime time. It's gone well, and it's often because of a pick six or Warner, Hufanga, somebody makes a big play. I really hope that Nick doesn't sit back in this game if what they try first, because they're not a big blitz team, and so I'm sure they will try.
Second fewest blitzes in football.
They'll try to do this pretty basic, and if it's working, wonderful, but if it's not, they've got to make an adjustment. Give you an example. Go back to last year. I think the 49ers, was this the Sean McVegas game where they kicked a field goal on the last play and so
to cover the spread?
Right. So, but the Niners still won 30-23, if memory serves correct.
Yep.
And this was a game where the Niners got a pick because the ball, a perfectly thrown ball, bounced off of Kyron Williams' hands, and it turned into a pick. But the Rams were ahead at halftime, and the Rams were moving the ball. And I remember how I was feeling watching this football game. I'm like, they are not getting any pressure. Steve Wilkes dialed up Fred Warner in the second half on a blitz, and he got a sack that essentially sealed the victory. And so that's all I'm saying. If this front four is not getting home, I don't know, man, be ready. Be ready with some adjustments because that is the whole deal tomorrow night. They have got to touch Matt Stafford or else they're going to lose.
Well, they did in the first game. They touched him 3 times, and they contained Matt Stafford in the passing attack, and they still lost. And I look at what the Niners have done for the majority of this year, and they haven't dialed it up. And even when they do blitz, they blitz a linebacker, and they rush 5. I can't remember too many plays where they rushed 6 and or 7, which is a classic cover 0. They just don't do that. It's not what Nick Sorensen does, and it worked against Chicago, but this is not Chicago. And you got 7 sacks against the Bears and the Rams. It's tough because the way Stafford plays quarterback, he's almost blitz proof because he gets the ball out so quickly. So if you are going to blitz, you almost have to bring 6 or 7 and really take a chance that you're going to give up a big play, but that's not what Nick Sorensen does.
All right, Willard and Dibs, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. You're always welcome to chime in. 888-957-9570 is the number. We've talked a little bit about Kuminga and Jimmy Butler, and now the Niners and Nick Sorensen. We've got a Warrior game tonight in less than 2.5 hours. NBA Cup game in Houston. We will count you down and get you ready for sure. I just want to explain what I was saying earlier with regard to the idea that it would, I could make the argument it would be better if the Warriors lose tonight. I know I can make the argument. In fact, I know that the argument has already been made. I don't even need to make it. Anthony Slater came on the roast earlier today and already made the argument. Listen to what he said.
So they had to pack for an 11-day trip when they went to Houston because theoretically, if they win through here to the Cup Finals, they got to go Houston straight to Vegas, Vegas straight to Memphis, Minnesota. But like you said, they lose the night they're home. Tomorrow they get like 3 days off, probably 2 good practices in. They get a worse Mavericks team than the Thunder team they'd play in Vegas, and they don't have to play that extra game that doesn't actually even matter to the regular season, the final. So there's definitely an argument considering age that, losing tonight might be suggestible, whatever you want to say. But, they're not going to actually want to do that.
Yeah, I'm not a tank guy. And that's not what I'm suggesting.
This would be a straight lay down.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that.
And Steve Kerr already said to us multiple times that this actually matters to the players.
Great, good for them. I'm telling you from my perspective that they have not, the NBA, I've said this to you before, the NBA has still done a horrific job in making the NBA Cup matter to the fans.
This is only year 2, and it's already, I think, it matters more this year than it did last year.
How?
Because players are more invested in it, and the coverage has been greater in it, and fans are more aware of exactly what it is now.
That's just sort of the organic understanding of what's going on, which I still don't even think is at that high a level. But again, that doesn't speak, at least to me, that doesn't speak to it mattering to fans. That's fans understanding it more. But I have no idea why you would root for your team, especially an older one, to get an extra game that doesn't do anything for you in the standings. I just don't get it.
But does it do anything for you from a chemistry standpoint? If you were to win a cup, you win a contest, you win a tournament together, you go to Vegas together, and you win the NBA Cup, you think that doesn't do a lot to, maybe not a lot, maybe it does a little bit to engender chemistry and that feeling of, we actually won something. Lindy Waters, the 4th, 3rd, 4th.
Whatever.
You win. Yeah. You win something. You're a young player, and you go out there with your brothers, and you get a trophy, you get a cup. I think that matters.
Just not worth it to me. I'm not going to say that you're wrong. I'm just saying, to me, that's a bad trade. It's just a bad trade-off. So again, to help sort of illustrate the point, Anthony Slater did a great job of making it. But if you win this game tonight, now you play on Saturday in Vegas against Oklahoma City, and you're looking at a road trip that is going to be potentially incredibly long, as much as 11 days. And if you do win that game against Oklahoma City, now you're playing an extra game for the NBA Cup. Understand, does not matter in the standings. It's not even in the standings.
What if you lose on Saturday? Do you not then come home before you go to Memphis? Or do you go to Memphis and you sit there for 3 days before you play the Grizzlies?
Randy, what happens
if they go to... He said that they have an 11-game road. They're packing for an 11-day road trip.
Because they have to be ready for that.
They do. I would imagine if they lose on Saturday, they fly home and they at least spend a day or 2 here, and then they go to Memphis.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how they would.
The Memphis game is Thursday, so they would probably
travel
come home for a couple of days.
I would imagine that they would travel home. The point being is you can get that rest right now and play a worse Mavericks team on Sunday. Now, listen, understand, when I sit down to watch the Warriors tonight and any night, I'm a Warrior fan, I'm rooting for the Warriors. But if I take the view from 10,000 feet in terms of what's better for their rest, also baked into going into that game Saturday is the idea that they could win it. And then you're playing an extra game that does nothing for you, in my opinion.
Again, I do think it does a lot for you.
Okay.
But you and I we're going to have to agree to disagree.
It's not even my largest point. The largest point is why doesn't it do anything for us? That's what I don't understand. Why are you playing these games?
Are you not entertained by a quarterfinal matchup in the NBA Cup against Houston?
I am a lot more. No, I'm entertained by this. This is a regular Warrior game, as whatever happens this weekend is. My point is, I am not entertained by the idea of let's gather around the NBA Cup. Let's see if Brandon Pajemski can be $500,000 richer in a game that you get nothing for. We've talked about this so many times. I find it to be the easiest thing for the league to do. Make that game mean something in the standings. If you win the NBA Cup, have that be at minimum some sort of a tiebreaker in playoff standings. Make it jump a seed.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Wherever you are in the standings, jump a seed.
Yeah, that would be a reward for the fans, for sure.
We can come up with 100 different ways to do this that I don't think are that hard. But that game has got to mean something to the fans in the standings, or else all it is rich people playing for more money and getting more tired and therefore lessening you for your other games. I don't know, man. It's mind-boggling to me that they haven't done something because it seems easy.
This is year 2, and it's evolving, and I do think that they're doing a good job of evolving it, and they put this early in the season. And these are games that are not being load managed, which tells me that the teams actually care about these games. And
sure.
You've got Atlanta coming up in their quarterfinal in just a few moments. And if you're Atlanta, this is probably the high water mark for your year. You're probably not going to make the playoffs. And if you do, you're not a threat to do anything in the East. So for Trae Young and a group of younger Hawks players, this is exciting. And this is something you're going to compete for.
Again, I do not challenge the idea that the players are into it. I would like us to be into it.
Well, some of us are. And I'm certainly into it.
Yeah, but that's because you've decided that this sideshow is interesting to you, and that's fine.
Right. So I'm into it because I enjoy competition, and this is competition that they actually care about.
But why would you, honestly, the NBA Cup, if you make the finals, is no different than the Bay Bridge series when the Giants play the A's.
Completely different.
No, it's not.
The Bay Bridge series, you get a hunk of concrete, which was concocted by Brody Brazil.
This wasn't concocted?
Ahmed Fareed.
You're really
This was created by the league.
That's concocted by the league.
This is not a make-believe Bay Bridge series, which no longer exists. This is an NBA Cup that the league has put out that players actually get money for. Do the players win the Bay Bridge series and get $500,000?
I don't care.
You get nothing.
I don't care.
You get to hold up a piece of concrete.
Why do I
from the
care
Bay Bridge?
if players get money?
Why do I care about the Bay Bridge trophy?
Granted,
I don't.
That's why I said they're the same thing.
They're completely different.
Why? What would you call a game that doesn't count in the standings? They have names for that. Go ahead.
It's called the play-in tournament.
It's called an exhibition.
The play-in tournament is a game that doesn't count in any standings.
That's not true. You move on if you
Go
win
to
it.
Basketball Reference and find a play-in stats anywhere on the list of games.
Doesn't matter.
It's not a postseason game.
But
it's not a regular season game.
It has playoff implications on the line, and you know that.
It does.
You know that.
And this has
you advance.
This has emotional implications for the players.
I mean, that's you're projecting onto
Ask
them.
any Warrior player. They've all said they're into it.
Because they have to.
They don't have to.
Yes,
and you can think that it's disingenuous.
Find one player who's criticized the NBA Cup.
It's because they're all into it.
No, it's because they're financially incentivized.
You're saying that players don't speak their mind? Debo goes to Twitter and complains about not getting touches.
Right.
You tell me that Steph Curry doesn't have the gravitas to come out and say, yeah, I'm just not that into it.
Of course he does, but he
can
won't.
do it.
Yes, but he won't. Because why? He's incentivized. He knows his teammates are incentivized, especially the young ones who don't make $60 million a year. They're incentivized, and they've got internal memos going around about their product. Memos. Of course they do.
Right.
Of course they do. This is their product. They're NBA players.
So Adam Silver is sending them emails saying, guys, whatever you do, don't talk bad about the NBA Cup or else you'll be fine.
I have no doubt that NBA teams have been told it'd be good to say nice things about this. And if you genuinely believe them, all the better. And maybe they do.
You probably don't need a memo to not say bad things about your company.
It still does not answer the question I'm trying to ask. What's in it for us? What is in it for the fan? And why is it so hard to bake that in there? That's all I'm asking for.
What's in it for us is a game tonight that the players on both sides are going to be more interested in. It's going to be more of a competitive game because it matters to them.
They were already playing this game. I'm talking about the final, which doesn't count for anything. It seems so easy.
It's going to be an entertaining basketball game. If your team's in it, then I'm all in. I'm locked in. I'll even tailgate. It might be a watch party.
So are the Warriors versus the Lakers next October 6th. Entertaining. Doesn't count for crap.
Well, it depends because Anthony Davis will probably not play. And LeBron's not even going to show up. So
exactly. We're sponsored by California Lottery. You can weigh in on this for sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. I do feel like you could make a case that a loss here over the next two games over the long haul could absolutely be better for the Warriors. We'll take your phone calls. We'll get back into Kuminga shortly. It's Willard and Dibs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, gift scratchers from the California.
Dub Nation is Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibbs? I like your picks.
Yeah! And we're getting ready for one tomorrow night. We'll be there. Niners, Rams. Can I say it?
Do it.
Please?
Yeah.
Can I, please?
You're going to ask me to pick the Rams, aren't you?
No. I want to call tomorrow a must win.
I'll allow it. I mean,
yeah.
Honestly, if you do the math, can they lose and still go to the playoffs? Of course they can.
Sort of.
Well,
it's pretty unrealistic.
It's very unrealistic.
Yeah.
So then you're talking about a Niner team going 9-8, and you would need the right team in the West to also go 9-8 and have a certain amount of losses that break your way, or you would need Washington and New Orleans and Seattle, Arizona, and the Rams to all collapse.
Yeah, you just need a lot of weird stuff to happen.
So, yes, it's not truly a must-win. You don't get the E next to your team.
Correct.
If you lose.
I get you.
But I'm going to go ahead and allow it because,
I'm so excited.
You should be.
We get to drive down there tomorrow for a must-win.
And I actually was using the my pet phrase, virtual must-win. It's a VMW. But not a BMW. It's a VMW. It's a virtual must-win.
To me, it's a BMW.
Yeah.
That's a big old must-win.
Big old must-win.
You know what I'm saying?
It is. Because if you lose, no matter what happens elsewhere in the West, you're in a world of hurt.
We've got some Brian Windhorst commentary that you are going to want to hear. The words LeBron, Butler, and Warriors will come up. We'll play it for you shortly. We want to go to the phones as well. Another quick aside, though, if I may.
Yeah.
I am seeing that Kyle Tucker.
Sorry, that was just a quick Bruno throwback for you.
There's so few people who got that.
No.
There's so few people who got that joke, but it's such a good one.
His former partner, one of my former, I won't say he was a mentor, but he was a part of my rise in this business.
Tucker.
Any word that ended in ER, it would be that very thing.
Yeah.
Grandy, whatever.
Yeah, we get it.
Don't be such a prude. I'm explaining it.
Do you know what the follow-up line was?
I don't even know.
You don't
her.
remember?
No.
I didn't even kiss her.
Yeah, okay.
That was always the follow-up line.
And that's why Tucker works so great.
Her. Yeah.
Anyway.
That made Grady laugh.
Funny. That's a good joke.
Whatever.
Yeah, except for when he did it every single time a word ended in ER.
Correct.
Anyway. Kyle Tucker. No, I can't even say it.
Tucker?
He's apparently removed the words Astros from his social media accounts. Kyle Tucker, whose name came up in trade rumors alongside the San Francisco Giants merely hours ago. And I don't know where the Corbin Burns thing sits. If you listen to the buzz, it's Blue Jays and Giants. This is just my 2 cents on reading the Corbin Burns conversation is this. It's Blue Jays versus Giants, and he wants it to be Giants. It's just a matter of whether they'll spend the chicken because the money has gone up, especially in light of what Max Fried got from the Yankees. So I know the Blue Jays are desperate, and, they were going after some other people who they didn't get, and therefore I think that they're free-flowing with the money, and after getting Willie Adames, I don't know if the Giants are. So it's just a matter, I think, of can Buster Posey convince people who have the last name Johnson to really loosen up those purse strings because Corbin Burns, Bakersfield, and St. Mary's, and so many California ties, and a Buster Posey type dude, I think wants to be a Giant. It's just a matter of whether they'll match the money.
Right. And that's big money.
So there's that, and then there's also trade winds blowing, and Kyle Tucker is a phenomenal right fielder.
Yeah, with 1 year remaining on his deal.
Right, that's the problem with him.
$16 million.
Well, the problem with Kyle Tucker is he's a corner outfielder who's going to be a free agent a year from now, and he just saw what Juan Soto got.
Right, he's not Juan Soto.
No.
The market has gone up.
Even if he's 3/5 of Juan Soto?
Even if he's half of Juan Soto, which he's not.
Actually, yes, he is. He's completely half of Juan. He's more than half of Juan Soto. Kyle Tucker's a 30 home run guy. Like, he's a good
23 last year.
Good player. So
49 batted in, which is weird on 23 homers.
How many batted in?
49.
Oh,
and he hit 289.
Okay,
so that's a lot of
means no one was ever on base
ever.
Yeah,
it's a lot of singles and doubles with and solo homers too.
Yeah, he's a good player, but he's a rental. He's not a half season rental, but he's a 1 season rental.
Fifth in the MVP the year before.
Yeah.
With 112 batted in.
And from what I read, the Astros are looking for a pretty good haul in return. They're asking for Luis Gil from the Yankees. He won the Rookie of the Year in the American League. Great pitcher.
No, they want pitching, and they supposedly want corner infield help. You could offer him Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah. You could offer him Wilmer and Lamont.
No, you could offer him Marco Luciano and one of the young pitchers. You
Sure.
do that.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll sway him.
Yeah.
Marco Luciano.
Come on. What if he puts a glove on both hands?
Exactly. He'll make twice the errors.
He might catch it. He might catch it.
He'll make double the errors.
Anyway, there's no doubt that just the vibe, the feeling around Giants free agency is better basically than it was the entire Farhan Zaidi era. That was a perfect first move.
But last year was a good year for Farhan Zaidi.
It was.
Until it started.
It was, but again, I want to point out the importance of your big move happening in December versus happening 2 minutes before spring training starts.
Jung-Hoo Lee, Chapman, Soler, and Snell.
You're right, but Chapman and Snell and everything, that was so late in the game. And actually
didn't matter to Chapman. He came out and was amazing.
No, but it sure mattered for Snell, and it immediately messed everything up.
Yeah.
And it was and those were also, they were rinky-dink short deals. Not Jung-Hoo Lee, but it was like you knew Snell and Chapman might be gone a year later. 7 years, your shortstop, bang, done.
In December.
In December.
Good point, yeah.
Anyway, so my point is, I think that your optimism about them making the next move, whatever it is now warranted. It's now warranted. That's all I'd say about that. Oh, hey, before we go more knee-deep into the Warrior thing, only because he's who he is. Only because he's who he is. Ladies and gentlemen, Kurt in Hayward Hills is live on Willard and Dips. Hi, Kurt. What are you doing?
Hey, fellas, there goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town. You guys are the best.
We're nothing without you, Kurt.
And let me tell you something about you, my friend. One thing about you, I watched the post-game shows on the Warriors. You got some fancy shoes, brother. You got some shiny, spick shoes.
Well, I tell you what, you're mixing up hosts. I do not host the Warriors post-game show. That is our morning show lead host, Bonte Hill.
Oh.
Oh.
I go, well, I'm sorry then.
It's okay. It's okay.
Well, let's talk about...
But I like my shoes, too. Anyway, carry on.
Hey, let's talk about the game tomorrow. You know, we're talking about Nick. We already know the situation with Nick. It's been up and down season. He hasn't done anything good. But if he loses tomorrow, they should bring back Rick Sala. Bring him back. That's who they should bring back and get rid of this guy. Because if they lose tomorrow, their season is over, unfortunately, and I don't want to see that. And the only way to stop the Rams tomorrow is stopping the run. You stop the run, then they're forced to pass a lot, even though they have a great quarterback. We need to rush them more. I think the game is on the shoulders of the defense, not the offense, because Purdy looks great last week, and Purdy's not going anywhere, and neither is the coach not going anywhere. Those guys are like father and son. So that's number one, and we got a big game tomorrow, and it's a big win for us. And Nick, if he doesn't do anything, they have to get him out of here.
There it is. The catchphrase, you brought it home.
There he is. That's Kurt. I agree with him, actually. Stopping the run tomorrow, the defensive side, I think the Niners are going to move the ball and score the ball on the Rams. They did it last time.
Kyron Williams, he's a little runt.
Yep, Juwan Jennings had it. That was the game that was Juwan's game, the one down in L.A., and you look at the way Buffalo ran up and down the field, even in the loss last week against the Rams. I think the Niner offense will be fine tomorrow. Yep, stopping Kyron Williams. That's big. I also agree with him that Bonte Sala should be the defensive coordinator again next year. I agree with that.
He called him Rick Sala.
He did.
Yeah.
And he called...
he thought you were Bonte.
And he mixed
or
up
maybe
me and Bonte.
Me and Bonte, you and Bonte.
I don't know. But
either way.
Bonte and I do look a lot alike.
So do Bonte and I.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you think about it.
Seriously. He doesn't want to admit it, but it's true.
Yeah. And Kyron Williams coming off a 29-carry game against Buffalo.
3 yards of carry only, though.
Yep, but 2 touchdowns.
2 tutties.
So, I mean, if you can carry it 29 times, then you're possessing the ball and you're keeping it away from Josh Allen.
Well, and they were in the lead. They were in big lead the whole time.
And he had 24 carries against the Niners for 89 yards, which was 3.7 per carry. So
I'd take that again, to be honest with you.
24 and 89.
If you can keep him under 4 yards of carry, I think that's job well done enough.
It just depends on when those yards come. And you look back at that game, and it was a lot of second half, as it was with James Conner in Arizona. In that game, it's been a lot of running backs having their way in the second half.
888-957-9570. All right, when we sort of last left you, before all the quick asides, we were talking about this NBA Cup. Again, I'm not like overly offended by, and certainly not offended by where we are now. I'm not offended by where we are now. This Houston game tonight, yeah, that's on the NBA schedule. This goes in the standings and the whole deal. Wherever they end up this weekend, whether it's Saturday in Vegas against Oklahoma City, or if it's Klay Thompson coming back to Chase Center Sunday, potentially, if they lose tonight, I'll be all in on those games. But I'm not going to apologize for the fact that if they end up in the NBA Cup final, while once you get there, you might as well win, I am incredibly bummed that game will not mean anything other than what you pointed to, which is team camaraderie and team bank account. I don't understand how the NBA, I know you say it's only year 2. To me, that's beyond enough time. I said this before it even started. This is the easiest thing of all time to find a way. If you're going to make your players play an extra game, good Lord, make it worth something in the standings for the fans. You got to do something for the fans here.
You're asking 2 teams to play an extra game.
Yes.
So it's not, the other 28 don't have to play any more than 82.
I only care about one team. I care about the team that I care about. That's
and
it.
They didn't play the extra game last year.
They didn't.
And in
I
fact,
was thrilled.
They wound up not even making it into the knockout phase.
And therefore they got to play Portland, and they won. And by the way, those games, we've watched how when you get to the end of the year.
And they also had to play, OKC a 5th time last year? They added 2 games last year. Did they not?
I think that, there's a couple games that float. They didn't add them. It's just that they don't get defined until you know
whether or not you make it into the cup or not.
And because whatever happened, I think they played a game against Sacramento and didn't win by enough points or something like that.
Right.
They earned themselves a home game against Portland, and they won it. And we've watched in the Western Conference what one win can do when you come down to the end.
Right.
Like, it's a big difference.
That's why I certainly want them to win tonight.
Yeah.
And, go to Vegas and, win that game and go to the finals and win that as well.
I'm not rooting against them. What I'm saying is I do think there's a scenario where if they lose this tonight, it could mean better things down the road. You talked about winning an NBA Cup, like building team camaraderie. Well, losing tonight might build, less stuff in Steph's knees. How about that? That's worth something, isn't it?
Sure.
Okay.
But,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
And if you're going to do that, if you're going to expend the energy, can we make it worth our while?
Yeah, and it's worth our while.
Not ours.
To watch a team go out there and compete for a championship. Not the championship, but a championship. And if you're not into it, you're not invested in it, that's your prerogative. Myself, if they get to the NBA Cup Finals, I'm going to be all in on that game. I'm going to be excited to watch them try to win a title. Not the title, but a title. That to me is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's competition.
I mean,
we were watching the Champions League earlier, watching the soccer, and that's, international, European, and there's a cup that comes at the end of it, but there's teams that are in that have no chance of winning it, but it's a thrill for them to be able to go up against a team like Arsenal and try, ply your trade against the best in the world.
Because they're trying to actually win, even though you may not think they have a chance. It's just like whoever gets the last wild card. If the Washington Commanders go to the playoffs, nobody thinks they're going to beat the Lions, but it means something to go try, especially for a young team. This is a side effort. It's for a completely different cup. And it's not like some sort of wonderful tradition has been built here. It's year 2, and they've already changed the name of it, for God's sakes.
Well, they have a sponsor now.
Yeah, but they didn't even call it the NBA Cup is not what it was called last year.
It was the in-season tournament,
exactly.
the IST.
IST. Now it's the NBA Cup. Next year, what is it? Afternoon clam bake? Like, what are we calling this thing?
Well, it's 2 years in, so you're trying to find your footing with it, and I do think that this year has been more popular and already more successful than last year.
Vince in the city wants to talk some Warrior basketball. Hi, Vince. Thank you for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? Well, first, my thoughts on this whole rumor thing going on with like this crazy trade that's supposed to happen with the Warriors is I don't necessarily think there really is a trade that's going to be worth making out there. I don't think that you're going to be able to find the successor to the throne of Curry when he retires. With that in mind, you're going to have to trade a whole bunch of players away that are supposed to be that guy, that successor. And I don't think JK is that. I don't think Wiggins would be that. I don't think we really have anybody on the roster who can be that. So if you're going to trade somebody, I think, hey, trade him. Make the move now. Steph tried it. He tried the whole 2 timeline thing, and it didn't work. He's at the end of his career. I think for a guy who turned this whole franchise around from a $500 million franchise into a $1 billion franchise with 4 rings, you kind of got to appease whatever he wants, and it sounds like he wants to win now, but one more before he's done. So I think you try the 2 timeline thing and building talent or building your core, your draft picks, but it didn't work. Go win now, because for the foreseeable future, I don't really see the Warriors being any more than a playoff team. There's not a name out there that's really making me think, oh man, they could go on another 4-year run, unless it's somebody big who we probably can't afford, a la LeBron, Giannis. I don't even think Jimmy could do it. There truly isn't anybody else that I think is going to bring more than one more ring. So I think, why not just try to go for it now while you still have a chance?
Yeah, here's what I'd say. Vince, thanks. I don't know how you feel, Debs. I agree with him conceptually, but when he starts using words like appease Steph, first of all, I think Steph, Draymond, and the organization are pretty close on the same page on all of this stuff. So I don't think there's like an appeasing that has to happen. I absolutely am all in on getting help for now and trying to win now, provided that it's not ridiculous, provided that it's not going over the top, provided that it doesn't feel like you're just hucking something against the wall to see if it sticks. Like, yeah, let's get Jimmy Butler and you can have whoever the hell you want. Like, no, just...
And I'm not into giving up a bunch of picks for the future.
Yeah, like I just... and again, that everybody can draw that line where they want in terms of what's too much, but I don't know. That point for me sort of sounded too much like, hey, who cares about any of these players other than Steph and Dre? No, I care about some of them more than others, but Dunleavy's already shown us he's not going to be frivolous.
No, he's not going to go willy-nilly into the trade market. And for me, the most interesting piece to this, and already we're kind of getting into Kuminga fatigue portion of the season, but for me, it really is Jonathan Kuminga. And I know the money doesn't work out for a lot of pieces that you'd want to get back, but the idea of do they or don't they, will they or won't they, should they or shouldn't they with Jonathan Kuminga? Do they or don't they love him and see him as a future one? Will they or won't they sign him in the offseason to a contract commensurate with what a player his age and his level will command? Should they or shouldn't they keep him, trade him, sign him, or the rest of it? Because we don't know what they feel inside. And if you ask 50 Warrior fans the same question, you'll get 30 different answers.
Sure.
Because some think that he's not ever going to be good enough to be your one. Some think that he is the sauce and he's the future. And other people really want Giannis, or they want LeBron or Jimmy or the rest of it. So it's fascinating with all the different opinions around one 22-year-old wing.
What do you make of this? Especially since the names you just brought up, LeBron, Jimmy Butler. Check this out. Brian Windhorst, ESPN, with regard to the Warriors trade discussions.
The most important names to watch between now and the February trade deadline isn't just Jonathan Kuminga, it's also Jimmy Butler down in Miami. Jimmy Butler is really since last spring, when the Heat made it clear they were not going to extend his contract, we were probably headed for an ending of the ways between the Heat and Jimmy Butler. I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet, but I think teams are starting to kick the tires there and look and see what it might take. And the Warriors are one of them. The Warriors have been really active in trying to look for a star player. They kicked the tires on a couple other stars over the summer. And if Jimmy Butler is available and the Warriors feel like they need to upgrade, that could be. But who else is on their list, Braz? That's LeBron James. And I know that this is one of the most fascinating opportunities in the league. It's a delicious scenario to think about. The Warriors have dreamed of pairing LeBron with Steph Curry and Draymond Green since last year. They've made an inquiry, and it got shut down last February. That was before LeBron played with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and won the gold medal over the summer. So they will definitely monitor the situation, and I don't think they do anything without knowing this door is locked. But I would just say with LeBron, it's up to him. He has a no-trade clause, and he has given no indication he wants the Lakers to do anything but upgrade the roster they've got, not that he wants to go anywhere.
Let's focus on, I don't think they do anything until they know that door is locked.
Well, that becomes really time-sensitive because if you take Windhorst at his word, and I do, what he said at the very end is LeBron is more interested in having them upgrade the roster than he is seeking a trade
right now, but
correct.
Tuck in, and I know that this is completely speculative, but tuck in the news that broke right before our show started today. LeBron has left the Lakers for the time being. Temporarily. Well, who knows? Who knows? LeBron was not at practice today. JJ Redick said personal time. He's taking some time, and was asked, will he be back for the game on Friday? Don't know. Unknown right now. Almost has a Wiggins feel to it, so I want to leave open for I have no idea what's going on, and I hope it's nothing bad with LeBron and his family. But at the same time, could this be some sort of a power play, frustration, taking time to figure out what he wants to do next? I don't know. The timing of it is interesting.
Well, the timing of it kind of makes sense when you look at where they are in the schedule, and we're here NBA Cup time, so there aren't a lot of games right now. It's a little bit of a lull as, the Lakers didn't make it in the Cup, and their next game is Friday, so it'll be 5 days between games. So, really, he could have done this. This is what's interesting. He could have just stepped away from the team and missed a practice, so they played Sunday, and they won't play again until Friday.
And Redick gave the whole team Monday and Tuesday off.
Right. So you come back on a Wednesday and everyone's coming back in, and he then says, or the word then comes out, I'm going to need a little bit more time.
So more time.
2 days off wasn't enough. Maybe it is something personal. We don't know. But the timing of it, especially in the midst of a 5-day break, makes this even more curious.
Jack, you'll be first up next. 888-957-9570, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Plus, if you missed what Anthony Slater said earlier today on the roast with regard to Jonathan Kuminga and how the Warriors are approaching the next 8 weeks or so. You got to hear this. Pretty interesting coming up next. Willard and Dibs.
It's Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and building materials. And, over the years,
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our silly show, Willard and Dibs, on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. While you're there, check out what Slates said to Bonte and Joe on the Morning Roast. And we're going to play some of that for you here in just a sec because there's a bunch of nuggets. Nuggets, not Nikola Jokic, like just Slater nuggets in that conversation. We'll have some of that for you. We'll keep talking it out. We're moving toward the actual game itself. 6:30 tonight is the tip-off. Warriors Live starts in less than 45 minutes.
Me and you.
Me and you,
yeah,
brother.
Let's do it.
Man, we're going to build up this NBA Cup.
You better.
It is so intense.
Get your negativity out before 5:30 because then we're all in.
No, brother.
Gonna cup it up.
Understand my negativity is not about tonight.
I get it. And you've
not
been
about
clear.
tonight.
It's about game 83.
Yeah, like it's and I don't even mind that. Just make it mean something for us.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Pride. You're going to walk into your office. If you don't work in a radio station that covers the team, you're going to bebop into your cubicle after they win the NBA Cup, and your buddy who's a Laker fan sitting across from you, you're going to, hey, tell me how my cup tastes. Yeah, cup it up. I got the cup. We got the cup.
I will not say, how does my cup taste?
My cup runneth over with cup.
I will not say that.
I'm going to come in here. I'm going to get a "We won the cup" shirt.
Yeah,
and wear it proudly.
I just find the whole thing, again, the turnoff is not the basketball. I'm not mad at the players who like money. I love the city of Las Vegas, Nevada. There's nothing about it I hate other than the fact that the league decided to go make this tournament, and the only thing that they could come up with to ramp up the intensity for it is to give multimillionaires more money. And that's fine too, but how did you not think of and then what's in it for the fans? That team that wins, the money is for the players and the blank is for the fans. And they never filled in the blank. They just went and had a cup and got a sponsor and off we go. I don't get it. That's all. What I'm proposing is not difficult. It's not preventative of anything. It doesn't change a damn. The floors can still be pretty. We can still go to Vegas. Still all the things. And in fact, I would argue you would ramp up the intensity of it for the players even more because they want good things to happen in the standings too. It's easy. Easy. 2-foot putt.
Yeah, I don't know if that would get the fans all ratcheted up. So you're Atlanta. And you win the cup. You go from the 13th seed to the 12th seed.
You've got a bad perception of the Atlanta Hawks. They have a winning
perceiving
record.
where they're going to end up. I don't think Atlanta's very good.
They're going to be in the East playoffs. Have you seen the East?
Right now, they were in the East playoffs last year, and they had 37 wins.
They're in the East playoffs every year. They are 4 games clear of the teams that are out of the play-in tournament in the East. That's a playoff team in the East. I'm not saying they're winning a title.
Right.
But how about this for the Atlanta Hawks, who just coincidentally right now sit in the 7 seed? And you told them, you win the NBA Cup, that's a seed jumper. Well, now you jump out of the 7 seed into the 6 seed if that's where you finish. And that is incredibly significant. And it would be wonderful drama coming down the end of the regular season, knowing that if you're the 6th seed in the East and Atlanta ends in the 7, whoop, they're going to jump you. They're going to jump you because they won the NBA Cup. I don't know, man. I think that's a winning idea.
Yeah, I think it was my idea.
I do. I think you're right.
Yeah, seed jumper.
It's a winning idea.
It's great. And I do think that that might get fans a little bit excited, but I don't know if there's anything that could get the fans excited enough. And the reason why they had to pay the players $500,000 if they won it is because the players already aren't excited by any of these games. They load manage all the time. So if you're an NBA player, look at Joel Embiid, who's making, $50-something million a year, and he's got no incentive to play.
Of course not. And he won't.
Right. Why would he?
Easy.
Why would he play basketball?
But what would Philadelphia Sports Radio say about him if he had no interest in trying to help the team get a seed jumper? Now you're going to get torched.
Well, he's already getting torched.
Yeah, but it would get worse.
Yeah.
It would get worse. Jack in Berkeley wants to talk about the Cup. Hi, Jack. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
So, a little bit about the Cup, but I agree and disagree with a couple of things. So, why do we have the NBA Cup, and who does it matter most to? Well, obviously it matters most to the owners. The owners want to have it. Somehow it's bringing in more money, the whole thing. So the owners want it. But who wants it second most? Who's into it the second most? I really think it's the players. And it has to do with what Draymond said a couple weeks ago. If there's something to win, we want to win it. I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, players are athletes. I mean, they're competitors. They want to win. This is a little more visible. But the third group that really it matters to least and don't really care are the fans. The fans, and that's because it doesn't mean anything, right? The fans just don't care about the cup, and that's the problem because they should be the most important.
Jack, so, I'm straight up with you. Let me only add this. You want to know who cares? There's two levels of players. You want to know who I think cares about it the most? Is the players who aren't filthy rich yet. I know they all make good salaries, but I bet you Brandon Podziemski cares about this more than Steph Curry does. I guarantee it, in fact, because $500,000 means a lot more to him. And then the other thing, Jack, thank you so much for the call. I'm surprised that nobody, I don't get too bothered by this stuff, but I'm surprised that nobody has brought this up and that it doesn't offend some fans. You're telling me that two basketball teams are willing to head to Vegas and play an extra game that doesn't count, yet countless stars around the NBA can't execute the 82-game schedule that they've been given.
Yeah.
That's not offensive to you? They'll go play a game that doesn't count for $500,000, but they won't play on Tuesday when you bought a ticket.
Yeah.
Because, what's in it for me? Wow, that should bother some people.
It bothers a lot of people,
yes.
Which is why the league's popularity is not as high as it once was and not as high as it should be. There aren't that many Buddy Hields out there, a guy who played 84 games last year in an 82-game schedule. He played 84, and this year he's probably hell-bent on playing all them games again. Kevon Looney only missed a game and had his streak broken because his coach decided that he wasn't going to play that night. He's another guy who goes out there and plays, and the majority of these guys in the NBA, they do go out and play unless they're really hurt, but it's the load managers and it's the superstars who clearly don't want to play at all anymore. They're the ones who give it a bad name.
I mean, I love you bringing up the name Joel Embiid, and there are others. I know Kawhi Leonard hasn't played at all. Paul George, and Philadelphia has had such a dumpster fire start to their season. I don't know that they would care about anything changing the playoff structure the way they're going right now. I don't even know if they're going to make the playoffs in the East, which is bananas. But there are so many players around the NBA who don't play every night, but they're going to be willing to go play in this one. And then there's two things about that. I mean, Warrior, this fan base has sat here for the last 3 weeks worrying about Draymond's and Steph's health. That's what we've been sitting here going, yeah, I don't think the Warriors can really go anywhere late because Steph's got bursitis or whatever the hell we want.
Tendinitis.
Okay, we're sitting here worrying about this, but then just let's play extra games that don't even help you. Dibs, I don't need to tell you what can happen in one game.
Of course, it can happen in practice.
I don't know, man. Again, I'm not like, oh my gosh, let's march. But I don't understand it. I just don't understand it conceptually. I don't understand how all of that math equation adds up to people. It doesn't make any sense to me.
But it's just entertainment, and the NBA feels like having a tournament and having games where the players are going to compete and go at it and play for something. Maybe the fans don't get anything for it, but the fans get entertainment. And a game like tonight, New York and Atlanta, for a berth in the semifinals in Vegas, these teams are competing. And I'm not watching every dribble of it because I'm doing a show with you, but I would imagine that these teams want to go to Vegas. If I'm an NBA player,
sure,
I would love to have a trip to Vegas in the middle of the year to go out there and play a game or maybe two.
Again, I'm not arguing how the players feel about it at all. They can feel however they want to feel.
But the league feels like the fans are going to be attracted to competitive basketball in December. That's the idea.
So why not make it even more? I mean, the callers are right. What have we really, really gotten out of this so far? A sponsorship.
Yeah.
We got
big
that.
one.
right?
Big one.
Yeah,
yep.
we got extra games. That's gate revenue. That's TV revenue.
Absolutely.
That's all of that stuff. That's what we really got out of this. Don't let them package this and tell you that this is to increase fan interest halfway through the year or before Christmas, because ratings
they want the fan interest because that leads to ratings. That leads to eyeballs.
But it hasn't been working. NBA Cup games have been going on for weeks now, and the ratings are in the toilet. So how we doing? I got an idea. Gussy it up for us. We're the ones you want. We're the ones you want watching and listening and engaging. Not the players' bank accounts, not just sponsors. Jose in San Jose. What's up, Jose? Thanks for calling.
Oh, thanks for taking my call, guys. I have an idea. It's kind of extreme, I guess, but you hear me out, and I'd love to get your feedback on it. So I do understand, obviously, that this championship game is an extra game, but what if we made it not an extra game? And here's what I mean. What if the winner of the cup gets to have one less, that they need one less victory to win the championship? So, for example, let's say the Warriors win the cup.
Okay.
And, let's say they're the 4th seed or let's say even the 7th seed. If going into that first round series, having to win one less game, let's say they only need to win 3, and since they won the cup already, that's that extra game. Does that make sense? Like, instead of having that wear and tear, having to play that extra game, I feel that idea of, go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is interesting, Jose. This is a fun idea. You're sort of essentially saying, if I were to clean it up a little bit, you're sort of saying that they would start their playoff series up 1-0. In a way.
Yeah.
Right? You could look at it either way, as losses or wins.
Yeah, first round, you're already up 1-0.
Here's what I struggle with on that. That's a reward for whoever wins, but then it's a penalty for another team that's got nothing to do with it.
Well, you had a chance to win the cup.
I understand that.
You didn't.
But in other words, like where your seeding lands, let's say the Warriors win the cup and then they get the 4 seed. Well, the 5 seed is getting penalized in ways that all the other non-cup winning teams didn't get penalized. I struggle with that a little bit.
A little bit, and I get that part of it. And the way, thank you, Jose, for the great idea, because what I was thinking about is you get to have in your pocket a card where you get to pull it out, and it's a we win card. So you might be down 2-0 in the Western semis, and you pull it out. We're only down 2-1 now.
Oh,
we win.
It's kind of the same thing.
It is, but you would be able to
related.
You'd be able to pick and choose when you played that card. And I like the idea because if we think about MLB and what's happening with their playoffs, which is kind of a joke now, you play 162 and you win your division and you're dominant. Well, then you face a really good pitcher and you get knocked out in 2 straight games. I would like to see the MLB playoffs where if you go out and you win your division, you start that best of 5 up 1-0.
I mean, open to it. Crazy ideas. Look, they go to extra innings now, and there's a guy over there at second base already.
And now we're talking about the golden at bat, right?
Yeah. Well,
is that what it's called? The golden at bat?
Something. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Yeah, I mean, listen, open to any idea, and we've had a bunch, and love these from the callers. But my main thought is you just need to have an idea. There needs to be something, and wild to me that the NBA would jump into something like this without that. And there's all kinds of fun ways, and it could be as simple as this. What about this? Because again, all the ideas we're coming up seem to penalize the opponent of whoever the NBA Cup winner is.
Yep.
And I can see some people going, well, that's not fair. What'd that team do wrong? Why do they need to be penalized? What if it was as simple as this? This isn't perfect. It's not great, but it's an idea. You win the NBA Cup, that is an automatic tiebreaker winner. No matter what the situation is, you could have been beaten by that team 4 times in the regular season. But if you tie for the 5th seed in the playoffs, you win. Automatic tiebreaker winner.
Yeah.
That's small. It's subtle.
Not sexy enough for me.
I agree, but it's something. That's all I'm asking is for something.
It's a something.
Just give me 1 slice of the pizza. I don't need 4 slices.
Yeah, I just don't know if that's motivation enough for a team to, we get the tiebreaker.
Again, apparently they don't need to be motivated. They already are. I want us to be motivated.
Well, and here's the thing, and you mentioned it, NBA Cup TV ratings, they're down 10% from last year. But the bigger issue, NBA ratings in general on ESPN, they're down 28% through late November. NBA TV ratings are absolutely in the toilet.
Concerning. And this NBA Cup was built for that. It was built solely because so many people said, I ain't watching basketball until football's over.
Right.
It was built for now. That's why they play it so early in the season. It's not a mid-season tournament. It's an early season tournament. And it's not helping so far. I don't know if the trip to Vegas is all of a sudden going to be through the roof.
No.
Let me guess. I doubt it.
Well, the two things that would really help the sport and help the ratings are two things that will never come to pass. Number one would be change the schedule so that you don't overlap with football so much. And number two would be make it so these contracts aren't all fully guaranteed. Because you pay a guy $260 million over 5 years, and he's good. He can play, and a lot of them do, or he can not play, and some of them don't, and there's no repercussion.
888-957-9570, the number. The comments from Anthony Slater on Kuminga, moments away. Warriors Live starts in less than a half hour, but some more ideas coming in. Justin in Menlo Park. Hi, thanks for the call.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah,
so these are all hilarious. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we sure can.
Okay. So yeah, these are all hilarious and half baked. So I got another one. The you win card is absolutely hilarious.
We like that.
So this one doesn't hurt anyone, and it does help the team, and it helps the fans. So I think it's pretty good. What if you win, you get some extra cap space that you can use and some extra money so that you can go out and acquire maybe a player that you didn't have cap space for. And so the fans can get excited about that because it sort of brings a new shiny kind of player.
I don't hate it. I don't hate
Nothing sexier than cap talk.
An extra mid-level exception. I'm in. How about a high-level exception?
It doesn't hurt anyone. It doesn't hurt anyone. So
I agree.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
All right. Put it on the leaderboard.
Oh, okay.
No, that's actually
Justin,
awesome.
Thank you.
You win the cup, no cap. So for the next year, there's no cap.
They can call it the
no
cup. The cap cup.
The cap cup.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that, though. You get an extra $10 million.
Listen,
1 year only. You can go out there and get yourself a brand new shiny DeAnthony Melton.
I am going to be the easiest audience on these ideas that any of you have ever had. I'm going to say yes to everything. I'm literally just asking for the league to do anything. Just say hello to your fans who are leaving you in droves right now. Just say hello. Just say something. Like, I can't believe that smart people went into a room to talk this out and built on it, by the way, for multiple years discussing this event. And they came out and, like white smoke when there's a new pope, we got it. We're going to give $500,000 to each of the players if they win. Oh, for the love of Pete. You didn't even think of the fans? Like, did that even cross your mind?
Sure. Fans would be happy to know that Trace Jackson Davis is getting 1/3 of his salary based on an NBA Cup win. That makes me feel good.
I mean, it's not that I feel bad about it. I don't want Brandon Pajemski to not get $500,000, but I ain't losing sleep over it. I am not losing sleep over it, and it is not activating my butt to get in front of the TV and root my ass off for a game that does nothing for my favorite team. Nothing. RC in Napa. Hi, RC. Thanks for calling.
Willie and Debbie, how you guys doing? I've gone on IR this year after this whole 49er thing. I pulled a muscle.
I get it, brother.
Hang in there, big guy.
There's brighter days ahead.
Yeah, it's so depressing. It's frightening, but I got a great NBA Cup idea to go along with these other crazy ones. I think this one's even better. What we're going to do is allow the victor to reverse one of the games they've had against any team in the NBA, to where they get to say, that was a loss that we hung on you. You didn't win. So it would be great. Then we could have an announcement show where Steph gets up there and says, I didn't ever care for the Boston Celtics after the 2022. So they're going to go from first place in their Eastern Conference to second because I'm hanging we won the game that we actually lost to them.
I like
it. You get to change one score of one game.
Put the thing down, flip it, and reverse it.
It's the Mulligan Cup.
I love it.
The Mulligan Cup.
RC.
Thanks, RC.
Again, like I said, I'm going to like everything. I like it.
No, these are all like some are half-baked, some are fully baked.
Yeah, if you called right now and you're like, one game in January, the other team has to play upside down. Fine. Like, I'm honestly... Like
each player on the court only gets one shoe.
One game where you get to tell the other team that guy can't play. You get to go to Denver and be like, Jokic, sorry.
It's the cancel cup.
You're out.
Yeah. It'd be a cancellation sensation.
Great. I mean, I don't care.
These are all great.
I just want to be heard.
Oh,
I just want to be seen and heard.
I get it.
No, I'm trying to represent all of us. I don't mean me.
No.
I just want us to be seen and heard. Can you just, NBA, don't you understand why people are leaving right now? You don't make it about us. You make it about you.
Well, it's always been about them.
But not in other sports.
Well, this is not other sports. And there's a reason why baseball is in a similar spot because there's too much product and not enough urgency.
Be like football.
The NFL is gold because there's a scarcity of product, and I don't want to have to mention this to you because I know it really makes you sad.
Hey.
We're down to 64 games in the National Football League. Tomorrow,
I can't believe that
there's 64 more of these babies. And every time that I do the math and every time that I point it out, there's 272 in a year. We've had 208. We've only got 64 left.
I hate it.
Scarcity, urgency. Basketball doesn't have it. The Atlanta Hawks last year were god-awful, and you're a play-in team. Come on in, Atlanta. You don't have to even be mediocre. You could be crappy, craptastic, and you get to have bonus basketball. In baseball, they've gone the same way with more wild cards. It's scarcity and urgency. Neither of the sports has it, and they tried to do that with this cockamamie cup that I love, and it doesn't work.
By the way, tucked into this conversation, I can't believe that you like this. You hated this last year.
Oh, I was all in.
No, you weren't.
Dude, check the tape.
You were so sarcastic and disingenuous. You did not.
I do sarcasm and disingenuousness. It's what I do.
Gosh. Some of these, our text line is coming up with phenomenal, stupid ideas.
Okay.
Here's one that'll never happen.
We got full phones, too.
I know. 50% discounted home court ticket prices for the remainder of the regular season. Owners would never do it.
Owners would tank.
Let's see. NBA Cup winner gets a top 5 draft pick. Winner gets to plant a flag at midcourt.
That's pretty good. Quick aside, did you see that Ohio is looking to pass a bill that makes it a felony?
Yeah, Ohio.
Flag planting.
You've been nuts all along. You still are. Keep being you. Everyone for the other team in the next game has to shoot left-handed.
Man.
Pajemski would be like, sweet.
I love this. Totally. I was trying to think of another lefty.
Chris Mullen is on line 1. Yeah. All right, let's get a bunch of people want to weigh in on this. Wesley in Fremont. Hi, Wesley. What's cooking?
Gentlemen, how you doing tonight?
We are good.
Awesome. So the winner of the NBA Cup should automatically get thrown into the draft lottery, man.
The winner of not bad.
That's pretty good.
So you're a good team.
I mean, and if they already, and most of the teams that are already playing in the tournament, unless it's like a lower seeded team, they're not going to have a pick or a draft lottery anyway. So throw them in the lottery, and if they're already in the lottery, I'm sure the NBA can take it from there.
Maybe you get a second lottery pick. That would incentivize the crappy teams to show up in the cup.
This will shock you. I like it.
I like the pick.
I swear to God, you can tell me that the winners get to cut the hair of the losers. Can you make it fun for us?
Back to Pods. He's out.
Yeah, Pods
I'm
like,
out.
whoa.
Yo.
Whoa.
Yeah. Leave my locks alone.
I was like, whoa.
Kid.
Totally.
Yeah. Greg on 680. Greg, what's good?
Well, so this is more about, thanks for taking my call. This is more about just the NBA in general. I've always thought, why not time up the NBA Finals to end right when football training camp starts and then back it up from there, and then you're competing against baseball, and I think basketball beats baseball every day. And that way you have interest in it because there's nothing else to watch. And, yeah, I like the other one, lottery pick. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
Appreciate it.
I agree with that as far as the schedule goes. If you started the NBA season around Christmas, let's just say December 1st, you start it right now, then you'd get into this 2-month ramp up part of the season. Football's over, and then bang, you get right into the meat of your season. You own February, you get March, April baseball starts, and now you're at your All-Star break, and then you play all the way until June and start the playoffs.
That's such a cataclysmic change, though. Like, I mean, I get the sentiment. I really do.
Yeah.
But every time people call in, and whether it's baseball, it's like, stop this 162 games. Let's play 100. It's like, oh, why don't you call the owners and tell them to hand you $1 billion? Like, they're not going to do that. And the same thing with the NBA. I just don't. I get why people say that. Stop fighting football so much. There could be schedule adjustments. To move this whole thing 2 months is quite an ordeal.
Do you know how long the NBA's been playing 82 games in the regular season?
How many times? I feel like my whole life.
Longer than your whole life. My whole life.
Even longer than that?
1967-68 is when they switched.
The young people.
Wow, that
Randy, you're gonna mock a sick man?
That blew up in your face.
I'm feeling better though.
Yeah, you tried. I know. I can tell.
I think I'm catching Dibs disease.
That must have been Monday.
Oh God, I think it was.
56 years is the answer. So all of a sudden now
we're gonna change.
60 games.
Yeah,
we're going back.
Matt in San Jose. Hi, Matt. What's good?
Willard, Dibs. Good to talk to you guys. How y'all doing?
Matt A.
Good, Matt.
All right. So you know how in the NFL, no matter how bad the division winner might be, and we are praying that the Niners are getting that spot, you win the division, you get a home game. So if you win the NBA Cup, you get a home series.
I like it, no matter what. So if you're the 6th seed, you automatically have home court advantage in a potential game 7.
Or what if no matter your seed, and Matt, thanks, this is fun, like just extra home game. Extra home game. If you're the 1 seed, you get to play games 1, 2, and 3.
Man.
At home.
Again, if you're, that feels a little harsh if you happen to be the 5 seed and you're in that 4-5 matchup.
I'm trying to work that part out where like these awards we're giving only really attack some or even just one other team that's sort of sitting here like they're catching a stray.
Totally.
They're like, I don't have anything to do with this.
And now we got to have games 1, 2, and 3. Right. We're down 3-0.
Yeah.
All 3 games on the road. And we had the same record in the regular year, but they won some cockamamie tiebreaker. And so now we're the 5 seed.
I tell you what, that extra mid-level exception or whatever idea is really not bad. Like extra cap space. You went out there and signed a player and literally had a press conference where you're like, this is our NBA Cup guy.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's wearing a cup. He's wearing a crown on his head. And he is the award for the NBA Cup.
Pretty good.
And they have a press conference and a celebration almost like Mr. Irrelevant in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Like NBA Cup guy for the year. I don't know. I mean, like, sure. And that doesn't penalize any other team.
Not really. There's a competitive imbalance because you got an extra $12 million on your salary cap.
That penalizes everybody else equally. All the teams that didn't win the NBA Cup.
That, I think, is where we have to drill down on. If you're going to award a team, you can't punish just one team as a result.
Big Al in Lafayette. Hi, Big Al. What are you doing?
Willard, Dibs. An honor to be on the line with you guys. Happy holidays.
Honor to have you, Big Al. Thank you to you as well.
So here's the serious recommendation is that I don't know if it's already been said, but automatic minimum 6 seed in the playoffs. So you get in, you win the cup. And then the next home game after winning the cup, the owners have to give all the fans a free hot dog and a free drink. Okay, so we get to celebrate them.
Okay.
And then the goofy one here is the next after the NBA Cup, they can choose any game in the season and choose one team to play their G League affiliate. How's that sound?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Big Al, those are fun. Those are excessive, but they're fun.
So instead of traveling to take on Boston and Tatum and Jaylen Brown and all the fellas, you're taking on the whoever G League affiliate that would be.
Hey, didn't baseball a couple of years ago, or maybe even last year, didn't they float the idea of choosing your opponent in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Like if you were the 1 seed, you would, and it hasn't happened yet.
I think it was last offseason.
But it was floated. This was floated. What if we explored something like that? You win the NBA Cup. If you make the playoffs,
pick your foe.
Pick your opponent.
Yeah. You get to pick it.
So if you're the 6 seed, you're like, we're playing the 5 seed.
Right. Or you're playing the 8 seed, whoever comes out of the play-in.
We'll take the 8 seed. Sure. And now we'll get home court. And like the penalty only falls down a little bit. The 1 seed would play the 7 seed instead of the 8 seed or whatever.
Right.
Like, I don't think that's a terrible idea. And it's fun. That's fun. And this is the other thing the NBA should have thought of. That will lead to discussion. It will lead to interest.
Right. This format does not lead to much discussion other than how much do you hate
There's
it.
nothing to discuss. Exactly.
That's the only discussion.
There's nothing to discuss. What do you want us to do? Get Pods on the air and tell us what he's going to do with his $500,000? Yay. Like, create
you
some...
You can't book him, Lucas.
Create some... Create some debate. Create some debate. The one thing, and by the way, Grandy and Lucas, you'll like this, a very, very dear friend who got very mad at me over the weekend because she was listening when I said college football is the stupidest thing that's ever lived. And she's very sad. She's a big Georgia Bulldogs fan. I wanna just I just want to reel back the take a little bit because I was angry and it was awesome.
Yeah.
I was angry in that moment.
I'm angry, Jeff. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I will say that this is one thing that college football, sort of the part that I hated the most, which was people just deciding who got to play in the national championship at the end of the year. I think that's the dumbest thing, the most anti-sport thing in sports, which is really the core of my point. It's not that I don't like watching college football games. I just hate the way the season ends. And it's getting better. They're expanding it more. I love that there's home games this time around. That's very cool. But tucked into the stupidity was one smart thing. It always led to debate. And that's smart. That works. It works in American content. I don't know if you've all noticed this. Literally, ESPN ran on a platform of embrace debate for years. So if you've got everybody yelling at one another about who should be playing and where they should be playing and all that, that's good. What the NBA did here was they created an event that is debateless. What do you want me to say about it? Oh, I've been to Vegas once. It's fun.
Yeah.
Cool.
The courts are pretty cool.
What is there to say, NBA? Make something happen. And then we'll talk about it.
Exactly.
And we'll be interested.
Well, we've spent 45 minutes talking about it.
Well, I know, but this is a law of diminishing returns. Like the debate cannot be, wow, this sucks. Like that's
no,
not
it doesn't.
Like
it's carried us for an hour.
Yeah, but
it is diminishing returns.
How long are we going to do that?
Hopefully another 7 minutes till Warriors Live hits.
We got more cup ideas. Here we go to Pete in Moraga. Hi, Pete. Have you ever ran into Dan Dibley at the local Home Depot?
No, I haven't. I'd like to someday, though.
All right. Yeah, he's a big handyman.
We have an orchard, and I prefer to go to the Ace, actually, right there in
of course,
in the Moraga Shopping Center. All right, shop locally, think globally.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Pete.
Ace is not local, but anyway, go ahead.
More so than Home Depot.
Not really.
So here we go, guys. So MLB's got the Rule 5 draft going on right now. So what if the winner gets to pick a player, an unprotected player from one of the other teams?
Wow. Yeah. I mean, because obviously you would allow them to protect a lot of players. So you might get a Lindy Waters, for example.
Yeah, maybe.
Someone like that. Pete, we'll put it in the bucket.
I like it, Pete.
Thank you, Pete.
Not the best, but not the worst either.
Again, I'm putting them all in the bucket. We can just draw one out of a hat. We can do it different every year.
Yeah.
That'd be even more fun.
And you could even, and I know this isn't sexy either, but even if you gave a team an extra second-round pick, which wouldn't necessarily be second-round picks don't usually work out in the NBA.
LeBron is listening. I'm sorry. A second-round pick, you say?
I got another kid coming up. I mean, we can use that.
Draft my wife. She can come to games, too.
And actually, his younger son is better than Bronny by all measurements from all the scouts. He's a senior in high school, so I don't know if LeBron... I wonder if he's looking to hold on to play with both his kids at the same time.
For God's sakes. No, I wouldn't think so.
Maybe the three of them will represent the USA in the 3-on-3 in the Olympics.
Can't even make it to January in this season. He's already begging out. There was part of that, by the way, not the being away from the team part. There was discussion today about how LeBron has asked out of more games so far this year. As J.J. Redick said, quote, because he's been gassed. Doesn't sound like somebody's going to be playing...
The dude's about to be 41.
Yeah.
On my sister's birthday.
Right. I ain't ripping him. It's like, how much longer do you want this guy to play?
Right. Tiger Woods, LeBron James, Gail Dibley, December 30th.
That's a big day.
It's a titanic birthday.
The Lions will also be here.
Yeah, and we will be there.
Damn right we will.
Yep.
Nelson in South City. Hi, Nelson. What's up?
Hey, what's up, boys? How you guys doing?
We're good, brother.
Hey, Dan, Shulman says hello. Hope you guys are doing great. My suggestion would be to take 4 or 5 of the best ideas and allow the winning team to select at the end of the season. This way, you're talking about drama, you're talking about debate. This will go throughout the end of the season, and the team can decide, hey, if they end the season in the lottery pool, they get an extra pick. If they make it to the playoffs, hey, we get to decide if we want that extra home game or not. So whatever those best options are, they get to select at the end of the season.
That's pretty good. I like that. And tell Shulman I say, what up? I owe him a visit out there at the Montclair Country Club. I got to get back out there.
Thanks, Nelson.
You get to play your card. So you have one of 5 like super cards, and if you're the 12th seed, well, then you're not going to play the seed jumper because it doesn't do you any good, but maybe you play the extra mid-level money card.
I mean, how about this to add an idea to the group of ideas or an idea for the ideas? What if every year you came up with multiple ideas before the season started, just like you do for the All-Star game, put it to a big fan vote. What do you want the award to be this year?
Yeah.
And let the fans actually be involved in deciding how you finish your cockamamie Emirates event, and then they will feel some ownership to it. I mean, again, all I'm into is just involving your audience.
Yeah.
Is that not like the number one thing in American content right now? Involve the audience. How do advertisers want to advertise? They want people to do earned media. They want to stick an advertisement on your car door, and they'll pay you, and you drive around and advertise for them. They want you to share on social media. How often do you see that? Make sure you share, or we'll give you 50% off one item if you tweet a picture of yourself wearing this. Like, they want your involvement. Why can't the NBA do that? They're usually so good on social media.
Yeah, very good, and very good at fan engagement for the most part, yet this cup, they haven't found a way, but hopefully they're all listening because we've come up with tremendous ideas, and I think we have one more that we can tap into as we wrap this up.
Adam, 101. Hello, Adam. What are you doing?
Hey there. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yes, sir.
All right. So one idea that I love is take a bunch of good ideas and you throw them on a wheel. And right after that cup game, they get to spin the wheel to see which prize they win.
Everybody would
add a little drama.
Adam, everyone would watch that.
Yeah.
Like, you get a game show host out there and be like,
with a long pencil microphone.
Yeah.
Time to spin the wheel of crappy ideas.
That's incredible. Can you imagine the drama if it's like you're going to get a lottery pick? Click. Oh, sorry. Actually, you are barred from the playoffs for 5 years. I mean, it'd be amazing. Anyway, go ahead, Adam. I know you had more to say.
Yeah, the other idea is I like the idea of an automatic playoff berth. If you're a non-playoff team, you get in. And then if you are a playoff team, you're bumping up one seed and you just knock whoever's in front of you down one.
Yeah,
Adam.
Seed jumper.
Love it.
It's good.
Love it.
Put it on the wheel.
The wheel
Put it on the wheel.
What would we call the wheel?
The wheel of crappy cup ideas. I mean, So right when the game ends,
the crappy cup
and
wheel?
Adam Silver gives the cup to the winning team, and then you bring the owner over. All right, all right, Mr. Lakem, time to spin the wheel of crap.
Spin the wheel.
You know.
Oh, gosh.
It's pretty funny.
I've had more fun in the last half hour talking about this than I have watching or thinking about any actual NBA Cup game all year long.
Until tonight at 6:30.
Except for the Clay game. But it had nothing to do with the fact that it was a Cup game. It was because Clay was here. And because Steph had an unbelievable generational performance. Anyway, guess what's coming up on the game? Which is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. You know what it is?
More us.
Yeah, right, it is. It's us, but talking about different Warrior things. And won't that be phenomenal? In fact, the Slater comments that we were telling you about with regard to Jonathan Kuminga, and then we got going on this NBA Cup thing, we'll have it inside Warriors Live, which is next on 95.7 The Game.
Are you a plumber, steam fitter, or HVAC-R technician looking to make the most of your career? Listen to what UA Local 38 member Jeremy has to say.
My name is Jeremy. I'm in UA Local 38, and I work for Matrix HG. I've been doing this for about 10 years now. Got into it right after I got out of the Navy. Some of the benefits I've seen in Local 38 is the full package. So you have company vehicle, so there's no wear and tear on your personal vehicle. You have the medical, which is included in your hourly package, and you also have training. Any additional skills, the union provides all that. As a veteran transitioning to the civilian lifestyle, I would recommend UA Local 38 for multiple reasons. They take care of all the paperwork for you. I literally just signed a couple things, and they had it all filled out for me. They went out of their way, and I really recognize that. For more information, they do have a really good website. It's ualocal38.org. I recommend going to visit that, where you can sign up, take the initiation test, and get more information.
Thanks, Jeremy. Again, for more information, visit UA.
brings the entire Bay Area together.
Curry, one step in front of the logo. A right-hand slam on a little elevation sensation.
This is Warriors Live on 95.7.
And the Warriors are in Houston tonight in what Steve Kerr is calling the depths of hell. We'll explain. We also have breaking news. Andrew Wiggins is out tonight for the Warriors. More on that in the injury report that is right around the corner. But at 14-9, the Warriors are hot after a new winning streak, and they would certainly like it to start tonight, or continue tonight, I should say, as they try to win in round one of the NBA Cup and get themselves to Vegas. That's what's on the line tonight, just so you understand. If the Warriors win, they will face Oklahoma City on Saturday in Las Vegas. If they lose, they will host Klay Thompson for the second time, and the Dallas Mavericks coming up on Sunday. Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. So here we go, with an opportunity to sort of set their own future for them. The NBA Cup is like those old choose-your-own-adventure books that we used to read when we were kids. Depending on what they do tonight, that will determine what they do coming up the rest of the week.
Yeah, and if they do go to Vegas and lose, then they'll still have a few days off before they have to then travel to Memphis. So it's not necessarily a bunch of games in a row if they happen to win this one, although it was interesting that Anthony Slater on the Morning Roast today talked about how they do have to pack for an 11-day trip, which is a little bit odd, and you don't know exactly how long you'll be gone depending on what happens tonight in Houston.
So obviously, big game, and they've really had Houston's number. The Rockets have not beaten the Warriors. I don't have the date in front of me, but it's been a long time. I want to say it's about 15 straight games that the Warriors have taken over the Houston Rockets, and we know their playoff history together as well. So I think you're going to see a very, very motivated Houston Rockets team tonight. Remember, their coach, Udoka, last week called their effort against the Warriors one of the softest performances he had seen all year. So lots going on in this one. Let's hop right to the injury report, and then let's talk about Jonathan Kuminga, who is, again, center stage today, and some interesting comments from our Warrior insider, Anthony Slater, on the morning show with Bonte and Joe earlier today. We think you really should hear. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. We just told you about Wiggins with the right ankle impingement. They put him out there for a pregame warm-up to see if he could go. The answer was no. So there is no Wiggins. There is also no Moses Moody, who's got a left knee injury. He left Friday's game, did not play in the second half on Sunday against the Wolves, and that's flared up a little bit. They'd like to give him some extra time. So no Moody, no Wiggins. A little bit weakened on the wing of the Warriors tonight.
Yeah, a little bit thin, and it's going to have to be some Lindy Waters who can come in and help out, and certainly it feels like it's going to be a Kuminga night. Don't know if we have the official starting lineup yet. Probably don't. We might before Warriors Live ends, but feels like it's going to be Kuminga in there and a lot of JK tonight.
And then on the Rockets side, they had a bunch of players questionable. Şengün and Jayshawn Tate, Steven Adams, Cam Whitmore, all of them are available. So the Rockets will be at full strength in this one.
Yeah, and Steven Adams is such a handful, and I know he's fighting back from serious injuries the last couple of years, and they don't play him in back-to-back games. And Şengün, you know, is a player that I absolutely love as just a bright young star for Houston.
But yeah, weird game against the Warriors last week. Yeah. He looked off.
Yeah.
They defended him well.
Yeah, and you know, he's a guy who can score at all three levels when he's right. And Steven Adams, much more of a defensive presence. Just to answer your earlier question, 15 straight is the streak right now for the Golden State Warriors. Last win by Houston, 2/20/2020 was the date.
Holy hell.
So it's been
a minute.
Damn near 5 years.
Good Lord.
It was 135-105 on 2/20/20.
That is wild, man. Warriors Live presented by Xfinity, at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Okay, what do you make of this? So we've been talking about it a lot today on 95.7 The Game, and definitely think it deserves more time. Anthony Slater on our morning show with Bonte and Joe says that it is information season right now for Jonathan Kuminga. He expands on exactly what he means.
This is like information season right now for the Warriors on Jonathan Kuminga, and not just for the Warriors. It's for Kuminga to find out who he is in the league. The Warriors need to find out. The league needs to find out. He has a contract situation coming up. The trade market's going to develop. And, you might even argue I think most people would argue they've waited too long to find out more about Jonathan Kuminga. But I think Steph Curry and Draymond Green want to know for, several reasons. Can he be, all the way up to the playoff level, like the type of number 2 scorer that they're going to need to compete in the first round, second round, third round? Or, is it wiser for him to maybe go explore that elsewhere? And could he potentially be a trade piece at the deadline? I think we are going to find out more over the next couple months, partly because they finally, let off the brake pedal a little bit, and they're going to allow us to all find out more about it.
I tell you what, this is the question it led to for us earlier today, which is whether or not the Warriors really believe he is the next centerpiece of their organization. Do they believe in Kuminga, or are they showcasing him? And wrapped into that answer is kind of a lot of both, which is yes, the Warriors are still looking for more information, but he also mentions the whole league is looking for that information. It's a tough nut to crack because he's so young and he was so raw when he was drafted. And there's no question that you see the flashes, right? He's a very, very good basketball player. Nobody's asking that. But is true potential stardom in his future? What kind of a trade chip is he? And then it's complicated by a couple of financial matters. A, he just doesn't make that much this year, so matching salaries becomes very, very difficult. But B, if you're an acquiring team for Jonathan Kuminga, get ready to pay him a lot. One way or another, extension is going to be needed after this year if you want Kuminga on the roster. So how do you kind of break that down, whether this newfound role for Jonathan Kuminga is about their belief in him or their belief that he needs to be showcased?
Yes is the answer.
It's a good answer.
The answer is yes. And do they believe in him? Is it newfound belief in him? I think they've always believed in him to a point. Are they showcasing him? Of course. And by showcasing him, that means you're playing him. And if he's playing well, you're going to play him more. It doesn't mean that you're showcasing him solely so you can trade him as soon as possible. You're playing him a lot because he's playing well and he's playing winning basketball. So does that qualify as showcasing? I guess it does. If teams see him, like him, and want to trade for him, then yeah, you're showcasing him. I do think that he's playing a lot because he's playing well. And certainly tonight with no Andrew Wiggins, you need him out there. And you've needed him out there a lot of late because of some injuries and also because of his effectiveness. So I guess my answer is yes. The ultimate question to me is, how much do the Warriors like him? And do they really see him as that one? Do they see him as him? Is he him in the future? And if he is, well, then you don't trade him, and then you give him the bag in July.
Yeah, I do think that there's something to be said for the idea of you don't move on this until you have to, so you can call it information gathering season. But I also believe, and I think we've known this, the Warriors are kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. I don't think there's any question that they like Jonathan Kuminga. I don't think there's any question that NBA teams really love. It's kind of like what the Niners have always done. They love the idea of drafting a player, developing that player, and then extending that player. That speaks well of their process. And so what happened with Jordan Poole is not ideal. You know, you want to draft, then develop, and then want to keep. And so I think that in a perfect world, they would do that with Jonathan. To me, it is an indictment that we are here in year 4, and they still have not answered that question. So you could say it's information season, and I might respond and go, still? How much more information do you need? And I know you can answer back to that and say, well, like they haven't really taken a full look. They haven't given him 25 to 30 minutes a night every night. You got to do that first. Odd to me that we would get this far into the contract before you would suddenly do that and then simultaneously pitch to me that you think he's the future face of the organization. I'm sorry. I just don't really buy it.
I don't either. And I think that if you thought after 3 years that he could be the future face, then you would have worked hard to make it happen in the offseason.
Agreed.
And if you really aren't sure and you're waiting for him to take another step, and he does take that extra step, And maybe he helps you be a 50-win team. And maybe he helps you win a series or two in April and in May. And then you get to the offseason and your opinion can change with new information, right? You can see him go for 17 or 18 a night, be better on defense, rebound, grow up in many ways. And then you can realize, hey, maybe he's better than we thought he was. I'm glad we didn't trade him, and now we do want to sign him.
Well, and then it also comes down to what's available, which is why I think that you're not going to hear the Warriors remove their power. So they're going to keep, what do you see? This is what I see. The Warriors, when given a microphone, will tell you that they love this team, they love the vibe, and they love Jonathan Kuminga. Love, 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 love. And then we wake up the next day, and debate shows are happening everywhere, and every NBA voice who's tapped in and dialed in is like, Warriors are dying to make a trade. Well, they're not making that up. They're talking to people behind the scenes. They know what's going on. So on some level, the Warriors are talking out of both sides of their mouth. It's just a matter of who's listening. If the fans are listening, we love Jonathan Kuminga. If the reporters are listening, everybody not named Steph and Draymond can be had.
Right, and that's the way you have to approach it in, behind closed doors in case teams do want to trade you somebody that you would love to have on your team. But outwardly, and you see Steph and Draymond now more than ever before out there telling the world how great JK is, and they're running off the bench and they're doing everything but cheering him on with pom-poms.
By the way, while we're sitting here chatting this out, totally off the subject, Grandy, can you look up for me if you can find Buddy Hield's over-under on 3-pointers tonight? Because we're going to do the take it to the bank prediction here in just a minute or two. And I think I would like my prediction to be based on that, but we need that information. Buddy Hield, who had a huge hot game on Sunday, can he continue that? Does he fall kind of back into the ways that he was? Do we have it already?
Buddy Hield, over under 2.5.
Yeah, that's what I thought it would be. But I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be 3.5. So let's do it. Time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I will take the over on Buddy Hield 3-pointers, particularly with Andrew Wiggins out of this game. I think they're going to need to lean on Buddy a little bit more for points, and I'm hoping that Buddy can carry over his hot streak from Sunday and hit at least 3 threes.
He's 1-3 away from joining the 2000 triple club. I believe for his career, he's sitting on 1999. Shout out Prince. So one more and he joins a pretty elite club of shooters who have made 2,000 or more. So I like your chances. I think he's going to be hunting that milestone.
Yep.
And also they're going to need his scoring. My prediction is going to be another good one from Jonathan Kuminga. I don't even know what the over-under is, but he's going to get 20 points. The only 2 times they played Houston this year, he had 33, career high the other night, and game 6 in the early season, he had 23 in 26 minutes. So 56 points in 2 games. That's 28 a game against Houston. I'm giving him 20 tonight.
Okay, I love that you said that because Grandy just whispered in my ear while you were talking that his over-under is 19.5.
All right.
So
perfect.
You nailed it. You're calling for the over for Jonathan Kuminga.
I'm going to go over 19.5.
All right, over 19.5. I'll go over 2.5. By the way, fade the dippers. Anyway.
On Kuminga or tomorrow?
Well, yeah, major pick there for tomorrow.
Oh, the pick is in.
I know it's in, but it's not on. You always do that. Yeah. It's got to be on before it's in. But yeah. I know you know what you're going to say.
Yeah.
But you haven't said it yet.
And what's the spread for the game tonight? I'm just going to punch that
saw
up
it at
right
1.5.
now.
I saw it earlier.
I see it at 2.5 now, according to ESPN.
That's 2.5 is the official line.
Yeah, with Wiggins out, it looks like it bounced up a little bit. So, yeah, Rockets minus 2.5 tonight in the depths of hell. And I will tell you why I stated depths of hell, because Steve Kerr already did. Apparently, he said to Anthony Slater and others, and if you're going to watch on TV tonight, you'll see this, the Rockets arena in Houston already has nothing but red seats, but for the NBA Cup game, it now also has a bright red floor. So you walk into the arena, and it is just reflecting red, bright red everywhere. And I guess Steve Kerr told his assistant coaches, it looks like I've walked into the depths of hell.
Yeah. I mean, these courts are pretty awesome. And it's funny because we have 2 TVs with the game on in here. And on one side, it's really orange. And the other side it's super muted and pale.
Yeah, well, one of them's like almost like Buccaneers burnt orange.
Yeah.
And then the other one is like a faded, like the inside of an actual orange. I don't know which one's accurate.
Yeah, we need to white balance these TVs.
Yeah, but that's a Knicks-Hawks game. That's an Eastern Conference game. That's a JV game.
That's quarterfinal game now. Winner goes to Vegas.
Yeah.
And I do think that it is has to be our out-of-town NBA game of the night.
Indeed it is. Would you like to talk about that for
We might
a second?
as well while we're here.
The out-of-town NBA game of the night is sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. There are only 2 games across the association tonight because of NBA Cup action, and it is the Warriors in Houston. It is also the Hawks and Knicks in New York, which is currently being led by the Hawks by 2 as they close in on the 5-minute mark of the third quarter. That is the second NBA Cup quarterfinal on the Eastern Conference side. Last night, Giannis and the Bucks narrowly knocked off the beat-up Orlando Magic. The Bucks are on to the semifinals and will play the winner of tonight's NBA Game of the Night, sponsored by SFO again. That is Hawks and Knicks. Right now, it is Hawks 69 and the Knicks 66. 5:18 to go. That's how the Eastern half of the NBA Cup looks. The Western half is as simple as this. Tonight's winner between the Warriors and the Rockets will take on the Thunder in Vegas on Saturday. And then whoever wins that game goes on to take on the winner of the semifinal from the Eastern half of the bracket. Those 2 will play in the NBA Cup final on Tuesday in Las Vegas. And that game will count for nothing. Anyway, it's obviously much too late to get to New York City for that game today, but maybe you want to plan a trip to the Meccas when the Warriors are in town. SFO can help make that happen, and your only opportunity to do that comes March 4th, and SFO can get you to Madison Square Garden for Warriors Knicks. No problem. That is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO.
While we're in that space, I just looked at the schedule, and they play Brooklyn 2 days later in Brooklyn. So if you're looking for a fun Warrior 2-step getaway, you get the Knicks on the 4th, you get the Nets on the 6th, and New York in March, not so bad. Starting to get a little bit warmer. Shouldn't be too cold, but you can get 2 Warrior games for the price of 1 airline ticket.
And there will probably be the Dennis Schroeder return battle as he plays for the Warriors and returns back to the Brooklyn Nets.
And a couple of Cams and a Dorian Finney-Smith as well.
Maybe. What do you think they're going to do? We're bringing up rumored names that have come up in the last 24 hours.
Based on what Brian Windhorst said earlier today, he basically said the Warriors aren't going to do anything until they find out for sure about LeBron James and whether or not LeBron is available. So as much as I would love for them to do a quick and tidy swap of the Melton contract for Schroeder, do it early, get a player, and let's roll, I think that they're going to hold on to Melton and hold out hope that maybe something could happen for LeBron.
They might. Then again, they may get that indication rather quickly. You know what I mean? That's a pretty simple phone call to make, find out where LeBron is, what he's thinking, and if he's says the same thing that he said the trade deadline last year, it's a no thanks and we move on. But if he's interested, then you have to play the whole thing out, obviously, if that's what they really, really, really want to do. Man, this Olympics experience must have really been a thing.
Yeah.
It seems to have really seeped into the blood of Steph and Steve Kerr and potentially LeBron himself.
Well, just watch the end of the game against France in the gold medal game and the joy with which they all were playing. And you had Draymond there toweling off in the third row, going bananas, and LeBron's watching Steph do what Steph has done to LeBron, and he did it with LeBron to win a gold medal. And now LeBron's coming up on being 41, and this LA thing, the ship be sinking. They've lost 7 of 10. Their coach, I don't think, is a real coach. Anthony Davis, I'm sure it gets tiresome playing with a guy with so much potential who just isn't really that cut out to be a killer in the association.
Yeah.
I can see that ship kind of sailing.
Completely, which is why the LeBron conversation And again, we're not just making this up out of thin air. Brian Windhorst's been talking about it all week on ESPN. And any LeBron trade is different. It has to simply just be if LeBron wants it, it happens. I believe that in two ways. A, he's got a no-trade clause, so obviously it can't happen without his approval. But secondly, I just mean if he really wants it, the interested parties will find a way to make it happen. Because you'll say, well, why would the Lakers do that? Well, because they would have to. I mean, LeBron James has so much power. You're watching it right now this week. He's just like, I'm not coming today. I'm not coming to practice. Are you coming to the game Friday? I don't know. I'll tell you when we get there.
It's in Minnesota, so check the charter, see if he's on it.
Check the weather. Yeah. So, I just it is it's realistic. I think I have no idea what the package would be, but you're right. You probably got to hang on to that DeAnthony Melton chip.
Absolutely.
As long as that conversation is alive.
Lakers at Golden State on Christmas. Does he play? And which uniform is he wearing? If he does.
Yes, and Lakers.
Okay, still then.
Well, yes, because while he has all the power in the world, I do not think that he would sit out purposefully on Christmas Day.
True.
I don't think he would do that.
Especially in the marquee 5 o'clock slot.
And I don't think that if anything this large comes together, I don't think it's going to come together that quickly.
Trade deadline, February 6th.
Right.
They play the Warriors. Is he dealt? Is he a Warrior?
God.
Is he a Warrior on that day?
I'm going to say no. Because I think it is less than 50-50 for sure. It might be less than 90-10. But I'm not going to discount the possibility.
Yep.
Boy, that'd be a pretty juicy game.
Especially if, the deadline.
He's on the Warriors.
The deadline's like 6 hours before tip. Yeah. He's a Laker and all of a sudden he's a Warrior and he just switches locker room.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Not here.
Where do you want to do it?
At the Hilton, baby.
Oh, baby, we're going to be in Santa Clara. What a day tomorrow. Not only will we be reacting to Warriors and Rockets and NBA Cup, we will be getting you ready for 49ers and Rams live on scene. So we'll talk to you tomorrow. But now, out to the arena next.
It's that time of year again, Bay Area sports fans. Whether you're flying out to catch an away game or planning your holiday getaway, always start at San Francisco International Airport.